Pokémon, Legendary Pokémon Simulator, starting with Arceus. It was 8 p.m. in 1966, the year of the elf. In a two-story building in Dongzhou Province, Donghuang area, Xiong Meng was packing his things. Pokeball, mini drone, healing potion. Pack your things into the folding backpack, and then check your weighted clothing and boxing gloves. Heracross, 3D dragon, proceed according to plan. Hera. WW. Looking to the side, there was a large rhinoceros beetle and a duck with sharp horns. Seeing the two elves so spirited, he felt much more at ease. Packing these things wasn't a plan to run away from home or go on a trip. Instead. System, prepare for simulation. That's right, Xiong Meng is a time traveler. In his previous life, he was an orphan who finally graduated from the National University of Defense Technology. However, he was born into the world after saving someone. Perhaps the world couldn't bear to see him like this anymore, so they sent him to this world with elves. He's 18 now and has a month left before the college entrance exam. This system was only launched today. It's called the Divine Beast Simulation System. There are two main simulation methods, going there yourself and possessing the beast. We're preparing for the first simulation, which is the original body mode, hence the preparations. Start the simulation instance, superpower time and space. This is a simulation of the original body, and the Divine Beast Simulator will be at your service throughout. A standard system voice sounded, and a white light appeared in front of me, eventually shrinking to the size of a doorway. The two elves looked on curiously, wondering why this had appeared. Heracross, 3D dragon, you guys come back first. To be on the safe side, Xiong Meng took out the Pokeball and recalled it. To be honest, he was confused when he first saw the name of the dungeon. His two elves were only elites, and he was afraid that they would be crazy to go up against Arceus. But after reading the introduction and getting advice from the spirits, plus the system guaranteeing resurrection. Let's give it our all. Phew. Take a deep breath and step in. A moment of weightlessness came, and it went quickly. In an instant, I felt the hard ground again, and the surrounding scenery changed. As I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the sunlight, the system's voice sounded. We have arrived at the designated location. The event is expected to begin in 1 hour. Please prepare accordingly. P.S. Click to open the mission description. Ignoring the system, Xiong Meng prioritized observing his surroundings to ensure safety. After confirming that there were no people or Pokémon around, they took out a Pokeball, and the two figures reappeared, looking around warily and curiously. The 3D dragon drone takes off to survey the surrounding area. 5 mini drones took off in succession and silently dispersed, allowing 3D Dragon to easily activate its private network. Once connected to the network, they dive into the drone and move and control it through the internal network. Heracross, be on guard of your surroundings. Hera. Hercules mimicked several of Jianmei's movements, revealing a confident expression. He is currently located on a mountaintop, towering into the clouds, with a very large lake nearby. Looking down, you can vaguely see scattered buildings, and take a deep breath to appreciate the beauty of nature. A few minutes later, a drone returned, and the 3D dragon flew out from inside. WW. The drone projected a map, first showing the surrounding terrain, then the view shifted to the interior. The enormous space indicates that the interior of this mountain has been largely hollowed out, with countless holes in the walls. From a distance, one could vaguely see figures moving about. Oh, we went straight inside. Are those caves inhabited by elves? How strong are they? WW. The 3D dragon nodded, pointed at Heracross and shook its head, then twitched its tail and nodded again. Not as good as Heracross, but at least he's about your level. Both Pokémon are elite level. Heracross is the strongest, while Porygon is mainly for support and networking. In other words, if we were to confront them head-on, we would have to face at least several hundred elites. Looking at the at least several hundred holes, cold sweat broke out on Xiong Meng's forehead. 2 against hundreds, the advantage doesn't lie with him. The entrance has been determined, but the time hasn't arrived yet. Let's take a look at the task description first, it's better to be on the safe side. Copy, the time and space of the Overlord, 55:26. The world, the origin of everything, 1 year in the simulation equals 1 minute outside. Missions, 1. Rescue Damos, 2. Return the Life Stone to Arceus. Rewards, 110,000 points, a random level 4 skill, and the friendship between Arceus and Damos. Damos. Xiong Meng thought about it carefully, then clapped his hands. Isn't he just that unlucky old man who got hypnotized and then took the blame? Although I can't remember the details clearly, I still remember the general plot and the main characters. I remember that the main targets were the red-haired guy and the two elves. I also had to pay close attention to the hypnosis spell of the Bronze Bell and Heatran. We also need to appease the spirits in the cave, which can only be done with super effective powers. We definitely need to save that old rascal, so it would be best to communicate with him beforehand. Although the curse will be lifted after defeating the Bronze Bell, we must make 2 preparations and communicate with Arceus. He didn't think Arceus would calm down after being hit once. Having 2 backup plans was essential. That's right, he was certain Arceus would get hit, and he couldn't expect 1 person and 2 elves to take care of it before they arrived. In a few years, he might have the confidence to do so. For now, it's best to use strategy. 3D Dragon, please record the specific layout. Be careful and remember to keep an eye on the muscular men. WW. Another drone flew in, and 3D Dragon plunged into it, leaving behind a drone projection that began to change. Xiong Meng sat cross-legged, watching the projection while pondering what to do next. The drone flew close to the top of the road, and its silent operation was excellent, allowing for a smooth and unobstructed journey. The walkway was built along the mountainside, so there were practically no places to hide, no rooms, no red-haired guys, and not even any guards. Go down, mainly to find the prison cells, especially those guarded by old men. After he finished speaking, the projection turned into 4 small boxes, and 4 drones began searching from different angles. After searching for a while, they finally found a place that resembled a dungeon and successfully found an old man with white hair. This is it. See if there's a man inside. Seeing the burly man inside covering his face, Xiong Meng's almost forgotten memory surged back into his mind. This man was Damos. 3D Dragon, assign a drone to monitor this area. The view shifted, seemingly landing on a small platform directly opposite the prison cell. Looking at the old man at the door, Xiong Meng finally remembered why he had such a deep impression of him. A man of great renown was only watched over by an old man, who even pleaded on his behalf. Especially when you watch it again during your university years, you can't help but feel a deep understanding of it. The remaining 3 drones then took action, scalding hot, silvery white liquid, rock mechanisms hanging from the top. Adding in the hundreds of elves, Xiong Meng exclaimed, "Good heavens," and suddenly felt it was no wonder that Arceus had perished here. Or rather, it's more impressive that he didn't die. I remember it started down below, then it would move up above. I think it was around here. Based on the memories I had just recalled, I estimated my approximate standing position according to the projection. The opportunity only comes once, so we must act quickly and with utmost care. Hercules, move aside so it'll be easier to get out later. Hera. At the very top center of the hall, 2 figures were lying there furtively. A drone is positioned on a protruding part of the opposite rock wall, providing a panoramic view of the area. That's right, this is the location we found. The drone will keep monitoring, and being in the middle ensures that we can take action from anywhere. 3D Dragon, Unit 2, sneak in. It took us more than 20 minutes to get in and here, so we need to hurry. The drone flew smoothly into the cell, skimming over the top, and landed in place awaiting instructions. Run behind me and make some noise. Be ready to dodge at any time. For the sake of the plan, Xiong Meng needed to come in and see if communication was possible. If it was, things would be convenient. If not, that could be very risky. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the control of 3D Dragon, the drone successfully flew behind them, which may be because the other party kept covering their face. By briefly activating the flight sound, the other party's attention was successfully attracted. What kind of monster is this? Damos looked at the drone with surprise and confusion, while Xiong Meng, who was about to speak, was suddenly stunned. Because the drone was transmitting Mandarin, and it was very standard Mandarin. This is absolutely outrageous. If we're friends, keep your voices down. Seeing that Damos was about to speak again, Xiong Meng quickly spoke first. Oh, so you're friends. Damos was startled when he heard the sound, and instinctively used his body to block it, making the sound a little softer. You actually believe that? I'm about to tell you something very important, and you must remember it. Looking into those pure eyes, Xiong Meng felt a strange sense of familiarity. Arceus will come to take the life jewel in a while. A red-haired guy will hypnotize you to deceive him, and then use a pre-prepared trap to deal with Arceus. Redhead. It must be Qixin. Why would he do this? After hearing the Iron Bird's speech, Damos was stunned for a moment before realizing what it meant, and then he was somewhat incredulous. No, how could Arceus be fooled? He's that strong. This is something that could bring prosperity to a country with just a few stones. It's unrealistic to just casually get rid of it. What if you were the one inviting them in? And please watch the video. Before Damos could even think, drone number 2 projected the trap that had just been recorded. After reading it, Damos fell silent. I should have realized this long ago. All that talk about safety and experimentation is just an excuse. Xiong has been preparing for this all along. Even without seeing the future, the facts are already there, and then there's the thought of why I'm locked up. Don't be sad yet. Time is running out. Let me tell you about the plan. Xiong Meng was also a little scared when he saw Damos's painful appearance. Brother, don't turn evil. What will happen to those elves then? He can't possibly deal with them one by one. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just as Xiong Meng was getting worried, Damos waved his hand, indicating that he should continue. He didn't want to believe what an iron bird said, but he couldn't gamble either, plus everything was connected. It's all for the precious jade of life. I don't have the key, so just pretend nothing happened. After you're hypnotized, I'll wake you up, and then you should immediately calm down the attacking monster. So, Arceus will be harmed. Couldn't this have been resolved beforehand? Upon hearing this, he became anxious. How could he allow Arceus to get hurt? If I had that kind of power, it wouldn't be Iron Bird coming to you. Xiong Meng calmly made a sarcastic remark, while inwardly feeling utterly speechless. Doesn't he want to simply push through? His strength is there, and it's all his fault. He was truly impressed that a leader with such high prestige and reputation could have his base raided by a red-haired man. I'm sorry. I will proceed according to plan when the time comes. Damos realized he was getting a little anxious, so he said something and sat down. Feeling depressed and angry. Don't worry, if all goes well, there shouldn't be any major problems. Leaving a message behind, the drone returned along the same route and saw the curious gaze of the old gatekeeper at the entrance. After a tense standoff of more than 10 seconds, the old man slowly sat back down. Sigh, I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't good anymore. Xiong Meng breathed a sigh of relief, and 3D Dragon quickly controlled the drone to fly away, finding a new location to continue monitoring the area. After the drone left, the old man looked up and relaxed a bit. Lord Damos. Lord Xiong. He heard everything we were talking about and knew everything. No wonder Lord Damos sometimes acts strangely, especially lately. He's been here a lot. He also knew why he was here, because everyone else was going home, but he had no family. That's not right. Lord Damos. Lord Xiong isn't bad. We have seen what you two have done. Lord Xiong is just worried that we will go back to the days of not having enough to eat or wear. As she spoke, tears welled up and streamed down her face. As an old man who had experienced everything, he could understand Lord Xiong's thoughts. Everything is for the people. I know, but what isn't ours, and we can't betray our friend's trust. If Xiong really does that, I will personally pull him back. The old man turned around in surprise, and what he saw was a familiar expression, as if he were seeing Lord Damos from the very beginning. Confident, cheerful, and reassuring. Even so, I don't have the key here. The old man's words almost made Damos lose his composure. Haha, it's okay, you have to trust my friend. Where it couldn't be seen, her two hands were clenched tightly. My friend, if it's true, then everything depends on you. Xiong Meng, who keeps staring, an elderly man on the subway.jpg. These two must be crazy, one is so carelessly exposed, and the other is practically unguarded. What an excellent matchmaking mechanism. Forget it, I can revive anyway, and someone else will take care of it afterward. At worst, I won't get the reward. Despite Xiong Meng's constant vigilance, his thinking has never changed. Having a system is fine, not having one isn't a big problem either, we won't starve anyway. He's already arrived in the world of spirits, and he's content. He'll leave the rest to fate. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, footsteps were heard not far away, and red-haired Xiong walked in with two elves. A large, floating, blue bell with various patterns, a bronze bell. The four-legged, steel, red behemoth, Shreklin. Lord Damos, Arceus is coming. I hope you can speak to him and ask to borrow the life stone for a while longer. Xiong held a cane in his right hand, the head of which was made of metal in the shape of flower petals. The precious gem of life is inside. How long do you need to borrow it? Damos's question startled Chizen, who thought he had finally understood and excitedly replied. Just a few more decades, no, a few hundred years would be enough. We can build very well without the jewel of life. Damos's calm voice came again, this time he raised his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Xiong's excited expression froze, and his disappointed eyes struck him to the core. It seems Lord Damos still hasn't figured it out. The bronze bell. Hypnosis. Seeing that Damos had been successfully hypnotized and entered a state of blank stare, Xiong nodded and prepared to leave. Lord Xiong, is it really necessary to do this? The old man who suddenly blocked the road gripped the spear so tightly his fingers turned white, his eyes filled with only heartache and pleading. If we work together, things will definitely be no worse than they are now. You can rest this afternoon, now hurry up and go out. Sidoran, bronze bell, follow me. Xiong did not answer, but arranged for a rest and then left, bypassing the old man. Sidora climbed over the wall, and the bronze bell flew overhead, but the old man remained silent in place. That's how it is, it's always been like this. Why give up on these methods when you could be living a better life? In the corridor, Xiong kept talking in a low voice. How could I not know that hard work leads to success? But what if I encounter danger along the way? Don't all things take time? Clearly, the Jade of Life can save a huge amount of time and manpower. It can provide enough food and clothing for many people, and it can make many people happy. After saying these words with a distorted expression, Xiong immediately regained his composure. Only a calm gaze and a resolute heart remain. As long as the Jewel of Life exists, this country will continue to prosper and will never become a wasteland again. It's all right, you just need to accept the favor, I'll take responsibility for the consequences. Having already learned from the drone that the plot was about to begin, Xiong Meng, who was waiting quietly, was unaware of the whispers in the corridor. The drone from the prison cell only took off after it had walked away, and it even circled around from the side. The people are coming. Heracross and 3D Dragon, get ready. We'll proceed according to plan. Hera. W. Hercules lay quietly, ready to strike at any moment. After the 3D dragon entered the drone, its control dispersed, stopping on a distant wall to encircle the area. Da-da-da. Xiong led the two elves out, with Damos following behind. Just as they caught a glimpse of the two elves through a gap, the system reappeared. First-time simulation discount, free access to simulator information, please click to view. The sudden system notification startled him. He breathed a sigh of relief and opened the message. Although some preparations were made, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Sidland, Heavenly King. Attributes, Fire, Steel. Height, 2.1 meters. Mood, Calm. Trait, Ignite, Hidden, Body of Flames. Skills, Lava Storm, Flamethrower, Iron Head, Heat Wave, Earth Power, Crunch. Bronze Bell, Heavenly King. Attributes, Steel, Psychic. Height, 1.3 meters. Mood, Calm. Characteristic, Floating, no hidden characteristics. Skills, Hypnosis, Iron Wall, Spinning Top Ball, Heavy Impact, Superpowers. The system's interface was simple and clear, which gave Xiong Meng a strange feeling at first. Why does it feel different from the novel? I wanted to complain in my heart, but I had to hold it in because it was free, and besides, I already had enough information. Da-da-da. The sound passed by below, and Xiong walked to his left, where he could see it clearly on the projection. Rub. The top of the cane opens, revealing a precious jade that shines with dazzling light, as if it contains a universe. Xiong took out a similar-looking one from his pocket and handed it over. Go to the door and prepare to greet your friends. Then put the fake jade on the table and come up immediately. Give the two items to Damos, Chizen instructed. His slightly trembling eyes indicated that his inner state was not as calm as his expression. He wasn't sure if he would succeed. He had just dismissed all the guards, and now it was just him and Damos inside. If you fail in a bit, you'd better leave quickly, and remember to take this guy with you. Watching the departing figure, Xiong didn't turn back, he knew the magical beast would understand. Roar. Sidora shook his large head, and some flames shot out from the corner of his mouth. Although you're forcibly controlling me, the food is pretty good. I'll help you out later. The empty cave suddenly fell silent. Damos waited at the entrance, while Xiong waited behind him. It's coming. The countdown on the system panel in front of Xiong Meng had just ended. Not far away, the sky suddenly distorted and emitted multicolored light, and an elf emerged from it. Its appearance is similar to that of a centaur, with gray vertical stripes outlining the torso, mane, tail, and dark areas of the face. Its 4 pointed feet are tipped with golden hooves, its mane is raised high from its head, its face is gray, and it has green eyes with red pupils, with green circular patterns around its eyes. A cross-shaped wheel connects to its body at its abdomen, and 4 precious stones are inlaid on the wheel. It is none other than Arceus, the creator god of the elven world. Emerging from the void, Arceus flew directly towards the palace, nodding as he looked down at the forest below. Looks like you've been doing well lately. Damos, I have come to retrieve the Jewel of Life. Arceus saw his friend waiting for him as soon as he arrived at the door, and looked at him calmly. Baoyu is right here. Let me entertain you. Please come inside. Seeing Damos go in, Arceus followed him in. He spoke very coolly just now, and even offered to entertain you. Looks like he maintains a very good image. Just thinking about it makes even the act of floating feel joyful. Here, take it. Damos placed the jewel on the platform and waved his hand as Arceus walked to the center. Seeing the somewhat exaggerated Damos, Arceus instinctively felt something was wrong, but seeing the life jewel in front of him, he didn't think much of it. It's been confirmed that it's true, and it's normal to feel sad about losing something so good. Why can't I see the food served? Is it somewhere else or hasn't been brought up yet? Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The powerful electric current struck Arceus directly, and the skills of hundreds of elite spirits rendered Arceus immobile. What are you going to do? Damos did not answer, but waved his hand again when he was in the middle of the suspension bridge. Xin, who had been waiting, saw the movement and swung his arm downwards as well. Thump. 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 Ah. The current suddenly stopped, and before Arceus could react, the huge fishing lamp, carrying a large number of stones, crashed down. Arceus, who was buried under the stones, forced himself to get up and approach the life orb in front of him. It's right in front of us, all we have to do is retrieve the Jewel of Life. This is. Arceus, having just taken his first step and clearly seen the Jewel of Life, was stunned. That familiar feeling has vanished. That's right, that's fake, the real thing is here. We cannot return the precious Jade of Life. Take this flying kick. Before Damos could finish speaking, a dark shadow descended from the sky and suddenly split into 2 as it approached. They flew towards Damos and Sidora respectively. Bump. Bang. In front, Damos was kicked away, and behind him, there was the sound of Sidsun crashing into the wall. The sudden turn of events stunned both Qixin and Arceus, and the previously noisy environment instantly fell silent. 3D Dragon. Use Curse, Poison, Electromagnetic Wave. Before Qixin could even see the figure clearly, the sound had already arrived. Turning his head, he saw a duck-shaped magical beast appear next to the bronze bell. The other party's body trembled, and an electric current, a dark black object, and ominous black rays of light shot towards them. After finishing a combo, 3D Dragon returned to the drone and quickly drove away. The bronze bell stood there dumbfounded without any instructions, forcibly taking a set of skills. Before Qixin could understand what was happening, he saw the bronze bell change color. However, they finally saw the figure clearly and saw that the tall Xiong Meng Qixin had a somber expression. Qi, has the operation been exposed? I don't know how many came, but it doesn't matter. Sidran finishes him off. As he issued the command, he swung his right hand down, and the electric shock from outside struck again. Ah! Arceus's screams echoed once more. Sidland, look who's down there. Are you sure you're not going to make a move? Your equipment is damaged right now. Xiong Meng's loud roar startled Zijualainen, who forced back the fire that was about to burst at the door. Looking at Arceus outside, and then at the shattered remains on the ground, I broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that the other party had stopped, Xiong Meng breathed a sigh of relief. He was betting that the other party would not normally attack the creator god. If you win the bet, you'll have one less top-tier opponent, if you lose, you'll have to fight. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. Damn it, I knew the volcanic monster was unreliable. Bronze Bell, attack. With the bronze bell facing upwards, even in its low-level state, a beam of white light was quickly focused and emitted. It's a charging beam skill, aimed straight at Xiong Meng. 3D Dragon, hold on. Xiong Meng remained completely calm because there was a drone nearby. The 3D dragon appeared with a green shield, and the collision of the skills kicked up a lot of dust, blurring people's vision. After blocking the skill, 3D dragon entered the Xiong Meng drone and hit it. Cough cough cough, bronze bell. The thick dust caused Qixin to wave his arms, completely unaware of a figure approaching. Lock on. Electromagnetic cannon. Xiong Meng's instructions arrived again. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Boom. A few seconds later, a beam of yellow light struck the bronze bell, and the enormous impact slammed it against the wall. Make them stop outside. Seeing the bronze bell fly out, Xiong Meng suddenly rushed out, swept Xin to the ground with a low sweep, and then took the riding position and hit him twice. He'd been waiting for this moment. The Heavenly King Elf was tough to deal with, but melee combat might be a different story. Impossible. The Jade of Life must be obtained. Whoever you are, you'll be going to jail soon. Xin tried to push the other person down, but failed 3 times in a row. Xiong Meng chuckled as he felt the movement. He was 1.87 meters tall and weighed 202 kilograms. He still wanted to push him down. That's utterly delusional. I'll teach you to say such harsh words. I'll make sure you get the life jade. And you still won't let me leave. Bang bang, I'll give you a few more punches. Facing the barrage of punches, Xin gritted his teeth and refused to give in, determined to see it through to the end. Despite the large number of blows, Xiong Meng guarantees, based on his more than 10 years of experience as a martial artist, that he is absolutely holding back. The bronze bell floated back from the side. Seeing the two together, it didn't dare to attack and turned to look for the duck from before. Humans fight humans, and elves fight elves. But 3D Dragon had already controlled the drone to hide, so it couldn't be found at all. Bang. A huge crashing sound suddenly rang out. Xiong Meng looked closely and saw that it was Damos. My first thought was that there were still people around, but upon observing my surroundings, I saw that Seedrain was locked in a stalemate with Heracross, and Bronze Bell was still looking for the duck. No, we can't communicate with Arceus right now. Just as he was wondering, Damos stood up anxiously. He had just woken up when he saw Qixin being rubbed on the ground, heard screams, and then saw Arceus. It took me a dozen seconds to figure out what was going on, and I quickly tried to communicate with Arceus using my special ability, but then I failed. Is this how you communicate? Xiong Meng stared at the massive electric current, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the very least, you should stop the attack before trying to communicate. Communicating when under attack is truly a bold idea. Yes, yes, yes. Roar. Before Damos could finish speaking, a roar came from behind. It's Sidra. Upon hearing the roar, the elves all stopped attacking. They had all been captured and naturally recognized the strongest creature here. Very good, now it's mainly Arceus's turn. Seeing the attack stop, Xiong Meng's face lit up with joy and he quickly said something new. Seeing that Damos was moving again without any resistance, Sid Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Everything should be fine after this, and I might even receive a thank you. Boom. Damos had barely closed his hands and hadn't even exerted any force when the trap at the top began. The silver liquid poured down, and upon contact, the platform collapsed, with the lake water crashing down and impacting Arceus's body. Ha ha ha, the traps can't be stopped. Despite Xian's bruised and swollen face, his mouth was perfectly fine. He had deliberately gone easy on him because he was worried that Xian might not be able to speak clearly. Hey, you'd better just go to sleep. A punch to the back of the head, then braced against the shoulder to prevent an attack from the bronze bell. Oh no, we're doomed. Feeling the subtle pressure emanating from him, this time his expression turned grave. Hera. Turning his head, he saw Heracross flapping its wings wildly in preparation for an attack, its large horn glowing white. It was the super horn strike skill. Zidulainen looked embarrassed, and then stiffened again when he saw Xiong Meng looking in his direction. Something must have happened here. A drone flew over and projected the cause. It turned out that Heatran was preparing to climb over the wall to leave, but Heracross pushed him back. You're something else, Sid ran, trying to run away, huh? Hooray! Feeling embarrassed by the stares, the red behemoth glared behind Xiong Meng, its increasingly imposing presence conveying a clear message. That person got angry, and the consequences were severe. We'd better run. The matter is not resolved yet. What's the use of running away? You should know the power of the Creator God. The best thing to do is to resolve it now. Can you guarantee you'll escape? Do you think the Creator God won't come after you? Roar. Upon hearing Xiong Meng's words, Zijualainen shook his head dismissively. Do I have the ability to solve this now? Besides, I'm sure I can escape. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. You must be the elder brother of those elves. What will happen to them if you run away? Now that there's someone to communicate with, we still have hope. We'll call it even afterward, and maybe even get a thank you. Are you sure you want to leave? In just a few seconds, Xiong Meng took another gamble and handed over the choice. Roar. Sid Sun stamped his foot in frustration, but did not leave. Xiong Meng was overjoyed. If he hadn't left, there must be something going on. He quickly continued to tempt him. Damos has special abilities. As long as we keep communicating and complete the task, all the elves working together will definitely be fine. Roar. The other party was right, there were definitely many people they knew. If they ran away, they wouldn't be able to survive here. Since we can't leave, we have no choice but to take a gamble. Then you'll follow my orders. The response was a big eye roll. Sidora, what little Karami, trying to command me. Without unification, there is no hope. Listening to me offers greater hope, and besides, you are all guilty, so why make such a fuss? The genes of the people of Shandong are surging wildly, and the instincts of our ancestors are awakening. Boom. Arceus is still uncommunicative. Damos flew back, looking sadly in the direction he had returned from. From the dust, a pair of red eyes quietly appeared, and Damos used his power once again. Roar. With a shout, Sid Sun gave the order to accept. If we work together, we can definitely succeed. Damos, continue the communication. We will create an opportunity for you. Sidora, notify all the elves. Prepare for battle. Roar. Prepare for battle. The elves did not respond, they were already forced to stay there, and they remained puzzled. Xiong Meng saw this as unacceptable. What was the point of playing without increasing combat power? He immediately began an impromptu performance. Everyone. The bad guys have been defeated, but the crisis is not over yet. Only through our collective efforts can we have hope for freedom and the future. History and education allowed him to speak fluently, and the scattered drones ensured its dissemination. This is a speech from the future and by a time traveler. Roar. Shurdoran walked up and roared again, and the elves responded, also walking to the cave entrance and roaring. Hearing the roar in his ears, Xiong Meng's mindset changed somewhat. If before it was just about completing the mission, but now that Heatran has stood before them, and the elves' response. TSK, I can revive for free, but what's with this feeling of having to take responsibility? Prepare to start setting up, strengthen skills that will be enhanced, and be ready to use defensive skills like Light Wall at any time. Various lights shone everywhere, a sign of using enhanced skills. Heatran's body also shimmered with a metallic light, a sign of his Iron Wall skill. Heracross beside him also began using Sword Dance, and within the unseen drone network, the 3D dragon also began to strengthen itself. After the enhancement is complete, you just need to wait. Although it seems like a lot has been said, only 1 minute has actually passed, which is less than what we've been waiting for. With all the elves ready, Xiong Meng looked at the red light in the dust, and his heart began to gradually calm down. Are you going to lie to me one more time? Arceus's roar echoed, and white light began to gather directly from its mouth. It was the destruction ray skill. Everyone, use your defensive skills immediately. Roar. With the guardian in tow, Sidra leaped out, followed by numerous elves. The reflective wall, the light wall, guards, and supports a barrier, blocking the inevitable path of the destructive death ray. Boom. The enormous beam of light shot straight at the barrier, and after successfully holding it, it was also knocked away by the impact. Adjust your stance and watch your footing. Use your recovery skill after landing. The Pokémon that can come here are all quite strong. They adjust themselves in the air to ensure their safety, and some of them use Regenerate to recover their status after landing. Are you going to protect the culprit? Arceus's eyes were red, and his words were calm and cold. We can talk this over first, things aren't as you think. And who are you? Never mind, because you'll all pay the price. Arceus glanced at Xiong Meng, and white light gathered again at the corner of his mouth. Friend. I need some time, just a little while, just a little while. Damos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed resolutely on Xiong Meng. Is there anything I can do to help? It would be best to pause for a moment, so as to create a pause. Arceus's heart is currently closed off, perhaps a pause can open a crack in it. Once the ability is successfully used, things will return to normal after the truth is revealed. I've done my best. Boom. Seadra once again led the defense against the attack. But this time, some Pokémon are injured, and those skills won't be restored. Seeing this, Damos once again clasped his hands together and tried to use his ability. Even if I'm injured now, how many times can you stop me? Even though he couldn't move, Arceus still exuded an aura of dominance, and the destructive beam gathered at his lips once again. Pitch black. So the creator god can be completely unaffected, huh? Xiong Meng tapped the drone next to him and whispered, 3D dragon, prepare to try the conservative approach. Boom. No sooner had he finished speaking than the hyperbeam struck again, and this time some Pokémon began to fall. In order to appease those who cannot attack, they can only rely on Damos and Arceus to regain their senses. Everyone, attack the ground with full force. Sid ran. Use your primal power on the ground. Roar. The attacks of numerous spirits struck the opponent, stirring up a large amount of dust, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. Trying to stall. But you're right in front of us. Or do you really think I would trust those despicable humans? Arceus stared coldly ahead, casually declining Damos's invitation to connect. It's been like this since just now. Damos frantically pounded on the door, brother, it's all a misunderstanding this time. The greatly crippled Arceus, I don't believe you for a second. Call out. Just as Arceus was about to continue his attack, suddenly, a small object shot towards him at high speed. When the destructive death ray is about to fire, it cannot be stopped at all. I watched helplessly as the ball hit me, bounced up, emitted a red light, and was sucked in. Before entering, the destruction ray was successfully fired. Attack is coming. Heatran charged forward again, but this time he couldn't completely stop it, at least half of the power still broke through. The skill allows for a rapid approach, heading straight for Xiong Meng's location, where Damos is right next. Hera. Heracross suddenly flew out from the side, his target being the hyper beam. As Xiong Meng watched the retreating figure, his mind raced. Could he be resurrected? What if he was seriously injured? What if he regained his memories? But looking ahead, all that came to mind was, Hercules. Use hold on. Hera. Upon receiving the command, Heracross crossed his arms, his body glowing white, and his wings flapped wildly as he faced the attack of the god. But that's Arceus, even if he's severely injured, even if his abilities are weakened by half. Not just any elite elf can pull off such an act. Heracross flapped its wings frantically, but still slowly retreated, its expression one of great pain. Heracross. Use resurrection. The trainer's roar came from behind. Hera. Heracross roared and charged forward with unstoppable force, accompanied by a dazzling purple light. A flash of red light appeared on the spot, and Arceus reappeared, looking at the destroyed Pokeball with lingering fear. Hera. Bang. Before I could think of anything, I looked up and saw a giant beetle glowing purple, its head pointing straight at my forehead. These two combos left Damos stunned, because from his perspective, Arceus paused for a moment, and then suddenly paused again. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the barrier. Arceus. Wake up. Although he didn't know what had happened, Damos didn't miss the opportunity and began to focus all his efforts on breaking through. As we all know, the Pokémon world has various special abilities, such as Aura, Psychic, and Viridian Power. In various fan-made works for the anime special episodes, there are always different settings, and there has never been a unified one. However, each ability has a basic configuration. Aura allows for telepathic communication, Tokiwa can heal, and Super Saiyan, well. Shared beliefs lead to knowledge. These 8 short characters are incredibly valuable. The two spirits were connected by a telepathic bond, and Arceus knew everything. Suddenly imprisoned, learning the situation from an unexpected friend, feeling frustrated and helpless, under involuntary hypnosis, and making repeated efforts. I see. With a soft murmur, the life jewel floated up and finally returned to its holder. Arceus flashed a white light, the damage to its body disappeared, and it slowly floated into the air. Another burst of intense light erupted from his body, sweeping across all the elves and humans. Hera. Roar. The injured elf recovered instantly, Damos felt the tightness in his chest disappear instantly, and the face of the lying Qixin returned to normal. The negative effects of the bronze bell were completely removed, and it flew over to try and take the other party away. Roar. Sidora stood in front of him and shook her head slightly. The bronze bell seemed to know something and quietly landed beside Qixin. Thank you for your help, friend. Haha. It's okay. Damos smiled and waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. I'm talking to this friend. Arceus didn't even look over, he just stared quietly at Xiong Meng. Damos was instantly embarrassed, and chuckled awkwardly as he scratched his head. Hello, revered creator god. Xiong Meng hadn't expected to be approached first. He had deliberately kept quiet to minimize his presence. Thank you again, my friend. Otherwise, things would have been very bad this time. After thanking him again, Arceus turned to him and said, You're such a useless piece of iron. Damos. He is simple-minded, but he would never be locked up by his subordinates, especially given his high moral standing and the valuable treasure he holds. Arceus knew the other party was kind-hearted, but he should have been more careful. This attack almost got him killed. Although you took action, it was out of necessity, so let it go this time. Looking up at the many elves, it signified the end of this matter. Xiong Meng had expected to go out, but Arceus turned his head slightly and said, Qixin, get up now that you're awake. Arceus, the great god. The person lying on the ground paused, then slowly sat up cross-legged and looked at the other person. In fact, Qixin had just regained consciousness and, in his daze, recalled everything. I was the one who did this, and I will take full responsibility for the consequences. I'm so angry, really angry. A purple light enveloped Qixin as he approached, with the bronze bell slowly following behind. But this time it's not just your fault, Damos also bears a great deal of responsibility. Arceus did not take direct action for a reason, he had sensed the human perspective and the memories of past suffering from their shared beliefs. Is that right? Impossible. He kindly lent the item, but then wanted to get rid of the owner and keep it for himself. But from a human perspective, barren environments and death are the norm, and in such situations, everyone will grasp at straws. As a custodian, failing to keep things safe is a big mistake, but your insatiable greed is also a big mistake. I shouldn't be meddling in human affairs, but this time you will all be punished. Damos, standing to the side, was astonished. After thinking about it, he agreed that the mistake was indeed serious. Xiong Meng didn't speak, and even looked at the alpaca with some surprise. I didn't expect the creator god to be so fair. I don't think this scene was ever shown in the anime I watched in my past life. Damos, I will never come here again. Qixin, you need to spend your whole life making amends for your mistakes. Damos was somewhat disappointed, but he knew this was the lightest punishment, so he silently lowered his head and admitted it. Xiong Meng nodded. This was a case of giving a high hand and then letting it go lightly. Starting tomorrow, you must work 8 hours a day. You can only eat 3 meals a day. You can only rest 2 days out of 7. You can only rest for 1 month during the Chinese New Year. You need to be so busy that you can't move. Arceus glared fiercely at Qixin, the most vicious form of punishment for humanity in his mind. Hey! 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 The three of them looked up at the same time, their expressions identical, all of them were surprised. I'll wait for you outside. Seeing the changing expressions on their faces, Arceus was satisfied and put down Qixin before floating outside. The sprites on the wall jumped down and walked out in an orderly fashion, leaving only 3 people still in a daze. Task completed. Rewards will be calculated at the end of the simulation. The game will automatically exit after 1 hour. Gaining Arceus's favor allows you to view the basic panel. Arceus, Alter Champion. Height, 3.2 meters. Mood, satisfied, after surviving a disaster. Feature, multiple attributes, unique. Skill, omniscient in theory. Watching the creator god's departing figure, the system made its presence known. Champion. Champion of creative genius. Xiong Meng mentally complained, even if it's just a clone, this evaluation is way too low. For ease of understanding, this is presented according to the host's rules. Oh, that's not surprising at all. Xiong Meng nodded in understanding. His classification system only included beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, king, and champion. Master is a title, and legend is an honor, not a distinction of strength. Qixin, let's work together to make our home even better. Damos reached out his hand to Qixin, his smile radiant. Don't you hate me? Damos nodded. I am indeed angry, so I will supervise you to complete the punishment. He always trusted the other party, otherwise he wouldn't have been locked up so easily, but there was one thing about the other party that never changed. Everything they did was for the sake of the people's lives. Let's chat again later, we should head out. Seeing that the elves had all left, Xiong Meng gave them a reminder. You guys go ahead, I'll wait for you at the usual spot. After saying this, Qixin walked to the back. Damos wanted to reach out his hand, but his lips moved and he put his hand down. Come over here too, Qixin. Ha ha ha, let's go. Arceus's voice appeared in his ears, and Damos laughed. The punishment has already been explained, so going there definitely won't do any harm. When the group arrived at the door, the elves were already lined up, and Arceus was flying in midair, radiating a milky white light. Xiong Meng looked at Arceus and saw that it seemed a little different from before. Was it just his imagination? I can grant your wish, what reward do you want? Arceus looked at Heracross and the drones, you too. You can say anything. Hera. Heracross raised his claws seriously, mighty strength. The hyper beam he just used was really impressive, his strength is still too weak. WW. A 3D dragon flew out, can I bring more things into the network? Normally, trainers carry their Pokémon by converting them into data, but many important items require conversion, which is quite troublesome. It would be better if it could be enhanced. After hearing the two elves' wishes, Arceus looked at Xiong Meng and asked, and you? World peace. Upon hearing Xiong Meng's words, Arceus fell into deep thought, whether out of fright or something else, it was unclear. Haha, just kidding, let me think about it some more. Forced peace is a false facade. As long as life retains its wisdom, absolute peace will never exist. The group looked at Arceus in surprise, and Xiong Meng also put away his joking attitude. Upon careful consideration, he realized that he didn't really have any wishes. As a youth who had served 2 generations of revolutionary heroes, he had always adhered to the principle of doing things personally. He comes from a happy family, consistently ranks among the top students, and is also commendable in his training. I met Heracross 3 years ago, and now he's one of the elite players, along with 3D Dragon, a top online player. A sudden boost can't compare to the comfort of companionship. Is it possible to wish for a rare spirit? But Xiong Meng dislikes the feeling of having things finalized, which is why he made a joke. You seem troubled. How about I give you a return gift instead? Without waiting for a reply, Arceus raised his right leg and lightly touched his forehead, golden light enveloping his entire body. Bestowed by the Creator God, the power of super resistance awakens, proficiency increases to level 3, and the innate trait awakens, intimidation. A golden glint flashed in Xiong Meng's eyes as he reappeared, he had just learned some information. The system divides individual skill proficiency into 5 levels, with level 3 being mastery, where one will awaken their own unique characteristics. What he awakened was awe, suppressing the idea of experimentation, and clenching his fist towards Arceus. I accept this return gift, thank you. Although somewhat surprised, it also seemed normal, considering that without him, this person would have been lying underground for quite some time. If you like it, that's good. Next up are you guys. The divine golden light reappeared, enveloping Heracross and the 3D dragon. It's all over now, I should go. Ripples appeared in the space above Arceus, and he gracefully departed through the void. Damos, this young man is a traveler from the future. The country he is in is quite nice. You only have 1 hour. The figure had vanished, but the ethereal voice echoed in the ears of Damos and Qixin. The two were taken aback at first, then their eyes lit up, and they stared at the boy like wolves and tigers. Okay. While waiting for the gifts to finish, Xiong Meng suddenly felt a strong sense of unease and turned his head to see the gazes of the two people. How should I put it? It's like someone who's been single their whole life suddenly getting married. That's really strange. I'll go prepare the food. Bring your little friend over later. After saying this in a low voice, Qixin walked outside, and Damos said he would take care of it. He approached with a smile, friend, thank you so much this time. Please be sure to attend the banquet. Thank you, but no thanks, I need to go home soon. Xiong Meng looked at the countdown, then at the 2 golden balls, and politely declined. How can this be? You are my savior, you must come. Seeing the other person hesitate, Damos pleaded, just 1 bite. If there's enough time. Xiong Meng did not explicitly refuse, but decided to observe the condition of Heracross and the others. Of course, no problem. A chance would be great, Damos quickly nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, the golden light disappeared, and the 2 elves slowly opened their closed eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, their expressions instantly brightened. Hera. WW. We can talk about it when we get back. Let's go to the banquet first. Xiong Meng smiled and then looked at Damos, saying, please lead the way. Okay, everyone, please follow me. Xiong Meng waved his hand, signaling the two elves to follow, and the group walked away under his guidance. As for the spirits, some destroyed the controller and chose to leave, while others chose to follow. Just so you know, it was Cedra who came along, leading the way, and those 4 big feet were running pretty fast. Upon arriving at a place resembling a reception room, one table was laden with a sumptuous feast, while dozens of other tables were also laden with tree fruits. Upon seeing the arrival of the people, Chi Xin smiled and said, welcome, everyone, please take your seats. Roar. WW. Hera. The elves skillfully sat down and ate the tree fruit, and the 2 of them also went over and sat down. Don't be surprised, Daruma, the master often does this. Xiong Meng understood, no wonder they were all so skilled. Haha, let's eat first. Damos happily picked up his glass. This time, without friends, things would be really bad. A toast to you. It's nothing, I just happened to run into it by chance. Xiong Meng returned the toast and drank it all in one gulp. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. Haha, that's generous. I wonder what to call a friend. Damos also downed his drink in one gulp, and asked somewhat embarrassedly. Just call me Xiong Meng. You two are both older brothers, so there's no need to be so formal. Whether it's a parallel world or ancient times, he really couldn't think of any problem with revealing his real name. Haha, then I'll call you Brother Xiong. No problem, bro, I'll do it. The group drank a few more glasses, and under the table, Qixin nudged Damos and gave him a wink. Hey bro, actually, I need your help with something. Xiong Meng squinted and picked up a tree fruit. Brother, you go first. Actually, when Arceus left, he told us, brother, you are from the future, and your country is very good. So we want to ask how to make it better. Having experienced receiving the gift of 2 Pokémon from the Super King, Xiong Meng wasn't surprised. Brother, do you know that just a few decades ago, this place was a barren wasteland? Disease, the absence of food is the norm, so I can understand why Chizen did this. Arceus probably treated him leniently for the same reason. It's alright if it's inconvenient for you, brother. After all, it's the foundation of the country's prosperity, I understand. Seeing the other party's silence, Demochuo assumed it was because he didn't want to talk about it. No, the problem is that my knowledge is mostly in the spiritual realm, which isn't very helpful to you. I don't know much about what's usable, and right now I'm completely empty-handed. He knows a little about food and governance, but not knowing the details is harmful. Xiong Meng wished he could go back and bring over the information he found online, as well as all the experiences he had already gained. That's true, it was our oversight. Please continue eating, brother. Demoto and Qixin were somewhat disappointed, but they still mustered their spirits. WW. The 3D dragon appeared out of nowhere, with a drone nearby. You say you have a solution. WW. A drone flew to the stone pillar and projected densely packed characters onto it. Upon closer inspection, Xiong Meng observed that the combined efforts of humans and spirits in governing nature would naturally increase food production. You can have an elf carve it or record it, that would be much more convenient. The content was incredibly informative, and Demoto and Qixin were completely engrossed in it. When they heard the suggestion, they slapped their foreheads in amazement. Yes. Xiong Meng continued, you can write it down first, and then slowly resize it to the appropriate size later. Please help me. This information is extremely important. Demoto bowed 90 degrees to the elves, knowing that time was running out and they wouldn't be able to finish without enough people. But after what just happened, he couldn't guarantee that everyone would help. Roar. The elves looked at each other, chose to walk over together, and began to record using various physical methods. A powerful body doesn't need any skills, it can carve directly into stone. 6 drones took off and projected their images from different locations, with Heracross joining the team. The 3D dragon has turned into a crescent moon. This was downloaded when I was in school and was published online. 10,000 meters above the ground, Arceus floated silently, looking down as if it could see inside. A few minutes later, they entered the portal again, leaving no trace. Xiong Meng was unaware that the system introduction had just changed. Arceus, the only one the creator god. Height, as you wish. Mood, happy. Feature, multiple attributes, unique. Skill, omniscience. You're finally back. This simulation is different from what I knew. Inside the room, Xiong Meng looked at the dust covering his body and complained. It really does depend on reality, novels are just for reading. Please don't frame the system, host. Parallel worlds, resurrection, completing tasks and reaping experience and rewards, aren't these just simulations? Hey, that makes sense. Fine, I won't argue with you. Just settle the reward quickly. Rewards are being calculated. Task 1, completed. Task 2, completed. Received 110,000 points and a random level 4 skill voucher. Rewards have been placed in the warehouse. The host has been detected to have earned points. The shop is now open. You're guaranteed a simulation opportunity within 1 to 3 months. Participation will earn you redemption points, so don't miss out. Xiong Meng opened the warehouse and immediately saw the golden lottery ticket. The description on it said that it could not be withdrawn but could only be used. Click to use. Skill drawing begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained, good luck, special. Okay. Can this be considered a skill? What's the use of this level? Good luck increases your overall fortune. This is a special passive skill, so it doesn't have levels. Well, it looks pretty high-end anyway, so it's worth it. System, open my template. Xiong Meng, the only one. Height, 1.87 meters. Weight, 101 kilograms. Mood, happy. Characteristics, perseverance and flexibility. 22223. Level classification, beginner, proficient, expert, masterful, pinnacle. Xiong Meng looked at the chef with some nostalgia. Writing and typing were skills he had gained in his previous life, when he had done all sorts of things to earn tuition fees. Fortunately, I worked hard and had good luck, so nothing major went wrong. I made a lot of money from setting up a stall and writing novels. Looking at the system shop, it only has tree fruits and ores, and no skills or items yet. It's quite cheap, 10 points for a tree fruit and 10 points for a kilogram of ore. There are quite a few varieties, with dozens of different kinds of each. That's good. It saves money to practice with energy blocks. If you don't have money, you can sell ores. Suddenly I feel like the future is promising, which is great. Hera. WW. Take out 2 Pokeballs, a red light flashes, and a giant beetle and a floating duck appear in the room. Heracross, 3D dragon, well done. As soon as I came out, I touched Heracross's tentacles and then touched the little head of the 3D dragon. By the way, what changes have you all made? I'll make a note of them here. A golden light flashed deep within Xiong Meng's eyes as he unleashed his super counter power, his voice appearing in the minds of the 2 spirits. The 2 Pokémon were puzzled. They hadn't seen the trainer speak, so how could they hear him talking? It's nothing, just a special ability, like in the TV series. With a proficiency level of 3, he can freely decide how to communicate and also freely control special effects. The 2 elves instantly understood, and Heracross scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. Absorption efficiency has doubled, and recovery is faster, it seems so. Xiong Meng took out his notebook and wrote it down, then looked at the next person. I can store things in my body now, and the capacity is very high. The 3D dragon spoke in a neutral voice, then landed on the ground, where a pile of tree fruits, wine, and jewels and gold appeared before it. Seeing the pile of things, Xiong Meng, where did these things come from? The berries and wine were given to me by that guy named Qixin. He said he saw that I liked them, and he forced the other things on me too, saying that he would feel uncomfortable if I didn't take them. You gave it to me when you went out to enjoy the scenery. He remembered that after the initial seating arrangement, there was nothing else to do, and he thought he should go out and enjoy the scenery. Do you want it? If not, just leave it with me for now. No, I can't eat real tree fruits or anything like that, I'll just eat data. 3D Dragon shook its head, indicating that it would reward itself. Where is Heracross? Hera. He was already full, so he stopped eating. Alright, you guys play by yourselves for a while, I'm going to take a shower. Under the curious gazes of the 2 elves, the item was stored in the system warehouse. What else can we do? We can't go back now, so let's just keep it for now. Is Dad going out? I washed the dust off the room, went downstairs to pour tea, and saw a muscular middle-aged man. Wearing clothes clearly indicates that they are preparing to go out. His father in this life was named Xiong Biao. I heard it means to achieve every goal. The name proved to be very useful, transforming him from an ordinary person who knew nothing into the owner of a fighting dojo in the city. Yeah, there's a lot going on these 2 days every year. Your mom's already gone out. I'm sorry, I always have a lot of things to do on your birthday, so I can only have a simple meal with you and maybe have some cake. Haha, it's okay, drive carefully. TSK, how come you're so sensible? Xiong Biao rubbed his son's head, murmuring with a mixture of heartache and pride. My son has good grades, a good personality and character, and he is persistent and flexible in his work, which makes me very proud. But being too mature makes people feel sorry for her. She's not like the unfortunate person she is outside, so why be so mature? You should learn to rely on your parents more often. Yes, I know. Drive carefully. The dojos in Donghuang are different, they are positions with official status. The levels are divided into level 2 and level 1, and the review for each level is very strict. The standard for strength is the peak of level 2 elite and level 1 king. At the same time, there is also a multifaceted investigation into character and other aspects. After all, there are plenty of resources in this world. Tomorrow happens to be 1 month before the college entrance examination, which is also the time to receive your initial Pokémon. Since the initial Pokémon is related to the college entrance examination, this time of year is always very busy. Alright, I'll be going now. After seeing Lao Deng off, Xiong Meng returned to his room. Kick. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a giant rhinoceros beetle playing a game, using a gamepad. Hera. Although she turned her head to look at him, the movements of her hands did not change at all, they were so nimble that they left afterimages. Turn the volume down, you have school tomorrow. Hera. You said you had something for me. Xiong Meng saw the gift box on the table. Is this it? After opening the package, there was a bottle of golden liquid with a sweet aroma that wafted into my nostrils, my favorite kind of sweetness. Thanks. Hera. Heracross gently flapped its wings, continuing to carefully control its character. After looking around, I didn't see the 3D dragon. Maybe something happened. I sat down and took out my laptop. The effect of perceiving emotions has been enhanced again, and they automatically surface in my mind, perhaps driven by the power of the super restraint. The training methods need to be improved in the next couple of days, and the rewards also need to be changed. WW. A 3D dragon appeared out of nowhere and placed a small gift box and a USB drive on the table. Thanks. Curious, I opened the gift box and found a black bank card inside. I carefully put it in my wallet and carried it with me. He didn't even ask how much money was inside. He wasn't short of money now, and this sentiment was the most precious thing to Xiong Meng. WW. Okay, I'll take a look right away. Unable to resist 3D Dragon's urging, I quickly turned on the computer and plugged it in. We have successfully traveled through time today. We don't know the year, the place, or what we will encounter, but we must be extremely careful. Oh, the environment here is so beautiful. Let's send out the drone to observe and see what happens next. This 3D Dragon video is an hour long. No wonder it's made by a top internet creator, the speed is amazing. They also changed his appearance and voice. WW. Want to post it to your platform account? Of course you can. Upon hearing permission, 3D Dragon darted into the computer in a flash. Xiong Meng smiled and shook his head. He had started working as a content creator 2 years ago when he obtained the 3D Dragon. The main content is short stories written based on the author's experience in writing novels in his previous life, which are then produced into videos and released by 3D Dragon Network. They have a good number of fans now, several million on a single platform. Going to sleep. Tomorrow I'm going to receive my legally mandated starter spirit. The next morning at 7 o'clock. The muscular man wakes up. The muscular man stretches. After getting out of bed, I saw that the TV was still on and Heracross's little paws were still waving. Without paying much attention, he washed up, changed his clothes, and took out tree fruits from the warehouse for breakfast. I'm going to school now, don't forget to eat. Hera. The elf has a strong recovery ability, he's used to it, and it doesn't affect his training. As for food, there are energy cubes he makes himself. When I got downstairs and saw that there was no sign of anything being done, I knew that my parents hadn't come back last night. He put some tree fruits on the table and headed to school. In Dongzhou Provincial High School, Class 6 of the 3rd year, homeroom teacher Li Jianguo is explaining the arrangements for the next moment. There's still a month until the college entrance exam. Head to the breeding center to get your starter Pokémon. Yay! Finally, we'll have Pokémon. I'll definitely choose a powerful one. Rarity is less important than personal preference. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's words, the class immediately erupted in discussion. Li Jianguo looked at the classroom that had been turned into a vegetable market without stopping it, his eyes filled with nostalgia. After letting the students make a fuss for a while, he clapped his hands. Please be quiet, everyone. I understand how you feel, but I still need to say something about starter Pokémon. Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down and waited expectantly. Li Jianguo nodded in satisfaction and prepared to say what he always had to convey. So let's talk about Pokémon aptitude. Anyone want to answer this? The moment the question was raised, his teacher's instincts kicked in, and he instinctively looked around. Some students were full of confidence, some were timid and hesitant, and some were completely unmoved. Completely unaffected. Li Jianguo spotted the boy at the very back with a blank stare, tall and with a sunny face. His physique doesn't match that of a high school student at all, but he's relatively easy to accept among students with a lot of muscle definition. It's just that his gaze is a bit distracting, quite reminiscent of Psyduck. Xiong Meng, you answer this. No response. Everyone looked over curiously and immediately saw that intelligent look in his eyes. Puff. Everyone frantically suppressed the urge to smile. Here we go again, Circle Bear High-Speed Star. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the poke ball on her waist opened automatically, and a red light flashed. A brown bear stood nearby, its 1.9-meter height exuding an imposing presence, with a large golden ring around its belly. Once outside, he casually swung his arm, and a golden star shot out, striking his forehead. Clang! The sound of the collision echoed in the classroom. Even after experiencing it many times, Li Jianguo still couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone from a fighting dojo, their heads tough. The students nodded in agreement. What you're doing, teacher, is very dangerous. I'm only able to do this because I'm in good physical condition, otherwise, you would have been unemployed long ago. Xiong Meng touched his slightly red forehead and looked at the other person with a helpless expression. Don't worry, the other students aren't as stubborn as you, so there's no need for that. You can choose between daydreaming in class and copying homework or answering questions. He knew they were looking for laborers again, so he closed the shop panel and stood up. I choose to answer the question. He's a time traveler, and also an excellent student who deeply respects his teachers. That's right, that's exactly it. Find an opportunity to slip some spicy fruit into your bento box. Then tell me about Pokémon aptitude. This kind of knowledge is something that is specifically learned in university, but Li Jianguo is not worried at all. He knew that Xiong Meng liked to go to the library, and that he only needed to say a few words. Then let me share what I know. I read some materials in the library, which said that there was no classification of qualifications thousands of years ago. The earliest was 500 years ago. At that time, our country encountered a special situation, and it was also during that period that other foreign regions began to differentiate between qualifications. Talent is everything. Rare Pokémon will definitely have a better future than ordinary Pokémon. That was the main theme at that time. Until 300 years ago, the situation changed. The strength of the Eastern Empire and the fact that the commoner champion proved that battle skills, type advantages, the bond between trainers and Pokémon, and daily hard work are the key factors. Later, we dropped the term aptitude and replaced it with talent. Xiong Meng pulled out his notebook and flipped through it. Strong talent may represent the lower limit, but it certainly doesn't represent the upper limit. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, explaining things very clearly and adding his own insights. What Xiong Meng said is very good, and his final insights are also very encouraging. The students looked on with admiration, thinking, no wonder he's a top student, he even has his own insights. The qualifications are explained every year because serious deviations occurred at that time. In those days, talent was everything. Ordinary elves weren't even worthy of being called elves, let alone those born with defects. Li Jianguo, as a teacher, knew about it. It was a dark and hopeless era. Qualifications represent strength, strength represents resources, and the combination of resources and strength can create a monopoly. In some places, ordinary people never have a future, and rare elves are determined before they are even born. That was the theme of that era. Li Jianguo originally didn't want to say these things. In his eyes, the students were all children. But he wanted to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. We have always had the qualifications, and we have never denied them, but they are not an absolute requirement in Dongwang. Being born with defects is not a predetermined fate, being born at a high level is still something that can be caught up with. This is what our predecessors determined throughout their lives. There are no weak Pokémon, only useless trainers. So what if someone is born with a disability? The bond between trainers and Pokémon is always meant to break the mold. What I'm trying to say is that once you make a choice, you must take responsibility for it. Never do anything rash or irresponsible. Li Jianguo squinted as he scanned the area, his expression calm and resolute. I've been teaching for over 10 years, and I've only personally helped 3 students get accepted. I hope none of you will be like that. Many people were startled, especially those who had just said they were looking for rare items. Now they were even more hesitant and timid. Haha, I believe you're all good kids. The old teacher resumed his kind and approachable demeanor and checked the time. We're going to 2 classes at a time, we're the 3rd group. We'll start studying now. Perhaps because the pressure had been too intense just now, the students became much more obedient and quietly read their books. At the same time, I was thinking about which spirit I would form a bond with. Li Jianguo walked out of the classroom with a triumphant smile on his face. It's definitely quieter this way. Telling me in advance really helps, hee, it's great. Because there are many students, the number of people available at the daycare center is limited each time, so the day is the only time for picking up children. 2 hours later, the first group of students returned, followed by all sorts of elves. Some are worn on the body, and most are small and cute. The students who didn't go all looked on with envy, wishing they could go right now. You can go down and line up now. Li Jianguo walked in around noon and nodded in response to the expectant gaze. The students went down quietly and orderly, and 2 buses were lined up downstairs, with everyone queuing to board. A few minutes later, the vehicle set off for its destination. Full-scale training center, a national-level training center built in every city. It is the designated place to receive your initial Pokémon. Please register, then follow the volunteers. The loudspeaker kept reminding everyone that Xiong Meng had been assigned to register at gate number 10. Not far away, several female volunteers' eyes lit up. They were good-looking, had a sunny disposition, and were quite tall. Who's going? It's Sunny, I'm a little embarrassed. What's there to be afraid of? We're volunteers, and we're even seniors. It's normal for us to add each other as friends later. Hello, please come with me. While they were still discussing, a burly man of similar height walked up to them. Excuse me, senior, may I ask how I should address you? Haha, my name is Shijiang, just call me whatever you want. Shijiang, with his forthright personality, laughed loudly as he walked inside, glancing at the petrified group of people as he left. They've probably forgotten what time it is, they're still dawdling like this. No wonder they're all single. Dongzhao's all-inclusive cultivation house covers an area of 300 hectares, which is about the size of 30 football fields. It is divided into desert, ocean, forest, freshwater lake and other types according to their attributes. These venues are further divided into Level 1 and Level 2. Students can only move around in Level 2 areas, and they only have 1.5 hours, so try to choose your location carefully. Energy cubes and items that have no effect can be used, but they need to be checked. As long as it is legal and does not violate morality, it is acceptable to make good relationships based on one's own abilities. Okay, I have some energy cubes. Please take a look, senior. After saying that, the 2 entered the first area, the desert. Alligator ants, rock balls, black-eyed crocodiles, desert nymphs, ground squirrels, small geodudes, and even screw ground squirrels. Judging from their physical condition, they should be hatching, and everyone is looking over curiously. This human. I feel kind of comfortable about him. Receiving a Pokémon requires mutual recognition. Would you like to give it a try? Shijiang was somewhat surprised to see the elf's appearance. His major was in breeding, and the foundation of that was judging the elf's emotions. Judging from the elf's instinctive relaxation and curiosity, this student must be a good person. Let's think about it some more. I don't really want to make a decision so soon. Okay, let's continue. The next one is the forest, mainly inhabited by birds and insect spirits. Caterpie, Weedle, Electivire, Pidgey, Spearow, Murkrow, Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Snivy. Senior, is this also a starter Pokémon? Xiong Meng looked at the pincer and Scyther not far away in surprise. These 2 Pokémon were not commonly seen. Were they also starter Pokémon? The starter Pokémon need time to develop, but this one is different, it's uncertain who will bring it home. Anything that has just been born falls within the scope. After hearing the explanation, Xiong Meng understood and then continued walking towards the next location. I thought you were going to give it a try. He has absolutely no idea what the younger generation is thinking, such a powerful elf doesn't even glance at him. The previous guys would all give it a try, but this one just left. It's really strange. I've had a Heracross at home for several years now. Xiong understood, so it was true, then it wasn't surprising. Although you can't own Pokémon before becoming a trainer, that's all you can do. They are trained from a young age, left by their parents, and can be transferred to their name as long as they pass the assessment. Next is the freshwater lake area. You've already spent 40 minutes, and time is running out. You absolutely need a starter Pokémon, it's directly linked to the college entrance exam. If you don't choose well this time, you'll have to wait a week. Xiong checked the time and still gave a reminder. Yes, I will do my best. Xiong Meng knew that time was tight, but there was nothing he could do if he didn't meet the right person. He doesn't care much about rarity, he just wants something that catches his eye. The two arrived at a new area and encountered Squirtle, Mudkip, Oshawott, Whoop, Poliwag, Psyduck, Slowpoke, and more. Then we should have something like the little fire dragon too. Would you like to see the little Charmander? It's in a hot area not far away. Should we go there directly? Xiong thought Xiong Meng liked the little fire dragon, so he took out a map and looked at it. Let me take a look first, please wait a moment, senior. Something felt off, I had this urge to check it out. Hello everyone. He took out an energy cube from his backpack, it was something he had brought with him when he left home that morning, something he had made himself. Jenny. Lazy. Yupo. The elves weren't afraid at all and gathered around. Don't push, there's room for everyone. Xiong Meng accepted everyone's requests, handing out energy cubes one by one, and casually stroking his penis head along the way. Viewing is only permitted with the permission of those not affiliated with the user. Please respect the privacy of your sprite. That's right, there are conditions for viewing the system, only your own Pokémon can view it freely. However, the system follows the rules of Donghuang, and according to those rules, Xiong Meng is not yet a trainer. So he can't even watch Heracross and 3D dragons, he's really miserable. While feeding the animals, Xiong Meng observed them, wondering whether he should decide on one here. Okay, that's decided. Anyone who wants to come with me, food and lodging included, and free time after training every day. The baby sprites looked at each other, huddled together and whispered among themselves, and finally, Mudkip was pushed out. Jenny, Jenny. A Squirtle walked over, patted its leg, and pointed at the other person with an air of superiority. Let me see how he is. Xiong Meng squatted down curiously, observing with some confusion. Selling. The Mudkip let out a silly cry and stared blankly ahead. And then, it became. Xiong Meng, Epsilon. Mudkip, _. Xiong Meng, straight face. Mudkip, _. Okay. He's the one. The more I look at this little expression, the more I like it. This fish and I are destined to meet. Well, I recommend you change it. Xiong walked over somewhat helplessly and explained to the puzzled Xiong Meng. This Mudkip has a congenital problem, it becomes stiff when its abilities are used. Stiffened. Yes, you can't move when using a water gun, and you can't move anything related to your body. After Xiong finished speaking, Mudkip's expression remained unchanged, while Squirtle and the others looked disappointed. Several people had come before, but after hearing this, they all chose other elves. They thought the boy would do the same, but then they saw Xiong Meng slowly reach out and pick up the water leap fish. Let me check. It's strange, there's nothing wrong with my body. It feels smooth to the touch, the muscles are fine, and the eyes look very healthy. Come on, spray some water. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong stream of water rushed directly onto his face, the impact so great that he almost lost his grip. Wow, senior, are you sure this was just born? This can be guaranteed, it proves that it's the 8th day. 8 days. Xiong Meng was surprised, he had done his research, and this power was at least at the beginner level. It's important to know that newborn Pokémon don't have much power in their skills during the first 2 weeks. TCH. Mudkip let out a soft cry, its expression and eyes unchanged, but Xiong Meng sensed its apology. Get down and walk around a bit. The Mudkip lifted its leg and slowly walked around him, then started running. Let's go with him, I feel a connection with him. Won't you reconsider? No, let's go with him. Xiong wanted to try to persuade him further, but he was taken aback when he saw the look in the other person's eyes, and then he grinned. Okay, let's go register then. Selling. Mudkip bid farewell to his companions, and they hugged each other once more, exchanging their blessings. The registration area is inside. That concludes my duties. I wish you the best of luck in your college entrance examination. Xiong pointed to the college entrance examination registration area in front of him, then left. Let's go, don't lose them. Selling. He pushed open the door and walked inside, with Mudskipper following closely behind. Brother Bear. As soon as I entered, I encountered a student, who was a classmate and also an apprentice at the dojo. Lisong, have you made your choice yet? Curious, I looked behind me, but there was nothing there. Could it be something small? Look, Brother Bear. Bye. Lisong lifted his clothes, revealing a tiny Eevee hanging on his chest. Hee hee, isn't it cute? Yes, she is indeed cute, and it suits your personality very well. Although this guy is 1.85 meters tall and has even more obvious muscles than him, Ibrahimovic is definitely a muscleman. Mutant, huh? No wonder it's Bear Bro. I was trying to find a water otter before, but I didn't succeed. Alright, I won't bother you any longer. Brother Xiong, go register quickly. Before he could say anything, Lisong had already left in a flash, probably to show off. Xiong Meng smiled happily, followed the signs to the room, knocked on the door and went in to see an uncle. Hello, are you here to register? Yes, sorry to bother you. It's alright, it's alright. May I ask where the ferry is? The man was taken aback when he saw the Mudkip come out, then turned and shouted into the room inside. Comrade Lucario. We've got a job for you. The road. The next moment, a Lucario pushed open the door, paused for a moment when it saw Mudkip, and then waved for it to come over. Don't worry, it's just to check if there's any illegal activity and to have your health checked. The man took out a form and placed it on the table, beginning each necessary explanation. Dongwang stipulates that after completing 12 years of compulsory education, one can receive their starter Pokémon and take the trainer exam once they turn 18. Because in some areas, children as young as 10 go out on adventures, and out of 10, only 3 come back. Reality isn't an anime. It's okay for adults, but if a 10-year-old goes out, something really bad can happen. After numerous adjustments, it finally became what it is today. The road. After he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and Lucario put down the report and Mudkip. The man picked up the report, frowned upon reading its contents, and thought, so it really is that elf. Student, I need to make this clear to you beforehand, there's something wrong with this Mudkip. You need to consider a few things before you choose it. First, it's becoming more difficult to score high marks in the college entrance exam. Second, the situation is uncertain and could change at any time, which will likely affect scores in the training and combat subjects. The man knew this would hurt Mudfish's feelings, but he felt responsible for both of them, and making things clear beforehand would save a lot of trouble. It's okay, he's the one. Xiong Meng patted the little head of the water frog. So what if it really couldn't fight? He could afford to raise it anyway. At worst, I'll just play video games with Heracross. Each Pokémon has an ID card, you can't abandon or mistreat them, otherwise it's illegal. That's right, in the Eastern Empire, elves are equal to humans, and this has been the case for thousands of years. Xiong Meng was initially surprised, but later found it normal, noting that he possessed independent wisdom, was innocent and kind, and had exaggerated supernatural abilities. If we had a past life, the level of recognition and protection wouldn't be any worse than here. I know clearly the possible consequences of my choice. His gaze was clear and firm. The man smiled and handed over the form. Sorry, I've said too much. I think it's good, it shows responsibility. Haha, remember to rate it later. Don't worry, don't worry. The Mudkip fish beside him remained calm, its pupils reflecting the figure filling out the forms. Once the form was filled out and everything was confirmed to be correct, Xiong Meng left with Mudkip. You little one's legs are pretty fast, do you want me to carry you? Selling. Want to try lying on my head? Your hair will smell like seafood. Despite expressing their dislike, someone still ended up with something on their head. Road. Even if special spirits don't improve, they still get points if you treat them well, so why not say that? If you just say it out loud, someone will definitely take it back. If it's all about pursuing profit, problems will inevitably surface sooner or later. History has already shown us the answer. Haha, Comrade Lucario needs to read more books. The men went back to work, while Lucario remained lost in thought. On the bus, everyone had arrived, and they held the mud skipper in their arms to prevent it from hitting its head. Brother Xiong, didn't you think this through beforehand? Why are you taking so long? Several people gathered around the seats, curiously looking at the mudkip in their arms. Mudkip, _. Haha, this expression is so funny. That's right, they're almost as good as our Magikarp. One person patted the fish tank in their arms, and the carp inside blew bubbles. You're still thinking of getting the top spot in the breeding category by evolving Magikarp? That's not easy. The other person, holding the baby elephant, said with some helplessness. It's not easy. Anyway, I'll like it even if it doesn't evolve. If all else fails, I'll spend my freshman year nurturing it. After saying that, she looked into the eyes of Magikarp, her affection for him impossible to hide. Brother Xiong is much more reliable. His professional knowledge and combat experience are no problem, so his training will definitely be excellent. Although he said that, the person was not envious, everyone had seen the other person's hard work. You guys are no less capable, let's all work together. Xiong Meng also joined in the mutual praise, saying that the college entrance examination consists of 3 major subjects. These are the initial Pokémon training, the trainer's professional knowledge, and battle experience. As long as you do well in one subject, you can go to university. Besides the mainstream breeders and trainers, there are also archaeology, photography, coordination, and more. There's bound to be something you'll like. The team leader just said in the group chat that we can go home once we get back. Are you guys going to take the trainer's certification exam this weekend? Of course I'll go. If I pass the exam, I can have elves under my name. I'll definitely take it. In Donghuang, being a trainer is a profession. The beginner level is the ability to obtain a starter Pokémon and take the test before that. You cannot have any Pokémon under your name before that. Before this, participants cannot participate in competitions, cannot bring any Pokeballs, and their Pokémon can only accompany them outside. By the way, trainer certification is universal, so don't underestimate non-combat professions. You might just get an Elite 4 certificate. Then let's go to Brother Xiong's dojo to take the test. Maybe we can even learn something there. After they finished speaking, they looked at Xiong Meng, seeking his opinion. You can come to study anytime, and you can take the exam at any mall tomorrow. Convenience is key. Learning to train with Xiong Meng is very welcome, but taking exams is another matter. Even though there are dozens of spots and the results are all the same, the dojo is always packed every year. We'll talk about it later. Upon hearing this, the group immediately turned away, making excuses. Seeing this, Xiong Meng felt somewhat helpless, as the outcome was clearly already decided. Although there were already quite a few people before, there have been an unusually large number in recent years. When did the population surge so dramatically? It seems someone once said, the dojo has abundant energy, and those who pass through here can achieve great things. 2 p.m., Xiong Meng's house. A young woman with long black hair pushed open the door and walked in, looking exhausted. This is Wang Jingying, Xiong Meng's mother. Tree fruit. That kid must have prepared it. As soon as I entered the living room, I saw the tree fruits on the table, picked one up and popped it into my mouth. As everyone knows, the fruits of the trees in the fairy world are like panaceas, restoring stamina and removing various status effects. It tastes good. It's sweet and delicious, and the texture is great, but the appearance is a bit unfamiliar. But it worked very well. After taking one, my energy level improved significantly. Great. I wonder where they picked them. I think the elves would love them. As the manager of the East Light Hole Mine Nursery, her first thought was of the Pokémon, since a good berry is very useful. After eating, I instinctively picked up the pit to look at it, and then looked at it again. Why does this kernel look so familiar? The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. Thinking this, Wang Jingying took out her phone and opened the "We Are a Loving Family" group chat. Wang Jingying, photo.jpg. Wang Jingying, does anyone recognize him? He looks kind of familiar. This group consists of university professors and senior female students. She was just asking casually, with the intention of having a chat, and then continued eating after sending the message. Da-la-la-la-la. The phone rang, and when I picked it up, it was a senior student majoring in history. Hey, my senior sister is looking for me. Before he could finish speaking, the other person impatiently interrupted, "Where did you get that core from?" "What? Where did the core in your picture come from?" "It must have been my son who gave it to me, right?" Wang Jingying thought for a moment and said somewhat uncertainly. "You have a whole one, right? Take a picture and send it to the group now. Don't reject it, there's still flesh on it, and the pit is very fresh. Send it quickly." Suddenly, a long message made her feel uneasy, but she still sent the whole thing to the group chat. It also included a photo of half-eaten food. Da la 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 la. After I sent the message, there was no response in the group. Just when I thought nothing had happened, the phone rang again. "Junior sister, take the tree fruit to the cultivation room immediately, I'll be there soon. This fruit might be an extinct species, don't give it to me." The call ended right after I finished speaking, and I think I heard someone call out Dragonite at the end. Wang Jingying was stunned for a moment, then quickly put down the half she was holding. Sigh. "I just finished something and I wanted to spend some time with my son." "Oh well, never mind, the important things come first. It must be something important that they're in such a hurry to do. It's just a pity that I won't be able to see the elf my son chose. Ugh, it's so annoying not being the first to see this. This is my home, and it's your home too." Selling. Just as they were feeling sorry for him, the door was pushed open, and Xiong Meng's voice came through, along with some mysterious sounds. "Mom's back. This is Mudkip, now part of the family. Mutant, this is my mom. You should call her Grandma." Wang Jingying slapped her eldest son on the head. "Am I that old?" "Hello, it's nice to see you again." Sell. Mudkip knew this woman, she was the first person he encountered when he arrived here. "I knew someone would like you." Wang Jingying touched the fish fins and lifted the plastic bag containing tree fruits in her hand. "By the way, son, did you bring these tree fruits?" Xiong Meng was somewhat puzzled, but he nodded nonetheless. "If there's any left, don't eat it yet. We'll talk about it when I get back." "Are we going out again?" "Yeah, something came up." "Okay, then be careful on your journey." Before leaving, Wang Jingying rubbed her eldest son's head and departed feeling refreshed. A few minutes later, he pushed the door open again. "By the way, your father asked you to go to the dojo, there must be something he needs to tell you." After saying that, he left again. Xiong Meng went upstairs to check, but Heracross wasn't there, he must have gone to the gym too. The computer was still on, though. "Is 3D Dragon there?" WW. The big duck flew out of the computer, circled twice, and then happily flew over to the Mudkip after seeing it. "This is your predecessor, named 3D Dragon. This is a Mudkip, a new member of the family. Let's get along well. TCH. WW. Xiong Meng smiled at the harmonious scene, then turned his head and saw what was playing on the computer screen. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the long video that had been improved yesterday. The view count is a whopping 186 million. Xiong Meng gasped, this guy was a bit fierce. Keep in mind that this is a video that's over an hour long, and it's already this long in such a short time. Then come to another page. Tip, 667,890. Likes, 178 million. The comments and bullet screen messages were countless. The uploader is amazing. The video has been revised 5 times, including 5 major revisions and 38 minor revisions, since last night. A big thumbs up. Long Da's latest long video, no. It's a movie. It's not as exaggerated as the person upstairs said. At most, it's just about returning to our normal jobs. Great, this time it's not a short video, although it's still good, but long live the movie. To be honest, this should be the first time the image of the creator god has been definitively established, right? The person upstairs is wrong. People have been drawing the characters all along, but this one feels the most natural. Plus the paneling and the skill, it just feels like it should be like this. That's right, Long Da's strength has always been absolute, but this time is different, it feels like being there in person. Looking at the constantly scrolling comment bar, Xiong Meng patted the 3D dragon's blocky head. Thanks a lot. WW. For the sake of the trainer's future, this hardship is nothing. Selling. Mudkip couldn't see the computer screen and didn't know what was happening. It's a video, but I don't have time now. I'll watch it when I get back. By the way, I'm going to the gym later, does Porygon want to come along? WW. 3D Dragon shook his head and refused, saying the video wasn't at its peak yet and needed further observation. Then I'll go with Mudkip, you can continue with your work. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiong Meng suddenly remembered something. You'll be taking the trainer certification exam in the next couple of days, so don't wander off during that time. 3D Dragon stared blankly at the closed door for a moment, then flew happily around the room, circled twice, stopped, and plunged headfirst into the computer. WW. The Pokémon is about to officially become a trainer, so keep up the good work. Downstairs, wanting to get there as soon as possible, Xiong Meng took out his phone and called a ride-hailing service. 3 minutes later, a Growlithe ran up to me, 2.1 meters tall, with a two-person saddle on its back. Hello, are you Mr. Xiong? This is my land elf driver's license. After confirming, the older man in front handed me a notebook. After Xiong Meng checked and found no problems, he returned the fish and sat on it with the mud skipper in his arms. An elite-level Growlithe, no wonder it's so big. Haha, young man, you must be a high school senior. Is this your starter Pokémon? Yes, new family. Selling. The mud skipper cooperated by making a silly, cute sound. Haha, someone who treats elves like family is bound to have a bright future. Then thank you for your kind words, and the same goes for you, uncle. Haha, I love hearing that. I'm in a good mood today. Let's go for it. Wow. That's lightning fast. The speed of the Growlithe was already quite fast, and upon hearing the command, it ran to the highway lane, its body glowing with white light, and its speed increased even further. Haha, little brother, remember to give a good review. At the gym entrance, Arcanine's figure disappeared, leaving only the old man's voice echoing in my ears. Xiong Meng was used to it, this was how it was here, fast in the air, fast on land. I'm used to it now. The Mudkip was not used to it at first and was already lying in the green belt vomiting, although it only produced water. The grass was lush and green after the baptism, which showed that the water was quite nutritious. Are you all right? He squatted down, patted her back, and handed her a bottle of water with concern. She opened it and drank it down her throat. Sell. The Pokémon already has good recovery ability, a bottle of water works immediately, and it even jumps to ensure a boost. Okay, let's go then. Dongzhao Fighting Dojo, rated level 2, is a modern building, and its owner is elite trainer Xiong Biao. The interior space is divided into two parts, the front is for regular training and occasional use, and the back is for gym leaders to challenge and earn badges. Upon entering, I saw people tidying up the place. At a glance, there were dozens of people. Then I noticed his father was also among them. Master. Senior brother is here. Hearing someone call his name, Xiong Biao turned around and saw his son. Master, you were looking for me. Xiong Meng walked over and bowed respectfully. Calling him Dad here felt strange, like showing off their relationship, so he addressed him the same way everyone else did. Okay, let's go to the back and talk. Everyone, get back to work. Get ready for 2 days of training. Xiong Biao nodded, handed the things in his hand to someone else, let out a shout, and walked inside. Oh. Let's go. Push the limits. The two left amidst a series of angry roars. Mudkip was stunned for a moment, then slowly followed. Then he climbed up Xiong Meng's trouser leg and crawled inside his clothes. Here's the thing, could you keep an eye on the dojo for me for the next couple of days? If any challengers come, could you battle them? Don't the elves usually handle things themselves? Is something wrong? Xiong Meng was a little puzzled. The dojo master needed to be present in person during the assessment, so he was quite busy. But wasn't the plan already prepared? Why not just let the Pokémon battle it out themselves, since the referee is there anyway? Here's the thing, I passed the Heavenly King assessment, and I need to prepare now. Then just don't accept any matches. Why make me compete? I don't even have a certificate yet. Xiong Meng first understood, then muttered a speechless complaint. He used to work part-time, as a junior employee in front of the restaurant owner, but this job was on a rotating basis and didn't amount to much. We're here. Let's come in and talk first. The two had already walked to the back conference room, and when they opened the door, they saw an uncle dressed as a referee. Hello, Uncle Lee. This is the dojo inspector, who doesn't usually interfere in anything and is also the dojo's designated referee. Okay, please have a seat. Uncle Lee asked the two to sit down and took out a document, placing it on the table. Your dad must have told you about the Heavenly King exam, right? Xiong Meng nodded, and the other party continued. That's right, our trainer assessment is different, it's always been a level higher than the outside ones. It's not easy to begin with, let alone the fact that your dad passed the exam for a government-affiliated position, so there are many factors involved in the evaluation. The trainer's character, command ability, Pokémon strength, gym reputation, preparations outside the gym, and many other factors. The Heavenly King is a strategic resource, let alone the museum owner. After a dojo master reaches the Heavenly King level, the dojo can be upgraded, although there is only one slot per province per level. But having someone with enough ability is also very good. Uncle Lee, it's not that I don't want to, I just don't have a rookie trainer certificate. Don't worry, the application has been approved, and the exam will be in a bit. After Uncle Lee finished speaking, he pushed a document over. The document contained the preliminary assessment, and the answer to the question of passing was below. That shouldn't be the case. Who lets a rookie trainer participate in gym battles? They'll go crazy afterward. He has the skills, but certificates are a different story. When people see him, they'll see a newcomer becoming the head of the club and issuing badges. Oh wow, Xiong Meng has already imagined the frenzy online. It's alright, I have the documents. This time it was his father who pushed a document over, and it was approved at the very bottom. The distribution of special badges will be suspended for the next 2 days, while regular badges will be issued as usual. The situation will be explained on the official website, allowing challengers to make their own choices. Xiong Meng was taken aback when he saw the contents and asked curiously, "How did you manage to get it approved?" "It's nothing, I just sent over some videos of our previous matches. The old ones." Seeing that his son was still confused, Xiong Biao reminded him, "It's when Heracross was just becoming an elite." "Oh, I remember now, that one." Alright, that's enough knowing the situation. Do you agree or not? This is a rare opportunity, if Xiong Meng hadn't been so capable, the higher-ups wouldn't have agreed. Since everything is ready, it wouldn't be right for me to refuse. Let's give it a try. Alright, let's prepare for the rookie trainer assessment. Uncle Lee flicked his cloak, and a Hulk appeared beside him, instantly teleporting. The scene shifts, and the group has arrived at the battle platform. Next, I will explain the rules. Challengers and examiners will randomly select an exam sprite, and the score will be based on the overall behavior during the session. The maximum score is 100, and 60 is required to pass and receive a certificate. Start selecting your spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 platforms rose up beside him, each with 8 Pokeballs on it. Neither of them hesitated and picked up one at random. Aren't you going to choose carefully? What if it's a Magikarp? Hee, I can withstand attacks from Magikarp too, I'm not afraid. Ha ha ha, I won't hold back. Just don't lose. Beep. The referee's whistle interrupted the two, and Uncle Lee raised his right hand to begin his introduction. Next, let's explain the rules. This is a regular match on a normal dirt track. There are only 4 types of skills allowed, and each item can only be used once or only once. If either Pokémon loses its will to battle, the opposing Pokémon wins. Competition second, friendship first. After the introductions, he brought his right hand down, the match begins. Make your appearance. Thank you for your help. The two simultaneously threw out Pokeballs, 2 red lights flashed, and their respective Pokémon were confirmed. Ha! Just. Xiong Biao is the fearless boy, and Xiong Meng is the stone with arms, the little fist stone. Hee, I have too much of an advantage, so you can go first. Xiong Meng looked at the smug old Deng, squinted his eyes and didn't refuse. You think you're underestimating me? Then I won't be polite. Continuous use of circle. Defense increases by 1 level. Upon hearing the command, Geodude immediately shrank into a circle, its defense increasing dramatically. Don't think you're the only one who can buff yourself. Fearless Kid, use Gathering Energy. Puts itself into a vulnerable state. Pokémon in a vulnerable state have their critical hit rate increased by 2 stages. The fearless boy assumed a horse stance, and white light appeared around his body as it returned. Then let's continue. Keep using rocks for polishing. Refine your body to reduce air resistance. This can increase your movement speed for a certain period of time. The small stones rubbed wildly against the ground, their bodies becoming smooth and their speed increasing. After using it once, Bear Mark issued the command, Dream On. Use Brick Break. Upon hearing the command, the fearless young man rushed forward, ready to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. Geosphere, Dig into the ground, grab some dirt, and throw it straight ahead. Just. Upon hearing Xiong Meng's instructions, the other two were startled, and Xiong's father's heart skipped a beat. Upon receiving the command, Geodude's two arms instantly spun like windmills, and the dust it grabbed spread out in an instant. With his view blocked, the fearless Xiong Meng lost his target, and although he was a little flustered, he continued to charge forward. Fearless brat, abandon your attack. Retreat now. Dream on. Geodude, use rolling slam. After the impact, stop rolling and grab your opponent. Just as the fearless boy was about to retreat, a large stone ball shot out and hit him. The powerful impact knocked him to the ground, and after the fall, Geodude took over the riding position. Jump up and land hard. Unleash a flurry of punches. The command stunned everyone. Just as Geodude was about to make his move, Papa Bear quickly called for a stop. Hey hey hey. I give up. Little Stone was also trained, and he came down after hearing the surrender notice. Xiong Meng was somewhat disappointed, as he had wanted to see a more realistic, hand-to-hand combat scene. Although the damage isn't high, it's still fun to watch. If one side concedes, the challenger wins. Perfect score. This battle will be recorded in the system as per regulations. Congratulations to Xiong Meng for passing the rookie trainer assessment. Alright, I'm leaving now that this is over. I still need to update the official website and take these two little guys for treatment while I'm at it. Uncle Lee retrieved the Pokeballs and put the two Pokemon inside. Alakazam then teleported away. A perfect score isn't an exaggeration. Newcomer assessments are just a formality, as long as there are no major mistakes, everyone gets a perfect score. Are you going back now? Or are you coming to help? I help out every year, and I'll be doing it again this year. After watching the person leave, the father and son walked outside in tacit agreement. Did you encounter a suitable Pokemon today? Of course we met, so I came out to say hello. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue head popped up and climbed onto his head. Mudkip, for sale. A Mudkip, huh? It looks good. Let me see. I've got it. Xiong Biao nodded at the water leaper and took out a red ribbon from his body. This is a small gift for us. Keep up the good work. Instead of tying it on directly, he handed it to his son, since the other was the trainer and had just acquired Mudkip, so it was a good opportunity to build a bond. Bear took the ribbon and waved it in front of Mudkip. Shall we tie it now? Selling. After checking the location, Xiong Meng chose to tie it to his right wrist. After tying it, Mudkip looked at it and jumped onto Xiong Meng's head. It seems that Mudkip really likes this gift. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Now we need to get to work. The cheerful old man led the way, not returning to the hall they had just left, but instead arriving at a newly built area. There are no people here, only elves. This is the backup hall for this year, we'll be working here again. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Xiong Biao prepares a backup location every year. Without needing anyone else's help, the father and son always work together with the elves. Hercules of the Bear was also there, and upon seeing the newcomer, he quickly ran over. Yes, the exam is over. We'll talk about it when I get home tonight. Hera. When Hoodie came to help today, he said that he would only feel relieved after hearing the result he wanted. Let me introduce you. This is Mudkip, and from now on we're all family. Mutant, this is Heracross, your predecessor. TCH. Hello, Senior. Hera. Heracross touched his head, then turned and ran away. Just as I was wondering, someone ran over, still holding something in their arms, and placed it in front of Mudkip. It's a bottle of Queen's honey, his favorite food. Hera. Hercules nudged him, wanting him to try it. As soon as Mudkip walked to the side, a hand grabbed it. You're too young, this is too high in energy. We'll dilute it before you drink it. As Xiong Meng spoke, he placed the honey aside, preparing to go back and mix it with Moo Moo milk. I'm going to get to work first. You can play around here by yourself. You can call anyone if anything happens, okay? Selling. Seeing that the water-leaping fish agreed, Xiong Meng joined the Civil Engineering Brigade. After the event, the backup training area is usually left untouched, making it a good place for students or Pokémon to train. Seeing the trainer walk away, Mudkip looked around and slowly began to explore. The first place is like a samurai slashing a commander, with piles of wood laid out in front of him. A flash of light appeared, and the surface of the wood was as smooth as a mirror. Sell. Sensing the admiring gaze of Mudkip, Commander Slash carefully adjusted his posture to make sure he looked even cooler. Hey! A powerful, imposing ironclad warrior walked over, put down the wood on his shoulder, nodded kindly to the water leaper, and then carried the polished wood away. TCH. After saying goodbye to Commander Slash, Mudkip continued his adventure. Commander Porygon was somewhat disappointed, but he still waved goodbye and told him to be careful. Mudkip walked slowly, aimlessly, and saw the four-armed monstrous strength, the master weasel who moved freely on the roof beams, and Heracross who worked while flying. The blueprints were being reviewed by Zhihui, who was in charge of directing the operation. The father and son were helping out, along with many other Pokémon, each with their own specific roles. All of this intrigued Mudkip, and he ran around until the end. Ugh. It was Master Itachi, who had appeared beside them at some point, looking at Mudkip with a puzzled expression. Seemingly unsure, she scooped him up, held him in her arms, and nimbly left. When Mudkip realized what was happening, it found itself surrounded by two Pokémon, Ironhide and Orangutan. Udo. Master Itachi seemed to say something, patting Mudkip to indicate not to move. Iron Palm Warrior took it, touched it from the left and right, and then handed it to Witty Gorilla. The gorilla fan emitted a purple light, a psychic energy fluctuation, which it placed on Mudkip. A few minutes later, the fan was put away, and the elves gathered together to discuss the situation. The Mudkip next to him didn't say a word the whole time, just kept making a _ expression. Master Itachi, something's not right. I was just checking my body and it felt weird when I used the waveguide to examine it. Zhihui, he has no mental problems, he's a little guy with normal intelligence. Iron Palm Warrior, I am in good health and have a strong vitality. Master Itachi, that's strange. Could it be that my perception is wrong? Iron Palm Warrior, it should be. After all, you're just a novice in waveguides, so it's normal for you to be wrong. This has left Master Itachi completely bewildered. Could it really be his fault? Even if he wasn't familiar with waveguides, a celestial elite Pokémon shouldn't make mistakes, especially since the opponent was a baby. Zhihui thought for a moment and said, why don't we just ask them directly? If there's a problem with us Pokémon, we'll definitely be the first to know. Iron Palm Warrior nodded in agreement. Elves are different from humans, they can tell immediately if someone is feeling unwell. While Master Itachi was still doubting himself, Ash Blossom directly used telepathy. Little guy, is there something wrong with your body? Mudkip tilted its head, it's pretty good, except that I can't move when I use skills. Zhihui was taken aback, not expecting that something was really wrong, and quickly explained the situation. Master Itachi was immediately delighted, he had indeed sensed something was wrong. However, while he was happy, he asked for clarification. Come here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If someone applies, they will be notified. Otherwise, you are free to do as you please. Okay, by the way, what Pokémon will I use in the battle? Is it your second team? You already have the certificate, so use your own Pokémon to fight. Besides, your Heracross should have broken through by now, so it's a good time to solidify it. Xiong Meng thought it made sense. If you compare realms to game levels, then the way to gain real-world experience is through eating, training, and fighting. Energy blocks and berries will increase, and experience will be gained from training and combat. It's not surprising that old Deng knew, it would be strange if someone with such formidable strength as a king couldn't have discovered it. Hey! Just as Xiong Meng was about to ask for more details, Iron Palm Warrior walked over, with a Mudkip fish perched on his hand. What's wrong, old buddy? Faced with Xiong Biao's doubts, Iron Palm Warrior shook his head and pointed to commanding Wise Gorilla. Let me tell you, this is your son's starter Pokémon, right? Seeing Xiong Meng nod, Zhihui continued, this little guy is a bit special, do you know the situation? I know, you can only use water-based moves. When you use them, your body will freeze, and you can't use any skills related to your body. Xiong Meng shared what he knew, and seeing the serious expressions on the elves' faces, his heart skipped a beat. Was it really not that simple? Xiong Biao, standing next to him, also frowned. Physical skills were unusable, elemental skills were immobile, he didn't know how to do this. Okay, that's good. We just checked and have roughly identified the problem. To put it simply, this little guy is very talented. The nervous father and son, Without hesitation, Zhihui said what he had already thought of. The power of our Pokémon's moves is generally related to their strength. Usually, only their own type provides a boost, which can be understood as something they are born with. The second type is those who are born with special abilities, such as natural strongmen or those whose skills are naturally powerful, but ultimately it all comes down to energy. Xiong Meng thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "You mean the Mudkip's body energy is too high?" Seeing that Xiong Meng quickly understood, Hui Zhixing nodded in agreement. "That's right, the little guy has too much energy in his body. A normal newborn elf can leave the infancy stage in a few days, but he's only just left the infancy stage now. All Pokémon are born in an infancy period of 2 or 3 days, then enter the newborn period after half a month, after which they can battle normally. Yes, the report says today is the 8th day." Xiong Meng then realized something was wrong. The 8-day-old spirit was indeed quite large. "That's right, because our bodies are only just starting to adjust, and we came up with 2 solutions. The first thing is to evolve quickly. Enlarging the container can definitely solve the problem, but that would be a waste of this talent. The second is to wait. Pokémon are very adaptable, and high energy will continuously strengthen their bodies. Once they have fully adapted, their strength after evolution will be quite considerable." Xiong Meng understood. Hui Zhixing's words probably meant 2 things: choose between rapid combat power and promising future. Instead of rushing to make a choice, they listened to what Hui Zhixing had said and fell into deep thought. "The choice is yours, I won't interfere." Xiong Biao waved his hand, indicating that he would take responsibility for his own Pokémon. "Mutant knows now, right? What were you thinking? If you chose the first option, raise your left hand. If you chose the second, raise your right hand." He took the fish from the Iron Palm warrior's arms, stroked its fins, and said gently, "This is not a decision that one person can make, one's own opinion is more important. Sell." His hand, tied with a red ribbon, was raised high. His choice was clear. He knew there were other trainers who were not needed in the battle. Then, he will definitely be of help in the future. Xiong Biao nodded inwardly. The little guy had a great fighting spirit and would definitely be a key player in the future. The elves nodded in agreement, and the wise gorilla used telepathy again. "The little guy's choice is excellent. I recommend learning to master the power at the dojo. It will be of great help in both the use of skills and the enhancement of energy." Xiong Meng nodded gratefully and explained the situation to Mudkip. "Thank you, seniors. I'll need your help again later. Cell. Please take good care of me. Hey. Ugh." Iron Palm Warrior and Master Itachi waved their hands, and the Pokémon left. "All right, you should study hard during this time." He patted the fish's head, then looked at his father and said, "Is there anything else? If not, I'll head back now. It's all over now, you can go back now." "Oh, right, here you go. It's Heracross's Pokeball. The information is for the family, remember to change it later." Looking at the Pokeball in his hand, Xiong Meng suppressed his excitement and went outside to find Heracross. "It's all over now, let's go back." Heracross was also stunned for a moment, then quickly followed, his beady eyes turning into crescent moons. As I stepped out of the gate, I took out my phone to call a taxi when my call suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed above reads, "Mom." "Hey, what does Mom want? Where am I right now?" "I'm at the dojo entrance. Tell me to wait for you here." After the call ended, Xiong Meng stared at his phone screen, lost in thought. Something must have happened. I haven't been feeling anything exciting lately. Could it be a tree berry? Xiong Meng was right. The incubation house had already exploded, and his mother, Wang Jingying, was riding her 4 seasons deer at breakneck speed. A young woman in a white coat was frantically making a phone call. 3 minutes later, a white light rapidly approached from a distance, constantly overtaking even on the expressway. Leaving behind a group of dumbfounded veteran drivers, a new legend and numerous challenges followed. "Are there any more of those tree fruits?" The white light stopped steadily in front of Xiong Meng, and Wang Jingying, riding on the 4 seasons deer, went straight to the point. "There's still something at home." Upon hearing that there were still more, Wang Jingying didn't waste any time. "Get in the car." Faced with his anxious mother, Xiong Meng quietly retrieved Heracross, picked up Mudkip, and sat on it. Target, home. The 4 seasons deer is using high-speed movement. Ugh. With a deer's cry, Xiong Meng's vision began to recede rapidly, but there was no wind to affect it. As for the king-level 4-season deer, it's safe to say there will be no impact. It took only 3 minutes to get to my doorstep, twice as fast as my old friend Arcanine. Mudkip was already lying on the lawn, where the grass was growing exceptionally lush. Son, tell me first where you got these tree fruits. Answer me seriously, where did it come from? Just as Xiong Meng was about to go in, Wang Jingying suddenly stopped him. Looking at his mother's serious expression, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. All right, go ahead. If anyone asks later, just say you found it. Why? What do you mean, hey? It's something you found, no matter who comes along. Wang Jingying knew her son wouldn't lie, so his silence immediately meant something was amiss. There's nothing wrong with what I'm saying, and there's absolutely no problem within Dong Wang, but I won't say anything because it's inconvenient for my son. What if it's too troublesome? I need to prepare for the college entrance exam. Why waste time on this? Seeing his earnest mother, Xiong Meng could only nod seriously, repeatedly explaining that he was only put in because he had found it. Go inside, pick up your backpack, and choose a few different kinds from the warehouse to put in, preparing about 20 tree fruits. Here you go, it's all here. Okay, go ahead and have fun. I might not be back tonight. Wang Jingying took the backpack, and the 4 seasons deer that she had prepared beforehand turned into white light again and disappeared into the distance in an instant. After watching his mother leave, Xiong Meng picked up the mud skipper that was standing next to him and returned to his room to find that the computer screen was still lit up. 3D Dragon, I'm back. Hercules, come out. A 3D dragon flew out of the computer screen, and a giant beetle stood in front of him. Xiong Meng immediately clicked the release function on the Pokeball. He took out a deluxe ball that he had prepared beforehand from the cabinet and looked at the Pokémon with a serious expression. Just now, I passed my trainer's certification exam and finally officially caught you all. Because of the 18-year-old rule in Dongwang, Heracross and 3D Dragon are registered under the family name. First and foremost is Heracross. We met 3 years ago, and he was our first partner. Hera. Looking at the luxury ball in the trainer's hand, Heracross didn't hesitate and gently touched the switch in the middle. Without any shaking, it was perfectly captured. Next up is 3D Dragon. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. WW. Porygon took out the Pokeball it had captured, activated the release function, and crashed headfirst into a luxury ball. There was no shaking, a perfect taming. I had my dad get the 3D Dragon 2 years ago, and it took quite a bit of effort. Next up is Mudkip. Please take care of me from now on. Cell. Looking at the luxurious ball in front of him, he extended his right claw to activate it. To Xiong Meng's surprise, Mudkip was also perfectly captured. To achieve this, the spirit must have no resistance whatsoever, and no resistance in its heart. It was somewhat unexpected, but regardless, the first true capture was finally completed. He held up 3 Pokeballs high. I caught Heracross, Porygon, and Mudkip. The behavior was silly, but Xiong Meng was very excited. A strong, inexplicable feeling welled up inside me, like the relief of a dream come true. All right, everyone, come out now. By the way, 3D Dragon, you're quick, remember to go to the official website and change your status. With the final details explained, the Pokeball transformation finally came to an end. Mutant, play by yourself for a bit. I'll heat up some milk and honey water for you. In preparation for the initial needs of the Pokémon, Xiong Meng had already prepared food at home. Hera. Watching the trainer leave, Heracross, as usual, turned on the game console and patted the spot next to Mudkip. Is the young man proselytizing? Selling. Mudkip walked over and looked at the screen, his eyes filled with curiosity. 3D Dragon glanced at the two of them, then flew back into the computer, intending to change the family name to Xiong Meng's name. The video still needs some revisions, one more round of revisions and it will be almost done. Downstairs, Xiong Meng heated the milk, and while he was heating it, he took the opportunity to check out the sprites panel. Although it was available before, Xiong Meng waited until now for the sake of his so-called inner emotions. Heracross, the king. Type, bug, fighting. Height, 1.75 meters. Mood, happy. Ability, Bug Sensation. When a Pokémon with the Bug Sensation ability has less than 1/3 HP, the power of Bug-type moves is increased by 50%. Hidden Trait, Regeneration. When switched out, recovers 1/3 of its own HP. Arceus's transformation, he can continuously restore his stamina and accelerate nutrient absorption. Skills, Hold On, Swallow Return, Double Strike, Needle Missile, Sword Dance, Super Horn Strike, Close Combat. I'll see if anyone talks about Arceus now, isn't that incredibly powerful? Xiong Meng was stunned for a moment at first glance, then looked at it carefully, and after confirming that he hadn't seen it wrong, the corners of his mouth turned up. It can even modify and enhance hidden traits, that's what a creator god is like. How could someone be so brainless? I didn't understand, so I quickly checked the 3D Dragon stats. 3D Dragon, Polygon Elite. Attributes, General. Height, 0.8 meters. Mood, happy. Ability, download. If the opponent's defense is lower than its special defense, this ability will raise its attack. If the opponent's special defense is lower than its defense, this move will raise its special attack. Hidden feature, analysis, enhanced network data analysis capabilities. Arceus's change can analyze items into data and store it within his body, with a limit equal to his own data. Skills, poison, electromagnetic wave, curse, self-regeneration, triple attack, magic reflection, lock-on, electromagnetic cannon. After looking at the 3D Dragon stats, Xiong Meng had only one thought. Arceus is now his idol, he'll beat up anyone who dares to speak ill of him. The two hidden traits have either been changed or enhanced, which makes one wonder once again how things could have turned out so badly back then. No, I can't think about it. I've already gained so much, it would be impolite to think about it anymore. After the milk was heated up, I added the honey Hercules had given me, poured it into a cup, and served it. Behold my 100,000 volts. Behold my water cannon. Combo attack. Super electric water cannon. As soon as I entered, I heard shouts. Looking towards the source, I saw Heracross playing a two-player game with Mudkip. The mud skipper pressed down with its two little claws very quickly, clearly indicating that it was already cooked. Stop playing and let's eat. Impressed by the elf's adaptability, Xiong Meng hugged himself and put down beside it, then sat on it himself. Let's save this first and then play. Let's practice our fighting skills. Hera. Heracross was ignited with fighting spirit, and the two engaged in a friendly sparring match. Then it showed what a true king he was. Heracross's mastery of his body had improved, and the previously evenly matched Xiong Meng was completely overwhelmed. Come play as soon as you're done eating. After 3 rounds, he carried the Mudkip back to its original spot after it finished eating, then turned and walked towards the computer. It seemed as if they had made up their minds, and they didn't look back even once. I sat down at the computer, the data was still there. I glanced at it. View count, 1132 million. Donations, 3.28 million. Likes, 1,086 million. Xiong Meng habitually checks the comments. From last night until now, a total of 21 hours, Longda has made 3 major revisions and 26 minor revisions. I can only say Longda is awesome. Dragon is awesome. Countless comments flooded the screen, taking over the entire view. Beep beep beep. A miniature 3D dragon suddenly appears on the screen, trying to attract attention with its sound. As soon as someone looked over, a pop-up window appeared. Xiong Meng, the video has been edited, and I'm going to promote it heavily from now on. Also, many cinemas and manufacturers are contacting us, including some we've worked with before. I haven't refused them yet. What do you think we should do? This way of chatting has been going on for 2 years. Xiong Meng stroked his chin. We can cooperate, but remember to choose carefully. Don't cooperate with those who offer low wages or have poor morals. As for the price remains the same for existing customers, while new customers will receive 20% off the same specifications. Who would complain about not having enough money? It's a good opportunity to forcefully regulate the market. After all, some people are just really incapable, even if they have no shortage of resources. Okay, I understand. Xiong Meng is quite confident about the cooperation. In the past 2 years, he has not focused on improving his own strength, but rather on cultivating intelligent spirits. Otherwise, according to the previously recorded information, the 3D Dragon is now at the top-tier elite level and can compete with the Elite Four. Oh, right, there's another rather special private message. After completing the 3D Dragon dialogue, you are immediately taken to the private message page, which leads directly to the first message. Dear Longda, we are from the National Historical and Cultural Research Association. We are very interested in the details and color scheme of the creator god in the video. Would it be convenient for us to add each other as friends and discuss this further? The account sending the message has a gold badge and is certified by a national first-level association. Screech. Xiong Meng gasped, then thought for a moment and replied. I am very pleased with your appreciation, but I am also a little apprehensive. This is just a video, and I am not an expert in this field, so I may not be able to help much. Historical Research Association, not at all, Mr. Long is too modest. We have our own method of distinguishing things. We would appreciate it if Mr. Long could grant us a friend slot to discuss this in detail. He wanted to refuse, since he didn't have a good reason and couldn't reveal it to the system, but judging from the other party's words, they were probably just curious to take a look. Longda, I'd be happy to help if you don't mind, but please don't have too high expectations. After all, I'm just a small content creator. Historical Research Association, oh, Longda, you're being modest. How do I add you as a friend? Longda, please wait a moment, let me send it. Just send them the accounts that 3D Dragon usually collaborates with, and they'll add you as a friend instantly. It was an account named Xiong Meng, with a note indicating that he was a member of the Historical Research Association. After I accepted the request, the other party got straight to the point without any hesitation. Xiong Meng, hello, Mr. Long, do you have any specific information about the creator god in the video? I'd like to refer to it. Longda, there's not much to refer to, it's just decided based on everyone's preferences, after all, it looks cool this way. Xiong Meng, I see. Sorry, I was a little anxious just now. Longda, it's alright, I understand. Xiong Meng, haha, I know Longda is easy to talk to, and I'm also a long-time fan of yours. Xiong Meng, will Longda continue making videos about mythical creatures? Longda, it's highly likely, but the timing is uncertain. Xiong Meng, then I'll wait and see. By the way, I bet a lot of people are looking to collaborate with Longda. Don't agree yet, Mr. Long. We need to borrow some video clips first, and then we can discuss things on a higher level. Longda, I'm very grateful for letting you know that I can borrow the video. By the way, is it okay for you to tell me? Xiong Meng, ha ha ha, I was just getting consent. As for what came after, that was just my own opinion. Okay, I'll get back to work now. Remember to update as soon as possible, Longda. Longda, haha, I'll try my best. Then you go ahead and get busy, brother. After the chat ended, Xiong Meng turned to 3D Dragon, let's postpone the cooperation for now, let's continue with the promotion. Since a national level association is borrowing it, we should definitely make good use of it. Let's borrow it. Meanwhile, inside the Kyoto Historical Society office, a person could be heard talking to themselves. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Inside the room was an elderly man in his 60s, with an unknown A-type totem floating beside him. Is it possible that I'm misperceiving it? Should I try to feel it again? The two of them had just been talking, and the old man seemed somewhat disbelieving. A blue waveguide appeared on his body, and he asked again. We are different from other elves. No elf is more familiar with time and space than us. Although I have never seen the creator god, the information about my race tells me this. This is the creator god. The old man had no choice but to believe what the unknown totem said. After all, the other party had an academician level certificate. So, how did they find out? From where? Where you find out isn't important, what's important is knowing the specific shape. The unknown totem spoke excitedly, saying that things that were uncertain before were now certain. This is a major breakthrough in history. By the way, don't contact this person unnecessarily. If they get upset, you guys should make a video about it. After saying that, the unknown totem flew away. It needed to report and make an announcement. Maybe it used to be, but not anymore. The old man looked at the door that wasn't closed, and smiled as he looked at the chat history on his phone. Besides, I'm also a fan of Longda, and I'll feel bad if there are no videos. Xiong Meng was unaware of what was happening here, and so it went on until dinner time that evening. Didn't Mom say she wasn't coming back? After preparing the meal and feeding Heracross and Mudkip, Xiong Meng watched the couple enter with curiosity. Oh, it was supposed to be checked, but it didn't take much time. Besides, I've already lent them the 4 seasons deer, what's the point of them not coming back? Wang Jingying washed her hands, sat down, picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, and muttered something. The fruit is so fresh that a lot of data can be recorded directly. The next step is planting. But what does that have to do with her? The only thing she can do is let the 4 seasons deer use the grass field. By the way, I heard from your dad that you're going to help out these next couple of days. Yes, I'll help out temporarily. I've already understood. Okay, you can decide for yourself. Mom supports you. After she finished speaking, she glanced at a certain foodie and was surprised to find that this was the Heavenly King. It was unexpected, but considering my son's maturity, it's not unacceptable. After finishing their meal, the couple went back to their room to rest, while Xiong Meng took his tools and went out into the yard. Mudskippers need to stay at home for at least a month, they can't survive without a suitable pond. Hera. Once the location and area are determined, Heracross gets right to it. As it turns out, even without using skills, the Pokémon's physical attributes are more than sufficient. Hercules swiftly moved his 2 claws, creating a pond that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. The middle section is stepped, with the first layer being 30 centimeters and the second layer being 1 meter, allowing the Mudkip to choose the appropriate depth. The project is almost complete. I'll buy some water stones when I have time, then I won't need to change them when purifying the water. They shoveled the soil aside, then pulled over the water pipe and filled it with water. Xiong Meng and Heracross nodded in satisfaction. Selling. The Mudkip went to the first level, soaked in the water, and then climbed back up and let out a happy cry. Do you need to buy some aquatic plants or something? You can buy them online. Cut. I brought up the purchase page on my phone, and Mudkip came running over. There's a video introduction, if you like it, just buy it. Simply sit cross-legged, hold the Mudkip on your lap, and choose one yourself. He patted the ground beside him and said to Heracross, sit down, and tell me about tomorrow. Hera. Heracross scratched his head and obediently sat down. Will changes in hidden traits gradually alter one's personality? Xiong Meng silently pondered this question in his mind. Here's the thing, I'll be the temporary dojo master for the next 2 days, so it'll be up to you 2 old folks then. Hera. Even without using his super countering power, Xiong Meng could still sense the other party's enthusiasm. Muda went along too, so he could learn from his senior and try to master his power as soon as possible. Sell. I stayed in the courtyard like that until the Milky Way hung high in the sky, and every star was clearly visible. WW. The 3D dragon joined the group from above, squinting its eyes, and shook its body, causing a tent to fall down. Seeing the obvious message, Xiong Meng raised his right hand. All right. Let's go camping today. Hera. WW. Selling. Unlike the bustling courtyard, the couple by the second-floor window were very quiet, occasionally smiling as they watched the children playing below, and sometimes sipping tea while gazing at the sky. Xiong Meng woke up promptly at 6 a.m. on Saturday morning, got up and looked at the 3 guys next to him. He was sleeping soundly at the moment, and carefully stepped out of the tent without disturbing anyone. Take a deep breath of the fresh morning air, wash up, stand in front of the mirror, extend your fist and touch it to the person in the mirror, and smile. A new day begins, please take good care of me today. After changing into his workout clothes and 50-pound weights, Xiong Meng began his regular weekend workout. First, we'll warm up with a 10-minute 5 kilometers run, then head to the park's sports equipment to start the next step. After adjusting his sports watch, he set off immediately. Many people greeted him along the way, but Xiong Meng only left a faint sound before running away. I ran all the way to the park entrance, my clothes soaked with sweat. I stopped and looked at my watch, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. If I had gone all out, I could have gone up another gear. My world record in my previous life was 12 minutes and 35 seconds, but I can easily surpass it in this world. The times create heroes, and this is the upper limit of world creation. This time frame seems exaggerated, it can't even defeat a high-level Pokémon. Just watch and enjoy. Xiong Meng, walking towards his usual spot, was unaware that someone was already waiting for him there. Good morning everyone. I've arrived at the location we mentioned last night. The old man said a young man with good health will be coming to exercise this weekend, so let's wait and see. At the sports equipment area in the park, a young woman dressed in ancient costume is live streaming on her phone. The username on the screen is Xiaotao Dongzhao City Record. Although it's only 6:20 in the morning, many people are already staying up late or getting up early. Good morning, host. Good morning, host. Laugh so hard, I haven't slept at all. Staying up late is bad, but staying up all night is fine. Hey streamer, your city's gym leader is on break, but there's a new trainer temporarily filling in, and he's only taking 1-on-1 battles. Want to go check it out? I saw it too. There are gym leader and official documents in the back, so it should be fine. It's hard to say, who knows if he's a rich kid or something. Heh, so the person upstairs is implying they don't have the means to spend money, huh? Use your brain. Who can hide a problem now? Heh, who knows? Xiao Tao replied to each comment, "Good morning everyone. First of all, please don't stay up late or all night. Your health is important. As for the dojo and stuff, Momo will go check it out when she has time, then everyone will know what's going on. No arguing, or Xiao Tao will have the admins ban you." The young woman in ancient costume checked the time. It was almost the time the old man had mentioned. Sure enough, a person dressed in sportswear walked over. "Someone's really here. Let's all come and see." The figure gradually approached, and a sunny and cheerful-looking person entered the screen. "Wow, you're exercising so early. Judging by how much sweat he's drenched, it looks like we're going to have an early game. Okay, so you're all curled up now, huh? Getting up at 6 a.m. to exercise, huh?" Xiong Meng had already noticed people in the usual spot and originally wanted to leave, but then thought it wouldn't matter. People come here to exercise from time to time, but I guess they just come to exercise. Wow, she's dressed in ancient costume, and the style looks like Hanfu. Hey handsome. I'm a tourist from out of town. I heard from an old man that people exercise there in the mornings, so I came to check it out. Without hesitation, Xiao Tao quickly walked over, and then she realized the other person was so tall. She was 1.68 meters tall and only reached her chest, while the other person was at least 1.9 meters tall. No, does everyone just pick one that tall? Hello, welcome to our country. What can I do for you? Although he didn't know why he was looking for him, Xiong Meng still replied enthusiastically. Hee, it's nothing, it's just curiosity. Just continue your normal training, little brother. By the way, I'm live streaming right now. Is it convenient for you to show your face, handsome? If not, I won't record. Although they knew it was a privacy issue, they didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly started making fun of it in the comments. Hee, this guy's muscles are so defined, drooling. Wow, that's tall. Judging by your physique, you must exercise regularly. We want to see the sunny, handsome guy too. That's right, Xiao Tao can't keep it for herself. Xiao Tao already knew what her fans were like, so she waited for a reply without even looking at her phone. I don't mind, I guess you don't have much to record anyway. Xiong Meng was only thinking about finishing the training as soon as possible, so that the mall would open and he could buy a few water stones. Hee, then I won't be polite. What's your name, sir? My name is Xiong Meng, just call me whatever you want. Xiao Tao paused for a moment when she heard the name, and whispered, Xiong Meng. That's a pretty cute name. It's Meng, the Meng in sleep-inducing drug. He was used to the other party mishearing him. Hee, sorry, well I'll make you happy. Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng stopped walking towards the equipment and looked at the other person curiously. Hee, when you ask me where I'm from, try to ask like you would in a TV drama or martial arts novel. Faced with this request, he pondered for a moment, then immediately assumed the Bajiquan starting stance. I am the 18th generation successor of the Bajiquan lineage. It is truly fate that we meet today. May I ask where you are from, young lady? Seeing the other party's cooperation, Xiao Tao didn't stand on ceremony and half-covered her face with her right hand, Luoyang in the Central Plains. The strange accent made Xiong Meng unable to hold back. Ha, what an interesting tone. Hee, as long as you're happy. Are you ready to work out? Is it a good time to take pictures? Xiao Tao waved her hand modestly, and seeing that the other person seemed to be preparing to exercise, she picked up her phone and waved it. It's okay, I'm used to it. After Xiong Meng finished speaking, he started moving around, beginning with 10 minutes of stretching, during which his muscle lines were clearly visible. Xiao Tao next to her was treated to a feast for the eyes, and the comments were full of drooling emojis. Ah. Those thigh muscles, those broad pectoral muscles, those barely visible abs. This young man has such a great sunny disposition. His laughter just now was so cheerful. Girls. I really love this guy. I can't take it anymore, I have to share this. People started entering the live stream room one after another. When they saw the muscular guy, they all said he was perfect and started inviting more people in. Xiao Tao no longer cares about the live stream, she occasionally says a few words of welcome, but her eyes never leave the room. Is the little girl recording a video? Could you send a copy to your older sister later? The sudden female voice startled Xiao Tao, and when she turned around, she saw a lady. With a refined and elegant demeanor, the black coat draped over her body exudes a luxurious air. A faint fragrance seemed to waft into her nostrils. Xiao Tao blushed and waved her hand, saying, I'm not recording a video, I'm live streaming. Live streaming. This girl isn't a local, is she? Yeah, I found out about it by chance when I came here yesterday, so I came to check it out. Hee no need to be so nervous, if you don't take the picture, I will. The lady calmed the nervous Xiaotao down, took out her phone and started recording. Her movements were so practiced and experienced that she was clearly a veteran. Two beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, squatted together near the sports equipment area in the park, creating a beautiful scene. Xiaotao's face turned even redder. She was clearly there to do a live stream, but something seemed off. However, I adjusted the angle of my phone to make sure I was following the person exercising, and that's when I noticed there were more comments. That voice. Is it a young woman or a mature woman? Based on my decades of experience, that tone is definitely that of a young married woman. Live stream. We want to see married women. That's right, that's right. Girls can look at handsome young men, we want to look at married women too. As the comments started to increase, Xiaotao quickly lowered her voice and said, you can't just take pictures of other people without their permission. The girl's furtive movements piqued the lady's curiosity. What's wrong? It's nothing, it's nothing. Everyone just wants to see what my sister looks like. Don't worry about it. Seeing the girl waving her hands frantically, the lady tilted her head and smiled. I don't mind at all. Huh? Really? Seeing the somewhat disbelieving girl, the lady smiled and said, so, do I mind? No, then I won't be polite. Xiaotao slowly raised her phone. I'm going to pick it up now. The phone was slowly moved to the side, and everyone finally saw the young woman they had been longing to see. There was a brief pause, followed by a flood of comments. Mom. I really love this. Oh no, I'm in love. Don't worry upstairs, you're not alone. When Xiaotao saw these suggestive words, she carefully moved the screen to try and prevent the other party from seeing them. These subtle movements couldn't be hidden at all. The lady covered her mouth and smiled, then, seemingly noticing that it was almost time, pointed to the side and said, it's about to start. Remember to keep your phones handy. Aha. Xiaotao looked over and saw Xiong Meng finish stretching and walk to the equipment. The change of topic also made the men in the live broadcast wail. However, the following exercises include the horizontal bar, parallel bars, rapid one-handed and two-handed push-ups, sit-ups, squats. Each time he moved incredibly fast, and his heavy breathing carried into the live stream, prompting everyone to exclaim in unison, holy crap. This young man. Xiong Meng only stopped after half an hour. Before anyone knew it, the lady had arrived beside them, holding a glass of water. Xiao Meng, have some water. Is today all over? Thank you, Sister One. I have something to do later, so I'll be exercising less today. Sister One has been here for a while now. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention while I was training. He didn't know the lady's exact name. The way she addressed him as Sister One was something she had asked him to do. It's all right, go ahead then. Okay, thanks for the water, Sister One. A girl in Hanfu passing by said, have fun. Smiley face. Okay, goodbye, sir. After a brief farewell to the two, Xiong Meng hurried home, intending to take a shower and then go to the store to buy a water stone. That kid's not bad, is he? If you have someone like that around you, you should hold on to him. The lady suddenly appeared beside Xiaotao, and nodded seriously as she watched her departing figure. Ahem, you're joking, sister. I didn't come here specifically for this. Seeing the lady's teasing expression, she felt really embarrassed. Haha, Xiaotao has been misunderstood. Oh no, Xiaotao has become a fangirl. Sister, I'm reporting this. This guy was just waiting for this. Seeing the lady's expression in the comments, everyone started to gloat. Under the dual pressure of public opinion and reality, Xiaotao felt she had to salvage her public image. I really only found out by chance. I was originally planning to challenge the dojo. Since there was a dojo matter to attend to, why not resolve it ahead of time? Very good, that's me for you. Do you mean the martial arts dojo here? As expected, the other person needed her attention and looked at her with some surprise. Yes, it's not that the original gym leader had something to do, and the trainer being temporarily assessed is a rookie. I definitely have to go and see. Seeing the girl's insistent expression, the lady's gaze became even stranger. Didn't this girl do any research beforehand? She seems a bit naive. Don't forget to apply when the dojo opens at 9:30. I'm leaving now. The lady gave a brief reminder and then left, leaving behind only a bewildered young girl. Why did he suddenly leave? And his eyes seemed a little strange. But the other person had already left. Xiao Tao waved her arm and said, Big Brother has finished watching and is getting ready to find food. She exudes a youthful charm, but the live stream audience doesn't appreciate it at all. Who are you? Where are the handsome young men and the young woman who were originally streaming? Where's the management? Get this outsider out of here and give the live stream back. Seeing the anti-heroic comments, Xiao Tao pretended to be angry. You're all so fickle. What's wrong with this beauty? Amidst laughter and chatter, they walked outside, while Xiong Meng changed his clothes and headed to the store. Evolution Stone specialty stores are a special type of store, and in order to provide timely supplies when needed, they are open 24 hours a day. As soon as Xiong Meng entered, the hyperactive monkey in his work clothes came over. Hello, I'm here to buy some water stones. After explaining the situation to the other party, the hyperactive monkey led him across various evolution stones and finally arrived at the water stone area. Oh! When they arrived at the location, the hyperactive ape pointed to the counter and left, where blue gems were neatly arranged. It seemed as if there was living water inside the stone, surrounded by the scent of the ocean and lakes. Water stone, complete, qualified 20. Evolution stones also come in different qualities. Good ones are self-explanatory, while poor ones may result in insufficient energy and a decline in strength during evolution. Therefore, Donghuang has strict standards in this regard. Poor quality water will be broken down into water attribute fragments, which can be used for viewing or to improve water quality. Please fill 10 of these complete water stones for me. But the water stone would definitely be more effective. We can't let our children suffer, can we? With that in mind, I called the hyperactive ape over. Oh! The man with the overactive arm is a long-time employee and has seen this kind of purchase many times. He opened the drawer under the counter and took out 10 yuan. Passing by the grass stone section on my way to the counter, a refreshing scent wafted towards me. Grass stone, complete, qualified 20. Xiong Meng thought for a moment and pointed, saying, give me 5 yuan for this too. Yesterday, Mudfish seems to have bought some aquatic plants. They'll grow better if I bury them nearby, and they'll also improve the garden environment. The total amount calculated at the counter was 300 million, and I paid directly without hesitation. He knew the price. This was an officially inspected evolution stone, so the price wasn't expensive at all. Oh! After paying, the delivery person will take out a form with a note asking if you need courier delivery. If so, fill in your address on the form. After thinking about it, I decided to fill in the delivery form, since it would be really difficult for one person to carry it, and he knew it was fun. The hyperactive ape packed up and led Xiong Meng to the back, where several Pidgeots were resting. They knew there was work to be done when they saw the hyperactive ape. Boo-hoo. One of the Pidgeots came over, and the hyperactive ape helped it put on its saddle. After putting the box away, it walked towards Xiong Meng. It's okay, no need for help, I can go up by myself. He knew exactly what the other party wanted to do, and if he didn't stop them, they would be dragged up there. So he went up there with practiced ease and showed the location to Pidgeot. Boo-hoo. With a cry, the Pidgeot flapped its wings and took off. Ha-ha. That felt so good. I'll definitely get my pilot's license after I get my elite certificate. In the air, even a high-level Pidgeot cannot completely block the wind, but the wind blowing through your hair and ears is still a pleasure. Since it wasn't far, I got home quickly. I took the box down, took out an energy cube, and handed it over. Boo-hoo. This kind of thing is very common, and Pidgeot didn't refuse. He even managed to eat breakfast while working, which is great. It tastes amazing. It's like a high-grade energy cube. Boo-hoo. Pidgey buried its head, and when it came out, it had a feather in its beak and gestured to Xiong Meng to take it. A return gift for me. Thank you. Xiong Meng didn't stand on ceremony, took the feather and handed over some energy cubes. Boo-hoo. Pidgey happily accepted the power cube and flapped its wings to fly into the air. Xiong Meng looked at the feather in his hand, pondering what to do with it. Hera. WW. Selling. The 3 elves had already gotten up, and Heracross skillfully picked up the box. It contains water stones and such that I bought, I just need to move them to the edge of the pool. Xiong Meng put the feathers into his pocket, but what to do next was a real dilemma. This is a water stone, which can purify water and enhance the surrounding water properties. You are a bit special, so you only need to stay there for half an hour each day to enhance your perception. Otherwise, you should mainly stay in the dojo and your room. This is a grass stone, which can speed up the growth of aquatic plants. You'll have to take good care of it after you plant it. He didn't do all of this randomly. Evolution stones increase the density of attributes in the surrounding area, and Pokémon that stay in the vicinity for a long time will automatically learn skills. If you really want to put it, it's like leveling up. However, this is a passive increase, unlike the daily training of fighting spirits, which is an active increase. Mudkip currently has no shortage of energy in its body, and its physical fitness will continue to increase passively. However, due to its innate nature, it is no longer able to actively train. However, there should be some benefits. It's better to check the situation for half an hour beforehand to prevent accidents. As for taking care of aquatic plants, it's good for cultivating patience and for taking full responsibility for the plants you bought. Selling. Although her expression remained unchanged, still looking like a certain, you could clearly feel her joy. Xiong Meng also breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past 3 years, he has discovered that the mindset of the elves is very important, and it is very effective in battles and training. Judging from the current situation, there shouldn't be any need to change things, we can just nurture them gradually later. After helping Mudkip prepare the pond, the water stone and grass stone gradually came into play, and Mudkip happily swam around in it. Dinner's ready. Wang Jingying's call came from inside the house, and a person and several elves lined up to enter. There have already been 6 applications for the dojo challenge. Should we continue to open applications? Xiong Biao wasn't surprised, the badge issued by the gym leader of a rookie trainer was also recognized. Whether it's for the badge or something else, I'll definitely come and take a look. Xiong Meng was somewhat surprised, can't it be closed? Of course, no problem. Besides giving out badges as required, the gym's top priority is to teach challengers. At this point, Xiong Biao waved his hand dismissively, remember your previous part-time job? You were lucky if you could get 2 a day. Xiong Meng asked in confusion, huh? How come I've already applied for 6? Because you're the gym leader now, and it's not me who's asking for a battle. Well, so you don't care if I don't hit him. No wonder you're a father, you're a master at screwing over your son. Haha, just kidding, the applications are already closed, that's all we have for the past 2 days. Xiong Meng looked at the cheerful person with some speechlessness. How could someone so old still be so mischievous? There's a rest area at the dojo, so bring your things and don't come back around noon. Wang Jingying added that she needs to study tree fruits in the nurturing room all day, and it's better to be at the dojo when no one is home at noon. Then everyone go, 3D, remember to bring your things. WW. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the family opened the door, where the 4 Seasons deer from yesterday was already waiting. He looked unwell, and Wang Jingying touched him with concern, saying, what did those guys do? How did they get like this? It would have been better if you hadn't mentioned it, because the mention of this 4 Season deer made it snort. Xiong Meng didn't use his superpower and didn't know the specifics, only vaguely understanding something about a whole night. I was originally planning to take you guys along, but it looks like that's not possible now. You'll have to call a ride-hailing service yourselves. After Wang Jingying finished speaking, she went straight up, and the 4 Seasons deer disappeared from sight in an instant. The father and son were used to it, that was just how the wife, mother, was, and the family didn't need to worry about it. Then I'll call it the Dujali team, 2 people. Xiong Meng took out his phone and started operating it. A few minutes later, a man rode up on a Tottori, hello, are you Mr. Bear? After receiving the reply, I took out 2 pokeballs, and 2 3-headed ostriches appeared with saddles. Xiong Meng put Heracross into a pokeball, Porygon was in the phone, and Mudkip was too small to hold. Isn't that gym leader Kuma? Are we heading to the gym now? Today is the day of the rookie trainer assessment, I definitely have to go. It wasn't surprising at all that the other party knew Xiong Biao, after all, he was a dojo master. We can't delay, let's get going. After the 2 got on, the driver directed them to the dojo. Because of the 3 heads of the tuk-tuk, it cannot use the express lane, but it doesn't take more than a few minutes. Then keep up the good work, Bear Pavilion owner. Just go and wait in the back. There's a referee there, and Master Itachi and the others are also in the back. As soon as he came down from the entrance, he saw people moving around in the building next door. They were students who had come to find work. After Xiong Biao finished speaking, he quickly went over to help. They released Heracross to go with them, and when they arrived at the location, their master Itachi and Iron Fist Warrior were already training. "Good morning, everyone. We'll have to trouble you, seniors." After greeting them, he put Mudkip down and said, "Go ahead and learn from the seniors." Selling. After dealing with Mudkip, Xiong Meng headed towards the gym battle area. Just as he reached the entrance, Alakazam appeared beside him with Uncle Lee. Before he could speak, the other person grabbed him. "There's a good show. Come and see." When I came to my senses, I was in a room with dozens of screens and a few staff members in front of me. This was the monitoring room. But looking around, there wasn't much to see. At this point, Uncle Lee offered to explain, 5 out of your 6 applications are for self-media. These guys aren't after the badges. They're rookie trainers and temporary gym leaders, they get attention whether they win or lose. I've received word that these people will fight it out outside to be the first to get in. At this point, Uncle Lee laughed heartily, explaining that battles in the city couldn't be fought casually, they had to come in advance to borrow the space outside the dojo. This is going to be a good show. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Lee, but I think I'll pass. He wanted to watch it too, but he was a little nervous the first time and needed to prepare in advance. The other party knew he was nervous the first time, then let Alakazam take him to the small room next door. He can just come out when it's over. We can watch the video later. Okay, then thank you, Uncle Lee. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the environment changed again, and they were now in a room next to the venue. Who? After arriving at the location, Who nodded, and the 2 hot spring pools crossed and instantly teleported away. Looking at the prepared fruit and tea, Xiong Meng had a feeling that Uncle Lee had just wanted to bring him here. All right, eat and drink as you please, and the 3D dragon can move around freely. Hera. Hercules rushed over instantly, grabbed the honey inside, and started eating it. 3D dragon directly released the computer. He needed to pay attention to when the History Association would release the video, and then he would start promoting it directly. 3D dragon, work makes me happy. Ha ha ha, thanks everyone, I'll take first place. The dojo students faced off on the battlefield. Xiao Tao, dressed in hanfu, let out a queenly laugh, while the serpent lord beside her elegantly raised its head. 4 men squatted together, helplessly watching the people in the room. This woman must be at least an elite in terms of ability, right? Damn it, with this level of skill, they still want to be a streamer. What happened to them? I know this guy. His live stream name is Xiao Tao. He's a travel streamer. Oh, it's her. I remember she's already passed the Pokémon rating test, she just needs the trainer certificate. No wonder he's quite strong. He didn't lose unjustly. The 5 people present had just competed, and the winner was already obvious, not because the difference in their abilities was too great. Instead, since we all have the same goal, let's not keep you in suspense any longer and decide who wins through a battle. 4 men and 1 woman stood at the entrance of the dojo, looking at each other in bewilderment. One of them then took the initiative to make a suggestion. But how do we divide the 5 of us into groups? Faced with this question, the other men received scorn from the other 3 men. Do you think you can take this from a young girl? I'm not going to steal it. Let's begin. This lineup is clearly for a 2-person battle. The extra person is perfect for the little girl. After making their decision, the group headed towards the dojo to borrow the space. Xiao Tao, who hadn't uttered a single word since the beginning, huh? The live stream audience was overjoyed. Haha, these few are letting Xiao Tao have some fun later. They probably didn't expect that this woman's spirit was already rated as elite. This is so interesting. Xiao Tao hasn't said a word since she arrived. That's how it went. In the end, the victorious advanced fought against Momo. To save face, he released the Pokémon he had just fought, and the opponent immediately countered with an elite superior. That obvious aura stunned the men, and Xiao Tao successfully snatched the bargain. That's the funny thing about reality, the person you think needs help might actually be stronger than you. After the recollection ended, Xiao Tao knew she had gotten lucky, but luck is also a part of ability. Hee hee, thanks a lot, guys. I'll go in first. After confirming the registration information at the entrance, I followed the staff inside. The journey was very quiet. Xiao Tao asked curiously, aren't there any other short courses? She was referring to the dojo master, and the things he set up within reasonable limits, such as 3 to 5 guardian deities, mini-games, or challenges. Any action taken under safe conditions is reasonable. This can deter many newcomers, in the real sense. We haven't set a temporary gym leader, and the challenge slots for the next 2 days are already full, so we're just not going to do it. The staff explained and led us to the entrance of a building. We're here, just go in. After saying that, he left without looking back. The sight of the staff members' backs made the live stream burst into laughter. Haha, the other side is really fast. He walked away without looking back, as if he had made up his mind. Oh no, Xiao Tao is getting old and has lost her charm. Seeing the staff's decisive action, Xiao Tao couldn't help but feel that her charm had diminished, but she instantly flew into a rage upon seeing the comments. Who's old? They're still so young. No, I absolutely have to find a chance to show off my charm. With this thought in mind, Xiao Tao prepared to go in, and then, the door didn't budge. I tried again, but got the same result. He checked it with suspicion, then took 2 steps back in disbelief. What are you doing, Xiao Tao? Why aren't you going in yet? I don't know, why doesn't it open when I put my hand on it? Do I need a key? I remember that each dojo has its own rules. Xiao Tao has never encountered them before, so maybe the gate is the key. Damn, I just realized there's really nothing here, not even a door god. Ignoring the comments, Xiao Tao held her phone close to the crack in the door. Stop talking, just watch for yourselves. Everyone was completely bewildered and didn't know what to look at for a moment. What is Xiao Tao showing us? Is there something different about getting closer? I don't know, let me take a closer look first. Since we're so close, we must have discovered something. Let's take a closer look. The phone wasn't always stationary, it was constantly moving, which puzzled everyone. Until a comment appeared. I work at a finished steel factory. Why does this color look a bit like the ones I usually see? Now that you mention it, it really does seem like steel. Good heavens, could it really be true? Xiao Tao saw that the results were out, took 2 steps back with her phone, and then pointed the camera at the bottom. With a thickness of at least 20 centimeters, it's not easy to move even with wheels on the side. That's right. After Xiao Tao's careful inspection, it is indeed a steel gate. There are also signs next to it. Point the phone at the flyer next to it. Pokémon on the right, trainer on the left, push them apart together. P.S. A fighting-themed gym needs strong physiques, trainers must keep up with their Pokémon. Everyone was stunned when they saw the content. Sure enough, every family has its own rules. Didn't they say there wouldn't be any door gods or anything? Why are there still some here? The temporary gym leader probably didn't set it up, this gate should be permanent. There are wheels below, and many of the Pokémon have excellent physical attributes, so it should be a process of elimination. The person in the live stream was right, Xiong Meng had actually forgotten about the gate. On the other hand, the physical abilities of elite-level individuals are truly terrifying. Monarch Serpent. Charge and push away. An elegant elf appeared, its body glowing white as it rose up, using the impact to push the other side away. Thump. 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 The dark arena came into view, followed by the lights coming on, and a husky suddenly appeared, next to a person wearing a referee's uniform. Xiao Tao was about to ask if he was the gym leader, since some people like to play this game. The challengers have entered, next, please welcome the gym leader. Okay, I know it's the referee. Tap, tap, tap. As the referee's voice faded, footsteps echoed from the opposite passage, and a figure could be faintly seen approaching. Xiao Tao couldn't see clearly in the dark passage, so she had to zoom in on her phone to make sure the audience could see it. Great job with the live stream, kudos. Oh wow, this feels really oppressive. I wonder if there's anything there. As the figure drew closer, its appearance finally became clear. Isn't that the muscular guy from this morning? It really is him. Good heavens, the other party is the temporary gym leader. I don't know who it is, but with those muscles, he's probably not into a real fight. Xiao Tao finally saw him clearly and pointed at Xiong Meng in surprise, it's you. Upon seeing the other party clearly, Xiong Meng was also surprised. We meet again, have you eaten? I've already eaten. Xiao Tao instinctively responded, then quickly retorted, ah. Wait. Why is it you? Because I'm the temporary gym leader, where else would I be if not here? The other party was puzzled, and so was he. How could the gym leader not be here when there was a challenge? Ahem, enough with the reminiscing, let's get ready for the battle. Uncle Lee interrupted their conversation. Now, let me explain the rules of this match. This is a one-on-one badge challenge. Skill cap is 4, item cap is 1. During regular battles, you cannot attack the trainer. The player whose Pokémon is unable to battle wins. The rules are now over, the challenged player will send out their Pokémon first. Xiong Meng pulled out a Pokeball and threw it forcefully. I choose you, Heracross. Little Peach didn't hesitate either, pointing with her right hand. Monarch Serpent, go go go. Hera. Ugh. Heracross enters with a natural smile, while Superior gracefully glides into the center of the field. They look harmless, so they probably aren't very strong. Momo was misled by the beady eyes and the new trainer, and with a wave of her arm, shouted, Superiorth. Use Leaf Blade. A large green blade appeared on the tail of the Monarch Serpent, which slid rapidly along the ground to approach. Dual Swords. That hidden trait is most likely contrarian, are you underestimating me? Xiong Meng narrowed his eyes, and as the Serpent Lord's greatsword was raised high to strike, he shouted, Heracross. Block with a brick break. Bump. The tail collided with the white glowing arm, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before Xiao Tao could react, Xiong Meng's voice rang out again, splitter the tile and hit them back. Hera. Bump. With a thud, a figure flew out of the dust. Monarch Serpent. However, Superior is also an elite veteran. It adjusted its posture in midair and landed smoothly without causing secondary damage. However, the marks on their bodies were quite obvious, and Xiao Tao and the Serpent Lord's eyes were no longer as relaxed as before. Serpent Lord. Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm creates a storm with sharp leaves towards the opponent. After use, the user's special attack is greatly reduced due to the recoil. Ugh. The Serpent Lord's body sprouted numerous leaves, and it headed straight for Heracross. At the same time, a white light flashed across his body, and his special attack increased. Use the impact to dodge, then use the swallow return attack. Heracross used his thigh to leap to the right before the attack arrived, dodging and creating distance at the same time. Before it even landed, it flapped its wings to change direction, its body enveloped in white light, and charged straight at the Serpent Lord. Bump. There was no way to dodge when the skill was used, it would hit directly and interrupt the skill, and the leaf that had followed behind disappeared. Woo. The Serpent Lord couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, but still used its speed advantage to quickly get away. Xiong Meng did not allow Heracles to pursue, and remained silent with his arms crossed. Looking at the panting Serpent Lord, Xiao Tao's expression turned serious. There's no time to pay attention to the live stream, we need to think of a solution now. Good heavens, what happened in those last 10 seconds? A rookie trainer? You must be kidding me. A calm approach and quick reflexes, completely unlike a rookie trainer. This Heracross is no ordinary beast, it can keep up with Superior's reactions, so it's at least elite level. Well, so you're pretending to be weak to take advantage of others, huh? The viewers in the live stream were also stunned, they thought it was an evenly matched contest, not a complete rout. It's a complete rout now, but the opponent is completely dominating. Serpent Lord, use Grassy Terrain. Grassy Terrain transforms the area into a grassy terrain for 5 turns. Ground-based Pokémon recover health each turn. Grass-type moves also gain increased power. Wah! The green orb of light converged on its tail, slammed into the ground, and began to grow grass wildly, instantly covering the entire field. When Superior used Grassy Terrain, Xiong Meng didn't hesitate. Playing support, huh? Heracross, use Sword Dance. The white light appeared and then returned to the body, and the skill level was extremely high. In the time it took for Superior to use one skill, it used it twice. Heracross always remembered his trainer's words, when it comes to buffing status effects, just use them to the maximum whenever possible. Reality isn't a game, there's no such thing as turn-based combat. Xiao Tao's face turned green when she saw this. You're doing this twice, huh? Is this how you play games? But she knew it was reasonable, and now she could only try to come up with a solution as soon as possible, but she couldn't fight in close combat, and her ranged Leaf Storm couldn't hit her. She had one skill in her skill bar, and the other person had one. They were practically identical, but she felt like she was facing an elite assessment. While racking her brains, Xiao Tao's eyes lit up, I've got it. Serpent Lord. Use Leaf Storm. The Serpent Lord was puzzled, why use it when it clearly couldn't hit anything? Ugh. But Superior trusted its trainer, and the green leaf charged at Heracross once again. Just like before, dodge and use Swallow Return. Using the same tactic as before, Superior's skills simply couldn't keep up. What's going on? What is Xiao Tao doing? They probably want to add special attack, isn't there still one skill slot left? I don't know, I don't understand, just watch and see. The viewers in the live stream were also puzzled until Heracross was about to get close. Stop the Leaf Storm. Use Leaf Blade. Use the Super Corner Attack. The Serpent Monarch reacted quickly, but Xiong Meng's command came instantly as well. The white light on Heracross's body disappeared, and he reappeared on the horn, still incredibly fast. The two collided. One is a temporary change for a non-power type Pokémon, and the other is a power type Pokémon with a speed boost from Swords Dance. The result is already obvious. Bang. Bang. The serpent didn't even have 3 seconds to defend itself before being hit by the large horn, and its eyes floated up like mosquito coils after it landed. Beep. Battle over. Gym leader, please decide whether to award the badge, and provide a reasonable explanation. The referee blew the whistle immediately after Superior lost consciousness, which Momo found hard to believe. Ah. It failed. Wait, isn't this guy a rookie trainer? How come he's so strong? Everyone. I've found out. He's the son of Xiong Biao, the former dojo master. I see, then it's not surprising. No surprise, Ball. My dad's a gym leader too, how come I can't beat a near elite? Because you're bad. Bad. So practice more. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Just as everyone was discussing, Xiong Meng's voice came, shouldn't we recall the spirit first? Ah. I'm sorry. Xiao Tao realized what was happening and quickly put the Superior back into its Pokeball. Seeing that the other party had put away their Pokemon, Xiong Meng slowly said, your strength is quite good. You can adapt quickly and flexibly when there is basically no other way. But the sudden pause and the precise increase in volume made Xiao Tao instantly nervous, and she even spoke less in the live stream. I let my guard down at the beginning because I didn't know my opponent's strength. The first time, I even froze and didn't create distance in time. I knew he was a power-type opponent, but I still fought him in close combat. Which of these factors can't determine the outcome of a battle? The problem was stated in a serious tone, and Xiao Tao could almost hear the tone of disappointment and frustration, which instinctively made her feel scared. This made her instinctively straighten her posture, head held high and chest out, and say, yes. This completely baffled Xiong Meng. Why did he suddenly stand at attention? I just turned on the superpowered mode because I was afraid the other person wouldn't hear me. How did it turn out like this? Unseen by Xiong Meng, the super counter indicator on the system panel was flashing, and the word intimidate within the small frame was also flashing. Ahem, although we lost the battle, we still had many commendable aspects, so we can earn the Tasho fighting badge. Seeing that Xiong Meng had confirmed it, the referee announced it again. The result is confirmed, and the challenger will receive a badge. If you are dissatisfied with the result, you can apply for a second review. Hearing the result, Xiao Tao didn't relax, she still stood at attention and said, yes. Thank you for your guidance. Seeing the girl like this, Xiong Meng didn't know what to do. He could only go back to his room first. Xiao Tao only relaxed after she left and glanced at the comments section. That scared me, it felt like the person on the other end was a teacher. Same here. I thought I'd run into my old man, the one with the 7 wolves cigarettes. Agreed, but this guy's strength is absolute, and he's also quite good at teaching. Yes, that hits the nail on the head. I feel that Xiao Tao's revisions would improve things a lot, especially the second and third points. Yes, the outcome is decided in just a few moves when the players are evenly matched. Being careful will greatly increase your chances of winning. Looking at the constantly scrolling comments, Xiao Tao felt that there was something else worth seeing. Referee, where is the dojo's treatment center? Turn right after you go out, and you'll see it in a couple of steps. Using the excuse of asking for directions, Xiao Tao brought the referee over, revealing her true purpose. Referee, can I come and film later? Faced with the girl's cute act, Uncle Lee smiled slightly. It's fine normally, but now you'll have to ask the master. Alakazam, teleport. Several people suddenly appeared in the corridor, and Xiong Meng looked at them with suspicion. Didn't we already say that the badges aren't something you can get from me? That's how it is. Li Song explained the situation clearly, and Xiao Tao cooperated by putting on a pleading expression. Xiong Meng nodded, okay, as long as you don't take things out of context. Yay. Thank you, young man and referee. Uncle Lee waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Then I'll take you to the treatment center first. Heracross. Use super corner attack. Bump. Roar. As Xiong Meng gave the command again, the giant onyx in the arena collapsed with a thud. The challenger fell silent. No, is this really a rookie trainer? He suddenly woke up and turned to look at the audience seats next to him, where 3 men and 1 woman had entered earlier. Everyone from beginning to end. Goodness, no wonder he came in without saying a word, he was just waiting here, huh? Tactics are practically non-existent, command is entirely based on shouting, no one uses their brains, and the skills seem like turn-based combat. Are you playing a game? Across from him, Xiong Meng's incredulous gaze made him blush. I'm sorry, you did not pass the dojo exam. You can apply if you have any questions. Cough cough, it's nothing, it's nothing. Knowing his own appearance, the men didn't say much and quickly ran towards the treatment center. The people in the stands watched Xiong Meng's retreating figure as he went in, and then everyone left. Xiao Tao broadcast 5 matches live. The reality is right here, and the viewers in the live stream have already started to express their feelings. Do you think this Heracross is the original gym leader's Pokémon? You bet. He's still full of energy after taking down 5 of them. It really feels unreal. It's normal to have good talent, every year a few people emerge from it. After all, reality doesn't always follow reason. Indeed, judging from Heracross's unconditional obedience to orders, it's no one else's. Speaking of which, only the 2 of us got the badges, Xiao Tao and another guy. The pass rate was pretty good, and the reviews were also quite good. Yes, this guy is very competent. By the way, I remember there was another person here, but I don't know when he'll be called. Do not disturb, I am that person, I have already cancelled. Looking at the comments, Xiao Tao analyzed seriously, that Heracross must have been raised by its family since it was a kitten, its upbringing can be managed by its family. But no one can replace your combat experience. No matter how many videos and materials you watch, if you're not good at it when you're actually playing, you're not good enough. After saying that, Xiao Tao went outside, raised her right hand, and happily shouted, the battle is over. Let's start our lunch hunt. Haha, travel streamer X food hunting live stream. Eat, eat, eat. If I get fat and nobody wants me, I can have it. You're dreaming. We still want more. Seeing everyone's teasing, Xiao Tao laughed as she walked away. He, looks like I don't have to worry about not getting married. Go to the front desk and get the badge, a hexagonal, silver-gray medal with a fist pattern printed in the center. He showed the live stream to the viewers, receiving another bunch of congratulations and boasts, and skipped and hopped outside. Inside the dojo's rest area, Xiong Meng was recording the information and understanding he had just gained in his notebook, while Heracross was eating honey nearby. A few minutes later, Uncle Li pushed the door open and came in, with Hu Di following behind. Hu Di plopped down on the sofa. How do you feel? After saying that, she looked at Heracross and sighed, it's already come to this point, even though only 3 years have passed. It's alright, I actually think it's slow. He waved his hand dismissively at the praise for Xiong Meng, knowing full well that geniuses were never in short supply. Yes, that's the taste. I've always been humble since I was a child. Xiong Meng sighed helplessly as he watched Uncle Li making a fool of himself, and closed the notebook he had written down. Humility is a good habit. By the way, I remember there was another person who challenged me, when was that? That's definitely a good habit, remember to keep it up. That's what I came here to tell you. That person quit, so you have no one to fight now. Huh? Why did you cancel? Is it because they look down on new trainers? Or is there something else going on? At this, Uncle Li laughed, picked up a tree fruit from the table, and stuffed it into his mouth. That guy was a newbie who originally wanted to snag a bargain. He even watched the live stream to see how things went, but he was devastated after watching it. No matter what we say, no one comes to the live stream, so we just cancel it. Seriously, just for your post-stream summary, it's worth it. Uncle Li had only one opinion about this newcomer, an idiot. Xiong Meng thought it was normal after hearing this, since it's common for newcomers to be concerned about their image and not listen to advice. Should we reopen the registration? All the articles in the newspapers are gone, we can't just do nothing after that. It's up to you. There's a lot of interest in signing up right now, so I suggest you arrange for door gods, otherwise you won't be able to handle it. Thinking about the comments in the live stream and on the official website, Uncle Li felt that he still needed to review them. Xiong Meng thought about it and agreed. Fighting against the gatekeeper would definitely improve his skills, so it was worth it. Okay, I'll go find Dad later and have him recover. You can go now, it's lunch break, let's make it clear in advance I'll open this afternoon. Without further ado, they called to the two elves and headed towards the location. Uncle Lee grinned from ear to ear as he watched the retreating figure. What a promising talent. He's guaranteed a spot at the top of his generation. Alright, Alakazam, let's go rest too. Who? Using the teleportation skill, the person and the spirit left. How is Heracross feeling? Can you handle this intensity? Hera. No problem, I can play this match until tomorrow. Watching the glutton still eating honey, Xiong Meng pondered, realizing that the regenerative power was more terrifying than he had imagined. He ate quite a lot, which means he must have used up a lot of energy, but he wasn't afraid of eating a lot. The old saying goes that being able to eat is a blessing, and it seems that Heracross is a blessed spirit. He sighed and asked his phone, would 3D Dragon like to try a battle? You can give it a try, after all, you still need to improve your strength. Looking at the 3D Dragon's dialogue on the screen, Xiong Meng nodded to indicate that he understood. Next up, let's send in 3D Dragon. Hopefully, someone can get past the gatekeeper today. Not far from where Xiong Biao was resting, he soon saw the staff chatting together. But as they talked, their expressions began to distort, as if they had encountered something terrible. Use Super K to enhance hearing. You guys have no idea how explosive that was. A water type and a fire type went in for melee combat, and their mouths were practically welded shut, they wouldn't reveal their attributes or skills. Luckily, the ones I encountered before only knew two phrases, hit and get out of the way. I even asked if I could go up and fight myself, I'm speechless. What are these guys thinking? This is a new trainer assessment, but not all Pokémon are new. It's just a formality. These guys grew up with elves since they were little, they have all the information and guides online, how come they're so arrogant? As he spoke, his expression became even more distorted. Xiong Meng silently chose another path to leave, he had already found old Deng's supercrack. Inside the room, beside the battlefield, Xiong Biao sat looking at the roof, his muscular face full of melancholy and confusion. Xiong Meng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he stopped in his tracks, preparing to retreat. Sigh, son, what are some people thinking? There's everything on the internet. Even though it's been widely implemented, why are there still so many strange guys? Why does it happen every year? Have you really not had any contact with Pokémon for the past 10 years or so? You haven't even been online, have you? You don't watch anything if you don't participate in battles, right? He was assessed every year, and he remained silent every year. What could Xiong Meng say? He could only sit down and keep him company. Species diversity is normal. By the way, after EMO ends, arrange for all the gatekeepers to be put up. Sigh. I know. Training area behind the dojo at noon on a weekend. Master Itachi, Iron Fist Warrior, Heracross, Mudkip, and Kimaman are meditating. Golden light enveloped everyone, and they communicated through the connection of the superpowerful. Master Itachi, you must learn to control the energy within your body, you are all one. Iron Palm Warrior, perception guides the energy to slowly circulate throughout the body, accelerating the process of strengthening the body. Mudkip, yes. Heracross, yes. Xiong Meng, yes. Master Itachi and Iron Palm Warrior generously shared their experience, which was perfectly transferred to everyone under the effect of Super Counter. The gains from each effort and failure clearly flowed into everyone's hearts. Humans need to be selective in this regard, but elves don't, they really teach everything. Xiong Meng expressed his gratitude and began to try to guide Chao Ku to strengthen his body. It's all energy, so why can't I use it? As for whether it will work, I'll try it first. Guide, to travel throughout the whole body. The golden energy would linger briefly as it passed by, but after walking around several times, I didn't feel anything. Could it be that the method is wrong? No, the shared experiences did offer some improvement. The Iron Palm Warrior, who sensed Xiong Meng's thoughts from the side, remained silent. No, I teach elves, what are you, a human, getting involved in? But considering the package's special abilities, I'd still like to offer some suggestions. Why don't we try it on a small area first? If it works, the effect should be noticeable. Xiong Meng thought about it and agreed. He immediately prepared to try it and chose the wrist, which was easier to examine. I kept swimming until the inventory was almost gone, and when I could no longer maintain the connection, I stopped, opened my eyes, and twisted my wrist. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he could sense something was amiss. Oh wow, it really works. You'll reach that point eventually if you keep training, your special ability just accelerates it. Iron Palm Warrior was somewhat puzzled. What was so shocking about improving physical fitness? It's not surprising that his trainer can defeat a mid-level Pokémon with his bare hands. Xiong Meng. I remember now, the human bodies in the elven world are inherently abnormal. After figuring it out, the passion vanished instantly, and I honestly replied with, overstocked inventory. Speaking of which, is no one going to participate in gym battles? Yesterday afternoon was one thing, but you've been squatting here since this morning. Hearing Master Itachi's words, Xiong Meng fell silent. He hadn't expected it to be so cold after the gatekeepers were opened. Not a single person had managed to get in since yesterday afternoon. But thinking about it, it makes sense. No matter how much hype there is, he's still a rookie trainer. Veterans won't take him seriously, and newbies can't beat him. That little rascal is here. You guys, huh? As soon as you said that, Uncle Lee suddenly teleported over. What came into view was the light enveloping everyone, and the words they were saying instantly stopped, with a big question mark appearing above their heads. No. Is this a special ability? Xiong Meng stood up, and the golden light disappeared. Mutant is here, Heracross, follow me. Uncle Lee grabbed Xiong Meng's arm. Wait a minute, what was that special ability you had just used? It's mine, but it doesn't matter, let's get to the battle. Finally, someone showed up, and the promise made to 3D Dragon can finally be fulfilled. Uncle Lee didn't let go, shaking his head seriously. No, 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 this is very important. Never mind, come with me after the battle, I need to make a note of it. After explaining the change in environment and the rest area, Alakazam used teleport. I'm going out now, don't forget later, Uncle Lee said before going outside to wait. A few minutes later, the green light on the door lit up, indicating that the visitors had opened the door, and Xiong Meng strode out with Heracross. Everyone's here. Gym leader, send out your Pokémon first, then challenger, attack first. No need for all that trouble. Here comes Grimer. The person opposite him had a somewhat sleazy appearance. He was tall and thin, and before Xiong Meng could even throw the Pokeball, he threw it out first. I saw you in the live stream, new trainer. Who gave you the courage to become a temporary gym leader? You think you're invincible just because you got lucky and beat a few noobs? Hey, let me teach you. The arrogant tone startled him, and he didn't understand what was going on, but he figured he'd find out once he hit her. Here comes the 3D Dragon. A flash of light appeared on the phone in my hand, and an angular duck flew out. WW. He just heard it, huh? A lesson, huh? I'll smash your head in. So what if they're not common Pokémon? If they're not strong enough, they're no good. Mook. Use poison gas. Poison gas. Blow poison gas into the opponent's face, causing them to become poisoned. He paused for a moment when he saw the 3D Dragon, but remained very confident. Wow. Mud exhaled a large amount of purple gas from its mouth, which quickly covered the area. Seeing that the attack had been successfully completed, the other party laughed loudly. You didn't even know how to stop me. No wonder you're a rookie trainer. Sigh, the outcome is already decided, this is getting a bit boring. Seemingly annoyed that his mockery had no effect, he thought, you're pretending, huh? I'll see how you pretend when the referee says you've lost. 3D Dragon. Use electromagnetic waves. The figure rapidly approached through the mist, and a bolt of lightning struck Mud directly, the electric current flashing across its body indicating a paralyzing effect. What? How can it be so fast? 3D Dragon, use lock-on. The other party was about to give the command, but Xiong Meng had already said it. He knew that once locked on, it would definitely be the ultimate move. Use the electromagnetic railgun. Electromagnetic cannon, deals damage to the target. Paralyzes the target. Mook. Use protect. A beam of electricity shot straight towards them, but at the last moment a green protective shield appeared and barely managed to block it. But there was no chance to catch their breath. What followed was, one more electromagnetic cannon shot. Substitute. Substitute. Creates a substitute using 1/4 of your maximum HP, equal to the substitute's HP. Can block some attack damage and effects. The attacked Grimer split in two, and the stand was successfully used. Is it a substitute for poison? But the knowledge is a bit limited, they're not even familiar with 3D dragons and they're using it directly. Xiong Meng did not pursue, but waited as usual to see if the other party had any new methods. Mook was already panting heavily, and its trainer was no longer as arrogant as before. The opponent only made a few moves, but they're already on the verge of collapse. Damn it. Mook. Use a Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb deals damage to the target and has a 30% chance to poison the target. This effect is ineffective against Pokémon with the bulletproof ability. Wow. Just as Mud was about to attack with the mud he had gathered in his hands, a jolt of electricity shot through his body. Paralyzing effect. 3D Dragon. The last railgun. WW. This time, the electromagnetic cannon didn't dodge, it hit Grimer directly, sending him flying and turning him into a mosquito coil-shaped mess. Beep. Battle over. Challenger defeated. As the referee announced the news, the room's automatic purification system activated, and the purple mist disappeared. A 3D dragon, showing no signs of poisoning, also appeared, and the other party pointed at it in disbelief. How could he not be poisoned? This guy cheated. Is it possible that the 3D dragon doesn't need to breathe? How could there be a spirit that doesn't need to breathe? Uncle Lee couldn't stand it anymore and said sternly, "Challengers, please don't act unreasonably. If you have any questions, please search online. Please ask the dojo master whether you will issue a badge." He urged us to finish quickly, since the matter of the special ability hadn't been explained clearly yet. You must specialize in using the Poison Guardian, right? Seeing the other person nod, Xiong Meng continued, "That's a good tactic, and the Pokémon's proficiency is very high. But you were too arrogant, as if you couldn't possibly fail. Your mindset was also wrong, and you ended up getting really angry and frustrated. Sorry, you cannot obtain the badge." After Xiong Meng finished speaking, the referee immediately announced that the opponent took out a Pokeball and recalled Mook without saying a word. "So you suddenly awakened?" "Yes, it happened in an instant. I remember you understood Elf's words very easily, which is normal." He wasn't lying, it really happened in an instant. After taking notes, Uncle Lee asked, "Do you know the specific effects?" Communication between the large and individual, and a shared sense of longing. The effect is that it enables communication and a shared belief. Could you elaborate on the belief aspect? He had recorded quite a few things, but this was his first encounter with something related to belief, and he was a little unclear about it. Belief, it's a very special kind of belief. Xiong Meng realized that it was difficult to explain, so he simply experienced it directly. A sacred light flashed in his eyes, and golden light emanated from his body, enveloping Uncle Lee and Hu Di. Level 3 proficiency is so convenient, you can act as a middleman and open channels. I don't know if it's because I'm special or what. The power to overcome obstacles, the shared beliefs. I see, so it's because of this shared belief. Uncle Lee muttered to himself, feeling that the sensation he had just experienced was quite peculiar, as if he knew what Hu Di was thinking and feeling. "Oh, so that's why the snacks were missing. It was you." The other party stared wide-eyed at Hoodie, but Hoodie glared back without flinching. "Who? So what if you finished your snacks? I've been teleporting you around, can't you even eat a little?" "Hey, still not convinced. I'll deal with you later." Seeing Hoodie's arrogant attitude, Uncle Lee became even angrier. If he weren't writing something down, he would have definitely taught Hoodie a lesson. "Does it have any other abilities, like healing or something?" Xiong Meng shook his head. "That's all, that's about it." "Okay, I've made a note of it. You can go back now." Seeing that the other party was entering data, Xiong Meng asked curiously, "What are the benefits of this record, such as extra points on the college entrance examination?" "Don't even think about it, it won't add points, but the schools you apply to will give you priority in admission." Seeing Xiong Meng's instant disappointment, Uncle Lee added helplessly, "There will be a subsidy after the registration is approved. My friend will contact you then." "Oh. How much?" "He's not short of money, but nobody thinks he has too little. According to the comments above, the subsidies are different for each level, and you have to respond to the call when needed to receive them." "Okay, it's nothing, I'll be going now." Those with special abilities are few, but not extremely few, and Dong Huang doesn't necessarily rely on these people. Recording them will be beneficial, but the difference between them and ordinary people is not significant. What's the use of having talent if it's not being displayed? Does Dong Huang expect to open doors just because someone has talent? It's not that bad yet. Xiong Meng was unaware that he was pondering where to put the money and what to do with it. "Need a ride?" "Okay, I'll go to Mud Skipper's place." "Hoodie." The familiar feeling didn't come, instead, I turned around and saw a fox-faced man with an angry expression. Okay, I'll let it slide this time, but remember to top it up next time you finish eating. Hudi was finally satisfied, and with his 2 spoons crossed, he led Xiong Meng away. Uncle Li looked at the place they left in, shaking his head with a smile. Really, what a little imp she is, still throwing a tantrum. Thank you, Brother Hudi. Thank you, Aldebaran. Turning around, I saw several elves striking various poses, seemingly doing something I didn't know. Hey! Upon seeing Xiong Meng return, several elves surrounded him, and Iron Palm Warrior made a gesture. Activate your abilities. After roughly understanding the meaning, I activated Super Counter and connected with Iron Palm Warrior, who then explained the reason. Communication wasn't going so smoothly after you left, so this is a good opportunity to put the knowledge into practice and digest it. I was just trying it out. After saying this, the Iron Palm Warrior scratched his head and continued, I want to discuss something with you. Your ability is very useful, it allows us to quickly understand other people's experiences, so I'd like to bring the other old guys along. Fearing rejection, Iron Palm Warrior added, those guys have good personalities too, and your elf can come along as well. If I have time, I can, since you've always been so kind to me. Even if he didn't bring his elven bear, Monk wouldn't refuse. Heracross had been treated the same way before, and Leapfrog has been doing the same these days. As for asking for help, that's normal. After all, being able to communicate directly on a mental level is indeed much more convenient. For martial artists to know each other's everything is already a huge bug. Hey! Thank you, I'll go ask now. He was about to go and talk to his men when, as if remembering something, Iron Palm Warrior stopped in his tracks. That little guy can't join for now. Our approach is already stable, and we know how to leverage each other's strengths and compensate for each other's weaknesses. His approach is still undecided. For now, the focus should be on communication and physical conditioning. The little guy was talking about Mudkip, and since the older generation could decide on that, he continued to wholeheartedly agree. Iron Palm Warrior strode away, and Xiong Meng walked up to the water leap fish and picked it up in his arms. Hee, the cool and refreshing feel is so comfortable. How are you feeling? Have you made any progress these past 2 days? Selling. The seniors are doing well, they can already sense the energy, but they can't control it. That's normal. As long as there's progress, that's fine. Take your time, there's no rush. Xiong Meng lifted the mudfish up and suddenly realized that his expression was like this. This seems to be the first time I've seen it smiling. Before, I could only sense its emotions, and it was smiling as it held the fish in my arms and stroked its fins. A feeling of happiness and comfort slowly crept in. My son. Before the cozy moment could last even a few seconds, someone came over with a loud voice. I heard you awakened a special ability. And a really special one at that. Reluctantly, he put down the mudkip, looked at his hurried father, nodded, and said, it'll be available on Friday. I only figured it out these last 2 days. Hee, how's the result? Want to show it off? Xiong Biao rubbed his hands together and approached with a smile, hoping to regain his status as a father through his son, and if anyone said he was right, he would agree. There's nothing wrong with my son being willing to help. Besides, this isn't the first time. Some things become simple once they've been done once. Xiong Meng pushed away the large face that was approaching. I'm waiting for Iron Palm Warrior. He just went out to find the elves. Xiong Biao was sad. He wouldn't have known if Lao Li hadn't told him. But it worked well, otherwise Iron Palm Warrior wouldn't have gone to find his partner. They should be back soon. Right now, besides Master Itachi, the only other people at the dojo are Iron Fist Warrior and Super Strength. The others have gone out to train. In preparation for the King of Pop assessment a month later, he specifically sought out a friend to study with for a period of time. Sure enough, Iron Palm Warrior returned quickly, with only one monstrous strength behind him. Hey! Strange. Guile walked over and nodded, indicating that he knew and agreed. Well then, I'll begin. Superpower, activate. Golden light appeared around Xiong Meng, enveloping all the elves and his father. In the golden world, everyone floated. Xiong Biao moved his mind and approached the Iron Palm Warrior. The bond between them had long been perfected, and their beliefs were in complete harmony. A few minutes later, Chao disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes, and Xiong Biao, after reflecting on the incident, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. My son has the potential to be an emperor. You should watch less of those videos and be more normal. Alright, you guys continue your training, I'm off. Xiong Biao left with a big laugh. He had a lot to say to his old friends. It comes fast and goes fast, really. Putting his father's madness out of his mind, he started a new channel chat with Chowka. The Heavenly King-level monstrous strength is a veteran, with plenty of experience and resources. Son, I have a package for you. I put it on the sofa in the living room. As soon as I got home that evening, Wang Jingying's voice came from the kitchen. The seaweed for Mudkip must have arrived. I went into the living room and saw 2 packages on the sofa, one large and one small box on top of it. Why are there 2? Is the other one someone else's? I checked the name and phone number, and they were both Xiong Meng, but I was stunned when I saw the delivery slip. The larger ones are labeled as aquatic plants, while the smaller ones are not described but have somewhat unusual addresses. History Association. How did this end up here? Before the words were even finished, the 3D dragon flew out of the phone, a proud little expression on its face. Alright, no need to ask any more. Put the small box aside and pick up the large box. Mudok, come and see the aquatic plants you bought. Sell. The mud skipper scurried over happily and jumped onto the sofa with great anticipation. Haha, don't rush, don't rush. Upon opening, you'll find 3 water bags, each containing a piece of aquatic plant, along with fertilizer and some foam to fill the gaps. Xiong Meng looked at the introduction. The first one is a variety that is specially designed to purify water and increase oxygen. It grows quickly and requires frequent maintenance. The second one is an edible aquatic plant that looks like kelp. The last one is aquatic sugarcane. It is grown in water and will sprout to photosynthesize in the middle stage, with the quantity in the bags increasing from small to large. TCH. The Mudkip happily circled around in place, and then tried to grab it with its mouth. I'll get it. Upon hearing the trainer's words, Mudkip jumped down and walked outside, turning back to look at the doorway. Seeing his anxious little face, Xiong Meng smiled and quickly followed after him. Even before reaching the pool, the aura of water could be felt. Walking over, I saw that the water was exceptionally clear, and bird spirits were already drinking from the claws beside it. Will you do it yourself or should I? The Mudkip raised its claws, indicating that it would handle it itself. Taking small steps, it carried the first bag into the water, planted the water-purifying plants in the deepest part, the seaweed next to it, and the sugarcane in the shallow water. Then I picked up the grass stones that were placed next to me and put one next to each group of plants. Sell. Once everything was ready, Mudkip walked ashore, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. Great, now everyone can have snacks. We still need to study planting knowledge and can't let our guard down. During dinner, Xiong Biao told his wife about his special ability. Wang Jingying didn't react much and calmly offered her congratulations. It's as if whatever the son does or can do is normal. It's like they suddenly said they had to go to work overtime after dinner. Apparently, the previous berries have been confirmed to be suitable for some elves, and now they're preparing to try planting them. Xiong Biao suddenly said he had something to do and needed to visit a friend to see the elves, leaving Xiong Meng to cook for himself and go to school tomorrow. Xiong Meng expressed his understanding of their busy schedules and reminded them to be careful. Even after we finished eating and went upstairs, the 3D dragon ran back into the phone, and Heracross and Mudkip were playing games. Xiong Meng then picked up another package, ready to see what was inside. It's a top-tier association, so the things they give out must be pretty good. What could they possibly be like? 3 bees rubbed their hands together. Opening the box revealed another box, with a picture of the Donghuang National History Museum on it. I rubbed my hands together again and opened them. What came into view was a long cylindrical tube. I pulled out the stopper and poured out a rolled-up thing. Landscape painting. When you open it, you'll find a magnificent landscape painting with embroidered words on the side. The affection for nature will forever be etched in my heart. The following signature is from Academician A of the History Association. It doesn't seem particularly special, but the material feels really good to the touch, and it's extremely comfortable. Just as I was considering where to put it, 3D Dragon flew out and placed the phone in front of me. On the screen was Wu Zhuming's chat box. Wu Zhuming, Dr. Long, did you receive the gift? Long da, I've received it. The painting is beautiful, I love it. Wu Zhuming, haha, I'm glad you like it, Mr. Long. We don't give these out very often, so please remember to keep them safe. Long da, don't worry, it definitely will. Wu Zhuming, alright, I won't bother you any longer. Oh, by the way, The usual update request.jpg. Xiong Meng looked at the following words and didn't know what to say. Wasn't it just updated? Why were they urging him to update so quickly? He put the painting away, planning to go out tomorrow and frame it along with the eagle feather. He handed the phone back to 3D Dragon and casually asked, "How's the game's development going lately? How much longer until it's released?" When you're an infant, since you can't do much, you start thinking about the future. Besides your main job, you definitely need a side job. He then chose the elf game, but several years had passed before he was able to write it down, and he couldn't remember some of the plot details. But this is still useful, so I might as well write down what I can remember, hoping to use it later. 2 years ago, when 3D Dragon came out, Xiong Meng brought this thing out again, but it lacked too much detail and could only be made into a framework. Fortunately, during the experiment, it was unexpectedly discovered that it helped with recall, so we simply handed the search over to 3D Dragon. If we consider the time frame, it should be fine if we only modify the framework. WW. The 3D Dragon flew into the phone and entered the transfer page. Seeing the familiar pattern, it should be complete. After the transfer was complete, Xiong Meng opened the game. Professor Oak at the beginning was so familiar. After playing for a while, the plot was fine, and everything was normal except for the lack of music. Reactivate the hyperlink 3D Dragon and transmit the music deep within your mind. The mini 3D Dragon on my phone showed "OK" and then disappeared, probably to make music. How can there be such an all-around Pokémon? And with the super type, it's even more convenient. I can just send over the plot I want without even having to write a script. Xiong Meng once again praised Arceus, saying, "Greatness needs no further explanation." 3D Dragon was incredibly efficient. He returned almost as soon as I finished expressing my amazement, bringing with him the improved game. When I opened the game again, the familiar music, graphics, and storyline were exactly the same as I remembered. As he controlled the character, indescribable emotions welled up inside him, a feeling that made Xiong Meng put down his phone. Hera. There are enemies over there. Cell. Understood. The anxious calls from the two guys instantly shattered the feeling of just arriving. Ha ha ha. The sudden laughter startled them. Turning around, they saw the trainer laughing heartily. Although they didn't know why he was laughing, they were glad the trainer was happy. "Stop playing this game, let's play this instead." Xiong Meng went over and saw that the character was gone. He went up and imported the game from where he was. After finishing, he looked at Mudkip and said, "Don't stay up late. I'll go to sleep and you can go to sleep too." Sell it. Mudskipper nodded to indicate that he understood. The two elves opened the game, and were attracted by the novel visuals and gameplay. They were even happier after they learned more about it. Upgrade your journey, capture Pokémon, it's so much fun. Hera. We'll fight tonight, without sleep or rest, until dawn. Cell. Follow in the footsteps of your predecessors. Mutant is asleep. Heracross, remember to turn the volume down or wear headphones. Selling. Trainer, here I come. The betrayal of my teammates will not break me, and I am not afraid even when I am alone as an elf. 2 years to reach the elite level. It's slower than I expected, but I'm already quite satisfied. At the dojo, 17-year-old Xiong Meng was taking notes in his notebook, with Heracross beside him. Alright. Let's see how it goes. Hera. Having identified his target, Xiong Meng walked inside and arrived at the gym leader's training ground, where his father, Xiong Biao, was located. Dad, let's have a fight. I need to gather some information. Have you reached the elite level yet? Come to the back. After looking at Heracross, Xiong Biao understood the curator's experience. Then, looking at the notebook in his son's hand, he realized that he was probably preparing to record data. The test will cover 2 aspects, reaction strength and maximum damage. His son asked him for help, so of course he would help. Alright. Commander, prepare for battle. With a shout, a flash of white light appeared, and a humanoid elf in armor appeared in the arena. Upon seeing that it was Xiong Meng, he cast a questioning look at the trainer. He thought it was a challenger, so why was he hitting his son? It's nothing, I'm just acting as a sparring partner. Hera, thank you for your help, senpai. He usually trains at the dojo and has learned a lot from the other person. Commander Pai Zhan then realized that the opponent had already reached the elite level, and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the younger generation. Kada. Already an elite? Then come on. Since that's the case, let him see your strength. Heracross, prepare for battle. Use Swallow return to close the distance and execute the over-the-shoulder throw. Hera. Bang. Hercules, glowing with white light, rapidly approached and parried the commander's attack. The two spirits entered a phase of strength competition. Use all your strength. Hera. Commander Porygon felt the already overwhelming force increase again, then his vision receded backward, leaving deep marks under his feet. The bear behind was quite surprised. Although the Slash Commander was not a power type, under his training, the Pokémon were all equivalent to muscle men among their kind. Moreover, this Cleaver Commander was one of his main forces, belonging to the top tier of elites. Even for a powerful elf, this is a bit too exaggerated. Okay, let's stop for a moment. Hercules stopped, panting as he looked at the marks on the ground, his small eyes crinkling into crescents with laughter. Hera, I'm amazing as a trainer, right? Thank you for your hard work. I'll need to trouble you again later, Commander. While giving him a sweet energy cube to soothe him, he took out another energy cube and handed it to Commander Chop. Kata, it's nothing. Commander Porygon did not refuse, and while replenishing his strength, he thought to himself that this kid was really strong. That's talent. A one-sided limit can defeat many Pokémon. After delivering the energy cubes, the boy made notes in his notebook and stood up a few minutes later. Get ready to start the second test. This time, we'll mainly be looking at the normal limits. Commander, remember to be careful. Hera. Kata. Dad, attack first. I'll use hold on, then I'll use resurrection. Good tactics, but only if you can hold on. Hearing his son's words, Xiong Meng nodded in satisfaction, but reality is not a game. Here, even a caterpillar attack can cause some damage. The more likely outcome is that the defense won't be broken. This applies to many skills as well, there's a limit to how well you can hold on and protect. I believe in Heracross. She's my general. Hera. Alright. Commander, unleash your full power in this cleaving attack. Xiong Meng was also inspired at this moment, raising his right hand and clenching it tightly, roaring loudly. Kata. Following the trainer's command, Bisharp flicked its wrist, and a half-meter-long white light appeared. Bang. The ground shattered instantly with the force of his foot, dust billowed up, and his figure vanished. Only afterimages kept appearing around, completely invisible to the naked eye, clearly waiting to be prepared. Heracross. Use hold on. Hera. Looking at the afterimage, Xiong Meng sighed inwardly. Fortunately, his chosen strategy didn't involve chasing, and the situation was just too frightening. Even battles in anime aren't this intense, so how come real-life Pokémon are so terrifying? Kata. After Heracross was ready, a white light instantly appeared above his head, and a half-meter-long white blade slashed straight down. The two figures crossed paths. Commander Porygon was half-crouched on the ground, while Heracross did not use any signs of resurrection, but slowly fell backward. Xiong Meng wasn't surprised to see this. After all, how could a newly elite elf possibly withstand the full force of his main attack? Heracross. Sweet energy cubes for 3 days straight. The boy's voice resounded through the sky. Hera. Hercules' eyes were cloudy, but he managed to steady himself by moving his left leg. The backward fall was abruptly stopped, and a purplish-black light gathered around his body. But the direction was not determined, it rushed straight ahead, and its movements were so slow that even a commander in front of it could easily dodge it. Slay the commander. Take the hit by force. Just. The figure vanished and reappeared in front of Heracross, already in a fighting stance. Bang. The two collided, and the slender body of the commander of the Slash was sent flying. He adjusted in midair, landed, and slid a distance. Good. Great. Commander Porygon assessed his physical condition, the damage was not bad. Super strength. Get these two guys to the treatment center. Heracross had lost consciousness. Xiong Meng shouted, and Macamp, dressed in a gym uniform, stepped out. He picked them up in each hand and walked outside, taking them directly to the nearby treatment center. Commander Porygon tried to walk by himself, but failed to break free. The monstrous strength led the elf away, while Xiong Meng frantically recorded everything, and Xiong Meng curiously came over. Through practice, we have found that each Pokémon has a different focus, but the basics remain the same. Physical fitness, skill proficiency, and targeted training are all of paramount importance. In the Alliance's power ranking, elites are the most obvious first dividing line. Whether you're above or below, the gap is terrifying, but willpower is the most powerful means of fighting back. Rewarding yourself with something you like has a remarkable effect. Skill and technique training is very important and should not be neglected. Only when belief and body are in harmony can the most perfect state be achieved. Training methods are as follows. The boy suddenly stopped writing, and his father couldn't help but urge him, "Why did you stop writing?" "I can write whenever I want, but right now I need to prepare the energy cubes." "Where would you find these?" "I've observed that intimacy is always an important factor. Just keep a simple record, and you can improve it later. There are more important things to do now." Xiong Meng interrupted him abruptly, waving his hand and walking outside. "I'll give you a copy when it's finished." Xiong Biao paused for a moment, then laughed and strode after him. "Ha ha ha, that's right, let's go prepare some together." The next morning, Xiong Meng woke up to find Heracross still playing games. He checked the Pokémon's level and saw that it was already over 30 on average. "Well, you really played all night. Don't stay out too late, take care of your health." Hera. After gaining regenerative abilities, he became incredibly strong, feeling nothing all night. Xiong Meng simply said, as was his habit, that he shouldn't worry about the elf's health. "Go downstairs and cook your own meal, and while you're at it, heat up some moo milk for Mudkip. As for Heracross, just feed him honey and energy cubes. The 3D dragon eats whenever it wants, and doesn't need to eat when it doesn't want to move. It's incredibly fierce." I walked to the warehouse, took out my bicycle that had been sitting unused for days, and put the mud skipper in the basket. Destination school, let's go. Sell. The cool air felt on my face, and many breakfast shops along the way were busy, with many elves also bustling about. I encountered many students on the road and at the school gate, each with a little sprite, either hugging, following, or clinging to them. The few people who had already arrived in the classroom were chatting, and occasionally proudly showing off their friends. He didn't participate. He took Mudkip to his seat and quietly took pictures, remaining motionless except when someone came to greet him. He just quietly petted Mudkip, casually chatting about school matters and gossip. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the window. Turning around, Xiong Meng saw his old teacher's big face and quickly opened the window to let him in. "I'm not going in. Come down here, I have something to tell you." After saying that, Li Jianguo shrank back down. When he peeked out, he saw that Li Jianguo was riding on the giant spider Ariados. No wonder he could come out from here. He picked up Mudkip and went downstairs with a puzzled look in his eyes. When he saw him coming, the old teacher waved his hand and said, "Come on, let's talk over there." The two walked to the small courtyard one after the other. Li Jianguo sat on the bench and patted the person next to him, gesturing for Xiong Meng to sit down. "I heard you've awakened a special ability." Before he could speak, the teacher continued, "Your father and the principal were classmates in the same year and have a good relationship. They had dinner together yesterday. To be precise, it was your old man who suddenly came over, and I heard he brought a bunch of old friends to treat us to a meal." Xiong Meng fell silent. It turned out that he really meant it when he said he was looking for a friend yesterday. He had a feeling that his motives were a bit impure. How did our teacher know this? Could he also be one of our old classmates? Hidden. Oh, don't get me wrong, the principal is a big mouth and can't keep anything to himself. He posted it in the group chat last night. As if sensing Xiong Meng's thoughts, Li Jianguo revealed in advance why he knew. "Okay, I misunderstood. Why can't you be on friendly terms with the principal? You're so old, can't you be a little more ambitious?" Seeing Xiong Meng's disdainful look, Li Jianguo was somewhat annoyed but unable to refute it. In the end, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. To ensure absolute fairness, there will be no bonuses on the overall college entrance examination ranking, but there may be bonuses at the school level in special circumstances. But the information will only be released if you are admitted early. The school is currently conducting internal recruitment these days. Do you need to apply? Top students can skip the college entrance examination and participate in early admissions, and can be selected in advance if they pass the review. This in itself is a recognition of the students' efforts. Although the important moment of the college entrance examination is missing, it will be much more convenient. However, compared to entering school early, this process is definitely more interesting. Having survived hellish conditions in my past life, going through it again will be a new kind of enjoyment. Having made up his mind, Xiong Meng joked, "No, I'm still more interested in passing the imperial examination." "Yes, I think so too." Li Jianguo nodded. With your grades, you could go to any school, but the honor of passing the imperial examination is only given once, so you can try to make it. I'll give it a try, but I'm not sure if it will work. As long as you don't slack off, you have an 80 to 90% chance of succeeding. I know you too well. You're usually at the top of your class, but you're always slacking off. I don't know what you're thinking. Hee hee, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. He suddenly fell silent for some reason. He wanted to leave, but the teacher didn't say anything, and they remained silent for several minutes. Xiong Meng, you know about the final celebration of senior year, right? The final celebration, also known as the final farewell, is a sports meet and farewell party held in the first week of the last month before college entrance examination candidates take the exam. Because it was the last major event before the college entrance examination, many teachers relaxed their management, and it was called the final carnival. He definitely knew that, and he was even planning one last crazy adventure, so why bring this up? I know you usually hold back your talents, but even so, you've always been at the top of your class since you were a child. So, the teacher wants me to. Let me say it. Xiong Meng's words were abruptly interrupted. It was the first time he had seen his teacher's expression so complex. Sadness, frustration, anger, pleading. It's all very complicated. I hope you won't participate in the upcoming sports meet. Teacher, do you know what you're saying? I know. Teacher, whose idea is this? This is just my personal opinion. If I report you, you'll lose your job and your future will be ruined, you know that. So, tell me why that is. He knew his teacher's character. He was usually kind and approachable and never treated anyone differently. Why would he suddenly think like that? Li Jianguo suddenly looked up, but instead of disappointment and anger, he saw curiosity, which completely baffled him. No, this is the last hurrah for seniors. I know you're usually rational, but this is way too rational. Well, this is what I've decided, waby babalala, that's it. After listening to the teacher's words, I understood. He was too outstanding. His test scores could occasionally be something other students could show off, but in sports, he was truly merciless. There are 2 sports events a year, and Xiong Meng has participated 5 times over the years, always standing out. The most impressive one was last year's farewell party for senior students, where he completely dominated the older students. Li Jianguo's thought was that he had performed enough, and wondered if he could give some opportunities to other students. After all, high school only has one chance, and all the other students were suppressed by one person and had no chance to perform. I'm sorry, the students are like my children. Your usual rationality makes me feel I can say something, but you are also my student, and you only have this high school experience once. On one side are the majority, on the other are the minority. I never imagined I could be such a scumbag. I knew that once I opened my mouth, the situation would change, but I still said it. Li Jianguo tried his best to control his expression to prevent Xiong Meng from misunderstanding that he was morally blackmailing him, but the annoyance and regret in his eyes only increased. Actually, I'm fine. By the way, what seat are you assigning me? Li Jianguo looked up in disbelief. Huh? What did you say? You have to give me a seat, right? If I can't participate, at least let me watch the show. You can't expect me to take a vacation like the English teacher. The ability to prioritize the greater good over the lesser is a lesson learned across generations. He excelled in this in his past life and continues to do so in this one, so one more time won't make a difference. Haha, no problem, no problem, I'll arrange a seat for you at the guided tour. Xiong Meng nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Don't make decisions for my sake. You're smart, don't let me morally blackmail you. Faced with his teacher's concerns, he knew that talking would take a long time, so he chose to use his superhuman strength. With Chowka's help, Li Jianguo finally confirmed that his student was not unhappy at all. The gloom in his heart dissipated, and a kind smile returned to his face. You're a great student, very good. I'm heading back to my office now, you should go home early too. Unlike his somewhat stiff steps when he arrived, he now walks with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of open-mindedness. Selling. Mudkip looked puzzled. What had just been said seemed very important, so why would the trainer give up so easily? Xiong Meng offered his own explanation. It's great to stand out in practice, but it's also good to be remembered by everyone for voluntarily making concessions. Ring ring. The school bell rang, and the teacher walked in with a serious expression. The students instinctively sat up straight. Next, I'll talk about the school's new arrangements. In order to prepare for the college entrance examination, the daily study time will be changed. Originally, there were 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon, for a total of 6 hours, plus 2 hours of club activities. Now, the afternoon club activities have been replaced with study time. Ah. No. 8 hours a day with no club activities, how can I stand this? No. Teacher, say it's fake. As soon as Li Jianguo finished speaking, the classroom erupted in wailing and howling. All right, stop howling for a bit. Let me finish what I have to say. It's about the final celebration. The classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone stood up straight as if it had nothing to do with them. Li Jianguo was already used to it, and said slowly with a smile, to boost the students' morale, we will hold a 2-day sports meet this Thursday and Friday, and a bonfire party on Friday night. This week is your final farewell party, so show your youth to the fullest at the sports meet. Oh my God. We've waited for this. Yay. Our school is invincible, and our homeroom teacher is invincible. Haha, I absolutely have to get confessed to at the bonfire party. Haha, it's easy for others to do well in the sports meet, but it's not so easy for them. The first place is always the most outstanding, and fewer people are chosen after that. Slap slap slap. Li Jianguo asked everyone to be quiet again, and after the silence, he spoke his final words. Xiong Meng will participate in this sports meet as a commentator. A long silence followed, and everyone seemed somewhat incredulous, until someone raised their hand and spoke. Does the teacher mean that Brother Xiong isn't participating in the sports meet? Before Li Jianguo could speak, Xiong Meng interrupted, who said I'm not participating. I'm the commentator, okay. What's the difference between that and not participating? That's right. The sports meet is for students, and Brother Xiong is a student too, right? Xiong Meng shook his head, no, they're different in nature. What's the difference? I've experienced almost all the glamour of sports, but I've never been a commentator. Xiong Meng stood up, his expression unchanged, and continued, has anyone surpassed me in these 3 years of sports? This is the last time, I want to try something else. The excited student calmed down instantly. Thinking about it carefully, it's true that this person didn't really have much fun during the exercise. So, this was Xiong Meng's own decision. A female student came out and asked expressionlessly. I never thought I'd get the job. I was the one who asked first, and it just so happened that Xiong Meng agreed. When the old teacher stepped forward to speak, Xiong Meng was a little confused. Xiong Meng, I've already told you what I'm going out to do. Li Jianguo, it was my idea to make the students take on everything. As a teacher, he's not that bad. Haha, I see, it was just a coincidence. It startled us. We thought Brother Xiong had gone too far and had been broken up. That's right, it's Brother Xiong's own idea, so let's not say anything more. Yeah, it's a bit of a pity, but the commentary had its own unique charm, hee. Ah. Something's off with you, sis. With the confirmation of 2 people, everyone relaxed and started chatting and laughing. Li Jianguo also breathed a sigh of relief and asked everyone to be quiet again. All right, there's still a lot to arrange. Although there are 2 activities, we can't skip classes, so we can only prepare after school this afternoon. Don't worry about the sports meet. The main thing is the bonfire party, which is only for senior high school students. It's organized by class and everyone needs to work together. So, is there anyone interested in being in charge? Everyone looked at the person sitting by the window in the back row. He used to be in charge of all the events, and he directed them incredibly quickly and smoothly, so everyone instinctively looked over. Xiong Meng. Then Xiong Meng will take charge. Come to the office during your lunch break to plan out a bonfire sketch. After finishing his business, he resumed class as usual. During the lunch break, Xiong Meng was about to go to the office, but he was stopped at the corner of the corridor. It was the girl who had spoken in the classroom earlier. She had a healthy complexion and the marks of exercise, and her short hair gave her a neat and tidy look. Why did Xiong Meng become a commentator? Can you tell me the real reason? He looked at the earnest girl with a headache. This girl was the class monitor with a stubborn personality, and because of her family's financial situation, she was particularly difficult to fool. But his experience from 2 lifetimes allowed him to instantly come up with a solution. I prefer sharing joy with others rather than enjoying it alone. This is your last chance, and I want to ensure that your youth is without regrets. Xiong Meng brushed past the girl, his cool voice reaching her ears. Grand principles may not be suitable for high school students, but being a bit immature and cool is very suitable, at least that's what he thinks. However, Xiong Meng overlooked one thing: children in developed countries generally mature earlier, let alone children in the elf world. He assumed the girl was stunned by her silence, but actually, her expression was like this. She understood what he meant, but why would Xiong Meng say that? Didn't he feel embarrassed? No, Xiong Meng must have his reasons for saying that. The girl's mind was in complete disarray. As Xiong Meng reached the office door, he clenched his fist. Great job. What you just said was so cool. After calming down a bit, I pushed open the door and walked over to my old teacher. As he approached, I handed him a stack of materials. This is information about the previous layout. Take a look. After giving it to him, he pushed a stool over. Sit down and take your time reading. He plopped down and started flipping through the documents, but as he looked, Xiong Meng frowned. Teacher, the bonfire party is divided by class, so we can't just move around freely. Li Jianguo nodded. It's always been like this. But this is a party for the entire senior year. What's the point of being confined to a designated area and having teachers around? He was speechless as he looked at the documents. Some people were watching and couldn't move around. This was a class reunion, not a party. I thought it would be a lot of fun, but it turns out it's like this. After all, it's normal for the teacher to be watching, as it's easy for things to go wrong if people wander around carelessly, which is why this rule exists. Danger. What danger could there be at school? Li Jianguo hesitated for a moment, saying uncertainly, wouldn't it be bad if we weren't in sight? Why not just call the police and medical personnel? Isn't it normal to call too for group activities at the college? It's always been the teacher's responsibility to ensure the student's experience. Xiong Meng was speechless upon hearing this answer. Could it be that the pressure would be even greater if the teacher were present? Hey boss, let's change the mode. Change the whole campfire mode. I'll just make it first. Anyway, this format will definitely have to be changed. This doesn't look like a carnival at all. He sat down, picked up a piece of draft paper, and began to plan. He planned to go to the principal as soon as he finished writing, as he strongly disapproved of this kind of revelry. As a headstrong young person of the new era, I must give the school a hard time. First, get one large seat, then a few smaller seats, and then find some people to help. Done. Is it done? Let me see how it looks. Li Jianguo picked up the draft and glanced at it casually. After putting it down, his expression was complicated. He felt that it didn't necessarily have to be changed. Xiong Meng. I don't think we really need police officers, doctors, and firefighters. How can we do this without proper guidance? What if something dangerous happens? We have teachers, so we can just report it. There's no need to waste too many public resources. But you guys aren't having fun with us. If you're not having fun, then you might as well not have fun at all. I don't care anyway, I'll talk to the principal first whether it works or not. Li Jianguo felt a headache coming on just looking at the stubborn guy. He was usually so rational, so why did he turn out like this when it came to this? Sigh, never mind, I owe you everything. Come on, I'll take you to the principal's office and talk to him on your behalf. But don't get too excited yet, I don't think the chances of success are very high. Hee, I'm very happy that the teacher can help. Whether it succeeds or not, we'll see first. What makes him happy is the teacher's thoughtfulness. During lunch break, everyone chatted together in the corridor, talking about the weekend and the party. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. What can I do if the student doesn't want to do it? Oh dear, look at you doing this again. It's good to do it earlier, but you only get one chance at the college entrance exam. How can you force yourself to do it just to get a result sooner? The two hadn't even reached the door yet, but the voices coming from the principal's office could already be heard. The two looked at each other but neither moved. In the end, Li Jianguo went over and knocked on the door. Someone contacted me and hung up, but my stance remains unchanged. Ahem, please come in. Xiong Meng was about to go in when his teacher stopped him. I'll go in and check the situation first. You wait at the door. He had already decided that if the principal's attitude was good, he would call him in, if not, he would just stay alone. He didn't want to lower the principal's impression of him because of this. Isn't this old Li? What can I do for you? I didn't see anyone when I entered, they must have been on the phone. The man who greeted me warmly was the principal, he looked to be around 40 at most. One student had a different perspective on the carnival, which I thought was quite good, so I brought it to show the principal. Yes, it's good to have different ideas. Just arrange things reasonably as much as possible. Didn't we talk about that in the previous meeting? Li Jianguo didn't know how to put it. He couldn't just say to change it from beginning to end, so he could only hand over the documents he had. The principal also became curious, wondering what kind of thoughts could make people stop talking. After reading the materials, he first looked at Li Jianguo with a puzzled expression, then at the materials in his hand. The other person's expression remained unchanged, suggesting they weren't joking. They put down the documents and gave a polite smile. "Old Li, give me a reason. These things seem troublesome, and they really are troublesome, but they can be done, provided you convince him. I think it really should be changed. Only students know what students are like. If they're not having fun, then we should make changes." Li Jianguo didn't expect there would be any chance, so he prepared to try to persuade the principal, but the principal just waved him off. All right, you can't explain it to me. The guy at the door is the main person, right? What's he doing not coming in? What? My trainer level is Elite 4. The principal rolled his eyes. It would be strange if he didn't notice. What's so surprising? At this moment, Xiong Meng also walked in. "Hello, principal, sorry to bother you. Roll call has been taken, it would be impolite not to come in now. You're the one who started this idea, right? Laoli, you can go out first. I want to talk to this student alone." Upon hearing the principal's words, Li Jianguo turned and left without hesitation. The principal was already a good person and knew this kid's father, so why was he unhappy and didn't leave? "Sit down, let's talk. Do you know why this event was held?" As Li Jianguo left, the principal rested his chin on his hand and asked. Xiong Meng shook his head, he truly didn't know why. Seeing him shake his head, the principal explained the reason. Donghuang is not lacking in resources now, and there are various ways to live, but we cannot lack motivation, so the college entrance examination is always very important. But as I just said, life is too easy. Many people don't even take the college entrance exam, so we held this event. The final celebration can satisfy the students and motivate them to prepare for the college entrance examination. This is the main approach used by Donghuang now. So that's the reason. Resources are not lacking, but fighting spirit cannot be lacking. The higher-ups really think a lot. That's why I told him, I'm just a high school student. Before the question could be voiced, the principal looked up, his eyes extremely sharp. "Your father invited me to dinner last night, for 8 hours straight, a full 8 hours. When we chat, I can't stop talking about you. I'll bring up your photos after every 3 sentences, and I'll bring up your past training results after every 10 sentences. After the initial sharp rebuke came disappointment and regret. Why couldn't his daughter do it? Why did she have to agree to this job? Damn. How did that guy manage to fool me? He hadn't expected this to happen, but for some reason, he felt a strange sense of joy. Getting back to the main point, what I just said was based on personal teachings, the corresponding effort will yield corresponding results. But his emotions only fluctuated for a moment before the principal quickly regained his composure and looked at him with a normal expression. Give me your reasons or conditions that would make me agree. Only laborers will reap rewards. What would you say about exceptional geniuses? If we follow this standard, how do the resources compare to before? Not much, 3 times. 3 times. No wonder we couldn't be sure. Once this happens, things can only improve, not decline, otherwise the school is doomed. I remember that the school would give a bonus if a student achieved the top score in the college entrance exam. Are you confident you can be the top scorer? Nationally or provincially, in total score or in a single subject? The principal gets excited when this topic comes up. Firstly, schools with top-scoring students receive generous subsidies, even at the provincial level. Secondly, this is a performance record, which can be added to your personnel file. We should give it a shot at the provincial level, maybe we should take a gamble. In fact, Xiong Meng himself was not sure. At most, he had his previous experimental skills tested, and he had 3D Dragon find some practice questions and got full marks. It's hard to say at the national level, but at the provincial level, it should be worth a shot. I see, then let's do it. But we won't bet directly. I was originally planning to make changes. I was a student before, so I knew the problems, but I hadn't been sure about it. As he spoke, the principal actually pulled out a stack of papers, which were covered with various plans. Once that was settled, things became much easier. The next step involved various details, which the two began to discuss. Police and similar entities will register and invite applicants in the name of the school. The location can be built anywhere on the entire playground. If there isn't enough space, buildings will be demolished. This will be the standard from now on. Food can be sourced directly from the breeding house, where the cooking is exceptionally good. Xiong Meng also mentioned that the bonfire party should have some foreplay, which the principal agreed to, and put him in charge of it all. In the end, he said a lot more. In addition to being a commentator for the sports meet, Xiong Meng also took on the role of person in charge of the gala, taking charge of everything. Oldly. Things are settled. Take Xiong Meng back now. Li Jianguo, who hadn't left yet, pushed open the door and, after learning what had happened, looked at Xiong Meng with admiration. The two then headed towards the classroom. On the way, Xiong Meng felt something was off. Wasn't he supposed to be here to report something? Even though it was successful, how did he end up being the person in charge? It was really weird. Although I became the person in charge somewhat haphazardly, we agreed to get started, and I spent an afternoon refining the plan. After placing the material orders and storing them in the warehouse, we divided the students and the elves into groups based on their strengths, and then the next morning. You mean I have to attend at least one? In the office, Xiong Meng pointed at himself, looking incredulously at his embarrassed old teacher. Our teacher just said that someone reported us, so we have to participate in a campaign. Li Jianguo was also very embarrassed. He didn't expect that Xiong Meng's decision not to participate in the sports meet would have such a big impact, to the point that dozens of people would report him. The principal understood after learning about it, but insisted on an explanation, so he said to him, "Let him organize it himself, as long as the students are satisfied. Oh, and let that kid take charge of the sports meet too. The capable should do more work, and I believe in him." The above is the original message that the principal asked Li Jianguo to convey. Xiong Meng was completely bewildered when he heard it. How did he suddenly become the governor? Okay, I'll see if I can add another activity, then I'll go up and play. Talk to the teacher and resolve this matter first, Xiong Meng thought, looking at the pile of documents and feeling like crying. I finally planned out the bonfire party, but before I could even get started, here comes another one. Selling. Mudkip tried to help, but after seeing the dense text, it became quiet and said, "I can't help you. Good luck, trainer." While comforting Mudkip, he checked the information and found that he remembered all the people who had reported him. They were all people who had lost to him in previous sports meets. No wonder everyone had such strong opinions. After years of training, when it was time for the final battle, they found that their opponents weren't going to fight. Not only were they not fighting, but they were also watching and commentating from the sidelines. Well, who could stand this? I can't join the normal group, so we'll have to add new ones. What's a group that has a lot of people and can demonstrate strength? While petting the fish, Xiong Meng pondered, habitually standing up and walking around, hoping to find some inspiration. Sell. The cry of the mud skipper attracted him. He cupped his face in his hands and looked at it from left to right. It was round yet somewhat oval, strangely shaped. Men's minds just jump around so fast. One minute they're thinking about something, and the next they're complaining or curious about something else. A perfectly round oval shape. Playing with the cool, icy cheek in my hand, I suddenly found it rather amusing. That's right. Oval. Suddenly, Xiong Meng had a flash of inspiration. This was a topic he could participate in. He took the paper and wrote 3 words on it, rugby. Rugby is indeed a great sport, but do you have enough time? Li Jianguo also thinks this sport is great, but he wonders if finding teammates and preparing will be too tiring, especially since there are 2 other big events to come. Time is easy to decide, and pure rugby is definitely not an option. We need a similar sporting theme. We still need to think about the details. Place the paper with the new topic written on it on the table. I'll go to the class to confirm the registration first. The homeroom teacher can then pass this information on to the other teachers, and they'll understand naturally. Okay, then you can go ahead and get busy. Li Jianguo didn't understand, but he did it anyway. After all, he didn't understand his students as well as they did. He gave it to them first and would come back if there were any problems. Xiong Meng returned to the classroom and found the class monitor, the short-haired girl who had stopped him yesterday. "Chen Yahui, I need to ask you for a favor." The girl asked calmly, "Xiong Meng, you can just tell me. I'll do my best to help." Tell the girl what happened, and her expression turns to, "What's going on? We're all students, how did you suddenly become a manager? Does being a Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, really give them an advantage? Thinking back to how many of my seniors did it during battles. Chen Yahue. Class monitor. Ah. Yes. Xiong Meng looked at the girl who had come back to her senses with a helpless expression. Why was she spacing out? She was usually so responsible and capable. Then please compile the statistics. For now, the registered projects will be based on last year's. If there are any changes later, we will add them, not reduce them. If there are any changes, it will be troublesome again. I'll take my leave now. Thank you so much. After finishing his business, Xiong Meng quickly left. He needed to check the schedule of the sports meet, squeeze in the newly decided competitions, and also plan his purchases. The first batch of materials for the bonfire party will arrive soon, and we need to inspect, check, and distribute them in the warehouse. There's so much to do. That. The girl behind her reached out her hand, wanting to ask if she needed any help, but the girl had already left, so she had to attend to what the other person had asked for first. Hey. Don't talk. Start filling out the sports meet event forms now. Please submit the sports categories based on last year's list. We will notify you if there are any changes later. Chen Yahue walked up to the podium and shouted, completely different from her previous dazed and sullen demeanor. If Xiong Meng were here, he would surely be amazed at how different a person can be. The students quickly discussed how to fill out the forms, because if they were slow, this older sister might hit them, and it would really hurt. 2 teachers were resting in the teacher's office. The principal had just said that the person in charge of the sports meet had changed, and now several of them were waiting. At that moment, the door was pushed open and a student walked in. A teacher kindly asked, "Is there anything I can help you with? Is this where the sports meet planning is located? Is this the place? Do you have any questions or problems?" After confirming, the other party nodded. "Hello teachers, my name is Xiong Meng, and I'm here to help out." "Dear Xiong Meng, we are very happy to help, but we are not short of manpower at the moment." A relieved smile appeared on his face. These days, classmates are really good, they're all proactively offering to help. The teacher behind looked thoughtful. Why did that name sound so familiar? Then he remembered, wasn't that the name the principal had just mentioned? I think Xiong Meng is the one in charge of the sports meet. The first teacher also realized what was happening and felt a little embarrassed. Xiong Meng smiled and said modestly, "It's not a matter of taking responsibility. The senior colleagues here are all very experienced, so it's not my place to interfere. Right, let's get back to work." Seeing that Xiong Meng was offering a way out, the 2 teachers were somewhat convinced that his attitude and character were good. Now it was just a matter of seeing his abilities. After confirming their identities, the group began working. Xiong Meng immediately checked the type of competition, which was basically the same every year. It mainly consists of running, shot put, rope skipping, basketball, etc. Although it's divided into class and individual events, it's still quite ordinary. Teachers, I remember we could add a few more items to the basics. What do you think? Of course, Xiong Meng, feel free to add as many as you like. The 2 said it was a minor issue, since the principal had already said he could do whatever he wanted. Okay, I've come up with 4. Please take a look, teachers. Xiong Meng took out his notebook and handed it over. It contained the project he had been thinking about on the way there. Inter-class competition, a 4-person horseback battle. 10-player melee, protective bubble matchup. 100-player game, rugby pitching. A battle of 1,000, escape and combat. The 2 teachers were completely bewildered. Apart from the horse riding battle, they didn't recognize any of the characters. Could you explain it more clearly, Xiong Meng? Okay, let me explain it to the teacher in detail. The boy's eyes shone with excitement as he began his explanation with great enthusiasm. Inter-class competition, a 4-person horseback battle. Inspired by the plot of an anime video, the participants are divided into groups of 4, with 3 on the bottom and 1 on top. The person on top has a ribbon tied around their head, and the competition is organized by class. 10-player free-for-all, protective bubble collision. Referring to last year's enclosed inflatable mat competition in the East Province, and referencing the competition format, 10 members were divided into groups to determine the winner, and then the winner was determined in the final round. 100-player competition, rugby pitching. The free registration competitive mode features a framed post in the middle of the field, surrounded by numerous rugby balls. The first player to throw a rugby ball into the post wins. A battle of 1,000, escape and combat. The competition mode is open to all participants. Each participant has a piece of paper with their name on it attached to their back, and if it is removed, they are eliminated. There are only two ways to win: clear out everyone or escape the school gates, covering the entire campus. The two teachers' expressions after hearing the introduction, the old man on the subway. No, is this what young people like these days? This doesn't look like a sports meet at all. That Xiong Meng, the first two are fine, but aren't the last two a bit too grandiose? Yes, the larger the area, the more difficult it is to handle security issues. That's the real problem. The two teachers initially thought the first two were not good, but after looking at the last two, they suddenly felt they were okay. It's all right. I've spoken with the principal, and will report this to all relevant departments and request assistance on behalf of the school. See, the two's first reaction was disbelief, but thinking about what the principal had said, they felt it wasn't impossible. Even if the principal agrees, there's no venue available. These competitions can't be held on a playground alone. Yes, the sports meet not only needs to consider the competition venue, but also the rest area and the spectator seating. Right now, there simply aren't enough seats. The two teachers made a final effort to persuade Xiong Meng, but it was all in vain. It's okay, the principal said it's going to be demolished anyway during the holidays, so there's no harm in doing it early. Oh, wait a minute. One of the teachers immediately took out his phone to send a message, and the principal seemed to reply instantly, putting it down with a complicated expression after about 10 seconds. Another teacher, who already knew the result, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Xiong Meng, is the principal a relative of yours? No, this is the first time we've met. The teacher noticed that the other person didn't seem to be lying. Hey, that's strange, since they're not relatives and it's the first time they've met. How could the principal be so supportive? Is it because the family is very well off? Or are the students exceptionally good at academics? But I've never heard of it before. That's strange. All right, let's not worry about the details, let's get right to the planning. The teacher's message just now gave him a boost of confidence. With such a supportive principal, he couldn't let him down. All right, since the principal has already made up his mind, let's do it. The group took out paper and started planning. It was okay to bump into groups, and the last one was also okay, since the people didn't have to gather together. But horseback riding and rugby shooting are not feasible. There are already too many people, and with the addition of spectators, the field simply cannot accommodate them all. After several tests and revisions failed, Xiong Meng put down his pen and said, "There's no other way but to demolish the building. I'll go ask the principal for a school map." The two teachers nodded in agreement, then turned around and pulled out a stack of documents from below. No need, the detailed plans for the school site and each floor are here. Xiong Meng, No, then why would it be there, in a place you could just casually reach for? Ahem, we're in charge of deciding where to build each year. The two teachers quickly explained, and Xiong Meng nodded in agreement. After carefully examining the documents, I discovered that the buildings surrounding the playground were not easy to demolish. Both now and in the future, the plans were quite good, and demolishing them arbitrarily would be counterproductive. Xiong Meng just wanted to go big. There was no need to disrupt the school's normal plans. If the area around the playground doesn't work, how about we find another place? I've got it. The two teachers quickly looked over and saw that Xiong Meng was pointing to the old dormitory building. I remember no one stayed overnight, so there was no one around. The surrounding area was purchased but not yet built, so we just demolished this place and moved the playground here. Perfect timing to hold the bonfire party here. A teacher gasped and pulled out his phone to text the principal. Principal, this is terrible. Xiong Meng is planning to use the entire area around the dormitory building, and he even wants to move the playground there. The principal replied within seconds, and his response differed somewhat from what he had expected. Principal, a brilliant idea, I think we should give it a try. So that's how it is. No wonder the students went crazy. It turns out the principal was leading the charge. Is that how everyone is? Then let's all go crazy together. I think we should add a stage. How can there be no performances before a bonfire party? Another teacher who hadn't reacted yet. What's wrong with you? Have you gotten crazy too? The teacher is right. Do you have any other suggestions? The last area is too big. Since there's enough space, let's make it smaller. I think the new playground is enough. The most important thing is that this is a celebration for you seniors. There's no need to drag other grades into every event, but your idea is definitely commendable. That makes sense. I'll plan it out again. By the way, you're in charge of the bonfire party too, right? What are your plans? I plan to set up a large one in the middle, and then set up smaller ones for each class. We'll put the food in the middle so that students can either bake it themselves or eat it ready-made. That's a good idea, but I don't think it's necessary for me to grill. Your sports meet will definitely be a day earlier this year, and everyone will be so tired then, who's going to grill for themselves? The teacher is right, I'll revise it again. Half an hour later, the new version was released. Xiong Meng held his teacher's hand tightly, thinking to himself that the teacher was indeed a veteran, and that his various details and experience were very helpful. After writing the new Xiong Meng, he went straight to the principal's office to see if it would be approved. Only after he left did another teacher speak up, is what we were discussing really going to be approved? I don't know, anyway it's not me going, and it would be best if I could pass, but it's okay if I can't. I sat down and picked up my teacup. I'm getting old, you know. I used to be able to talk for days on end, but now I can't even get started. Hey, aren't you just messing with me? He simply threw his phone at his old friend's complaints. The other person picked it up with a puzzled look, and after reading the contents, their expression changed. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't scam me. Alright, get some rest. I reckon you'll be busy later. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal was slowly reviewing the documents when Xiong Meng stood ramrod straight in front of him. After more than 10 minutes, having carefully read through all the contents 3 times, I finally put the materials down. He raised his head with a serious expression but a complicated look in his eyes. I originally thought you would spend at most 3 times, but you went straight for 5 times. Xiong Meng was somewhat embarrassed, realizing that his superiors had momentarily forgotten to consider the difficulties. Then I'll revise it again. I was just about to take the documents back to revise them when the principal pressed down on them with his hand. I didn't say it was impossible, but this is a huge undertaking. I can't take the risk alone. Let the students choose. If 90% of the students agree, I can get it done in a day. The student referendum was a long-standing event. The principal took out a signature form and placed it on the table. Xiong Meng picked it up with a serious expression. I understand. I'll take care of getting everyone's approval. During break time, Xiong Meng had a table on his desk, and he was thinking while touching a mudkip. It looked great when we received it, but problems arose right from the start, with the added time spent on exercise, construction, and various setup tasks. Xiong Meng, here's what you need. Okay, thank you, Chen Yahweh. After giving the girl the items, he didn't leave. He looked puzzled when he saw the blank form on the table. What do you need this form for? Are you going to record it here? Xiong Meng sighed and handed over the sports meet materials. The principal has agreed, but only if 90% of the students agree. Chen Yahweh curiously took the documents and looked at them, becoming more and more shocked as she read. Finally, she couldn't help but ask a question. Did the principal really agree? It's no wonder she asked that question, the information was just too incredible. It was hard to believe that such effort had been put into a student activity. If they hadn't agreed, I wouldn't be so gloomy. Selling. Mudkip walked to the table and let out a soft cry. When it saw the trainer looking over, it stood up with its legs and raised its 2 claws to strike a pose. Puffed. Ahem, sorry for losing my composure. Chen Yahweh couldn't help but turn her head to hide her blushing cheeks. Xiong Meng frantically patted the fish with both hands, saying, haha, thanks. Selling. If this is true, everyone should accept it. The signature is easy to arrange, but I just calculated that it would be best if it could be done today, and at the latest by tomorrow morning, otherwise the plan will need to be changed. He knew, of course, that the signature itself wasn't the problem. The main issue was the time pressure and how to get people to see it quickly. How about I ask the old teacher to broadcast it over the loudspeaker? That should be much faster. No need, this matter is easily resolved. Chen Yahweh interrupted the other person's broadcast idea and looked at him with some curiosity. All Xiong Meng needs to do is tell everyone. If the whole class goes out together, we can definitely finish it in a day. I don't think anyone will refuse. Do I really have that much influence? No, I mean, am I that popular? How come I didn't know it? Hearing this, the girl's expression became even stranger. So you don't know your own influence, huh? Xiong Meng, I must correct your thinking. The girl crossed her arms and answered earnestly. You are tall, cheerful, academically excellent, athletically gifted, of good character and high moral standards, and have a personality that encourages and patiently answers questions for everyone. How do you come to feel that you're not good enough? I'm more curious about that. Xiong Meng's expression remained unchanged. Before he could react, the girl turned around, took out her phone, and snapped 10 photos in quick succession before turning back around again. Her expression remained unchanged, as if she hadn't been the one taking the photo. Still bewildered, Xiong Meng didn't notice anything amiss, while Mudkip was relieved and stared straight at the girl. Mudkip, I saw it. Finally, under the watchful eye of the Mudkip, Chen Yahweh gave in, took out her phone, deleted the photos, and waved it around. Seeing that the other party had deleted the message, Mudkip withdrew its powerful gaze. But he was too young and didn't realize that photos are now stored in various ways, making it very easy to retrieve them. I didn't think it was bad, but I didn't expect you guys to rate it so highly. Popularity is something I can think of, but I never imagined it to be this extreme. Even according to normal values, it's about making more friends and helping others when you're successful. It works so well. Our ancestors were right. The girl rolled her eyes. How many people could maintain such a behavior? Don't you have any self-awareness? She decided to change the subject and turned to call out, everyone. Xiong Meng needs your help. The classroom fell silent instantly as everyone gathered around with surprised expressions. Ah. Really? I'll help Brother Xiong. If the class monitor said that, it must be true. Let's go and see. Seeing everyone come over, Chen Yahweh handed over the documents. Each person's eyes lit up as they looked at them, until everyone had finished reading. Chen Yahweh said again, Xiong Meng has confirmed with the principal that it can be done as long as 90% of the students agree, but time is tight. If it cannot be completed today, it will have to be changed. The girl sounded regretful at the end, as if she had already failed. We'll cooperate with whatever the class monitor says we should do. One of the male students shared his opinion, and everyone nodded in agreement. Such a happy occasion shouldn't be ruined by this little thing, let's just do it. I'll print out 50 copies of the materials first. After I come back, the class will be divided into 3 large groups, each responsible for 1 grade level. You can form your own teams first, and we'll start when I get back. Chen Yahweh quickly finalized her idea and plan. The remaining students quickly divided into groups, with 1 student staying in each group and the rest leaving. This deeply moved Xiong Meng. Those who are virtuous receive much help. By the way, Brother Xiong, I heard you're also participating in a competition. Which one are you planning to compete in? With nothing else to do, the few who stayed behind decided to inquire about some news. I haven't decided yet, perhaps we'll only be able to confirm it when the time comes. Okay. Assuming Xiong Meng was unwilling to talk about it, he continued, then, Brother Xiong, could you give us a hint about the bonfire party? It's still about eating, drinking, and having fun, whether it's fighting or not. Well. Just as she was about to ask another question, another classmate pulled her away. If Xiong Meng doesn't want to tell us, then don't ask. We'll all know in a couple of days anyway. After being told off, the person didn't ask any more questions. The group chatted idly for a while, and soon Chen Yahweh returned with the documents. Upon entering, I distributed the materials to several people and also shared some information with Xiong Meng. The person who reported you yesterday is waiting for you on the playground. He said he will only sign if you personally admit to participating in the competition. Xiong Meng thanked them first, then turned around, picked up the documents, and walked towards the playground. From a distance, he could see a group of people standing on the playground. The group of men and women all showed signs of physical training, clearly indicating they were regular exercisers. Some of them were resting with their eyes closed, while others had serious expressions. A few minutes later, the person they were waiting for arrived. He looked imposing from afar, and the mudkip fish perched on his head were cute, but they knew they couldn't be fooled. Xiong Meng walked up to those people and stopped. These people were the ministers of various clubs and the defeated opponents of previous sports meets. I'm sorry, my report yesterday caused you trouble. Although I've caused you trouble, I don't regret it. We won't miss this last chance. The other party immediately apologized, but their expression was very serious, emphasizing that they knew it was wrong, but they were going to do it anyway. I will participate in one competition at this sports meet, but I won't tell you which one. That's enough, we'll catch you. These people didn't ask any questions, brushed past each other and walked towards the teaching building, taking the materials with them as they went. Xiong Meng looked at the backs of these guys, each of them seemed to be burning with flames, and touched the water cooling bag on his head. A blazing flame and golden light seemed to flash deep within his pupils, he seemed to be bursting into flames. After school in the afternoon, the ground next to the dormitory building was already planned, and the construction team had arrived. The principal personally brought his main Pokémon to help. He threw the Pokeball, and a giant brown beast covered in rock armor appeared, his main attacker, the Giganotosaurus. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex. Use Earthquake. The principal gave the command with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Roar. Boom. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus slammed its right foot down, creating cracks that stretched towards the dormitory building. The target building collapsed as if struck by a major earthquake. The construction company, which was already prepared, quickly followed up. A team composed of Magnum and Ironhide Tyrannosaurus cleaned up the debris, loaded it onto trucks, and hauled it away. All right, that's all I need to do now. The principal looked at Xiong Meng beside him. The construction will be completed soon, and teams and supplies will be arriving gradually. Remember to supervise the work. Okay, thank you for your help, Principal. Xiong Meng looked at the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus with sparkling eyes. Its appearance was just too cool. The principal waved and left, looking somewhat reluctant to leave. He hadn't made a move in a long time since becoming principal. He'd find old Xiong to practice with once he passed his certification exam. The students' signatures were completed by noon. At that time, he, the teacher, and the principal were all very surprised. After confirming that there were no problems, the principal smiled and immediately said that he would contact the construction team and go to help. For safety reasons, all club activities were cancelled, and all students went home after school, except for Xiong Meng, who stayed to work. Boom. 3 transport trucks passed by, carrying loads of materials away. The collapsed area was cleared, and the construction team began to move in. Repair. Keep it up, everyone. Let's finish this quickly and get off work. Leading the group was an old construction worker, with a grayish-brown body surrounded by rings of pinkish muscle, a tuft of gray beard on his chin, and holding 2 concrete pillars which he supported on the ground. The old repairman was followed by 3 iron-boned workers and 2 porters, making a construction team of 6 elves. Iron bones. Ugh. The other members of the team also shouted, and then immediately began construction according to the blueprints in their hands. After clearing the ruins in front, the old repairman pressed down the ground in the back, the steel workers laid the runway and lawn, and the young repairmen were responsible for moving things and helping out. This time, the project involves expanding the playground. The original blueprints had already been planned, and the experienced repairman redistributed the work to further improve efficiency. Xiong Meng watched this scene with some emotion. The collaboration between elves and modern technology, 2 highly efficient forces, would unleash even greater efficiency. The already fast pace, coupled with the principal's help in demolishing the building, reduced the original 2-hour project time to half. An hour later, the lawn, the rubber track, and the warehouse were all completed. The old repairman checked the blueprints again and inspected and improved some details. After everything was completed, he nodded in satisfaction. Repair. He handed the blueprints to Xiong Meng, meaning they were ready for inspection. After a thorough inspection, Xiong Meng had to admit that the team's workmanship and speed were truly impressive. He signed the contract and handed it over. Their professionalism goes without saying, 5 stars. Repairing, he was very satisfied with this project, and his apprentices were becoming more and more skilled. Please accept these energy cubes. Seeing the boxes handed to him, the old craftsman didn't refuse. It was perfectly normal to give a red envelope after the work was completed. And it seems to be a high-end product. The fragrance is already wafting over. After seeing off the construction team, the team consisting of Makhok and Ironhide Tyrannosaurus didn't leave. They would need to help when the materials arrived, so they were resting on the side. Thank you all for your hard work, masters. Xiong Meng gave each elf an energy cube, which they all accepted with smiles. Soon, the material trucks arrived one after another, and Xiong Meng checked each item at the warehouse entrance, recording the quantity and type of items. Headbands, sportswear, towels, disposable water bottles, inflatable bumper balls and tools. We'll need these dyes later, so let's leave them outside for now. After confirming that everyone who was supposed to arrive today had arrived, Xiong Meng closed the warehouse door, and Hao Li and the others said goodbye to Xiong Meng and left. Their work is finished, and what follows is none of their business. A few minutes after Hao Li left, the person in charge of drawing the lines arrived. Wow. 5 dogs standing upright wearing berets, with long tails like paintbrushes, each carrying a backpack. The lead dog, Tutu, handed over a contract detailing the employment terms. The site is complete. Now, I'll leave the rest to you all. Here are the planned blueprints. Woof. The leader took the blueprints, and several tutu dogs gathered together, finding their preferred areas. The work was quickly divided, and they walked to the dice to choose what they needed. The leader opened one, smelled it, and then nodded in satisfaction. It's good, it's a special kind of good stuff that won't damage the tail. Seeing the leader nod, the other dogs also headed towards the work area. The drawings on the ground by Tutu Dog are very simple. After the tail is dipped in the drawing, it is dragged along. The signs and banners use the tail as a paintbrush. Selling. The mudkip above seemed very curious, jumping down to walk over to the die and looking at it curiously. It then turned around and tried to stick its tail in. A pair of large hands picked him up, and Xiong Meng stroked the fish fin. Don't disturb other people's work, okay? If you want to play, we'll buy it ourselves. TCH. Another half hour passed, and the work related to the drawing was also completed. After checking it, I signed it and delivered the energy cube. As a return gift, he also got to pet the dog's head, and I have to say it felt pretty good. Thank you everyone, please be careful on the road. Woof. After saying goodbye to Paw Patrol, he headed towards the principal's office, intending to report on a task in hand in the contract. But we haven't even reached the corridor yet. What you say is useless, it all depends on the individual's opinion. Oh dear, I didn't stop you, I was just following the rules. If a student doesn't want to do something, there's nothing more to say. I know you know, but being exposed is one thing, but your own thoughts are the most important. I can't help you with that. Alright, that's all for now. It's all up to me. Just as I stepped into the corridor, the principal's phone call seemed to have just ended, and Xiong Meng knocked on the door. Come in. I pushed the door open and sure enough, there was no one else there. They must have been on the phone just now. It looks like it's finished. Have the materials arrived? How's the construction? Most of the materials have arrived, and construction in all aspects is progressing smoothly and quickly. Xiong Meng handed over the contract, and the principal glanced at it briefly before putting it in the drawer. You have a lot of matches to play, so you need to speed up your preparations. Yes, I plan to carefully check the materials tomorrow. If all goes well, it will start tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, and Friday morning. 2 days should be enough. We'll set up a bonfire party on Friday afternoon, and then have some fun in the evening. After listening to Xiong Meng's arrangements, the principal nodded, okay, I'll take care of all the staff. Just tell Laoli when you're ready. Then I'll have to trouble you, principal. It's a small matter. The most important thing is that you can handle it well this time. Don't take it lightly. Alright, let's go home now. After Xiong Meng left, the principal took out his phone and started making calls. Director Chen, have you finalized the list of personnel the school has registered? Dean Wang, have you found the chefs who needed help before? Miss Joey. Event registrations have been collected, competition venues have been planned, the quality and quantity of sportswear are fine, and there are enough ribbons, rugby balls, and tags. At 7 o'clock on Wednesday morning, before the students arrived, Xiong Meng was already working, recording information while wearing a water sprite on his head. Would you please come here, Xiong Meng? Hearing someone call his name, he turned around and saw it was a staff member from the Experimental Sports Equipment Department. Is there a problem with one piece of equipment? Is it a quantity issue or a quality issue? Xiong Meng, you should see for yourself. The staff member who arrived had a strange expression, as if he was holding something back. Seeing the other person like this, he felt a little more at ease. If there's no rush, it's not a big problem. Let me see what's going on. We then walked to the classroom where the testing equipment was being tested. Once inside, we didn't see any problems, and the staff seemed perfectly normal. Could it be the two inflatable bumper balls in the middle? Or is there some other problem? Xiong Meng prepared to take a closer look, but as soon as he got closer, he noticed something was wrong. Why was there a shadow in the middle of the ball? And why were there legs growing from the bottom? Upon closer inspection, it turned out there was a person in the middle. A staff member approached and whispered, "We found a student who registered as requested to try it on and see if there are any safety issues." At first, everything was normal and the ideal situation was, until these two female senior high school students came. The one on the left is from the south. She is 1.53 meters tall. She went in like this and couldn't get back after turning over. Xiong Meng looked at the man on the right, who wasn't much taller, and asked, "Is this person also from the south?" "No, this person is from the north, he's 1.58 meters tall and also a senior in high school." Xiong Meng. Ah. He looked at the bumper ball, which only showed his feet, with a bit of helplessness, but this was easy to solve. Small people are indeed not suitable for such large sizes. I will urgently purchase a batch of smaller ones. No way. I don't think this will work, bro. The ball on the right shouted, his thick accent booming. Competition should be fair to everyone, and to men and women. Height is something we are born with, but it should never be the reason for you to change it. Even if you can't see the expression on the right, the words are full of power, and that defiant gaze seems to be able to penetrate the barrier. Hearing her best friend's stubborn answer, the student on the left was about to cry. How could she play if she didn't change her mind? At that point, only your feet will be visible, and once you pull them back, you'll be a ball. Whether you can get up or not depends entirely on someone else bumping into you, right? I understand, I will respect your decision. But the competition format is not static, it needs to be adapted flexibly to the existing situation. You may be able to accept it, but what about other students, especially those who are naturally weak? Does this mean we can only give up or fail? I don't think that's good. What do you think, student? The girl from the south on the left, yes, that's so true. Sorry, I didn't think it through. The girl from the north knew she had been a bit stubborn. After all, others needed to have fun too. It's good that you understand. You don't need to cancel your registration. Just leave the rest to me. After saying that, he left without looking back. He now needs to revise some things. The bumper balls need to be grouped according to height, and he also needs to buy some smaller ones. Meanwhile, inside the ball, the girl watched the figure gradually recede into the distance, and finally couldn't help but shout, "Please get this ball out of my body first." But the other party left very quickly, and in the end, staff members helped to take it down. Xiong Meng went straight to the office, picked up the recorded data to check, but this time he included different heights. After carefully confirming, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is the world of elves, where even the girls are incredibly strong, and apart from the bumper balls, there's no need to group them. We first divided them into groups according to height, and then urgently contacted suppliers to buy a batch of smaller ones. This matter was finally resolved. Li Jianguo walked out from a distance and quickly approached Xiong Meng, saying, "Where did you go? The principal is looking for you." Xiong Meng was puzzled, but he still hurried over. After arriving at the office, the principal handed him a document. Upon seeing the names on the list, they were extremely surprised. "Wow, we're that powerful. Our high school is already quite good, and these are all alumni giving us face." The principal said it was making a fuss and reaffirmed that the opening speech would be held promptly at 12:30, and Xiong Meng continued to join in the work. Because more supplies had arrived, he hurried toward the warehouse. Students gradually appeared along the way, and the first batch of early arrivals were here. They were quite surprised to see the dramatic changes and looked around curiously. The relaxed and carefree students and the busy Mr. Xiong brushed past each other, creating a stark contrast. There were no classes this morning, only registration to pick up various equipment and a break. Each student was reviewing the rules of the sport and adjusting their mindset. We were busy until lunchtime, and finally all the preparations were completed, allowing everyone to sit down and relax. Xiong Meng sat down and pulled out another document, including one about the bonfire party. He couldn't rest yet. The mudkip always above my head. If he remembered correctly, the trainer was a student, so why was the art style completely different? If Xiong Meng had known Mudkip's intentions, he would have remained silent, but in the end, he just smiled and let it go. After all, he was the one who started this whole thing, and he was fascinated by the feeling of bringing scenes he only dared to imagine and see on television into reality. At noon, police cars, fire trucks, medical vehicles, and a minivan arrived at the school, along with personnel from all relevant departments. At 12:10, the teachers organized the students to enter the venue one after another. The large stage was blocked by a curtain, and the backstage staff were also busy adjusting the equipment. At 12:30, everyone entered the venue. The automatic curtain on the far left opened to reveal the podium, and Xiong Meng walked up from the side and picked up the microphone. "Good afternoon, teachers and students. I am your guide for today's presentation. Preparations are complete. Please welcome the principal to give his speech." The curtain beside the podium was drawn back, and the waiting principal waved and strode toward the podium. "This is a celebration for the class of '82. The event is one aspect, but it's also a graduation speech. The reason for putting it here is quite simple. After the exam, everyone can have fun. The school will mail the corresponding certificates. Some people ask why we need to take a week when there's only 1 month left. To be honest, I was also confused at first. The previous principal told me that school activities take up students' rest time, which is no different from holding meetings after get off work. Our core philosophy is always to prioritize happiness and education. Oh! The Taiwanese students and teachers erupted in a loud cheer. The principal pressed his hands down to quiet everyone. Before we begin, let the commentator introduce this off-field assistance. Xiong Meng picked up the microphone again. Thank you, principal, for your speech. It was quick and to the point. Now, let's begin the introduction of the Guardians. Dang, 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 the energetic and perfectly timed music started. The first one is the head of the Interpol investigation team, team leader Chen, and his partner, Comrade Lucario. The curtain was slowly lifted, revealing a man in uniform and Lucario. Both had their arms crossed and sharp eyes, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Next, let's hear a few words from team leader Chen. Despite saying this, Xiong Meng didn't even hand over the microphone, leading the students and teachers to think there was a mistake. But the next moment, a blue waveguide appeared from Lucario and swept across all the teachers and students. Everyone, my partner will use the island to cover the entire area, and any negative psychological fluctuations or behaviors can be detected instantly. It's normal to be young and energetic, but illegal behavior is unacceptable. The authoritative male voice appeared directly in their minds, causing many students to subconsciously suppress their bad thoughts and dispel some ideas. Thank you for your enthusiastic comments, Chen and Lucario. Waveguides are everywhere, which increases the safety factor. Therefore, without a moment's sadness at Chen's departure, the next to arrive are the life-saving, angelic medical team. The music of Sea of Tranquility by Bamax plays again, and the curtain slowly rises. Only then did everyone realize that the curtain had been divided into several sections, which were being raised one by one. But the spot where there used to be people was empty. Just when everyone thought there was another problem, several figures suddenly appeared. On the left is a black-haired mature woman with her hands in her pockets, in the middle is a smiling pink-haired woman resembling Joey, and on the right is a purple-haired mature woman with her arms raised in a ponytail. Behind them were 3 more figures, from left to right, almost doll, cheese egg, and Meowth. The Pokémon were striking poses that looked incredibly powerful. Haha, as expected of an elite-level doctor, that must have been Mega Meowth's teleportation. The purple-haired woman nodded, which made everyone realize that these doctors were actually quite down-to-earth. Next, I will introduce the heads of the 3 departments from left to right, internal medicine, emergency medicine, and surgery. The group leader in front is unknown to everyone, but these 3 doctors are more or less known to everyone because they work at the First People's Hospital. I saw that purple-haired doctor in the pediatrics department. I heard she dyed her hair specifically to amuse the children. That's great, I want to be teased too. By the way, how did you know? Ha ha ha, I'm still a child. I also know about the mature, black-haired woman. She can tell if there's a problem just by touching her stomach. Really? It must feel pretty good, right? Absolutely, cough cough, I went there for a normal medical checkup. That smiling angel in the middle is the real tough one, the head of the emergency department. I heard she's pulled countless people back from the brink of death. No one expected that such a talented person could be invited to an ordinary event. Haha, it seems the 3 angels are quite famous, so I won't go into too much detail. Now, let's invite them to speak. Xiong Meng handed over the prepared new microphones, and Mudkip delivered them one by one with each claw. The purple-haired woman looked at Mudkip thoughtfully, then suddenly her eyes lit up and she smiled as she took them. Black hair, good luck everyone, make sure you have fun. Pink-haired girl, don't worry about getting hurt, everything is provided. Purple hair, everyone, remember to thank the dean. He's been working overtime to cover for us these past 2 days. The doctor's remarks were normal and brief, and the purple-haired doctor's final speech inspired awe for the hospital director. What a great director. After the doctors finished speaking, Xiong Meng began to introduce the next group. Thank you so much for the speeches from the nurses. We have no regrets about their departure. Next up are the guardians of the campfire. Fire Squad 5. The curtain was drawn back, and 3 firefighters stood at attention side by side, while the 3 Pokémon, Swamp King, Mosquito King, and Ludicolo, were also neatly arranged beside them. These 3 are important guardians of the bonfire party, from the 1st Fire Brigade. Let's invite them to speak. The group exchanged glances as they took the new microphones, then simultaneously said, even though we're here, we can't let our guard down. We must always be careful. Thank you all for your comments. We don't need to worry when danger arises, but it's still best to avoid danger altogether. Alright, after a brief farewell to the firefighters, next up is the chef team from the incubator. The last curtain slowly rose, revealing 3 standing apes in red, yellow, and green, the fragrant ape, the cold water ape, and the coconut ape. These are the dedicated chefs from the Chueni Nurturing Center, all of whom hold level 2 master chef certificates. They will be responsible for all meals for the next 2.5 days. Oh. I know this team. I didn't expect they would actually invite them. Hey bro, tell me, we're not that close. It's hard to say, but I'll just say this, I work as a head chef at a 5-star hotel in my spare time. Let's go. My goal is to gain 10 pounds in 2 days. Ahem, everyone quiet down. Since the chefs are unable to speak, I will relay their message on their behalf. Xiong Meng pulled out a piece of paper that the 3 monkeys had written in advance. Hello everyone, we promise you won't be disappointed these next few days, we'll stake our culinary careers on it. The 3 monkeys looked serious. It was time to show these humans what the skills of a second-level chef really meant. Now that the Guardians have been introduced, the 5 true gods, along with the 4 great true gods and all of you here, will only guarantee 3 things. Fair. Safe. Fun. Finally. Xiong Meng walked to the podium and pressed the installation button. The final festivities will begin in half an hour. To everyone's surprise, the grand stage stretched out 4 legs and stood up, slowly walking towards the corner of the rest area. Gentlemen, the skills of Lu Ban. At the end, they even showed off a bit, with the teachers arranging for them to leave, change clothes, and enter the designated area. The stage stopped at the designated area, marking the successful completion of the opening ceremony, and Xiong Meng breathed a sigh of relief. But they couldn't rest yet. The firefighters and the cook exchanged a brief greeting and left, but several seniors were approaching, their expressions like those of relatives during Chinese New Year. Chen and Lucario, who arrived first, looked at him with satisfaction. It's good to see you again, young man. You did very well just now. Rode, the dog, nodded in confirmation. You're too kind, brother. I'm still quite inexperienced. All right, old Chen, go to the side. Before the other party could speak, the medical team arrived. The black-haired mature woman pushed him aside, while the purple-haired woman stared at Xiong Meng with a smile. After staring for about 10 seconds, he spread his arms wide. Come on. Xiong Meng. No, really. He looked at the other person's curvaceous figure, and just as he was about to make a subtle gesture, he felt a force on his head, and a blue fish pounced into his arms. The purple-haired mature woman gently touched him while conducting a simple checkup, creating a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. Selling. Well, he knew it. It wasn't him they were calling after all. Luckily, I didn't act impulsively. I examined this little guy when he was born. At first, I was worried about whether the trainer could take good care of him, but seeing his smile and the fact that he has gained 2 pounds, my worries were unnecessary. I was wondering why I was so excited. Turns out I ran into my mom. After the purple-haired woman finished speaking and checked everything, she wanted to put the mudkip on her head, but Xiong Meng quickly took it from her. Hee, I'd say I'd barely qualify as half. The mother seemed very happy to be treated like a fairy, and even happier to see that Mudkip didn't seem to mind. After a few polite words, they all left, each with their own work to do. The principal also walked over from the side. Good job, I'll leave the rest to you in a bit. This is all thanks to the principal. Without that kind of courage, how could we have even started? You planned and organized it, and even if this time is a bit special, I deserve at most half the credit. After the principal finished speaking, he went to chat with others, and Xiong Meng took the opportunity to rest. Half an hour passed quickly, and the sports meet officially began. The sports meet started with the 400-meter race. Everyone was so fast. The first place winner has been announced. It's the head of the track and field team. He's always been second, which shows his strength, and this time he finally got first place. It's a pity he's already registered for school and missed the college entrance exam. Xiong Meng's last words were tinged with regret. The track and field captain, who had finished running, frowned and walked to the back, ignoring the cheers of his classmates. I picked up my phone and made a call. Mom, I'm not going to participate in the early school selection. I'm going to take the college entrance exam. Okay, thank you for your help, Mom. Meanwhile, both those participating in the competition and those not participating frowned, with several having already secured their schools. Then they made the same choice, to call home and tell their families that they were taking the college entrance examination. Schools that offer early admissions, He jumped 3 meters in one go. He almost broke the school record. The shot put team member shot 25 meters in one go. They almost broke the school record. Long jump. Weightlifting. The afternoon competition ended quickly, and the chefs at the nursery school prepared dinner. The students were moved to tears after tasting the food, exclaiming how delicious it was. Thursday morning featured some basic events like basketball, soccer, and swimming, but the newly added matches finally started in the afternoon. Because each competition involves a large number of participants, 2 sessions are scheduled for half a day. The first session will be inter-class competition, 4-person horseback riding battle. 2 classes from different grades compete against each other, and the winner gets extra points. The groups are randomly drawn. The requirement for registration is that the entire class agrees, and 8 classes from 3 grades will participate, including 6 senior high school students, 1 junior high school student, and 1 freshman high school student. Students from 2 different classes competing on the playground happen to meet, Class 2 of grade 11 and Class 4 of grade 12. Hey, we're not afraid at all if we sign up. You old fogies should just surrender already, or things will look bad later. The first-year high school student mocked the third-year high school student in front of him, making the other student wonder, wait, are all the freshmen this brave now? Haha, lucky me, I drew a first-year high school student. Let me show you the pressure of being an upperclassman. Upon hearing this, the senior high school student smiled kindly, seemingly having gotten the points for free this time. All classes, move to the designated area and begin preparation. Preparation will begin in 3 minutes. Ha ha ha, a bunch of old fogies, get ready to admit defeat. Gao Yixing confidently strode into the arena with a gait that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. 10 seconds left, please get ready. The bear's voice echoed across the playground. The 2 classes had already set up their poses, their headbands of different colors shimmering in the sunlight. Time's up. The cavalry battle begins. Wow. Brothers, let's show them our strength. Charge. 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 Let's take down those old fogies. The arrogance and provocation used by the first-year high school students were highly effective, enraging the third-year students and improving their attack speed and calm thinking. Xiong explained, it seems that the students from the 2 classes just had some discussions, which I think were friendly exchanges. Look, the first group of high school students has launched an attack, but they don't seem to have set up a formation. You know, the other side has a clear division of labor, a tall charging team, agile leaders, a free team, and substitutes. Ha ha ha, are you guys getting ready? The arrogant first-year high school student rushed up to them, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He encountered the assault team, 4 upperclassmen averaging over 1.8 meters tall, their shadows blocking the sunlight overhead. Oh, it seems like the first year of high school is in a bit of a mess. Xiong Meng saw that Chuang's slippers had flown off. The match ended quickly, and the arrogant person from before became polite, clearly having benefited greatly. Excellent. The mounted combat competition has come to a perfect end. Let's congratulate the winner. The second match is 10-player free-for-all, protective bubble collision. Xiong, the commentator, explains, the competition is a free-for-all with dozens of participants, those who can't move are eliminated. The final winner will receive an additional personal score. Please proceed to the arena. The remaining matches are individual qualifying rounds, so each match will include a medal. A student weighing 250 pounds looked at the smaller bumper ball next to him and smiled, hee hee, now the advantage of being heavy is showing, a bunch of bean sprouts. After finally getting onto the court, he realized something was wrong. Why was the small ball over there? Looking at the muscular legs under the big ball next to him, he swallowed hard. To take care of everyone as much as possible, we've grouped people according to height and weight. Have fun, everyone. Toot. As the whistle blew, the match began. Commentator Xiong, let's take a look at the big ball group. Many players choose to charge headlong into the game from the start, their decisive momentum exuding a savage aura. Let's take a look at the small ball group, The small ball group split into 2 groups again, one for boys and one for girls. While the boys group wasn't as visually appealing as the larger ball game, they still charged forward with passion and energy. The girls group, on the other hand, was completely different, their movements were noticeably slow. There were even two balls that collided and bounced apart, constantly bumping into each other at short distances, rolling around and showing their short legs as they tumbled about, visibly spreading acute emotion. Xiong Meng could only comment, "Life here is truly peaceful and serene." The small ball group competition is over, and only 2 people remain in the big ball group. Who will become the first champion? Hee, as expected of the judo club captain, so flexible and reliable. You're too kind. The bodybuilding department head's physique is truly unbeatable, his calves are as strong as my arms. The two were old acquaintances and knew they couldn't break each other's spells. Upon hearing Xiong Meng's voice, they exchanged a glance, confirmed their thoughts, and simultaneously rolled backward. Look. They're both falling backward at the same time. But the thinner one is clearly going faster. Let's congratulate the other one on their victory. The head of the bodybuilding club took off his props and looked at the smug head of the judo club in front of him. "Gee, you actually lost. Ha, you think you can surpass me in this area with that bunch of dead muscles? You'd better lose another 200 pounds. Hee, don't be too happy yet." He glanced at Xiong Meng on the stage, then turned and walked towards the rest area. The day's sports meet finally came to an end, and it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. It was time to enjoy the chef's delicious food. Some people were eating together in the canteen, they were the same people who had been on the playground back then. He didn't play today, so there are only 2 games left tomorrow morning. Everything is going as we expected. It's hard to say what will happen in the first game tomorrow, but we have a good chance in the last game. Then let's all do our own thing in the morning, and don't forget to register for the last session. No one will forget. On Friday morning, commentator Xiong started his work, everyone's still in high spirits. Well, let's not waste any time, the penultimate match is about to begin preparations. 100-player competition, rugby shooting. At the beginning, everyone had a rugby ball, and a 4-meter-high bamboo basket was erected in the middle of the playground. Whoever threw the ball in first won. This competition is too unpredictable. First of all, there are as many as 100 participants. They look scattered and not crowded now, but once they enter the corresponding area, it will be very crowded. Using the runway line as the dividing line, everyone waited outside, ready to rush in at the first signal. But that's the charm of competition. I hereby declare the match open. Beep. Everyone rushed toward the target immediately, and the first group quickly arrived at the designated location. Just as they were about to shoot, they saw a rugby ball fly overhead. It's the basketball team captain. A 3-pointer from over 10 meters away. Can he even make it? The arc is perfect, the finish line is in sight. Wait, something's wrong. Just as they were about to enter, a rugby ball flew in with a whooshing sound. It's the shot put captain. His absolute power intercepted the rugby ball in a straight line. What do you want to do? As long as I win, I can move on to the next match quickly. I know, but why did you win? The basketball team president paused for a moment, then broke into a wide smile. Then let's give it a try, friend. When eyes meet, the nature of the match changes. Trainers, let's battle with eye contact. The rugby ball became a weapon, and people started to fall and be carried to the doctor. Everyone here was naturally strong, and after treatment, they were back to their old selves. The match is incredibly intense. That must be the head of the labeling department, he's charging up. He's launched. Bang. The pillar broke. The bamboo basket fell down. But everyone was keeping a safe distance from others. Just then, a figure appeared from the side, carrying a rugby ball and quickly approaching the spot where it had fallen. Someone's there. Someone's very close. The rugby ball has successfully entered the basket. The winner is here. The boy beside the bamboo basket, who wasn't particularly strong, smiled. He was naturally low profile, and he never expected that his troubles would turn into advantages. The final battle, a massive fight involving 1,000 people, escape and combat. Only senior high school students can sign up for the final competition. The rules are simple, escape through the exit and you win. Or, you can also win by tearing off the name tag from someone else's back and finding only one person left. All the participants changed into sportswear, with long strips of their names attached to their backs. The commentators' voices were heard as usual, but the familiar figure was not in the spot. In the preparation area facing the podium, a young man smiled as he looked at the crowd in the distance. The commentator was warming up when he joined the fray. Hooray, we finally waited for this. What do you guys say, singles or team play? Didn't someone want to play one-on-one? We'll go in after they're done. No rush, let's deal with the people who came to play first, and then we'll find him last. There were over 100 people participating in the competition, and more than 20 of them were aiming to be like Xiong Meng. After communicating their ideas, these people quietly dispersed and subtly approached the students next to them. These ordinary students have no idea what they're going to encounter, they're just here to have fun. Time's up, the match begins. Beep. The moment the whistle blew, the ministers in charge of the movement acted swiftly, and all the students around were caught in the crossfire. What? One student, unaware of what was happening, only felt a force behind him and saw his name tag already on the ground. He wasn't the only one bewildered, many others suffered the same fate, and one even tried to secretly pick it up. You have been eliminated. Please leave the scene as soon as possible and do not affect the other contestants. The sound appeared directly in my mind, it was Lucario's waveguide. Another male student was getting close to a female student. Physical contact is normal during sports, right? After more than 10 years, he finally got to touch a girl's hand. Sensing the person's emotions, Lucario fell silent. How could such pure and fantasizing thoughts coexist? Although it was the first time he had encountered this situation, he still judged based on his previous experience and decided to issue a warning to avoid any unnecessary complications. Please control your thoughts, student. Negative thoughts are unacceptable. Oh no, we've been found out. In that moment of distraction, he didn't notice a girl slowly approaching. I tore it off, yay. The girl waved the sticker in her hand, a bright smile on her face. Sigh, I failed as expected. The boy touched his head in disappointment and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, student, the girl said, exposing her back, don't you want to tear my name off? The boy looked at her youthful and beautiful smile, her slightly flushed cheeks, and her slightly averted gaze. Why aren't you going up there yet? A voice accompanied by force came from behind him, and he rushed over, so suddenly pulling the other person into his arms. Xiong Meng, standing behind him, gave a thumbs up to the female classmate and then told several classmates with red eyes to leave. I can guarantee that this female student has good character and values. After saying that, he continued towards the middle, intending to deal with a few more red-eyed monsters along the way. The boy was stunned for a moment upon hearing Xiong Meng's affirmation. Can you let me go now? The small voice reached my ears, almost inaudible if I hadn't been right next to her. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I know, aren't you going to tear the tape off? The boy excitedly and slowly reached out, carefully tearing off a piece of paper with the girl's name written on it. Here you go. The girl shook her head and smiled, holding the boy's sticker in her palm, raising her hand to her chest, tilting her head slightly, and revealing her teeth with a smile. So clumsy and silly. The guy had never experienced this before, and he couldn't help but giggle. Let's go outside first, we shouldn't disturb others. He, yes, yes, yes. I've known you for a long time, about 6 years now. Boy. He suddenly remembered what Xiong Meng had said earlier, the other party's guarantee meant it wasn't a trap, which meant. I promise I'll take responsibility for that hug you just now. Then I'll leave it to you. The boy and girl left one after another. Xiong Meng, who had been observing the scene, nodded. It seemed that the match had been made. He didn't actually know the girl, she had just suddenly approached him, asking for his help. After learning what she needed, he readily agreed, as it was a good thing. What puzzled him was that, if he remembered correctly, this girl had attacked him directly, so why did she need him to keep an eye on the surroundings? Is this a romantic gesture between couples? Xiong Meng had never been in a relationship in his previous life, and since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it and went back to the battlefield. With the deliberate efforts of many skilled athletes, there were only 11 people on the field, including Xiong Meng, and their positions gradually moved to the very center. Long time no see, Xiong Meng. The last time was at the midterm sports meet, wasn't it? The head of the Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, department slowly walked over, his expression very complicated. This sports meet was really great. I was surprised when I heard you weren't going to participate. I thought you wouldn't have a chance. But isn't this what we've got? Solo training. Xiong Meng looked at the few people who hadn't followed behind and knew what they were thinking. Yes, it's all about superiority, not life or death. When his opponent adopted a stance, he immediately adopted the starting stance of Bajiquan. I'd like to learn from you. The other party stomped on the ground and charged straight at them. But his target has changed, he now targets someone who has exchanged experiences with the fighting spirits. As they approached, they crossed paths, and a sizzling sound rang out. The opponent went in. The opponent is gone. Looking at the sticker in Xiong Meng's hand, the other party fell silent. So this was all the strength he had. I was no match for him at all. The next person who was about to start a one-on-one fight saw this scene and stopped, looking at the serious expressions of the people next to him. This guy might have evolved again, let's attack together. The crowd rolled their eyes, saying the problem remained unresolved. They had said they wanted a group fight earlier, but the other side wasn't improving at all. All right. Let's charge together. Let's go. Let's go. Thump. 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 The stage slowly moved to the center of the playground, and after reaching its position, it began to change. The surrounding pillars began to move closer to the center, eventually transforming into a huge bonfire. Each class also took out materials from their respective warehouses and set up a bonfire at their designated spot. The chefs at the nursery school were also busy in an orderly manner. Although only senior high school students were there at night, they could not let their guard down. Senior Xiong Meng. Please accept this. Just as I finished taking control of the stage, 2 first-year high school girls jogged over. One of them was holding the headband she had used when she was riding a horse earlier, and she looked very shy and nervous. This. Xiong Meng scratched his head and didn't accept it. Instead, he said seriously, I think I know what you're thinking. Maybe you have some thoughts because of certain circumstances, but most of it is admiration and thinking he's handsome. It's normal to have these thoughts. I feel the same way when I see good-looking people. But this is different from long-term liking. You might regret anything you do on a whim, let alone something that's a lifelong commitment. Ah, this. The girl's shy expression slowly disappeared, turning into an awkward laugh. I'm telling you, this kind of thing is very special, you can't just do it casually. What if you run into a jerk? This wasn't the first time he'd encountered this situation. In his opinion, it was just a young person acting impulsively. He was good at sports, had good grades, and was decent looking, someone must have come looking for him. But his thinking has never changed in either of his lives, to accept someone casually and then separate from them would be harmful to both of them. That's right, Master Xiong, who has never held a girl's hand in his 2 lives, is a pure love warrior with beautiful fantasies. We understand. Sorry to bother you, we promise we won't act impulsively again. The 2 girls fled in panic, seemingly unlikely to repeat such an act in the future. Xiong Meng smiled as he watched their retreating figures. Very good, and persuaded the 2 of them again. It seems you're quite popular, but your personality remains unchanged. Squad leader Chen Yahweh walked to the side at some point, watching the departing figure with some emotion. Xiong Meng is a very special and complex character. He came to the place because he was handsome and a warm guy, but then he found out that the other person was older. At first, he couldn't accept it, but he didn't get close to older people. It's obvious that with a few simple changes and a basic foundation, there's no shortage of potential clients, but strangely, those who have tried it no longer persist. It's very strange. I think it's all right. By the way, is everyone ready? I'll go help now. Walking towards the classroom with the class monitor, the first and second-year students were slowly leaving, but shy girls and nervous boys continued to appear all over the playground. After the sports meet, it's the senior students' turn to do their own thing. This time, the teachers aren't around, it's just the students on their own. Do you know where I got this headband? Chen Yahweh suddenly waved the brown headband in her hand. Could it be one of my junior classmates? Xiong Meng guessed. After all, the girl was a beauty, so it wasn't surprising that she had admirers. Chen Yahweh shook her head, her expression somewhat complicated. It was given to me by my junior. It's okay, everyone has different ideas, and I respect everyone's preferences. Seemingly shocked, Xiong Meng remained silent for a moment before finally giving the girl a thumbs up. What are you thinking? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. She's a normal person, and she wasn't lying, she really did get this from her junior, just before the competition. The 2 didn't talk much because they had arrived at the classroom area and both joined the construction team. If the sports meet is busy, then now is a time to rest. We can build a campfire while chatting, and then just wait for it to get dark. Almost all the students are like this, except for one person. As the person in charge, Xiong Meng couldn't rest. After finishing his work with the class, he left again. This time, his target was the warehouse next to the fire station. The 3 firefighters were gathered together as if having a meeting, with the captain pointing at a map. Xiong Meng originally didn't want to disturb them, but he was spotted by Swamp King as soon as he arrived. Swamp King's deep eyes were full of killing intent, and the others also reacted. "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Let me double-check the fireworks." "All right, I'll go with you then." The captain handed the map to the 2 of them, picked up the key next to him, and walked over. "Your commentary and the final match were fantastic. You deserve a lot of credit this time." "Not at all, it's all thanks to everyone working together." The captain didn't answer, but smiled more. He opened the warehouse door and the 2 went inside. All they could see were neatly arranged fireworks. "TSK, I wish I had someone like you at that age. I'm so envious." "The senior will see it tonight, right? He can film it and send it to the other seniors to show off." The captain thought for a moment, then nodded. He was indeed a capable guy, his mind worked perfectly. Watching the boy carefully check the quantity and quality of the order slip, if I remember correctly, this is the 3rd time. His sense of responsibility is truly admirable. "Okay, everything's fine now. I'll come back to help with the moving later." After confirming everything was all right, Xiong Meng packed the list. No need, let our seniors handle these things. Just enjoy the party." He patted the boy's shoulder, interrupting, "Don't refuse. We've prepared for this long, just leave the rest to us. Then I'll have to trouble you, seniors." Since his seniors have said that, what else can he say? He might as well just have fun. As dusk fell, the sun slowly set, and perhaps even the heavens knew what day it was, for the sky gradually became dreamlike. Golden red clouds filled the sky, students laughed and ran around on the playground, and various desserts and delicacies were prepared in the kitchen and began to be delivered to their destinations. As the sun sets, a bonfire is lit, and the bonfire party begins, but this time it's different from the previous ones. There were no teachers, no worries, no deliberately organized activities, only the happy laughter of students, both boys and girls, wandering around. Students in each class will find that familiar yet unfamiliar people appear in their own class's area, and then they also appear in the other class's area. At some point, some people started moving closer to the large bonfire in the middle, while the shy and lazy ones stayed in their own class's small bonfire. And then, without anyone noticing, everyone started lining up in circles, dancing together with their starter Pokémon. Food, drinks, students dancing around the campfire, the principal, teachers, and guardians in the corner smiled, checked the time, and everyone headed towards the fireworks warehouse. Whoosh bang! The first firework went off at 8:30 p.m., followed by a 15-minute fireworks display. Residents who had been notified in advance took out their phones to record the event. Some of the boys and girls finally couldn't hold on any longer and found someone under the cover of fireworks. The bonfire party ended on time at 9:30 p.m., and everyone left with their parents. Besides Xiong Meng, he also needed to help tidy up, and it wasn't until 10:30 that they finished. How does it feel? Isn't it interesting? Selling. Delicious, visually appealing, and fun. He also embarked on his journey home, and in the shadows beside the school gate, a figure holding a brown ribbon hesitated. She eventually chose to leave, but she didn't notice a bread truck approaching rapidly and suddenly stopping beside her. Wah! Starting next week, I'll be spending most of my time at the dojo, so I'll have to do my best then. Sell. The activities organized by the school are not only for students, but also the best opportunity to increase the affinity of the initial Pokémon in the first week. After that, they are taken care of at home while the students prepare for the college entrance examination. Xiong Meng was walking home when, for some reason, he suddenly felt like leaving. He chatted with Mudskipper and looked at the starry sky occasionally. Although I left late, there were still many food stalls on the food street, and cars were coming and going on the road, with many vehicles queuing at the traffic lights. Bang! The sudden crashing sound instinctively drew his attention. It was a van, and from the outside, everything looked fine. The men inside looked to be from another region, and everything seemed normal. Bang! I turned my head and heard a sound again. I turned my head again, but there was still nothing there. Was it because you were carrying cargo in the vehicle? Was it caused by it not being properly secured? The person inside the car seemed to notice Xiong Meng, looked over and smiled, and showed off some fruit in their hand. I knew it. So you bought a lot of fruit? Xiong Meng smiled and nodded in agreement. The traffic light changed and the vehicles moved forward normally. A van passed by, and when Xiong Meng saw the trunk, he frowned. He noticed a short brown strip a few centimeters long along the edge. That ribbon looks familiar. Why does it look so much like Chen Yahui's today? Is it just my imagination? There was a silver-white bread truck at my current location just now, with license plate. Please monitor the area for me. Xiong Meng took out his phone, opened a chat app, and sent a message to his friend named 3D Dragon. There's someone named Chen Yahui in my class. Could you help me find out where she is now? A virtual 3D dragon appears on the phone screen, and the screen splits into 3 screens. The first screen is a map, and the moving red dot on it is the bread truck. The second one is also a map, the red dot on it indicates the location next to the school. Next to the school. I remember going back a long time ago, didn't I? I'm going to run now, remember to hold on tight. Sell. Xiong Meng ran frantically towards the location, arriving in 2 minutes, but there was no one there. He opened the sewer cover based on the location and found the phone that had stopped working. Please contact Chen Yui's family and ask if he is home. He was trying to determine if it was a very rare possibility, but the confidential information displayed on his phone told him the answer. Oh no, something's happened. I glanced at the car's location. It was still slowly making its way through the city's traffic lights, moving at a moderate pace, with no idea where it was headed. We called the police, but we can't be sure they're inside. It would take time to process the report and get back, and it would be too slow to go back. It would be a bit reckless to look for someone without knowing the details. Xiong Meng frowned. He guessed that something had happened to Chen Yahui. Even if she wasn't in the car, she couldn't escape the connection. But the problem now was that there was no conclusive evidence. Even if the police officer agrees to go, it still takes time to apply and find the location. As long as we confirm that the person is inside, as long as we confirm their location. He thought of the bicycle shop he had just passed on the road. Although it was a bit risky, he figured he could just confirm it and then call the police. Without further ado, they headed straight for the bicycle shop. Hello, are you here to look at bicycles? As soon as I entered, a young woman walked over, and I assumed she was a student who wanted to buy a bicycle after the college entrance exam. Xiong Meng asked directly, which one can keep up with cars, has a high safety rating, and is adaptable to all terrains. Sigh, there was no need to buy such an expensive one in the first place. The ordinary ones are enough now. If you're going to the wilderness, the key is to follow the trails. The young woman thought he was a spendthrift, having seen quite a few such people lately. He seems so good, why doesn't he consider his family? If I don't explain clearly, it'll definitely waste time. Oh right. I remember I still have this in my pocket. Temporary gym leader, I just need a means of transportation. Girl. He accepted the certificate with some skepticism, walked to the counter, and returned 10 seconds later with a polite smile on his face. It's okay, I understand how you feel. You did the right thing, but I'm in a real hurry right now. Xiong Meng finished speaking beforehand, otherwise he would have said a few more words. The young lady also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the gym leader's influence was considerable. This bicycle is comparable to those costing millions in other regions, and it's more than enough for normal outdoor use. Looking at the simple introduction in front of me, I realize that the uncertainty is a bit high, and this isn't enough. What about that one? Xiong Meng pointed to the silver-white bicycle in the middle. This is the latest version, made of special aerospace materials and the latest fiber carbon. Most of the materials are provided by elite-level Pokémon, so its performance and safety are absolutely top-notch. It can even withstand attacks from elite-level Pokémon. But the price is a bit high. This is it. Swipe your card. The price was 1 million. The young woman fell silent when she saw the black card in front of her. Are people also rich these days? Damn it, she'll have to work for at least a year to afford it. Okay, do you need it packed up? No need to pack, I'll ride it now. Hurry up and swipe your card. Xiong Meng lifted the bicycle off the ground and weighed it in his hand. It weighed at least 200 pounds. No wonder it can withstand attacks, the materials are high quality and used in large quantities. It would be strange if it couldn't withstand them. Okay, please register and sign the contract. After registering the information and uploading it to the National Treasury, the money was deducted directly from 3D Dragon's black hair, and even a 20% discount was given. Remember to come over if you need any upgrades or modifications, the first 3 times are free. New. Normally, the first one should be changed now, but the young lady could tell that the other party was in a hurry, so she gave him special instructions. Xiong Meng put his phone away and set off directly according to the navigation. From the moment he decided to buy the car to the final decision, only 10 minutes had passed, and the van hadn't even left the city yet. What are you looking at? Trying to woo me, huh? What are you saying, store manager? I was just wondering if something's wrong that you're in such a hurry. The other party used a civil servant's card, so they probably have some quota to meet. But it's perfectly safe now, so there's nothing to worry about. By the way, we exceeded our sales target for today, so we're taking a day off tomorrow. The young woman became worried after seeing the other party's card. Her family members are also civil servants who have to be on the front lines when something happens. Their daily reviews are as easy as drinking water, but their welfare benefits are also very good. I hope everything goes smoothly, the young woman prayed silently. On the other side, Xiong Meng had reduced the distance to 5 kilometers. It seemed far, but it was the best distance calculated so that the other side could not detect him and could catch up quickly. We followed them all the way to the outskirts of the city, and the vehicle turned into the mountains. On the map, there were several houses on the mountaintop. With his destination roughly decided, he chose a back road by bicycle to see if he could ambush the spot ahead of time. Meanwhile, at Xiong Meng's computer, 3D Dragon was monitoring the vehicles when suddenly a 3D Dragon Z emerged from the computer screen. 3D Dragon Z, WW. What's wrong with you? Why are you monitoring vehicles online? You'll be punished if there's nothing going on. 3D Dragon, WW. The trainer contacted me, I suspect there's probably something wrong. 3D Dragon Z nodded. He knew that Kid was a decent person, so he probably had something going on. WW. In any case, remember to write a report at the end. After saying that, 3D Dragon Z crawled back inside. It was late at night and he still had to work overtime. He was going back to catch up on his anime. Meanwhile, Xiong Meng successfully used brute force and mass to reach the destination first, and breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the target vehicle approaching. A few minutes later, the van arrived, and he followed its position, moving through the grass. Haha, I didn't expect to suddenly run into my target, especially since he was all alone. Yes, I didn't expect to have such a pleasant surprise when buying fruit. 2 men from another region got out of the car, opened the trunk, and found a person lying there tied up. It was indeed Chin Yahweh. An unexpected situation has arisen, please be notified. Nura. Xiong Meng quickly thought of sending a message to 3D Dragon, but a cold light suddenly struck, forcing him to dodge in a panic. But the phone had already been damaged, lying in 2 pieces on the ground, and the message hadn't been sent yet. Who's there? The 2 men who were about to move the girl heard the noise and called out to Xiong Meng. In the woods, Xiong Meng tried to create some distance, but a figure blocked his way. It has a fierce and menacing expression, an oval-shaped golden jade stone inlaid on its forehead, and a crest, collar, and tail made of bright red feathers. Its body is mainly dark gray, its eyes are red, and it has some sharp teeth showing around its mouth. Its sharp claws are rubbing against each other. It is a mannequin piece. Who's there? Damn it, you've been exposed. A white man strode out of the room and immediately started yelling at the 2 people next to the car. I was just buying some fruit, so why did someone follow me? How did I get caught? Boss, we didn't know anything, but we've kidnapped our target. That's right. We just happened to run into someone there, and we succeeded in no time. The 2 men quickly pointed to the girl in the trunk, their faces full of pride. The white man, realizing something, quickly came over to check. After seeing who it was, his face turned even paler, and he could no longer hold back and started cursing. What kind of brain-dead idiots are you? Is this person even worthy of being tied up right now? He wants to kill several people, but the mission isn't going to start for months, or even at all. To start now is just asking for death. The worst part is that I'm being followed. This is even worse, I'm doomed. No, I have to find a way. At the very least, I can't afford to have any problems. Mavila, drag that person out. Nura. Bang. There was a loud crash, but no one appeared. Bang. With a loud bang, a figure appeared, but it wasn't a human, it was a weevil, scraping across the ground with tremendous force until it crashed into a tree. White man, WTF. This newcomer is not to be underestimated. In the woods just now, Mavira looked at the bicycle that had blocked the attack in surprise. He's a high elf, how come I can't even break a bicycle? While he was stunned, one hand grabbed his neck and threw him into the air, whereupon the bicycle hit a home run. Come out. If you don't come out, I'll kill her. I've already been exposed. Don't think I can't do it. The white man frantically tried to find a solution, and simply lifted Xiong up, pulled out a fruit knife from his hand, and held it to her neck. A sudden silence fell over the area. Mammalian had already approached the white man, and Xiong was frantically praying in her heart that he was an official. The other two were stunned. You two idiots, hurry up and go get your Pokémon from your room. I'm watching over you here. The white man cursed inwardly as he looked at the two men, but he decided to get through this ordeal first. He vowed that if he could get through this safely, he would go home immediately. I'll definitely deal with those two before I get back. What a bunch of terrible teammates. Aren't you coming out yet? I'm really going to use my knife. The fruit knife moved even closer, and blood began to appear on the neck. Lie down on my back and listen to my instructions. Don't be nervous, just cooperate well. Cell. Mudkip nodded seriously. He hadn't even had time to react to Weevil's attack earlier, and he was determined to put in his best effort this time. I guarantee it with this period of spiritual practice. Shalala. The sound of rustling bushes was heard, and under the tense gaze of the white man, a man appeared pushing a bicycle. He looked very young and was even wearing a school uniform. The girl, who hadn't reacted yet, contracted her pupils and forcibly suppressed her excitement. She knew that if the person next to her knew how much she cared, it would definitely have bad consequences. There must be others. Let them come out. There is no one else, only myself. Don't lie. Elves count too. I don't have any elves, I'm just a senior in high school. The white man didn't believe it at all. How could they bring out Weevil without any elves? Did they think they could do it with their physical bodies? Come out, double-barreled gas. Come out, you big wolfhound. Just then, two other people came out, each throwing out a Pokeball, and two Pokémon appeared. Seeing his teammate approach, the white man finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're not coming out, huh? We'll see if you come out after we catch you. Go and tie this guy up. Upon hearing the white man's words, the two looked at each other but didn't move. They were joking, after all, they had just heard that there were other people around. What if they got beaten up? The white man watched this scene with a burning rage. What kind of time is this to pull this stunt? Why the hell were these two assigned to them in the first place? The other party is stalling for time, they may have already called the police. Knowing the urgency of the situation, one of them said, Your big wolfhound is more agile at close range, I'll support you from behind. Seeing there was no way to avoid it, the man picked up the rope and gritted his teeth as he approached. Big wolfhound, we'll take turns on either side. Attack if things get dangerous. Although he said that, he didn't move at all. Only when he saw that the big wolfhound was in front of him and was alright did he approach. He was about to raise his hand when he got to the front. Bang. A silver object was approaching in his line of sight. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his brain, and he collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Woof. When the big wolfhound saw its trainer being attacked, it bared its teeth and lunged at him, only to be met with a bicycle that slashed vertically in a crescent shape. Bang. With a powerful and precise strike, the large wolfhound let out a mournful howl and fell asleep. The two men immediately retreated, looking nervously at Xiong Meng, while ignoring their teammate lying on the ground for the time being. White men, damn. I knew everyone in Donghuang knew martial arts. I think we can discuss this. Xiong Meng picked up the rope, watched the two men, and tied them up with the large wolfhound. After tidying them up, he looked over. Under the tense gazes of the two, he slowly said, Actually, I really didn't call the police. You know Donghuang, students don't have elves. This is my classmate, and it was just a coincidence that we met. How about we exchange hostages? If you're worried, I can leave the bicycle here, and then you can leave when it's time to go. This guy should know that if I had called the police, someone would have arrived already. My phone was also broken by your gadget earlier. Xiong Meng waited for the two people opposite him with an innocent smile. The white man glanced at Mannequin Peace, who nodded to indicate that it was true and the phone had indeed been damaged. There's no benefit in dragging this out. Even if we were to sentence them now, it would be easier to just get those two out of jail. Even if I do call the police later, it will be at least a few hours later, enough time for me to get to that person's side, and then I will be safe. Okay, I agree. The white man squinted. Throw away the bicycle and kick the girl over here. After that, I'll release this girl. Do you think it's possible? I'd not only give up my chips but also my weapons. Xiong Meng rolled his dead fish eyes and said, am I the one with the problem, or are you? If you can't negotiate, you can shut up. You have no choice. I'm already being very generous by agreeing. The white man gestured with a fruit knife in his hand, indicating that it was up to him to decide. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with the arrogant guy. He simply tied the hostage to the back of his bicycle and then looked at him with a smile. We're just classmates. If we can't reach an agreement, I'll just head down the mountain. You guys definitely won't be able to escape anyway. As for whether I'm worried about getting hurt, we're just classmates. The pressure was applied to the other side, and the white man suddenly realized that it didn't seem to make a problem after all. A trade must be done with sincerity, let's trade together. The boy tightened the rope again right in front of him, making sure the boy across from him saw it. The white man thought for a moment, put down the knife, and pointed to the side, leave the bicycle with the person on it over there. This girl should walk towards the other half, and then they can leave each other alone. His idea was that the bicycle and the person should stay in place, while Chen Yahweh walked to the other side, and then they would each go find their own people. No, the danger level is too high without a spirit. Then you suggest what to do, the white man said, annoyed, feeling that the other party was being difficult. Just bring the hostage over here, we'll put the bicycle down and walk to the side. Impossible, it's impossible for you to just hand over the hostages. Brother, we're different. We don't have any elves and we can't leave. You don't have any use for this hostage. Even if you come over, we can't stop you. The other party remained silent, pondering Xiong Meng's words and realizing that they seemed to be true. The fact that they could negotiate now meant that the other party had a chance to escape, and if they did, they might not be in a good position. As long as the bicycle could be left behind, there was no bargaining power if they couldn't leave. The white man suddenly thought of another method. The deed is done, and even if we're on a mountaintop, something will happen in a few hours. So, what if we get rid of these two guys? Isn't it normal for someone to go missing at this time? It takes several days to find someone afterward, which is plenty of time for them to leave. Once the idea took hold, it grew wildly, as if it really was possible, even if the girl's identity was special, as long as there was enough time, she could leave. Okay, I agree. The white man released Chen Yahweh. Go on, I hope you'll keep your promise. The other party's sudden decisiveness surprised everyone. The underling tried to speak but was silenced by a glare. Xiong Meng watched the girl slowly approaching, his vigilance reaching its peak. The other person put away the fruit knife, and as they came out, they subconsciously touched their pocket, a small circle flashing by. He became more alert. Chen Yahweh slowly walked to the side, and Xiong Meng helped untie the ropes binding his hands. The other party did not say anything. But his hand was already in his pocket, the pocket he had just been touching. The girl untied the ropes binding her legs herself. Just as she was about to speak, a hand patted her shoulder. Xiong Meng nodded, let's go over there. You take your people and leave. Facing the two men with the girl in tow, he slowly retreated to the side, unaware that the golden light emanating from the boy's pupils. They might have other tricks up their sleeves, so be careful. I'll create an opportunity for us to run into the woods. It's Xiong Meng in front of me, just don't give away his special abilities. The voice that suddenly appeared in Chen Yahweh's mind startled her, but she quickly realized what it meant. In times of emergency, potential is always unleashed. Xiong Meng inspired Chao Ku to use a new way of communicating. Communication is done by only one person, but it is discreet. Just speak in my mind, I can hear you. Why are you here? When will the police arrive? What other tricks do they have up their sleeves? Chen Yahweh didn't waste any time, the questions she asked were highly professional. We heard a noise at the traffic light, saw the exposed tape, and then found your phone in the sewer next to the school. My phone was indeed broken. I was about to call the police when Mina destroyed it, so I couldn't call the police. There was something in the other person's pocket, but we don't know exactly what it was. We only know that it was round in shape. As Xiong Meng spoke quickly, he watched the other person slowly retreat, while the wheezing trainer began to untie the ropes. Seeing Xiong Meng and his companion approaching the woods, the white man knew he had to make his move. Mavila, take care of those two. Nura. The weevil quickly approached, and in the blink of an eye, a small head suddenly popped out in front of it. Mutant uses a water gun. The damage caused by the water gun is negligible, it wouldn't even have any effect on a normal Pokémon, which is only a few days old. However, Mudkip is a special case, its inability to move grants a boost to its stab moves, and this time it's going all out. Although the damage wasn't much, it severely disrupted the opponent's movements. Just as Mavira was blocking, the attack disappeared, followed by a palm with bulging veins. Bang. 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 He grabbed her slender neck with one hand, and with the other hand, a stone appeared out of nowhere. He struck her 3 times, and she immediately started sweating profusely. Bang. This scene stunned everyone, but it wasn't over yet. After the attack, the stone in his hand was launched, and the guy who had just been untied from the rope fell into a coma before he could even react. The battle was over in 10 seconds with a single move. The 2 people and 2 elves were instantly reduced to half, but Xiong Meng did not approach rashly. Instead, he kept a close eye on his opponent. Damn it. The giant rock monster is using a sharp stone attack. Pang Yan. The white man took a pokeball out of his pocket and threw it. A rock giant appeared on the field, roared upon its entrance, and gathered white light around it, which finally formed a stone and shot towards Bear. Oh shit, it's over. Xiong Meng's first reaction upon seeing Pang Yan Gui was that it was all over. This was no fragile Pokémon, its aura was definitely that of an elite Pokémon, not to mention that it was naturally this durable. The smallest of the flying stones was over 20 centimeters long. He grabbed Chen Yahue and hoisted her onto his shoulder, then turned and ran wildly into the woods. Sell. The mud skipper was calling out the landing spot for the rocks from behind, while the bear was frantically dodging. But the white man realized what was happening and became enraged. The giant rock monster appeared and attacked, and from then on, he couldn't run anywhere. There's only one way now, get rid of the 2 of them to buy as much time as possible, and then quickly find connections to leave. Seeing that there was a forest not far from the 2, the white man's eyes hardened. Pang Yan monster, use earthquake. Pang Yan. He raised his right foot and slammed it down, cracking the ground as he rapidly approached the 2 fleeing individuals. The white man breathed a sigh of relief, while greedily eyeing Mudkip. Such a small Pokémon with such powerful attacks must have champion potential. If we capture them then, they can challenge for the Heavenly King title a few years later. Sell. The mud skipper screamed frantically. When Xiong Meng heard the earthquake, he knew something was wrong. The ground next to him had already cracked open, and he could only jump around frantically to avoid it. He could only pin his hopes on 3D Dragon, hoping that the other party would realize something was wrong and time would go back a few minutes. Porygon suddenly realized that its trainer's signal was gone. After thinking for a dozen seconds, it decided to come and check, but the network was closed. He quickly looked for the car, but it had already been turned off, the car's network was disconnected, and the doors were closed. A search of the surrounding area revealed no network connection, even some television signals were present, but no connection was established. Realizing something was wrong, the Porygon immediately burrowed into the phone. When it reappeared, it was at the gym, in front of which was a bear-shaped Pokémon meditating with its Pokémon. WW. Xiong Biao opened his eyes and looked over in confusion. 3D Dragon then plunged into the phone and recounted what had just happened. Xiong Biao immediately stood up, thought for a few seconds, and then dialed the phone. Old Li, don't sleep anymore, come to the dojo right now. Don't speak yet, see for yourself. A dozen seconds later, Uncle Li and Hu Di, dressed in their pajamas, appeared and shoved a cell phone into their hands before they could even ask anything. After reading the message, his sleepiness vanished instantly. He looked at Xiong Biao and asked, could you confirm the approximate location? As soon as he finished speaking, his phone automatically opened the map, and his location jumped directly to that mountain. Seeing this, he took out his phone and opened the group chat. Emergency Notice Group Chat. Inspector of Tasho Fighting Dojo, 2 students are suspected of being kidnapped. The situation is urgent and we will immediately conduct a superpower scan. After handing it out, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, and the silver bracelet on his wrist swayed slightly, the key stone in the middle radiating a mysterious light. Alakazam. Mega Evolution. Colorful light enveloped Alakazam, and the long-bearded fox appeared, sitting cross-legged and floating in the air, with 5 spoons floating on his back. He handed over the phone, you know Xiong Meng's mental strength, so be careful later. Ugh. Mage nodded, then unleashed a massive burst of superpowers, sweeping across the surrounding area and striking the region simultaneously. In the instant the superpower fluctuations passed, spirits and people began to awaken in places like the breeding center, fire station, police station, and Principal Tasho. These were all at least Elite 4 level trainers, and the first thing they did upon waking up was check their phones. Sure enough, there was an urgent message, and they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. After opening the chat history and reading the messages, I didn't go back to sleep. Instead, I got dressed and waited. Wah! Found it. Bearmark had already recalled the Pokémon into its Pokeball, and Heracross was resting elsewhere, so he didn't have time to notify them. Mage Alakazam teleports. The fluctuations of superpowers reappeared, and the people and spirits around them disappeared simultaneously. Meanwhile, Xiong Meng was not having an easy time. Pang Yanguai's earthquake skill caused the earth to crack, and Chen Yahweh was not good at dodging it. He's currently carrying Mudkip on his back, a girl on his right, and Weevil in his left hand. They originally intended to use her as a hostage, but they never expected the other side to be hiding such a deadly weapon and acting so recklessly. They barely escaped the attack, but were now further from the forest, and the fallen trees made their movements even more difficult. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. Hand over that Mudkip, and I might spare your lives. The white man grinned menacingly and pointed again. Keep this woman here. This piece of trash is still somewhat useful. Keep them both, then you can leave. This Mudkip is a future asset, while this useless Pokémon still has it for now. Let's just have some fun with this woman and kill her. Since we're going to kill them anyway, let's show their value one last time. This is difficult. Is there any better way? Feel sorry. Xiong Meng did not reply, and asked Chen Yahweh one last time if there was any chance of a miracle, but the result was inevitable. I'll throw you and Mudkip out so you can run faster. Someone has to go out, otherwise the other side will escape. Their attention is on me, this is an opportunity. After what just happened, the white man's eyes were fixed on him, making it very difficult for him to leave. Chen Yahweh didn't say anything more. She knew that was the truth, and instead of unnecessary sentimentality, she should focus on her work later. As for Xiong Meng, she could only try to move as quickly as possible, and then call for help. Okay, here you go with Mavira. With a forceful throw of his left hand, he suddenly moved closer and successfully blocked the girl's view, placing the Mudkip on her head in that instant. Watch your footing. Keep running. Using its legs, waist, and hands simultaneously, Mudkip flung the person toward an edge unaffected by the earthquake's shockwaves. Upon landing, Mudkip used its water gun to help cushion the impact. Xiong Meng's idea was good, but the other side never cared about the things thrown at them, and their eyes were always on Mudkip. Dream on. The giant rock monster uses Rock Slide. Pang Yan. The elite spirits had high proficiency in their skills, and huge rocks fell from the sky, first sealing off Chen Yahweh's surroundings. The aerial rocks reappeared, this time targeting Xiong Meng. It appeared too quickly, and the area it covered was too wide. He can't escape it. WW. Bang. A surge of superpowers appeared, and the 3D dragon that had been inside the phone flew out, instantly emitting beams of 3 colors. The triple attack made contact with the rock above, successfully clearing a safe area. Porygon quickly blocked the trainer's path, staring at the giant rock Pokémon with hostile eyes. Iron Palm Warrior. Push. Bang. Before the white man could react, a huge black shadow swept past him, leaving only a deep trench in the ground. Instinctively, I looked over and saw that it was Pang Yanguai who had flown out. I turned my head stiffly and saw 2 figures slowly approaching. He recognized the man. He was the owner of a fighting dojo, the kind of guy he would always avoid if he encountered him. What did you do to my son? Xiong Biao asked slowly, word by word, his anger evident in his eyes. Double Gas, who had been watching the show, realized that he should run away now, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw the long-bearded fox looking at him. Oh, it's over. The method of immobilization, strengthening the mind and will. Having successfully taken down the double-barreled gas attack, Li Shu ignored the groans and walked towards Xiong Meng. How are you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Isn't there still one person left? Seeing that they were finally safe, fatigue instantly washed over them. Xiong Meng pointed to the side and said, no one is injured. There's another person over there, and they're fine too. At this moment, Chen Yahweh also came over, and the water leaped onto Xiong Meng's head in a flash, without making a fuss or asking any questions. His gaze was fixed, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Chen girl. Uncle Li was stunned when he saw Chen Yahweh. Wasn't this old Chen's daughter? The other person was actually her. Is the plan to kidnap a civil servant's family member and then blackmail or extort them? Or is there some other plan? Well, I just came from school. Xiong Meng simply recounted what had just happened, saving a lot of trouble by not needing to ask any questions. After hearing this, Uncle Lee frowned even more deeply. High-speed Weevil, Reconnaissance Mytiana, cover for double gas, and the elite Pompeii that can cause earthquakes. Good grief, a standard-issue horror squad. Are you sure the people on the other side just came out directly, and although the two went in, they came out quickly, and the white man didn't go in, right? Seeing Xiong Meng nod again, he directly beckoned Mage Hoodie into the room, ignoring his old friend who was frantically massaging himself at the door. Finding useful information is the key now, but after entering and seeing things clearly, Uncle Lee, who was anxious, immediately calmed down. It turns out that in order to prevent network monitoring, all the data was in the form of files, and these files were placed on the table. Open one file at random, Donghuang Special Operations, then open another, Special Operations Team and Support Personnel. Bear Boy's 3D Dragon is here to help. He glanced at me briefly and immediately went outside, his forehead already beaded with cold sweat. Go check on him, I'll be fine with Dad here. WW. Compile this information immediately and send it to the emergency notification group. Hurry. 3D Dragon simply pulled out a drone, and 12 drones scanned the area in 30 seconds. It then spent another 10 seconds sorting and organizing the data, and sent the results directly to the group chat in 41 seconds. Uncle Lee also sent a message below the document. Inspector of Dongsho Martial Arts Dojo, this incident has been confirmed as involving a foreign terrorist organization. The list of personnel and all relevant information are available. Due to the gravity of the matter, we are immediately placing ourselves on level 2 alert. Inspector of Tasho Martial Arts Dojo, photo.jpg. Inspector of Dongzhou Fighting Dojo, Old Chen, your daughter is here, and she's safe now. Those who had been waiting heard the notification sound and checked. Upon seeing the second sentence, they instantly stood up, and their pupils dilated in shock 3 seconds after opening the file. He frantically made phone calls as he walked outside, with his partners, who had already woken up, following behind him. One of the team leaders, Chen, also took action after seeing the message. But after seeing the photo, he froze on the spot. He called, but no one answered, the phone was switched off. This only fueled the father's anger. It was already around 11 o'clock, but the city's guardians were mobilized, and the higher-ups went into a frenzy after receiving the information. We haven't encountered a terrorist organization in years. They even dare to kidnap people. And businessmen from other regions are even cooperating with them. Damn it. They all have to die. At 5 a.m. the next morning, 6 hours after the incident was reported, at the Kyoto Special Operations Group Command Center. The room, which was several hundred square meters in size, was filled with monitors, which at first glance cost at least several hundred yuan. There was a podium at the back with 3 people sitting on it. The old man in the middle looked to be in his 60s, while the other 2 were men in their 40s. They were all staring intently at the screen, even though it wasn't turned on yet. Is everyone ready? The old man in the middle asked. Everything is ready. All the target personnel have been identified, and there are people watching the area. The man on the left glanced at his watch, then at his phone, and nodded. Let's get started then, so we can get some rest sooner. The man on the right slammed the button in front of him, and all the screens lit up. The people inside were all different, but they all had one thing in common. There were only 3 types of people inside, one dressed casually, and the rest dressed in black suits and police uniforms. The corresponding locations are displayed in the lower right corner of the screen, and Xiong Biao, Uncle Lee, and Group Chen are in the middle of the screen. Each screen corresponds to a city. We are now entering the debugging phase. Can you hear me? Are you aware of the mission? Are you ready? The old man slowly spoke, and 3 selection boxes appeared on the screen. Green meant no problem, red meant the opposite. After 3 seconds, all the screens glowed green. Some people are looking for trouble to kill children. Some of them are even helping to bite others, while others are eating the food we give them but still want to cut off their flesh. This isn't just about dealing with terrorists, it also involves the businessmen and all the lackeys and cronies. They all need to be wiped out. I hereby declare that Operation 311, the assault operation, is now commenced. The old man's gaze was full of authority as he slowly swept across all the screens. As he finished speaking, everyone began to move. There was no sound, only constantly moving images and people being captured, some from other regions and some from the Eastern Huang region. I think the people were from the North American Alliance, the Small Island Nation Alliance, and the Indian Alliance. The old man kept looking at the screen without turning his head, but the person on his left already knew what was about to happen. The selling price of basic products will remain unchanged, the quantity will be doubled, and our imports will be reduced by half again. Sure enough, this system won't affect people at the bottom of society, and the price might even be cheaper, but the original manufacturers are definitely going to suffer, as they're bound to lose their market share. As for whether ordinary people will lose their jobs, Dongwang has investors in every alliance, guaranteeing plenty of job opportunities. Okay, I'll report it after I'm done. By the way, what is our champion doing? I sparred with the Water King a while ago and got beaten up. I rested for a period of time and should be recovered now. Let that kid go out for a stroll. The old man was also somewhat helpless. It's just that having the title of champion brings a few more troubles. Is it really worth getting so upset about? Someone who plays dragon type is looking for a water type. Doesn't he know that water and ice are related? Seriously. The man on the left was taking notes in a notebook, preparing to report them together later, while also feeling sorry for other regions. Why don't you just stay put? When has our Dongwang ever taken the initiative to make a move? Why do you have to be so mischievous? You're all going to have to pay a hefty price. It's true that the first-level god has awakened. Yes, we have also detected the biggest volcanic disturbance in the area. The endpoint is 89% likely there, and it's inevitable that it will pass through our area. The old man sighed, they're just passing by, yet they can't wait to come and share the meat. And don't you know we have a wealth of governance experience? Our ancestors left behind a rich history. Oh, others don't have that. Well, that's all right. Having said what needed to be said, the old man focused his attention on the screen, which was categorized from the people being filmed and recorded, as well as the information categorized from the questions asked on site. The massive amount of information caused network data congestion, and every now and then a 3D dragon would fly out and land on another computer. The arrests lasted a full week. During this time, people noticed that the internet was much cleaner, and then a large number of traitors were put on trial. At the same time, some of the underlying issues were also revealed, without exposing specific individuals, only stating that foreign forces were involved. As for the protagonist who was the source of everything, Xiong Meng said that everything was normal. He went home that night to take a shower and go to sleep, and no one said anything to him afterward. Chen Yahui is also doing well. Neither of them mentioned it much at school. The only difference is that her father has been very busy this week. Every day, a large number of merchants go in, specifically from other alliances, but I heard that some who maliciously underpaid were also dealt with along the way. The trending topics on the internet are constantly changing, making it a very enjoyable experience. So, did the class monitor need something from me? Xiong Meng watched the girl pass by again and couldn't help but ask, she's been like this since the morning break, and she's still like this during lunch break. It's nothing, I was just passing by. The girl tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. The classroom was only so big, and there were only so many seats available. Wasn't it normal to pass by? Do you really think he can't see that something's wrong? Would the class monitor like to sit down and have a chat? Okay. Before she could finish speaking, the girl pulled up a stool and plopped down on the side of the table. Hey, is this eager action for real? So, what shall we talk about? Have no idea. This scene kept repeating itself throughout the week. He would just loiter around, sit down whenever someone mentioned it, and then not know what to say when asked. This is driving him to depression. Just say what's wrong. Brother Bear. Please help me. A mournful cry rang out, and a tall, muscular man grabbed her leg. He was Eevee's classmate from the previous starter Pokémon. Eevee isn't with the other player right now, and neither is Brontosaurus. The first week of building up affinity is enough, and they're basically at home now. At the same time, after the festivities, everyone started to work hard to prepare for the college entrance examination, but for some people, the results did not seem to be very good. Brother Xiong. I want to study animal husbandry, but I don't have enough points in the knowledge section. He's not afraid of initial Pokémon training and battles, but the school he wants to attend has a very high required score for professional knowledge, and he's currently one level short of that. He wasn't afraid of working hard on his own, but he knew that not knowing the key points would lead to many detours, and then he thought of Xiong Meng. A kind-hearted top student is right beside me. If I don't latch onto him now, when will I ever get another chance? You know my style, giving me a direct answer isn't my approach, if you need it now. Xiong Meng pulled a notebook out of the drawer. I have some tips here, what do you think? Before the other person could speak, the classmates who had been listening intently immediately surrounded them. Brother Bear. Xiong Meng. We want some too. Times N. EV trainers were stunned. They weren't showing up before, but now they're all coming to steal the fruit, huh? I won't let you get away with this. He reached out to take it, but someone was faster than him. Chen Yahweh hugged the notebook to her chest. Ahem, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Alright, what can he say? The class monitor has already said so, so let's wait and see. Anyway, we've figured out the direction and the way. Time flew by, and life went smoothly afterward. I would occasionally do practice problems to improve my score and act as a middleman between different sprites to learn from each other's experiences. I covered my dad's shift on the weekend, but because there were so few players at the end, I ended up acting as a goalkeeper and got caught. However, because my suggestion was accurate, everyone liked me. The study shared a learning technique. Mudkip took a week off from using water guns too much, but his body became more adaptable after recovery. All I can say is that the elves' bodies are truly wondrous. During this time, he did not neglect the use of Superforce. After a month of Superforce energy circulating, his muscle mass began to decrease, but his weight remained the same and his strength increased. It seems to be moving closer to the golden ratio, and at the same time, he discovered that Superk seems to adjust his body. For example, some muscles that were growing crookedly have been moved to better positions. This wasn't a sudden change, it was only discovered after a month of comparison. We even tried to see if it could refresh the mind, and tried it on my dad, after which he was kicked out of the house. I don't know the specific effects, but I do know that the couple felt refreshed the next day, so the effect should be pretty good, right? Tomorrow we'll be preparing for the college entrance exam. The first 2 days will be for 4 subjects of knowledge, followed by half a day of battles, and finally half a day of training your initial Pokémon. Today is all self-study. You are free to choose the library or another option. On the last day, the homeroom teacher, Li Jianguo, announced the arrangements for the day. Some people are very open and honest, while others are already eager to go out and make up for their shortcomings today. After the teacher finished speaking and left, everyone started to get moving. Xiong Meng, as always, sat in his seat, looking out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Xiong Meng, everything you need is ready. So, when are we going to start? Chen Yahweh walked over and pointed to the boxes behind him. Let's wait until the last hour before school ends, when the teachers won't be around. Then we can give them the gifts. For the college entrance exam, you go directly to the exam venue. After leaving today, you won't be coming back. I got up and stretched. Although I had experienced it before, this time it seemed even more unforgettable and I was reluctant to leave. Perhaps it's related to my life in this lifetime. After all, I'm experiencing a process I once fantasized about. Where is Xiong Meng going? The girl asked curiously as she turned to walk outside. Let's take one last look at the school. Can I come with you? Watching the departing figure, the girl finally spoke. Being alone is nice, but having someone with you is also good, of course, if you don't mind if I walk slowly. It's okay, I might get used to it. The girl happily followed, and the two walked outside together. Class monitor went up. This time she'll definitely succeed in winning over Xiong Meng. It definitely will. Just thinking about the two of us being together makes me happy, hee hee hee. Wah, so many years have passed. In this last month, we're finally going to take the final step. Today is the last day. Is Xiong Meng going to confess first? Just thinking about it makes me so excited. Ah. After the two left, the girls immediately gathered together, their faces showing relief, and then the boy joined them. I don't think it's easy to say, after all, that's Brother Xiong. Indeed, Brother Xiong is a blockhead. Unless the class monitor gets promoted directly, his chances are slim. I agree. My impression of Xiong is that he has extremely high emotional intelligence, but absolutely no emotional intelligence when it comes to relationships. Yes, this feeling is so strange, it's like I've seen it somewhere before. I remember now. I've met those guys online who are 24 or 56. Although they've never been in a relationship, they have a great attitude and are always willing to help others. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it to me. The boy's words silenced everyone, it did seem somewhat plausible. Never mind, I'll just ask Yahui when the time comes. The girl instinctively avoided the idea, which was met with unanimous agreement from everyone. On the other side, the two walked slowly on campus, and Chen Yahui casually spoke. By the way, what major is Xiong Meng planning to study in college? To be honest, I'm not sure. He's also quite troubled right now. Choosing a school is easy, but choosing a major is difficult, since there's no need to consider making money here. Normally, people have dreams they like, or pursue their dreams as a goal. Some people even go on to travel instead of going to university. Having too many choices can be a problem. I see. What's the school's decision? Has it been finalized? Judging from the other person's expression, she knew they really hadn't thought it through, so she changed the question again. As for schools, I'll probably go to Harbin University, Xiong Meng said, looking at the sky with a touch of nostalgia. The girl's question reminded him of something. The time was different, but the nature of the matter had never changed. He would most likely choose the one he had feelings for. Harbin University. Chen Yahui was overjoyed to receive the answer and skipped along with the others. So, what major are you planning to study? Have you decided yet? I'm not sure yet, but I definitely went to university. I see. Well, I wish you success in getting into your dream school. Thank you, you too. After saying that, the two stopped talking and walked slowly through the campus until the lunch bell rang. They then joined the lunch rush and ran towards the cafeteria with smiles on their faces. With only 1 hour left before school ended, everyone sat quietly in their seats as Xiong Meng walked up to the podium carrying a box. He took out several notebooks and looked at everyone. I'm not coming back after leaving campus today. I know I asked everyone if they wanted to keep the memories, and everyone agreed. But there were different ideas about which method to use. In the end, I decided on two based on the situation, signing in a notebook and drawing on a blackboard. The notebook was passed from the doorway to the back, eventually returning to his hands. He would write down which teacher to give it to and then stand on the podium. Take a small box out of the box, and inside are colorful chalks. As always, the students at the door are the first to arrive. Draw your favorite patterns on the blackboard with chalk, and then write your name below. The blackboard is large, and everyone is mindful of their space and doesn't take up too much room. It's just that the paintings are very messy, some are good and some are not, and in the end, it's an abstract art style. Buffed. Ha ha ha. What is this? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Ha ha. Will the teachers really like this? The first student couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the rest of the students finally couldn't hold back their laughter either, creating a stark contrast with the quiet classes. Ring ring. The school bell rang, the laughter in the classroom slowly faded, and everyone picked up their backpacks and walked out of the classroom. Many people looked back one last time at the school gate and stood there blankly for a few minutes. As dusk fell and all the students left, a figure walked into the classroom and couldn't help but smile when he saw the abstract blackboard. I picked up the notebook and opened it. Names and blessings were written on it. Then I turned my head and looked at the paintings and names, which were random yet distinct. It doesn't seem so abstract after all. A few people suddenly appeared at the door. They were other substitute teachers, oldly. I knew you'd get here first. Alethos, take the blackboard down and get out of here. The giant spider emerged from the pokeball, skillfully dismantled the blackboard, and, carrying its trainer on its back, leaped out the window and fled. The gifts are on the podium, and there's another one for the principal. Please remember to pass it on for me. The next day, the college entrance examination began, and the area around the examination site was cordoned off with police officers responsible for maintaining quiet and security. Xiong Meng arrived at the school indicated on his admission ticket, and the exam proceeded and ended quickly. In the room that night, Heracross and Mudkip were playing video games, while he chatted while looking at his phone screen. Is the video all set up? The game will be uploaded at the same time. We've communicated with them again, and we'll send them all out in a few days. The 3D dragon flying around on the screen indicates that there are absolutely no problems. To maximize viewership, the video was released during the summer vacation, and major cinemas agreed. Besides, the game was already finished, so it just happened to be included in the GG at the beginning of the video, so it doesn't make a difference. A new simulation instance has been detected, the Guardians of the Water City. This is a simulation of the main body. Would the host like to proceed with the simulation? The sudden appearance of the system startled him. So I still have a system. I almost forgot about it after not using it for a while. Is there a mission description? 2 planes. I remember that's relatively easy to handle. Task information has been issued. Missions: 1. Win the Omarito Water Racing Championship. 2. Protect Latio's survival. Rewards: 5 points, a random level 3 skill, and the friendship between Latios and Latias. Using Super Recall, he found it wasn't too difficult. The main enemies were those two female thieves, and Team Rocket was just a peripheral player. Which time period? The day before the Water City speed race. If we have enough time, we'll even see the main characters again. Let's do it. The host has accepted the simulation. Please proceed within 1 hour. Best of luck. Stop playing for now, I have something to say. Let's bring out the 3D dragon too. Hearing the trainer's words, Heracross and Mudkip paused and walked over, while Porygon also flew out. Remember when we went somewhere else last time? We're going out again this time. Triceratops, bring a few more drones this time. Heracross and Mudkip, give them a heads up. Having already experienced it once, the two elves understood. One packed up his things, while the other briefly described the process. You can think of it as a trip, where you might occasionally battle some Pokémon, as long as you follow your trainer's commands. Meanwhile, Heracross mentioned his previous harvest, which made Mudkip extremely envious. He thought that if he could have that experience, his ailment might be cured immediately. The place we're going to is called Omarito, also known as the Water City. There's a water racing competition here, and it'll be all about Mudkip. Sell. Although my skills are not great, my doggy paddle is definitely fast, and I will certainly live up to your expectations. Xiong Meng realized there wasn't much to bring, so he went downstairs, carried his bicycle up, and stuffed it into the 3D dragon's body. As for his own warehouse, he didn't want to put anything else besides tree fruits and personal belongings, because he would have to check the warehouse himself if he had nothing else to do. But if you give it to 3D Dragon, they will check it, which is much more convenient. Once you're ready, recall your Pokémon to its Pokeball. A familiar door will appear in front of you. Step inside and the simulation will begin. The feeling of weightlessness was the same as before, but when I looked around again, my vision had changed, and I was in an alley. They immediately released all the Pokémon. Porygon launched a drone to search, Heracross kept watch around, and Mudkip even climbed onto their shoulders. Put the drone away, we'll need to release it again later. Previously, people were cautious because ancient times were considered more dangerous. Omarito, the Water City, is a retro-modern city, so it is safer. Stepping out of the alley, I was greeted by warm sunshine and a clear blue sky, with waterways and small bridges everywhere, and the scent of the sea carried on the breeze. Hera. WW. Selling. Everyone likes this feeling, but the 3D dragon needs to fly into the phone, firstly because you have to be careful after hiding it, and secondly because it is somewhat prominent. I guess I'll just have to make do with it. After hiding the 3D dragon, Xiong Meng also walked outside. Now he had to do the important thing first, which was to exchange money. It's like being on vacation now. When you talk about vacation, you definitely need money, but what if you don't have the local currency? The Pokémon Center in front of you will give you the answer. Xiong Meng looked at the familiar appearance and was extremely excited. Take a deep breath and step inside. There's a shop on the right, a rest area on the left, and the counter in the middle with the pink-haired beauty. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Joey asked with a smile, looking at the tall bear in front of her. Miss Joy, with her superb medical skills and kind heart, along with Officer Jenny, are an important part of the elf world. Incidentally, his current world also has these two families, and their wills are the same. Here's the thing, I got some things for my trip and I'd like to exchange them for cash. Can I do that here? Any travel hall? You can redeem it at the shops there. This kind of thing is commonplace for Nurse Joy. It's normal for trainers to find things while traveling, and the League has opened a service at the center to facilitate recycling. Okay, thank you, Miss Joey. It's alright, don't mention it. Xiong Meng couldn't hide his excitement as he turned his head, the corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. The feeling of fulfilling his dream was amazing. Hello, I acquired some items during my trip and need to exchange them for some cash. Okay, may I ask what this item is? A male and a female employee were smiling at him from behind the counter. Xiong Meng reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of red jade, a reward from the last simulation. He hadn't used it before, but now it came in handy. After the jade was brought out, the woman next to him, who seemed to be the shop manager, stared at it intently. Could you help me determine its value? The woman carefully took it and examined it closely. A few minutes later, she handed it back, saying, I'm sorry, sir, we can't buy this here. Please go to a larger auction house. This jade isn't particularly expensive, but it's difficult to estimate its value. She's certain it's an old handicraft, so the price could be high or low. This is not something she can decide to buy, the rules are there. Oh, I see. Then take a look at this. He put the jade back and took out a small gold bar to hand over. We can accept this, we have a guaranteed price list. The woman was very surprised to see the small gold bar. Gold beads and pearls were common, but this was really rare. He quickly calculated the price. This gold bar weighs 500 grams and can be sold for 600 million alliance coins. Sir, would you like cash? Seeing Xiong Meng nod, the woman took out 6 stacks of money from below, each bill worth 10,000, scanned them with a money counter, and then carefully put them in a bag. Here is 6 million, please check it. It's all right, I'm confident I can believe that, thank you. Okay, take care. After leaving, I went straight to a hotel and left only one ticket for myself, giving the rest to 3D Dragon. I looked at it and it was similar to the one from the small island nation. After settling the money issue and arranging accommodation, the next step was to go out for a stroll and see if we could find the park from the anime. They actually found it. The small park was just like the one in their memory. They asked 3D Dragon to place a drone there, and then he wandered around it. The well where Pikachu drinks water, the little bridge from the anime, and the 2 people and 1 cat openly dressed in Team Rocket uniforms. I'm so hungry, I really want to eat. I'd like to, but we've run out of funds. Yeah, we finally paid off the debt from last time, where would we get the money? The talking cat is drooling over the ice cream, while Musashi and Kojiro say they have no money. Then why did we come here? Musashi couldn't stand it anymore. What's the point of coming to a tourist hotspot like this? Musashi, don't be angry. The brat is coming tomorrow. We were just preparing in advance. That's right, that's right. Once we catch Pikachu, we'll have everything, meow. I know, but this is really uncomfortable. A talking meow. Meow meow, come here. The dejected group suddenly heard someone speaking. Turning around, they saw a man squatting down, summoning a cat. Meow meow isn't just any meow. I won't go over there. Oh, I see. The one squatting down was Xiong Meng, who took out a wad of banknotes from his small bag and waved them up and down. Mimi, come here quickly, I'll give you the money when it arrives. Rich guy. The idea popped into the trio's minds instantly, but Meow Meow still reluctantly refused. Meow Meow won't go with you, put the money away, meow. Ah. I didn't ask you to come with me. You have friends with you, why would I separate you two? I just wanted to touch you, really. Aren't you coming over? Before I could even speak, Musashi Kojiro shoved me over. He, young master, feel free to touch me, it doesn't cost much. It's all right, it's not much money, just accept it and let's be friends. Seeing that the other party said that, the 2 of them didn't stand on ceremony and happily counted the money. Meow Meow realized what was happening and was about to get angry when a hand reached out. The power. The technique and finger work. The tender emotion conveyed. Gurgle. While Musashi Kojiro was counting his money, he heard the sound, turned around, and saw Meow Meow snoring at the man's feet. This was the first time the 2 had ever seen a cat with such a comfortable expression, and the first time they had ever heard it purring. The 2 exchanged a glance and felt they had to take action, otherwise Meow Meow might leave. Haha, handsome, we don't sell cats. Take your money back. Musashi was in charge of getting the cat back, and Kojiro shoved the money into his hand with an embarrassed grin. Haha, no need, no need. We said we were just making friends. By the way, this is my first time here and I don't know where to find good food. Could you please show me the way? Please wait a moment. You can't hit someone who's smiling, especially a rich guy, so the trio immediately gathered around and started talking. What does Musashi think? Is he going or not? I don't think that will work. That technique is too advanced. What if my cat dies while I'm eating? But the other person seems to be a good person, I can sense that they have no ill intentions. Kojiro was somewhat conflicted. The cat, who had finally woken up, thought, I also think he's a good person, cat, and I can trust him, cat. Meow, don't speak, you've already been fooled X2. No way, meow. Pokémon can sense how others are feeling. This guy is feeling very comfortable, so he must be a good person, meow. Since that's how it's been said, let's have a meal together and take a walk around. After that, we can do whatever we need to do. After they finished discussing it, they immediately turned around, each with a big smile on their face. Sorry to keep you waiting, handsome. We've discussed it, but we still can't resolve your kindness. Please take good care of me later, meow. Alright, by the way, do you guys know where there's good food? Xiong Meng didn't know where to find it, but he didn't care, he just wanted to build a stronger bond with the trio. Kojiro raised his hand. I came here when I was a kid, and I vaguely remember there were some good things to eat. Musashi and Meow Meow, as expected of the young master, he even knows where to find good food. Afterwards, Kojiro led the group to a noodle shop, which was really delicious, and then they ate ice cream. And while browsing, Xiong Meng had an unexpected discovery. He saw the villains, Sanglan and Leo. Although I only saw them from afar, I wasn't mistaken, their hairstyles were too obvious. I took out my phone and pretended to take pictures of the scenery, but ended up taking pictures of the two of them. I only remember this being a food street, it's so great that it's still here. Kojiro waved at them from ahead. Xiong Meng walked over and saw that there were stalls on both sides of the bustling street. So much delicious food, meow. As expected of Kojiro, he even managed to find this. What do you want to eat, bro? I'll pay. Kojiro waved the money around without any hesitation, even though he had just received it. How could I let you spend money? Buy whatever you want to eat, it's on me. Xiong Meng waved his hand without a second thought, directly using money to gain goodwill, which made the trio a little embarrassed. They wouldn't even do something like this, eating and drinking for free without knowing anyone. Let's go. Let's go. Seeing that the others didn't speak, he grabbed Meow Meow and led Heracross on a shopping spree. Kojiro and Musashi understood what was going on, and decided not to disappoint Tomohiro's kindness, so they quickly followed. As time passed, the restrained trio quickly loosened their grip, and Xiong Meng smiled. Eat up, eat more, once you improve our rapport, everything will be easier. TSK TSK TSK. He paid for all the food and games in one afternoon. His generous personality and the character he showed in the conversation successfully made the three of them close friends. At night, we sat in a small boat and slowly sailed along the river, admiring the scenery on both sides and the beautiful starry sky. Meow Meow looked around and shook her head. The scenery is nice, but it's not as good as our submarine, meow. Silly Meow Meow, you don't need to kick your legs for 5 days. Moving them already makes a difference. If you keep kicking, this beautiful lady's legs will get thick. You two should talk less. Your cultures and sentiments are different, you can't compare them. Kojiro rolled his eyes at the two of them. They were completely different people, so the comparison just didn't feel right. After speaking, she noticed Xiong Meng deep in thought and asked with some confusion, Brother Xiong, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Xiong Meng shook his head, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so capable, coming all the way by submarine. Haha, it's not that amazing. It can't compare to those really high-tech gadgets. It's just a means of transportation for when you have nothing else to do. That's already amazing. I've never been on a submarine before. Seeing that the other person was a little down, Meow Meow offered, Brother Bear, if you're interested, I can show you Meow Meow. Can I really take a look? Xiong Meng's excitement wasn't feigned, he was genuinely curious. Crossing the ocean with just the strength of 2 people and 1 cat's feet was truly cutting-edge technology. Of course, no problem. That's right, that's right. But don't get your hopes up too high. Musashi and Kojiro exchanged a glance and both said it was no problem. After they finished speaking, they told their master to come ashore. The trio led him to a secluded spot, where Kojiro took out a button and pressed it. The water surged, and a giant carp surfaced. Seeing Xiong Meng's excited expression, the trio's faces grew even more proud, and they pressed the button again to open the hatch. If you're interested, Brother Xiong, you can go in and take a look. It's perfectly fine to try it out. The interior of Magikarp's submarine wasn't very large, and it was indeed completely different from what he had imagined. His understanding of the internal structure was still based on what he had seen on television in his previous life. This place is completely different. The space is small, and the displays, buttons, and pipes are all on the walls. In the middle are 3-seater bicycle seats and a watchtower. It's so simple it's almost unbelievable. You wouldn't guess it could cross oceans, especially considering the metallic feel to the touch and its unwavering stability once it's on the surface. So cool. He exclaimed in heartfelt admiration, saying that a submarine that could traverse the ocean with just a few people was incredibly appealing. Seeing how much Xiong Meng liked it, the trio gathered together again. Musashi, Brother Bear seems to really like it, but given his wealth, that shouldn't be the case. Meow, could it be that he can't come out and is being controlled by his family, just like Kojiro? Kojiro, that's possible. Rich kids aren't free. By the way, Brother Bear is really nice. Should we thank him? Musashi, how can I thank you? Meow meow, how about we give this submarine to Brother Bear, and also give him the blueprints so it will be easier to repair? Kojiro, I think it's a good idea. If it's really as we think, then being able to travel together means we'll make contact sooner or later. Our skills aren't very advanced, but the other party is clearly happy. Musashi, I agree. Anyway, the money Brother Bear gave us is enough to build another one, or even a few more secret weapons. Pikachu won't be able to run away when it sees them. After the trio discussed their ideas, Kojiro walked over to the surprised Tomohiro, who was touching him all over. What do you think of this submarine, Brother Bear? Do you like it? Xiong Meng nodded sincerely, it's really amazing, and I really like it. Musashi walked over and said, then this submarine is yours. Meow Meow shoved a bunch of blueprints at me, these are the blueprints, Meow. Just look at these for repairs, Meow. Looking at the trio with their generous smiles and feeling the blueprints in his arms, Xiong Meng never expected that they would be given to him so directly. Don't worry about us leaving. We can finish building it in a day or two, and we can also leave by boat. Just accept it, consider it a return gift between friends. Yes, Meow, feel free to accept it. Seeing that he didn't speak, the trio assumed he was worried about not being able to leave, so they quickly explained. You guys have really messed things up, I don't know what to do. He put down the blueprints and rummaged in his pocket. Since we're friends, a gift is a must. First up is Kojiro. I saw you collecting bottle caps earlier. What do you think of this one? Xiong Meng opened his palm and a gold coin appeared. He found it in the system's inventory and didn't even know how he got it. Kojiro thought it was just a rich guy's extravagance, but he liked any gift from his friend. Haha, I'm sure I'll like it. He took it and examined it carefully. Why does something seem off the more he looks at it? When you turn it over, the inside is concave, and with the edge finishing, it becomes a bottle cap. Furthermore, there was a pattern engraved inside the bottle cap, which he had only seen on some antiques, and it was exactly the same as the one in his memory. Good heavens, this is the earliest bottle cap from ancient times. Hiss. Can I really accept this? Kojiro clasped his hands to his heart, carefully confirming again. Of course, I was worried you wouldn't like it. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. Kojiro was delighted. Next came Musashi's gift, and he stretched out his hand. This is a gift for Musashi. I hope you like it. The red jade shone brightly under the light, completely attracting Musashi's attention. Is this really for me? So beautiful, so gorgeous, it must be worth a lot of money. Is it really okay to give it to me? Ever since she clashed with Pikachu, she's bought far fewer nice clothes, let alone this. Without saying a word, he shoved it into the shove and walked over to Meow Meow. Here, I hope you like it. The gold coin in her palm was glittering, and Meow Meow's eyes lit up when she saw it. Meow. This is way too valuable, Meow. I felt the same way, I liked it and was too embarrassed to accept it, because it was so precious, and then they insisted on giving it to me. Take them all. Seeing the happy trio, Xiong Meng was also happy. These guys were genuinely good people, and these things were nothing to worry about. He's far from being as good as someone who casually gives away Mega Evolution stones. By the way, I'll accept the submarine as a gift, but the blueprints can't be taken for nothing. After saying that, he took out a gold bar and handed it over. No, no, no. That would make us too distant. That's right, we've already given enough in return, we can't accept any more. That's right, Meow. The trio resisted fiercely, refusing to accept it no matter what. Actually, I have another request, which is the blueprints for the materials. I'm really worried that things might go wrong later and result in different designs. That's easy, Meow. The group immediately rummaged through drawers and cabinets, unearthing a whole bunch of blueprints. This is everything, the original and everything we've renovated, it's all yours. But we definitely won't accept this money. If you're a friend, then don't give us any. The trio's expressions were resolute, as if they would abandon their friendship if he continued to give them money, leaving Xiong Meng with no choice but to give up. Here's the button. You can decide what to do with it. We're leaving now. Good night. They handed the button to the trio and left immediately, fearing that the men would try to bribe them again. Xiong Meng could only shake his head and smile, summoning the 3D dragon to copy and save all the data, and casually asking if the submarine could be stored inside his body. When not running, it's just a metal lump and doesn't take up much memory. After receiving the answer, I put the submarine away. When I came out, Team Rocket had disappeared. I took out my phone to check the location and headed towards my place. Upon arriving at the hotel, I handed the photos I had taken during the day to 3D Dragon, control the drone on all the streets, mainly to monitor the two of you. Remember to turn on the thermal imager at all times, and if you see any unidentified creatures with low body temperature, remember to avoid them. WW. 10 boxes landed, and more than 600 small drones took off, scattering like crows and landing in the pre-marked locations. How was your day? Did you have fun? Hera. I'm so full. Buy it. Same here. Hercules and Mudkip were very happy, enjoying the good food and the beautiful scenery. It's tough on 3D Dragon, it can't come out to play these past few days. The weight of responsibility cannot be swayed by play, and as a data sprite, it believes that those blueprints are the greatest source of pleasure. He really loves his work. I'm so happy. After tidying up, he fell asleep, unaware that a theft had occurred in the nearby library, and 2 notorious thieves had already made their move. But the 2 thieves didn't notice that a faint light flashed in the leaves not far away, and then it happened every so often in the corners. Have you found and tracked the person? Be careful not to get discovered, and also watch out for other small surveillance devices. Just make sure you know where they are, and be careful at other times. WW. The next morning, 3D Dragon released the surveillance footage, which showed them leaving the library, taking a car, and then staying at a hotel. With the person found, there was no rush. All that was left was to wait for the right moment to make a move. Xiong Meng breathed a sigh of relief. As for calling the police to arrest them, he thought it was pointless. Although they would definitely come to arrest them based on their identities, it would be all over if they escaped. The simulation time is uncertain, and there's no guarantee it won't end after we escape, so let's be careful. And then there's Porygon. Today Heracross is also in its Pokeball, resting well and ready to act at any time. There's a racing competition we talked about today, and it'll all depend on you then. Cut. After finishing breakfast, I put Heracross back in and touched the Mudkip on my head. I went out to have some more breakfast, but as soon as I stepped outside, I saw the familiar Team Rocket trio, carrying something to eat. Judging from their expressions, it looked pretty good. What are you eating? You seem to be enjoying it so much. Kojiro, isn't this Brother Bear? Good morning. Musashi, we're having breakfast. Meow, it's really delicious. Want to try some, meow. The trio speaks with great chemistry, they have such a good relationship. Xiong Meng has always had only one opinion about things that others enjoy even though they've never tried them. Whether it's delicious or not, I'll decide for myself. Let me try it first. Hey, it tastes really good. It's similar to seafood porridge, and it's indeed quite delicious. What are your plans next, Brother Bear? Are you going to play all day again? I heard there's a water racing competition today, and the medals for winning are really nice. I'd like to let the little guy try it. Brother Bear and the little guy will definitely win. If we had a water-type Pokémon, we would definitely go and compete too. After breakfast, the group strolled around aimlessly, buying food whenever they came across it. Before they knew it, they arrived at the port. 3 familiar people disembarked from a speedboat, a boy wearing a Pikachu hat, an orange-haired girl holding a Togepi, and finally, a dark-skinned man with squinty eyes. It's that little brat, Meow. Meow pointed into the distance and shouted. What? The brat's here. Get ready to start the plan. Are you trying to steal my Pokémon? A voice suddenly broke in, and the group paused. Oh no, there were other people here, including some new friends. Turning his head, he saw Xiong Meng calmly watching the trio while drinking a beverage similar to milk tea. That. Kojiro wanted to explain but didn't know, so he spoke up. It's okay, I know you're Team Rocket, and I definitely don't like catching Pokémon. But this is your job, so I won't comment. However, I would like to know if you can make the arrests after I leave, because I will definitely help. Let's treat this as a friendly gesture and have some fun this time, okay? If it's a member of another dark organization, he'll send them to jail if he can beat them, and call in reinforcements if he can't. But in front of them was the Rockets trio, a very special trio. On the one hand, he causes a lot of trouble and even steals Pokémon. On the other hand, his love for Pokémon is genuine. Most importantly, he will definitely fail, but he is always reliable in crucial moments. Okay, meow, that's what Brother Bear said, meow. Yes, then there's nothing we can do. Humph, the little brat's lucky today. Faced with Pikachu on one side and their newly made friends on the other, the trio chose the latter. You can catch Pikachu anytime, but you'll only be able to meet Bear in the next couple of days. Haha, I knew you guys were good people. Let's go change our clothes and cheer ourselves up. He suddenly remembered the way Musashi looked at people wearing fancy clothes in the food street yesterday, and thought he could make a move on them. Well, I think we don't need that. Yes, meow, the work clothes are very comfortable, meow. Are you sure you don't need to? Kojiro and Meow Meow wanted to refuse, but Xiong Meng smiled and glanced at the side. Kojiro saw this and looked over curiously. Musashi, who was awkward and hesitant, was completely devoid of his usual domineering aura, clutching the hem of his clothes with a very conflicted expression. I really want to go, but it costs too much, and Kojiro and Meowth both refused, so I'll refuse too. I suddenly realized I really needed to change my clothes, the other people weren't having fun. She was determined to refuse, but someone spoke faster than her. Kojiro patted his clothes righteously, as if he couldn't wait. When Meow Meow saw Kojiro's little hand gesture, she looked at Musashi and immediately understood, so she quickly changed her story. That's right, Meow Meow also wants a few outfits, Meow Meow, so it'll be easier to move around later, Meow Meow. Alright. Since you all agree, let's set off. Xiong Meng stopped after taking 2 steps and looked at Kojiro. By the way, where's the clothing store? I'm a little confused, does Meow Meow know? I don't know, meow. Does Musashi know? Humph, you all don't know this. You'd better follow along. Musashi felt a lump in his throat as he looked at the people in front of him. He wiped his eyes to control his emotions, smiled, and strode forward. As I walked past a clothing store, I turned around and saw Kojiro and Meow Meow. The other person was nowhere to be seen. Brother Xiong had to leave early, he'll just go cheer on the team at the competition later, let's hurry in and take a look. As Kojiro spoke, he pulled Musashi inside. Hey, don't be fooled by the expensive ones. It's okay, buy whatever you want. Yes, meow, buy whatever you want, meow. Not far away, Xiong Meng stood there, watching the trio go in and make a fuss, a smile playing on his lips. In my past life, as an old man who watched anime, it would be a disaster if I didn't see the two of them together. Since I'll be going back anyway, I might as well bring them together to satisfy my cravings. If it works out, that would be truly interesting. But we need to take it slow. He has a good relationship with the trio now, but they've only just met, so he can only explore opportunities and such. After finishing this small task, I walked away, followed my memory to the small park, and then followed the 3D dragon navigation to the side. He walked through the flower-lined path, and the wall in the shadows at the end looked no different, but he knew this was the entrance to the small garden. Raising my hand to gently touch it, I found that there was no solid object. The waves wrapped around my hand, giving me a strange tactile sensation. Stepping in, I felt a daze and found myself in the corridor. Take a few steps and you'll see the whole view, a spacious park with lush plants and trees, butterflies flying among the trees, and further down you'll see a pond where mosquito tadpoles and pufferfish are playing happily. Selling. Go ahead and have fun if you want. I'll call you when we go out. Mudkip shook its head, saying it would wait until the trainer's business was finished before playing. There was no rush. Okay, let's play again later. Splash. Suddenly, the leaves rustled in the distance, as if a breeze was blowing. Xiong Meng stared at the spot, feeling that something was off about it. It's like a 1080 pixel image appearing in the middle of a 4000 pixel image, both conspicuous and inconspicuous. The pixelated group paused briefly before quickly approaching. Mudkip hadn't noticed anything amiss and remained completely calm. Basically, all elves are easy to talk to as long as you can communicate with them and understand their goodwill. Initial communication is extremely difficult, but he is different. When faced with indecision, activate the overcoming mechanism, unite your will, and share the same beliefs. Hey buddy, we're on the same side. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew up in front of them, and a small blue airplane appeared, its eyes no longer hostile. Latios, I'm here to help. You're in trouble. Shoo. The blue-haired man was puzzled. As the guardian of Omarido, and given his own strength, he didn't think anything could happen. However, this guy really doesn't have any bad intentions, so it wouldn't hurt to ask him. Two master thieves have taken an interest in the heart drop. They are both quite capable and technologically advanced, so we need to be careful lately. Xiong Meng waved his hand and a drone flew out from the corner, projecting the burglary and conversation from the previous night, but this was in contrast to the two women he had never met. Latios was more concerned about the men in front of him. Where did this drone come from, and when did it arrive? You're not hiding something, are you? Shoo. Why are you helping me? We've never met before, have we? Even if this person meant no harm, it's still strange that they suddenly appeared. Xiong Meng didn't reply, but instead stroked his chin for a long while before looking up. You can't use telepathy or speak. As a phantom beast and guardian deity, you seem pretty useless. Sand. Latios didn't know why he suddenly said that. Did the mythical beasts have to be able to talk? It's not that they can all speak. As far as I know, many mythical beasts can't speak, but some can communicate, like Jirachi and Diancie. Most importantly, you are a guardian. I know a Darkrai who is also a guardian of the town, but he can fight against both the space and time gods by himself. Latios. His first reaction was that it was fake, but the emotions conveyed by the other person were stable and genuine, which meant that this guy must have experienced something similar. Nightmare God defeats twin dragons, is that for real? Whose subordinate is so ferocious? The blue plane had initially raised some alert levels, but that has now dissipated. Seeing Latios visibly relax, Xiong Meng also breathed a sigh of relief. Saying those two sentences should make things better, at least the communication would be much smoother. He knew that no matter what he said, the sudden appearance of people and drones would definitely make the other side think wildly, and the same would happen if they appeared in his house. So Xiong Meng directly changed the subject to divert attention. Based on what he just said, there was a high probability that he would think he had seen the twin dragons, which was much rarer than the heart drop. This would make radios instinctively think that he looked down on the treasure. In addition to the drone projection and the previous superknock, the combination of these factors can ensure basic trust, just like it is now. Shoo. Latios's expression softened, and he even considered asking what to do next, or if they should just kick the two of them out now. After connecting with Super, Xiong Meng comforted him, saying, it's not the theft itself that's scary, it's the thief's interest. Now that they're interested, what if they leave and then come back? Besides, the other side is quite strong and has advanced technology. Wouldn't you be walking into a trap if you went? After saying that, he released Heracross so that he could play with Mudkip, and then had Porygon project himself to discuss things in detail with Latios. After seeing Heracross, the other party was even more convinced. The immense pressure emanating from this giant beetle also served as a reminder that it had seen its share of big events. We can pinpoint their location now, but that doesn't guarantee we'll catch them immediately. It would be risky to alert them. I can help if I'm here, but what if I'm not? So we first make a plan, and we must try our best to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Ideally, we should send the other side in one fell swoop, which would put us at ease. Latios, my friend's words are excellent. I wonder what your plans are. The plan is somewhat confirmed. It's only a matter of time before you're discovered here. The target on the other side is also here, which means the two of them will definitely come over. There shouldn't be many exits here, right? You attack from the front while I block the door, and we'll take it all in one go. Latios was amazed by the plan. As expected of someone who had seen a lot, his mind was indeed sharp. Shah, here we go, just like you said. Okay, it's settled then. I estimate I won't find this place until tonight. Just live your normal life in the meantime. I'm going out to participate in the competition first, and I'll come back after it's over. Shoo. Latios waved its paw, bye-bye, friend. Remember to come back later. He called to the two guys who were playing, and Heracross obediently returned to the ball, while Mudkip climbed onto his shoulder. They went back the way they came and headed towards the registration point they had already set up. There, they ran into the trio of main characters, who were right in front of them. I'm sure I'll win this match. Humph, with this beautiful girl here, Ash can forget about winning. I'm definitely going to win. Xiaoxia, watch out, someone might be there. Oops. As the two finished registering and were talking, they didn't notice Xiong Meng queuing behind them, and Xiaoxia bumped into him. Looking up, it's so tall. So massive. It looks a little scary. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiong Meng took 2 steps back to create some distance, easing Xiaoxia's tension, and waved his hand gently. It's alright, in fact, it's quite nice to be bumped into by a beautiful girl, ha ha ha. Hee hee, it's alright, it's alright. Xiaoxia suddenly became shy when she heard the term, pretty girl. She then realized that although the other person was tall, he had a very good temper, the mudkip on his shoulder added to his goofy charm, and he had such good eyesight that his nervousness disappeared in an instant. Xiong Meng looked at Xiaoxia. Isn't 10 years old a little girl? And a little girl whose height hasn't developed much. No wonder she's from an anime, this child is too precocious. Are you here to register for the competition too? Looks like we'll be opponents soon. When the topic of the competition came up, Ash couldn't sit still and stood up immediately. We won't lose our match later. Even so, I won't give up easily. Let's fight. Trainers who wish to participate in Omarido, please register as soon as possible, the competition is about to begin. I'll go register first, and we'll go together later. After saying that, Xiong Meng went to fill out the registration form. Trainer Xiong Meng, Pokemon Mudkip, done. Please follow the signs in a moment, the competition is about to start, the staff member reminded them, before going on to attend to other registrations. After registration, we met up with the 3 of them and walked together towards the starting point of the competition. Along the way, the 3 introduced themselves again. My name is Misty, and my goal is to become the world's greatest water-type Pokemon trainer. My name is Brock, and I want to become a Pokemon breeder. I'm currently traveling with that goal in mind. My name is Ash, and my goal is to become the world's #1 Pokemon master. Seeing the scene being described, even the usually reliable Xiong Meng felt a little flustered and took a deep breath to calm himself down. My name is Xiong Meng, and my dream is to live happily with elves. I guess I'm currently traveling. How old is Xiong Meng this year? He's so tall. Xiaoxia looked at him curiously. I'm 18 this year, and my height is 1.87 meters. What is this Pokemon? Ash looked at the mudkip on his shoulder, then took out his red Pokédex. No Pokemon data available. This child is called Mudkip, a Pokemon from Hoenn. Is that so? Then I definitely want to go on a trip. Ash made up his mind. The group chatted as they walked to the game location and immediately spotted the Rockets trio. Brother Bear is here, meow. And that little devil is here too, meow. Team Rockets trio have changed into their new clothes. Jessie is wearing a pretty dress, Kojiro is in a stylish casual outfit, and even Meowth is wearing a sweater. They came specifically to cheer him on, and even changed their clothes to wait for Xiong Meng. They were very happy to see him, but they looked disgusted when they saw Xiaoji. Who are you? Xiaoji looked at the group and scratched his head, wondering why they knew each other and why they were so surprised. This sentence immediately triggered an instinctive reaction from the Rockets. Musashi struck a pose. Since you've asked so sincerely, giving you an answer would be an act of great compassion for the world. Kojiro chimed in, to prevent this world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, to uphold love and truth in evil, a cute and charming villain. The 2 of them said in unison, I am Musashi, I am Kojiro, we are Team Rocket that blasts off at the speed of light, white hole, a white tomorrow awaits us. That's it, meow. It's Team Rocket. Are they here to steal Pikachu again? The sudden speech startled Xiaoji, who looked at them warily. No way, we're here on vacation. That's right, who wants to do chores when they're on vacation? That's right, meow. We'll get along peacefully for the next few days, meow. Kojiro, Jessie, and Meowth spoke in turn, then looked at them with eyes as if they were idiots. Ash clearly didn't believe them, but the trio walked over directly. Good luck in the race. We'll cheer you on from the bridge later. That's right, meow, we must defeat that brat. I'll do my best. Also, Kojiro's clothes are cool, Musashi's are beautiful, and Nyanko is cute. Brother Xiong is really good at this. He's generous with his praise and even specifically mentioned that everyone is very polite, much better than those little devils. Ash, seeing Team Rocket glaring at him for no apparent reason before leaving, gave Xiong Meng a special reminder. Be careful of those guys, Xiong Meng. They're members of Team Rocket, and they're here specifically to steal Pokemon. That's right, that's right. You have to be careful, they might be targeting you at any time. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia repeatedly reminded him, and Xiao Jiang agreed in agreement. Thank you for the reminder, I will definitely be careful. Xiong Meng accepted the well-intentioned reminders from the group. As for rebuttals, Team Rocket is indeed good to him, but it's really no match for Ash and his friends. It's important to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Don't try to change the victim's mind because of your own perspective, that would be inhumane. After chatting for a few more minutes, Xiao Gang carried Poker away, and the others walked over to the staff to choose the appropriate equipment for Mudkip. Donning life jackets and boarding the specially designed competition boats, the dozen or so participants stood ready, awaiting the referee's signal to begin. Alright, the Omarito Summer Carnival that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. The annual Pokémon water competition is about to begin. Who will win the glorious Omarito Victory Medal? The small bridge in front was crowded with people, and a large TV was hanging on the wall next to it, showing the participants of the competition. 3, 2, 1. Next to it, a natural bird with 3 natural sparrows on its head spreads its wings as it hears the sound. At 0, the natural bird spreading its wings also signifies the beginning. 0. The match begins. All the runners sprinted together, but in the blink of an eye, 4 of them surged ahead. They are Ash and Totodile, Misty and Corsola, a men named Rosie and Wylord, and finally, Ursaring and Mudkip. Now the disadvantage of its size has become apparent. Its large size means strong winds, making it more difficult to control. But these can be solved. The super force is activated to establish a connection, the posture is adjusted to reduce wind force, and the reassuring belief allows Mudkip to act freely. Whoosh! Wow, that's fast. Someone's overtaking us. We're in first place. Without any restraint, the leap fish wildly swung its tail, displaying the enhanced power it had gained from a month of training, and surged straight to first place. The Team Rocket trio on the small bridge were shouting wildly, and Brock and Togepi exchanged a glance and started shouting too. Strange patterns appeared around them during their match, and the Guardians of the Water City began their morning patrols. When they saw Xiong Meng, Latios stopped to take a look. Latias was very curious about the sudden stop. Usually, her brother would urge her to stop if she paused even for a moment. Why did she take a liking to it today? She was unhappy when she was playing outside. Curious, I followed the gaze and saw how tall she was, with a great presence and a pleasant demeanor. I wondered when she met my brother. Gone. After glancing at Latios, he prepared to leave. He needed to patrol a bit more and see if he could find the 2 men. Does my brother know that person? Latios shook his head instantly. He wasn't familiar with her at all. But thinking about what I just said. You can contact him if you need anything. Latias, do I know him or not? While she was in a daze, Ash, who had reached the corner, lost control and flew off, but Latios helped to stop him. Latios urged them on again, and the brother and sister resumed their patrol. The final sprint is about to begin. The Mudkip trainer is still in the lead, can the other 2 catch up? Xiong Meng stands out slightly, Rossi and Xiaoxia are tied, and Xiaoxi is at the back without any help. They're crossing the finish line. They've crossed the finish line. That Mudkip trainer has won first place. They landed smoothly at their destination. Rossi, being an experienced pilot, was very steady, while Xiaoxia, lacking experience, flew out of control. Be careful, are you all right? Xiong Meng, who was standing next to him, caught it and put it back. It's okay, thank you. Xiaoxia was still shaken, having almost fallen into a chicken soup mess. She comforted the somewhat apologetic Sun Coral and looked gratefully at Xiong Meng. Wow, you're amazing. You must have participated in similar competitions before. You're so skilled at stopping. Rossi, standing next to him, remarked that there were really some impressive tourists. He was last year's champion and this year he came in third. I'd like to invite you aboard my little boat, would you like to come? The locals invited him to ride the Omarito boat for free as a way of expressing their friendship, and Xiong Meng naturally had no reason to refuse. Then I won't stand on ceremony, but I have a companion with me, so I'll have to trouble you. Of course, no problem, Rossi readily agreed, then added after a moment's thought, just don't overload it. Then could you please call Ash and Brock over later and invite them to sit with us? Hey! Are you talking about our companions? Xia looked around in surprise, pointing at herself. Xiong Meng nodded again to confirm, and Xiaoxia quickly thanked him. Ash is back at the starting point, with Brock and the triumphant Team Rocket trio. Ha ha ha, I knew Brother Bear would win. Those little brats and girls are no match for him. It's good that you won, meow. We'll be going now, we have other things to do, meow. Brother Bear, have fun. We're heading out now. The trio left as soon as they finished speaking, without even asking if he wanted to take another ride on the small boat or charter one over there. Kojiro and the others really have something to do. They've already bought the materials for the submarine and need to get it ready quickly, otherwise they won't be able to keep up with the kids' pace. I must catch Pikachu. Xiaoxia brought Bakobi back and told the two of them about the boat. After thanking them profusely, she caught up with Rossi. After taking the Omar Ito boat and disembarking, the main characters are invited to explore the food street, and they gladly agree. Before I had taken 2 steps, a young girl came over. She wore a green top and a white skirt, and her reddish-brown hair stood up in 2 pillars. He walked up to Xiong Meng amidst the 4 people's puzzled gazes, sniffed lightly after getting close, smiled and waved without saying a word before leaving. Does Xiong Meng know the person? That's strange. It's hard to say, perhaps this is a unique way of greeting people in the Water City. After the girl left, Ash asked in confusion, Brock offered his opinion, and Misty retorted speechlessly. How could someone greet you like that? It must be someone Brother Xiong knows, right? I don't know it. Maybe it's like what Xiao Jiang said, a unique way here. Latias is the guardian of the Water City. A guardian must be a resident of this city, so Latias's behavior is equivalent to that of a resident and also to the customs and habits of this city. Yes, that makes sense. What? There's actually a way to greet someone like that. Xiao Gang opened his eyes seriously. Are the older sisters here like this too? This is so exciting. Of course, it could also be a personal thing. Maybe it's because I won first place in the competition, plus I'm pretty handsome, so that's why I did it. After all, I spent the whole day here yesterday and didn't run into anyone. Xiao Gang, Xiong Meng's last edition, fell silent, his open eyes closing again and returning to their squinty state. I think that's possible. Xiaoxia pondered for a moment and agreed wholeheartedly, but Xiong Ji's strengths couldn't be hidden, he was indeed good at attracting girls' hearts. Although we met in the morning, her gentleness, politeness, and reliability have already touched my heart, so I've changed my nickname to Brother Xiong. She was somewhat happy that the other party did not refuse, after all, having such a brother was her dream, since her sisters were usually a bit unreliable. Haha, I'll gladly accept this compliment. As a return gift, I'll treat you all to whatever you like later. Yay. Pikachu. Ash's Pikachu on his shoulder caught the attention of Xiong Meng, and the big yellow mouse noticed that he was looking over as well. With a look of human-like confusion on his face, Xiong Meng pulled out a bottle under his gaze, which contained a red, viscous liquid. It's ketchup. Want some? Pikachu. Pikachu gave a pitiful look, and under his gaze, the ketchup slowly approached, then eagerly opened it. Satoshi, can I hug you? I'm interested in Pikachu, it would be great to hug him. I don't mind, but Pikachu might not agree, since it uses electric shocks on strangers. It's okay, as long as you don't object. Xiong Meng grabbed Pikachu by the stomach and picked it up. The others were about to warn it when they found that Pikachu was very well behaved, even though its lower body was twitching and it didn't make a fuss. I held it in my hand and felt it. It's solid. I adjusted my arm to let Pikachu sit on it, and gently scratched its ears. Not only did this not disturb Pikachu's ketchup eating, it also made Pikachu comfortably squint its eyes. Pikachu. What amazing technique. Is Xiong Meng also a breeder? Xiao Gang couldn't help but ask, observing the details just now. I'd say I could barely qualify, I've studied a little bit. As expected of Brother Xiong, he even knows this. DUI. Togepi successfully lured him away, then pulled out a multi-elemental cube and handed it to him. And you little guy, this is for you. Pokémon. Togepi wasn't scared at all. Instead, it reached out its little hand to take the power cube and ate it happily, taking small bites. These are energy cubes, a kind of fairy food. Stroking the little triangular head, Xiong Meng waved his hand. I'll lead the way, let's go get some good food. The 4-person group started their sweeping operation, and the girl from before also walked along the riverbank, smiling as she looked at the scenery. Is it really possible to find Latios and Latias? Not far away, 2 international thieves were adjusting their equipment. After checking it, they drove out in their high-tech yacht. No problem. Although the other person can turn into a human, their body temperature is lower than normal. A simple scan will suffice. What if they don't come out? Then all our searching will have been for nothing. As a guardian, he will definitely come out, especially since it's a carnival today. Sang Lan wasn't worried at all. If she couldn't find it, she could just spend a few more days. She had plenty of time anyway. But her luck seemed to be on her side today. She looked at the unexpected girl on the screen. Here she was. That's the girl, she's Latias in disguise. Really? Let me see. Leo put on her glasses, and a little airplane-like sprite stood in the air, looking at the scenery from left and right as it hopped forward. Great, what brand are their clothes? The yacht quickly drove up and stopped. Latias looked at the two of them curiously, while Leo took out a decorated poke ball and smiled. What brand are your clothes, Latias? Sun Elf. Ariados. The girl's expression changed drastically, and she turned and ran. Sanglon and Leo immediately threw out poke balls, and two Pokémon appeared and chased after the girl. Having transformed into a human, she couldn't outrun the two elves. On the small bridge ahead, Ariados used his advantage to block them, while the Sun Elf brought up the rear. The yacht arrived, and Leo smiled and said, "You haven't done anything wrong, so why run away? We just need to talk to you about something." Latias gave her a look as if she were an idiot. He came up, called her name, and sent a Pokémon to chase her. He didn't seem like a good person at all. Leo was a little annoyed by the girl's expression. Your expression is making me uncomfortable, so I don't want to communicate with you anymore, Sun Elf. The sun sprite's eyes glowed red, and just as it was about to unleash its psychic power, a dark purple unidentified object slammed into it. After the poison hit, another energy beam flew over and successfully hit Ariados. Then, an electromagnetic wave hit the yacht, paralyzing Sanglon and Leo. Who attacked us? WW. A angular duck flew out, quacked twice, and flew away. Latias quickly followed, trying to run away after a sneak attack. Sun Elf, after him. Ariados, chase after him too. 3D Dragon and Latias fled in front, while two Pokémon chased after them. Latias originally intended to lead the way, but found that the other side knew the area better than she did, and did not stop at any intersection, successfully shaking off the pursuers. The two elves could only return dejectedly, but Sanglon and Leo were not in a hurry. They healed the Sun Elf and brought it back. Running away, huh? You 3D Dragon, huh? Let's see who dares to get in our way. They launched a drone, saying, the water is only so big, let's see where they can run to. Meanwhile, on the other side, Latias looked at the 3D Dragon with a puzzled expression, wondering who had sent him to help. A small drone flew over, first projecting the image of a bear with the words "Trainer" written on it, and then transforming into Latios. Latias was taken aback. Was this the helper his brother had found? Ugh! Get back here right now. Latios in the projection called out, only then realizing it was her brother. The brother and sister were chatting in the small garden, or rather, Latias was being scolded. Great! 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 So you turned into a human and raced against the elves, huh? Surrounded and not knowing how to turn back. Just standing there waiting for them to make their move, huh? Latios reached out and frantically pounded his sister's head, his face full of anger and lingering fear. Latias didn't dodge, but looked pitifully at her older brother. Seeing his sister like this softened his heart, but thinking about what had just happened made him angry again, and he knocked even faster. Even though Xiong Meng had said so, 3D Dragon had been keeping track of her. When he saw his sister surrounded, he was extremely worried and wished he could go there immediately. He promised that if his sister was attacked, he would go immediately, even if it meant alerting the attackers. Fortunately, Xiong Meng had everything arranged, and his sister returned safely. He made a decision. Xiong Meng was now his brother. Don't go out now. Let's talk about it after this matter is resolved. Latias nodded and obediently went to rest on the side. She had really been frightened just now. Meanwhile, Sanglon and Leo were searching the entire city when they finally spotted the 3D Dragon acting suspiciously in a small alley. After looking around, the dragon flew away. Why not go online? Sanglon frowned. Could they be fishing for her? Anyway, the other party hadn't spotted the drone, so she decided to wait and see. The 3D Dragon cautiously walked into the dead end, and just as the two were wondering what was going on, it flew in, leaving behind only a ripple. Sanglon quickly maneuvered the drone carefully inside, passing through the corridor garden and appearing in the frame, where she saw a fleeting blue figure. Found it. This must be where Latios and the others live. No wonder I couldn't get on the network, there's no network here that you can access. Once the location was confirmed, Sang Lan quickly took out the drone. It would be troublesome if the other party escaped after being discovered. But they didn't see that there was a strange stone on the wall above and behind the drone. Latios, sitting calmly in the corner, watched the projection. Everything was proceeding according to his brother's plan, and all that was left was to wait for his brother to arrive. So cool, so big. How magnificent, how beautiful. Unlike his somewhat nervous older brother, Xiong Meng and his group had already finished their meal and were at a tourist attraction. The magnificent church in front of them, bathed in sunlight, was their destination. Once inside, the spacious area and magnificent carvings fascinated the group, and Xiong Meng looked at them intently, having not been there before. After walking a short distance, they noticed something strange on the ground, something clearly different from the floor, which caught their attention. Is it a fossil? That's right, this is a fossil of a pterosaur. A bald, white-bearded old man walked over. Judging from the name tag he was wearing, he was probably a staff member. You can see many fossils like these in the marble here. Hey! The other person began to introduce again, and Xiaoji looked around and sure enough, he saw it. There's one over there too. Xiaoxia looked at it and guessed, is it a sickle helmet? I feel it's pretty much true. Xiong Meng glanced at it and guessed it was. Please visit this side next. After a brief look around, the old man volunteered to be their guide, leading them to the highest point of the sanctuary in front of them. Here are mysterious and historically significant machines, their windows adorned with artistic paintings, and sunlight streaming through the glass. According to the island's legends, this sanctuary and the Tower of the Sun were built by the ancient people out of gratitude to Latios and Latias for protecting the city. This device was likely built for peace, but its method of use is still unclear. It's said that this sanctuary has undergone several renovations, but this machine has been here for a long time, I think. As the old man prepared to introduce the subject, Xiaoji happily looked around. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the corridor not far away. It was the girl from before, with drawing tools in front of her. Look. It's the girl from earlier. The sanctuary was an enclosed space, and Xiaoji's voice, which was already quite loud, was naturally heard. The other person looked over with a puzzled expression, then put down their tools and walked over. Ash! Your voice is too loud. Xiaoxia quickly reminded him as soon as he came down, and Xiaoji immediately apologized. So you know Canon. When did you become friends? We don't really know each other, we've only met once. Xiaoji didn't know how to answer, so Xiong Meng stepped forward to explain, just as the girl came down from the corridor. Were you calling me just now? Is there something you need? Canon looked at the group with great confusion, as she didn't recognize them at all. Hey, but you were just now. Xiaoji was about to say something when Xiong Meng patted him on the shoulder and interrupted him. It's nothing. My friend just met someone who looks a lot like you, so he was quite surprised. I'm really sorry to have bothered you. The sudden, polite apology startled the girl, who quickly waved her hand and said, it's all right, it's all right. It looks like someone. It must be Latias, has it come out looking like her again? After nothing else happened, Canon left. The four of them also left after visiting the nearby Tower of the Sun. After they came out, Xiaoxia expressed her doubts. Wasn't that the girl who came here earlier? Why does she seem to have no memory of it? Xiaoji and Xiaogang were also puzzled, they must not have seen wrong. I have a guess. I've heard that the guardians here can transform into human form. Maybe I encountered one of them. The group agreed that it made perfect sense, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Xiong Meng checked the time, it was about time. I have to go now, hopefully we'll meet again someday. After saying goodbye to the others, they returned to the small garden of the Water City siblings. Latios, who had been waiting, quickly came over, and Latias, who had been resting nearby, also followed. Hey bro, the other side has already come over. Okay, proceed according to plan. You all move around normally and rest. I have a feeling they'll come over tonight, so I'll lie in ambush and catch them off guard. Latios approved of the plan, while Latias, standing nearby, was quite puzzled. Xiong Meng, seeing this, immediately activated Super Smite without saying a word. The younger sister, who knew the whole story, was very angry. Her brother hadn't told her about this, and if he had, she wouldn't have gone out to play today. Hiding won't solve anything. If you want to solve something, you can't alert the enemy. But how long can you keep hiding? Latios flew over to confirm, saying he hadn't expected his sister to react this way to people. If he had known, he would have left. Latios said he didn't want to play with his older brother anymore, so he buried his head in Xiong Meng's arms. The fluffy and smooth feel of Xiong Meng made him instinctively rub it. The skillful technique and gentle emotions made Latios feel like he was floating on air, but then Latios couldn't bear to watch any longer and pulled his sister back. He glared fiercely at Xiong Meng. "What are you doing, bro? My sister is still a virgin, and you're trying to touch me inappropriately." Cough cough, it was just an instinctive reaction. After all, I have absolutely no resistance to this kind of thing. Latios flew over and said, "Since you're my brother and you've done such a big favor, I can handle this. Don't bother my sister." Xiong Meng certainly wouldn't be polite about something like this, and then. It's really comfortable. During this process, Canon and the tour guide also came by and saw someone frantically rubbing the guardian angel until it exploded. They haven't even masturbated yet. How can they be so disrespectful to their guardian deity? Xiong Meng quickly tried to explain, and luckily Latios also explained, otherwise he felt he might have been beaten up by the two of them. After explaining, the two quickly thanked him, realizing that such a thing had happened, and asked with concern if they should call Officer Jenny. After all, things would be difficult to handle if problems arose, so Xiong Meng explained again, and Latios chimed in, which finally convinced the two to agree. As night falls and tourists and residents have already fallen asleep, the white-haired old man is still building his small boat. This is his main job as a tour guide, and it's just a side job. Old Wu. Just then, a sun sprite walked in, and the old man looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Where did you come from?" As soon as he finished speaking, he thought of what had happened earlier that day, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. The next moment, the idea was confirmed. The Sun Elf immediately used its telekinesis, and the old man groaned and fell to the ground. "Well done, Sun Elf." Sang Lan and Leo walked in and looked at the person lying on the ground with great satisfaction. "There's another little girl next. Once we take care of her, we can move on. We didn't want to take action either, but you guys come and go so often, so we had no choice but to do this for the sake of secrecy." Canon, who was already asleep, also succeeded. He had Eritos tied to the temple machine beforehand, and the two of them jumped on the roof toward their target. Upon reaching the dead end, the two released their spirits and went inside. "This place isn't bad at all. Why don't we just set up our villa here?" The two expressed great approval of the environment. As they entered, Latios woke up and rammed into them. "It seems that the people living here don't want to move out yet." Seeing Latios rushing towards them, they remained unfazed and even joked around, deftly dodging as the two drew near. Leo joked, "Really? Then let's keep them as pets." After another unsuccessful attempt to strike, the brother and sister exchanged a glance and entered stealth mode. They put on glasses, revealing their light blue bodies. "Sun Spirit, use high-speed star over there." Sang Lan pointed out the correct height and position, and the skill hit perfectly. Bang. Espion was knocked down by Latios, and its skill was forced to stop. Ariados, Curse of the Night. A black energy wave gathered from the corner and was emitted, first hitting Latios. Then Latios immediately knocked his sister away and took the damage for her. "I won't give you a chance to escape, just you wait." Seeing this, Sang Lan felt relieved, took out a machine from her pocket, and threw it out. Before the black machine could even unfold in the air, a beam of light of 3 colors suddenly shot out from the side and blasted the machine to pieces. Bang. A thick plume of black smoke appeared, but it wasn't over yet. 3D Dragon Dynasty Sun Elf uses poison and electromagnetic waves. Heracross targets Ariadne, using Swallow Return to close the distance and engage in melee combat. The sudden sound from within the smoke caught them off guard, but the two quickly gave commands to the elf. "Oh no. Sun Spirit, get out of the way. Ariados, get out of the way." The Sun Elf couldn't escape the poison, but managed to dodge the electromagnetic waves with a final leap. Ariados wasn't so lucky. Just as I was about to make a move, a large beetle rushed up in front of me and started punching and kicking me until I was lying on my back with mosquito coil-like eyes. The two quickly retreated to a safe distance. When the smoke cleared, a tallman was revealed. Ariadne had lost her ability to fight, and a Heracross stood beside her. As for the 3D dragon mentioned earlier, it has disappeared without a trace, and we don't know where it went. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us here?" "I am a friend of Latios and Latias, and the reason I am here is simple: you disturbed my sleep. I didn't see you at all during the day, you're lying. Sang Lan didn't believe Xiong Meng's words at all. She hadn't seen it in a whole day of investigation. If it were true, then their professional skills were too low. They were international thieves, extremely confident in their skills, and Sang Lan suddenly thought of an option. Could this guy be a fellow thief, trying to double-cross us? To distract Sang Lan, Leo took out a pokeball to try and recall Ariados, but as soon as she fired the beam, Ariados was dragged along and she couldn't recall it even after several attempts. Damn it, what are you trying to do? I wasn't lying. The friendship is real, the disturbance is real, and I'm not in the same line of work. Xiong Meng waved his hand. Hercules. Swallow return, approach. Upon seeing Heracross approach, Sang Lan broke out in a cold sweat. This elf could kill Ariados in one move, getting close would be fatal. If we can't take it back, we'll give up and retreat. He quickly pulled out several props from his pocket and smashed them on the ground, creating a large amount of dust and spreading a special magnetic field. Xiong Meng hadn't paid attention yet, he had other plans. But when no light appeared in the smoke, he knew something bad had happened. After more than 10 seconds, the 3D dragon flew in from the doorway. Only after activating the superpowered device did I realize the situation. The prop from before wasn't just a simple smoke, it also contained a special electromagnetic wave that would instantly destroy any electrical machinery in the vicinity. It was probably so that if they were surrounded by the police cars would be unable to start electrically, making it easier to escape. Xiong Meng checked the drones and felt somewhat helpless. All the drones in the vicinity that served as transit points were now unusable. The tactics were good, but the reality was more complicated. This time it failed. Latias flew over to reassure them, figuring that the other party probably wouldn't come again after this. Latios nodded in agreement, saying that the plan had been very successful and excellent. Who says it's a failure? It's not over yet. Xiong Meng stood up, stretched, and looked at the 3D dragon. Plan B will continue to be followed up, and the location will be updated at any time. The drone that had just come in with the 3D dragon started projecting, and dozens of screens were projected. Sang Lan and Leo appeared on one of the screens, their faces full of resentment and anger, muttering wildly as they moved quickly. Let's hurry up and catch up, and block their retreat. Just as Xiong Meng was about to leave, Latias flew over and gestured for him to get on his back. Latios, seeing this, immediately grabbed his sister and bent over, forcibly placing Xiong Meng on his back. Sister, don't even think about riding, ride me instead. Sang Lan and Leo stopped at an intersection, not because they had reached their vehicle, but because there were people on the other side. Are you the ones who messed with Brother Bear? International thief, what a grand name. But you messed with the wrong people, so we can't let you pass. It was Team Rocket's trio, Jesse, James, and Meowth standing there, with a drone silently observing them from the wall beside them. Normally, they would have taught these people a lesson and then sold the talking cat, but now is not the time. He turned and sprinted in another direction. The Rockets didn't rush him, they just followed slowly behind. Sang Lan and Leo ran wildly through several intersections before suddenly stopping again. There were people there ahead of them. So you're the thieves. Brother Xiong was right, you've really come. The two young ladies are very beautiful, but we are just passers-by, which is a real pity. Bad guys shouldn't even think about getting through here. Pikachu. The three main characters stood in front of them, although they were just a few children, they were now a disaster. Because. Where do you guys think you're going? To ruin my collection of treasured drones, my friend. The sound came from the sky, and Xiong Meng arrived riding Latios, with Team Rocket catching up from behind. The next morning, in a small alley by the river, Officer Jenny was with the prisoners, and Team Rocket and Team Main were also there. You said the boat was here, where is it? Officer Jenny, the two thieves with their hostile eyes, said they'd tell you where the vehicle was, but when they arrived, it wasn't there. What? How could there not be any? That's right, it was right here before. Sang Lan and Leo, who were handcuffed, were also confused. They had clearly stopped here, so why was there nothing in the river in front of them? It couldn't have been dragged away by a water-type Pokémon, could it? Wait. The two immediately looked at the men next to them, the men with the 3D dragon. Brother Bear, we're getting ready to go, meow. That's right, that's right. We finished our business, so we'll be leaving now. Although the Rocket trio were dressed in civilian clothes, the presence of Officer Jenny made them feel a bit pressured, so they decided to make a quick getaway. This man is the one who let 3D Dragon drive it away. Miss Officer Jenny, arrest him immediately. Sang Lan and Leo pointed at Xiong Meng at the same time, their expressions full of determination. You're talking nonsense. Brother Xiong's 3D Dragon has been here the whole time. Xiaoxia was the first to stand up and object. In her opinion it was a frame-up. They pulled this stunt right before they were about to go in. It was absolutely wicked. You can't slander someone's innocence. 3D Dragon was right next to me when I was in front of you last night, and he's been following me ever since. I think you guys are planning to escape from prison and are deliberately hiding here, aren't you? You're talking nonsense. We didn't hide. You didn't deny what was said before, so you're planning to escape, right? Of course. No, we can't escape. Leo quickly realized what was happening and explained that she couldn't talk about escaping here, especially since she hadn't noticed Officer Jenny's strange look in her eyes. All right, stop talking. Mr. Xiong Meng is absolutely fine. The guardian deity has already vouched for him, and 3D Dragon was here the whole time. Miss Officer Jenny stepped forward, her gaze towards Sang Lan and Leo becoming even more hostile. International thieves, trying to capture the guardians, hiding the vehicle without fully revealing their identities, and now they're even trying to escape from prison. All right, I'll send you to the Alliance headquarters prison later, and see if you can escape. Please rest assured, Mr. Xiong Meng, we will handle this matter seriously and ensure that no accidents occur. Since the vehicle isn't here, I need to take them back to the police station. Mr. Xiong Meng, could you please come with us? We'll give you the reward. Xiong Meng boarded Officer Jenny's yacht and looked at the group beside him, saying, Xiaoxia, you guys wait for me at the dock. Kojiro, you guys wait for me where you release the Magikarp. Don't forget. After saying that, the yacht started and headed towards the police station, leaving a few people with some doubts. Why is Xiong Meng making us wait at the dock? Why worry so much? Just wait when Brother Xiong tells us to. Something's probably up, we'll find out soon enough. The three main characters discussed their options and prepared to head towards the dock, but Team Rocket blocked their way, specifically Jessie blocking Misty's path. The group instantly became alert. Were they going to steal Pikachu again? Oh my, this little girl seems to have a good relationship with Brother Bear. Musashi opened his palm, and the blood-red jade glittered in the sunlight. This was a gift from Brother Xiong. Oh dear, little girl, you don't have any, do you? Xiaoxia didn't say anything. Musashi was satisfied with the girl's distorted expression. She liked that look of envy, jealousy, and helplessness. Hooray! Musashi showed off his skills and then turned and left, swaggering away with the queen's smile, leaving the girl standing there gritting her teeth. It's just a pretty rock. Brother Xiong even treated us to dinner. I even called him brother. Shoku, Brock, let's go to the dock. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Xiaoji and Xiao Gang didn't dare to say a word, feeling that they would be scolded if they spoke, so they quickly followed. On the other side of the speedboat, Officer Jenny, who was driving, decided to chat since she had nothing to do. Mr. Xiong Meng, are you here for tourism? How's your trip? The City of Water lives up to its name, its scenery and atmosphere are rare and precious. It is an unforgettable memory. Haha, that's good. It's just that there are pests bothering us. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Mr. Xiong Meng were here. Miss Officer Jenny was still shaken. She didn't even know when the international thieves had arrived, and they hadn't been detected at the normal checkpoints. Moreover, their targets are Latias and Latios, and they're even planning to try and steal the heart of the water droplet using the machine. If successful, the consequences could be dire. Since we encountered it, we naturally had to take action. Fortunately, Miss Officer Jenny and her men managed to stop them in the end, otherwise it would have been difficult. Mr. Xiong Meng, you flatter me. If you hadn't rescued Cannon and the old men, and if they hadn't called the police, I wouldn't have known anything about it. The two people behind them were stunned. They wondered why the two who had been arrested had also brought the police with them. So they had been rescued. So, it was discovered early on. Then the discovery of the 3D dragon might have been intentional. No. It must have been intentional. This person didn't appear in sight, otherwise, they wouldn't have known when he finally came out to stop them. Sang Lan and Leo exchanged a puzzled look. Who was this big shot who had made such thorough preparations? Please wait outside for a moment, I'll go apply for the bounty. In the police station, Xiong Meng sat in a rest area. Officer Jenny escorted the two inside to be detained. Sang-Lan and Leo looked at him intently as they passed by, as if trying to remember him. About 5 minutes later, Officer Jenny came out, beckoned him over, and pushed a form and a card onto the table. Just sign your name, the bounty is 50 million Alliance coins. Excuse me, could I split this reward into a card? I'd also like to borrow the printer, Xiong Meng asked somewhat embarrassedly after signing his name. Officer Jenny paused for a moment, then, recalling what the others had said earlier, nodded appreciatively. How should the cards be distributed? Let's split it into 2 parts, one 6% and one 2% first. Then, we'll split the remaining 2% into 3 cards. Is that okay? Of course, the printer is over there. If you're coming out first, wait for me here. Officer Jenny pointed to the room next door and went inside with her card. Xiong Meng walked into the room, took out a piece of paper, and asked the 3D dragon next to him, check if this data is in the offline cache. Looking at the contents of the paper, 3D dragon nodded after 3 seconds and flew directly into the printer to get to work. Xiong Meng nodded. After his last time traveling through time, he was worried about encountering some problems again, so he had 3D dragon cache some data. He didn't expect it to come in handy this time. Several copies of the documents were printed out, and Miss Officer Jenny had already prepared the card. This one is 60%, this one is 20%, these 3 are already divided, got it? Okay, I'll remember that. Thank you very much, Miss Officer Jenny. I'll be going now if there's nothing else. Okay, bye-bye. I walked out of the police station and headed towards the place from the night before last. Sure enough, Team Rocket was waiting there, with the new Magikarp submarine right next to them. Brother Bear is here, meow. Meow Meow was the first to see Xiong Meng. The 3 of them looked at him curiously, wondering why they were being made to wait here. This is the bounty, your share. Don't refuse, you've contributed too. If you feel it's not appropriate, then promise me that this money will only be used for food and emergencies. I'm going now, take care on your way. Watching their departing figures, the Rockets trio decided to remember them forever, and that Little Bear would be their best friend. I'll be there whenever you need me. The Rocket's popularity has increased. After leaving Team Rocket, he rushed towards the main characters' team without stopping, and soon spotted the 3 main characters. The atmosphere felt a bit strange. Ash and Brock stood there obediently, while Misty seemed a little angry. I'm not late, am I? Thank goodness, the ship hasn't arrived yet. Pikachu. Upon hearing Ash's response to Xiongming's words, Pikachu nodded in agreement. That's good. I have something for you. First, it's the reward for helping with the capture. The cards were handed over to the 3 people, and they had just received them when they heard Xiong Meng's words. Each card contains approximately 330 million Alliance coins. Remember to keep the card safe and don't lose it. Remember to withdraw it later. Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Xia. How much? Over 3 million Alliance coins. This. Ash held the card in both hands and couldn't speak properly, while Brock and Misty were a little more composed. These 2 are international thieves who have committed many crimes, so the Alliance's bounty is high. Don't say it's not worth that much, just accept it. Hearing this, the group calmed down a bit. Seeing Xiong Meng's words, they finally decided to accept the offer, since they had already gone this far. But this money was a huge sum for the 3 of them. After all, Xiaoji's family is considered ordinary and is a single-parent family, Xiao Jiang's family has many children, and Xiaoxia's family is not short of money. Her older sister usually gives her a lot of pocket money, but not much. Xiaoxia is alright, but Xiaoji and Xiao Jiang will be much better off with this money. Next, let's look at some experiences compiled by our seniors, starting with Xiaoji. Bond Enhancement Method, bonds are everything. P.S. If your Charizard has a cheat code to store water, immediately recall the past and unleash its full potential. Chapter 1, Please unconditionally trust your Pokémon, complete any training sessions together with your Pokémon. Ash's eyes lit up when he looked at the information in his hand. It didn't talk about types or team composition, it only talked about bonds and how to trust your Pokémon. He found it very pleasing to the eye, it was absolutely perfect. Next is Xiao Jiang's breeding information. This is my experience in breeding, plus my mother's experience as the head of a breeding center. Pokémon breeding techniques and energy cube crafting, Pokémon have always been children, always have been. Pokémon training is divided into different types and growth stages, but one thing remains constant, good emotions will always be conveyed. Chapter 1, Pokémon Encyclopedia Records. Upon seeing the content, Xiao Gang's eyes snapped open, clearly showing a strong emotional reaction. The various explanations of the spirits and the techniques for making energy cubes were incredibly valuable. Finally, this is Xiaoxia's. It's a senior expert's experience in raising water-type Pokémon. Although it's only the basics, it's definitely enough. Basic experience in water system cultivation. Life is like building a house. The future is never certain, but the foundation is always better the more solid it is. P.S. For those who don't understand, you can learn the basics, but your future path is up to you. Chapter 1. Water and ice have always been inseparable. If you encounter a dragon, give it a good beating. Character development, skill practice and mastery, resource application and cycle. After watching it, Xiaoxia had only one thought: if she could train a dog like this, it could even take off. This information is only for reference. The future path still depends on yourselves. Reality is full of infinite possibilities, and the worst thing you can do is limit yourself. These three probably wouldn't, but I still reminded them not to worry. Should we really accept such valuable information? It was Xiao Gang who spoke. As the oldest and most mature member of the trio, he clearly understood the value of this information. It's no exaggeration to say that you could live a life of ease just by selling this information. Xiaoxia shared the same thought, while Xiaoji asked with some doubt, is this information really that valuable? Ash, think about it. Have we had any contact during our long journey? Every piece of information represents decades or even a lifetime of hard work by trainers. Xiaoji then realized how valuable this information was. It's alright, it's alright. Future Pokémon Masters are rare, so it's good to build a good relationship beforehand. The breeder is also very skilled, so remember to give me a discount on energy cubes later. The same goes for water-type Pokémon Masters. Besides, they've all called me brother, so I can't be stingy. The three main characters are still children at heart, and they finally accepted the gift after he persuaded them. Looking at the group earnestly, he said, you will definitely achieve your dreams. The trio nodded emphatically, their agreement now firmly in their hearts. The ship has arrived. Hope to meet again someday. I will definitely become a Pokémon Master. I will definitely become a great breeder. I will definitely become a water-type Pokémon Master. The ship arrived, and the group waved goodbye. On the sea, Ash, Misty, and Brock made their promises and responses once again. Xiong Meng watched the ship's shadow disappear on the horizon, then took out his notebook to record relevant information, including the height, age, personality, and strength of the people he was currently encountering. He is experimenting to see if the system's simulation is a parallel world, whether the simulation will eventually be in the same world, and whether he will encounter the person he knows again. If in a different world, how much time passes? Will Ash ever grow up? What changes will occur to the trio of main characters under his influence? These are the things Xiong Meng wants to record. This is related to his change of view on the system. At first, he was indifferent and thought, what's the use of a grocery store? But the simulation brought back golden tree fruit, and the original characters encountered this time successfully piqued their interest. Selling. Trainer, what is your dream? The Mudkip, who had been lying still, suddenly asked. He was really curious about Heracross in the Pokeball and Porygon in his phone. Everyone is very curious. My dream. Unsure whether to answer the question posed to Mudskipper or to himself, Xiong Meng fell silent. In my past life, when I first encountered Pokémon, my mind was filled with the frenzied thoughts of a Pokémon master. Later, as I matured, I became a researcher, a professor, and a prosecutor when I saw a villain I hated. As time slowly passed, during a job, the real experience or even just a glimpse of this world became a dream. But when the dream is fulfilled, there is emptiness. I indulged in unrestrained enjoyment and orderly growth until I met Heracross 3 years ago, obtained Porygon 2 years ago, and obtained Mudkip a month ago. But this never ignited his passion until this simulation. Team Rocket, the main trio, it might be a bit ridiculous, but it stirred up his nostalgia. My goal has never changed, to live a normal life with my partners and family, but I don't know how that will happen. After finishing his sentence, Xiong Meng walked towards the small garden, looking at the last hour on the panel. This simulation was about to end. As soon as I entered the small garden, I saw familiar faces. Besides the Water brothers and sisters, Grandpa and Cannon were also there. Latias couldn't wait to fly over when he saw me. Then his brother knocked him away, and after muttering a few words, he looked at him warily, but then felt he couldn't be too unreasonable, so he came closer and proactively stretched out his wings. Sister, don't do it yourself, I'll do it. Thank you so much. I don't know what would have happened if it weren't for you. Yes, this time it was really dangerous, and I'm so sorry to have troubled you so much. Canon and the old man came over and kept thanking them. They were still shaken by the thought of being arrested the night before, especially after they learned that the two men's target was the guardian angel. If Xiong Meng hadn't intervened, Latias and Latios would certainly have met their demise. Fortunately, His Excellency Xiong Meng was well prepared and had been monitoring the situation in advance. Last night, while the two were still half asleep, 3D Dragon flew out of the drone, woke them up, put them down, left the drone behind, and left. Seeing the information projected by the drone instantly snapped me out of my daze. I quickly went to find Ms. Officer Jenny and then followed the drone's directions to reach the location. Latios, with his eyes half closed, let out a soft approving sound. Latias, standing next to him, also squinted, but he was considering ignoring his older brother for the next few days. He was enjoying being touched, and he hoped that he could feel this comfortable for a while. We've already thanked you and are leaving. You can talk some more. Looking at the guardian angel's expression, the old man pushed Canon outside. I haven't said anything yet. After coming out, Canon glared angrily at the old man, but she didn't say anything. She still wanted to try petting Latios. The younger sister usually likes to act cute, but the older brother has never done so. He was so confused just now. What a perfect opportunity. We haven't even had a chance to talk much with the people who were saved yet, let's give them more time. The old man said something and headed towards his workplace. There was one more thing, everyone else had already left, and Lord Xiong Meng should be arriving soon too. Although Canon was a little disappointed, he thought that there was still a long time ahead, so he cheered up and followed the old man. I have plenty of time, no rush, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll volunteer. Meanwhile, in the small garden, Xiong Meng, having finished masturbating, stopped and took out a document and a USB drive. Here are Pokémon battle data and videos. Remember to study them carefully. Latias took it with a puzzled look, wondering what he wanted it for. Why do you think it is? From beginning to end, all they do is charge and become invisible, they don't use any other skills. You're highly mobile but don't know how to use guerrilla tactics, and you can't even use your beam attacks. I've already assumed your brains are completely blocked during combat. You should really learn from this. Xiong Meng was speechless, utterly speechless. He had absolutely no combat experience, and even his self-regeneration relied solely on brute force. Given the current situation, if any two capable fighters come along, these two will be finished. He doesn't want the brother and sister to continue to face this risk. Sand. His words and gaze made the water brothers and sisters blush slightly. Latios nodded seriously, indicating that he would definitely watch, and Latios nodded in agreement. Latias, come here and give me a handjob, I'm leaving in 15 minutes. Latios was about to stop her, but then stopped and did not stop his sister. Yes, brother, you're just a tourist, you'll have to leave eventually. Ugh, Latias rushed in, making no attempt to hide his reluctance. While petting the elf in his arms, Xiong Meng took out another bill and handed it to Latios. Here is the bounty for those two thieves, about 60%. You can transform into human form, and you can also try human products. Buy whatever you like. After thinking for a moment, he added, spending money is fine, but don't develop bad habits. Got it. Latios accepted the gift, even though he wouldn't usually need it. For the rest of the time, Xiong Meng played a lot of games, playing with two people at the same time, thoroughly enjoying himself. Time passed quickly, and Xiong Meng looked at the 10-minute countdown. It's almost time. Could you please give me a ride? The brother and sister exchanged a glance, flew to each other, and opened their palms. On their palms were drops of heart water. Although these two drops did not have the mystery of the ones in the pool, they were still very beautiful. Is this a drop of heart's essence? Is it for me? The brother and sister nodded and told each other some secrets. Latios and Latias are races, and due to their innate uniqueness, each member of the race is born with a drop of heart water. However, it is not very useful at the beginning. The amplification and internal energy will increase along with the strength. The one that keeps the water city safe belongs to the ancestor, which belongs to the ultimate evolution. It is said that the ancestor's strength is comparable to that of a divine beast, and he is in no way inferior to the nightmare god he mentioned before. Giving it to me probably wouldn't be good for you either. Are you really okay with this? Latias shook his head. This was a symbol of friendship, and it represented the connection between us. Soaking these two in water can purify the water, and the energy inside is very good for newly born water-type Pokémon, making it a gentle way to raise them. Latios urged him again, while also explaining the effects. The Mudkip in the Pokeball didn't change its expression at all. It would have been better if it had come earlier, but with the exam coming up, what's the point of saying anything? Then I'll accept it. I'll return it to you when we meet again. Also, be sure to study the materials and USB drive, don't forget. Xiong Meng carefully put away the 2 heart drops and looked at the two of them solemnly. Latias suddenly hoisted him onto his back and flew outwards, with Latios flying alongside him. Soon they arrived at the location Xiong Meng had told them, the place where Team Rocket had left, and pressed the button, causing the Magikarp submarine to surface. He turned around and hugged the 2 siblings tightly. Practice hard and stop being so bad. Don't end up like that water dog who can't even untangle the fishing net. Latias and Latios, After thinking for a moment, Xiong Meng activated his super ability and shared that part of his memory. After sharing the experience, the brother and sister were stunned. That's Suicune, one of Hoa's messengers, right? Even if it's not a main member, it's still too weak. The brother and sister were so shocked by this memory that they were a little dumbfounded, and they didn't even know when Xiong Meng boarded the submarine. Remember to practice a lot, I'm off now. He waved goodbye, entered the submarine, released Heracross, and rode off together on the bicycle. Latios and Latias did not leave, but watched the dark shadow beneath the sea slowly disappear until it was no longer visible. Let's go back and study the materials. A drop of water with a heart will eventually be found again outside. Regarding the items Latios was born with, there's one more he didn't mention. He can sense them within a certain range, and that range expands as his strength increases. It's no longer perceptible, it must have moved far away. Ugh! Latias clenched her little fists. She didn't want to be just a pretty face and then be done with it. The brother and sister left with high spirits, and after traveling a distance on the sea surface, the Magikarp submarine also surfaced. Heracross, holding the bear, flew through the air. The heart drop had already been placed in the system warehouse. The 3D dragon stored the submarine inside its body. 1 minute later, the timer on the panel ended. Without any warning, the men and the 3 elves vanished suddenly, and the calm sea seemed as if no one had ever been there. Time flies so fast, it's already back in the blink of an eye. Xiong Meng glanced at his phone in the room. It was as if he hadn't left at all today. The contrast was quite interesting. Hera. WW. Selling. The 2 elderly people, having experienced it once, got used to it. Hercules went to the TV to continue playing games, while 3D Dragon flew into the computer and started working. Only the Mudkip was looking around, still somewhat bewildered, wondering how they had suddenly ended up home. We were just on the sea, weren't we? It's so strange to suddenly be home. Hera. Selling. Hercules waved to signal to play games, and Mudkip quickly ran over, but decided to play games first. Hera. Thinking too much will make you stupid. Anyway, the trainers won't harm us, so just don't tell anyone. While controlling his character, Heracross shared his thoughts. Selling. Mudkip thought about it and felt there was nothing wrong with it. Anyway, the trainer was a good person, and the seniors wouldn't harm him. He just needed to follow instructions honestly. After confirming this line of thought, Mudkip nodded. As expected of me, I figured it out right away. Seeing that the elves were all busy with their own things, Xiong Meng didn't stay idle either. He first found a fish tank in the small warehouse, filled it with water, and arranged the 2 heart drops. I thought about it and tried using a superb skill. The water purification seems to be faster. Xiong Meng was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Chowka had this function. After fixing it, he moved it into the bedroom. Mutant, this is your sleeping area. Remember to keep a low profile and come out to sleep if you feel uncomfortable. Selling. After tidying up the fish tank, he took his clothes and went into the bathroom. Although he hadn't hidden anything, the sea breeze made it damp, so he decided to take a shower to feel better. After taking a shower, Xiong Meng saw 3D Dragon in front of the computer. Seeing him come out, Xiong Meng flew over and gave him a push. Xiong Meng went over to take a look. A movie is playing on the screen, the video recorded by the drone has been corrected. WW. The 3D Dragon flew over with a proud look on its face. Having learned from the previous experience, it handled things much faster and improved many details. He mainly wanted to ask about the distribution model and timing, whether to negotiate directly with cinemas or release it online first. After understanding the problem, Xiong Meng thought for a moment and said, let's just release it online this time. One movie in theaters will suffice too. We're not short of money anyway. That's easy to say, but I have some other ideas about the movie. Wow. Porygon tilted its head in confusion, wondering what its trainer was up to now. I've thought about it carefully. Our story is rather special, so logically it should have a different ending, that is, 2 endings. Let's leave the past aside for now. There are already so many people involved this time, should we go for a sad ending? Porygon stared at its trainer in shock. Why couldn't it have been a happy ending? Why did they have to give the audience a heartbreaking experience? The previous videos were fine, but why bother with this one? Bang. A box fell out of the 3D dragon's body. It wasn't sealed, and a whole box of blades was clearly visible inside. WW, do you know how many of us are like this? Xiong Meng looked at the razor blade with a sense of helplessness. He had been into tragic and heroic stories for a while, even though he said he liked them so much. I didn't expect to get stabbed the very next day. They were all so honest, and none of them told the truth. Then let's not do it. Xiong Meng asked tentatively, and 3D Dragon immediately shook his head. WW. I understand the logic, but it's really fun to make fans upset, okay? Dizzy face. It's been more than half a year since the trainer last gave us an idea. It's time to cut it again and put some pressure on the fans. He wasn't surprised by 3D Dragon's attitude. After all, if the other party didn't agree, the previous works wouldn't have been produced. Once the two decided to do it, they immediately finalized their ideas. Xiong Meng, if you're going to do something, you need to first make it plausible, and then determine the main storyline and plot. First of all, I can't be the one with the knife, otherwise there would be no way to play the other game. So this time we'll make it a dual ending type. Let's decide on a name first. We'll call them the Guardians of the Water City. When we talk about Guardians, we'll definitely mention Latios and Latias. Hearing this, 3D Dragon couldn't help but glance at Xiong Meng. Good heavens, they were just good friends and brothers a moment ago, and now they're going to kill each other, huh? There's also an explanation for the 3D Dragon I bear, since they're called the guardian deity of Water City. If they don't kill the siblings, who else can they kill? How could they kill the main character's team or Team Rocket? These two didn't have any prior setup or high sibling popularity, so this is the only way to determine the personnel. WW. How do you cut it? How many cuts? If you're going to cut a knife, cut 2. It's so lonely being alone. Porygon was speechless, all it wanted to do was swat 1, but the trainer immediately swung 2. WW. But can you really evoke strong emotions like that? You have to understand that the essence of a knife is the emotional pull. If you can't pull 2 knives at once, it's hard to get the right balance. Facing this question, Xiong Meng was confident and smiled as he said, let's give half the camera to the brother and sister, highlighting their cuteness and personality, and then have the sister encounter some trouble in the middle, but luckily escape. But it was no use after escaping. The thieves still found our old home that night. During the fight, the brother was captured by the bad guys while covering his sister's escape. Didn't we see the machine in the sanctuary? Let's use that machine. It's designed to be an ancient guardian machine, it can revive the fossils outside to fight. The energy to activate it comes from the heart drop and Latios. Then, when they couldn't beat the bad guys in the battle, the machine itself malfunctioned and went out of control, draining all of Latios's energy, but no one noticed at the time. The bad guys were defeated, and the machine went out of control, causing a tsunami. The brother and sister rushed in to deal with it, but that was Latios' last bit of power. After that, it disappeared and the story ended normally. Even the 3D Dragon was stunned. Latios was really in a bad situation. If it disappeared, it must be gone. Then the younger sister will be all alone there. Given the bond between siblings, she'll probably suffer terribly by herself. But although the thief was caught, he wasn't sent to the main prison, he eventually escaped and returned to Water City. Seeing the trainer's excited expression, Porygon had a bad feeling. Could it be? They stole the heart drop again, and this time without help. Latias has captured it again. Although Officer Jenny arrived in time to save her, the tsunami had already begun. In the end, Latias rushed over just like her brother and finally stopped the tsunami. Oh, and remember to take those 2 thieves with you at the end. Make them disappear together, stab them first, then give them candy. Don't let a good thought prevent you from giving them anything. But after he finished speaking, there was no response for a long time. Xiong Meng looked over curiously and saw that 3D Dragon was looking at him with a strange look. Porygon just wants to know one thing: what's going on in the trainer's mind? After hearing all this, he wanted to punch someone through the internet, not to mention the audience, but thinking about it, it was actually quite exciting, so he did it. Oh, right, remember to send out the knives first, and the good ones a week later. He quickly reminded them as 3D Dragon was about to go in. That's reliable, he's also good at this. Seeing the mutual appreciation between the human and the elf, Heracross, standing nearby, stopped and decided not to watch the movie. I can't stand hearing that. Son, come down here for a second. Just as everyone was getting ready to get to work, Xiong Meng's mother, Wang Jingying, called from downstairs. A few seconds later, she added a sentence. By the way, let's call out 3D Dragon. Hearing the shouts from downstairs, Porygon felt a little helpless. They had just agreed to get to work, but their trainer mom was calling, so they couldn't refuse and had no choice but to obediently come down with her. When I came downstairs, I saw a middle-aged man in black sitting on the sofa, with Lucario sitting next to him. I didn't know where my mother was. Seeing the newcomers, Xiong Meng was somewhat surprised. Isn't this Chen Zhu and Lucario? Is there something you need so late? Long time no see, Xiong Meng. Your mother went to the nursery and just left. I came here mainly to see you. The past is over. This time I'm here to give you a reward and compensation. After Chen finished speaking, he looked at Lucario, who took a bag out of his pocket and put it on the table. This was a long-planned scheme, with other businessmen providing cover. We wouldn't have known if one of them hadn't taken action. Your keen observation of the anomalies, your wisdom and strength in preparing for all eventualities, and your perseverance until we arrive. You're very good, really very good. He pushed the bag over. There's a banner and a bank card inside. The banner is the title of New Era Youth, approved by the higher authorities, and the bank card contains 10% of the funds of the relevant businessmen. The corresponding shares have already been transferred. Thank you for your help this past month, 3D Dragon. Your reward has been transferred as well. Remember to check the contract with your trainer later. WW. Oh, right, Chen said, pulling out a blue-covered certificate and handing it over. This is what the dojo inspector asked me to bring over, though I don't know what it is. We've given you everything, so Lucario and I won't bother you any longer. Good luck on your college entrance exams these next 2 days. I saw Chen Zhu and Lucario to the door, then took a few things back to my room. Hera. Cell. Hercules and Mudkip put down their game and looked at the bag curiously. They went down there and brought this thing back up. What's inside? Xiong Meng sat down and opened the certificate, official certification for individuals with special abilities. The text is in large, clear characters, followed by the identity information, and then a few lines of smaller text at the very bottom. This certificate only confirms identity and does not imply any superiority over ordinary people. There are no official subsidies available based solely on this certificate. If you wish to receive subsidies, please apply on the official website. P.S. Receiving subsidies entails corresponding responsibilities. This regulation is legally binding, please make your own judgment. He handed the certificate to the interested Hercules, opened the bag, took out a long tube, and poured out a banner and a bank card. The banner had 5 large, gleaming gold characters on it. It felt the same as the one from the History Association. After a quick look, I handed it over to 3D Dragon along with my bank card. I'll leave the banner to you. As usual, I'll hand over the money and shares to you. And remember to help me with the certificate application. Entrusting money to him represents trust, and entrusting tasks to him represents competence, which makes 3D Dragon very happy. After the 3D Dragon was put into the computer, the Mudkip came over with the Water City winning medal in its mouth, intending to put it in the fish tank. He also contributed to this medal, which is why Mudkip came to ask about it. I agree, but you have to be careful not to crush it while you're sleeping. Cell, the little guy ran off happily. Seeing Heracross still looking at the certificate, Xiong Meng asked curiously, do you like this? Hera. He didn't like it, he was just curious because it was the first time he'd seen it. After everything was tidied up, Xiong Meng went to bed, 3D Dragon was busy on the computer, Heracross was playing games, and Mudkip arranged his medals and slept in the water. 2 drops of heart-shaped water emitted a magical light, slowly seeping into the body of the leap fish. Mudkip has received a buff. Its internal energy is steadily increasing. I slept soundly all night. When I woke up the next morning, my mother was already back and had prepared breakfast. Where did Dad go? He didn't come back last night. Although Xiong Biao is usually busy, he will definitely show up once in the morning or evening, but it seems that he didn't show up last night. He went to take the Heavenly King's assessment. He should be back in 3 days to a week. Xiong Meng then realized that it was already this late in the day. He had been leading the shift for the past few weekends and had almost forgotten about it. The Heavenly King's exam is pretty tough, but your father is fine. Just focus on your own college entrance exam. Wang Jingying knew her husband's strength. His trainer and Pokémon strength were already sufficient, but the gym leaders and Elite Four members had to have Psychic-type Pokémon. Psychic-type is essential for survival. For safety, every Elite Four member must have one. The delay in training the Ape-type was due to the temporary training of the Ape-type. Don't worry, Mom, we'll go all out this time. I'll take you to the exam venue after we finish eating, but you'll have to take care of lunch yourself. I'll take you there after the exam tonight. She was also helpless. The process of the incubation center was over, and it was nearing its end. My senior colleague hasn't been going home lately. She's been busy with work. She's been spending less time with her son, so she definitely needs to make up for it during the summer vacation. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, Xiong Meng rode the Four Seasons deer to the examination venue, stopping outside the standard line to prepare to enter the examination room. Take your time writing, and remember to check it carefully. Wang Jingying took out the things she needed to bring from her small bag, checked them again, and handed them over. Okay, don't worry. Xiong Meng took the gift, waved goodbye, walked to the door to check out today's exam room, and even saw some familiar faces in the classroom. The short-haired girl, Chen Yahui, who had gone through thick and thin with Xiong Meng, was also surprised to see him. Hello Chen Yahui, I didn't expect to be in the same exam room as you. He took the initiative to go up and greet him. Yes, it was quite unexpected, the girl replied with a smile. I thought I'd never meet someone like this in my lifetime. It's alright, it's not that exaggerated. It's quite easy to meet someone in the same city. Xiong Meng waved his hand to indicate that it wasn't that exaggerated. When I talked to the girl about the exam, the other students looked on with envy. They also wanted to meet a female classmate they got along with. Everyone, take your seats and keep quiet. Check your stationery and get ready for the exam. An old man walked in carrying exam papers, with a gugu perched on his shoulder, its sharp eyes scanning the room. A moment later, the announcement came over the loudspeaker, teachers, please begin checking that the exam bags are intact. Once the check is complete, please open and inspect them. Teachers, please begin distributing the test papers and answer sheets. The old man, having checked them, began distributing them one by one, while Gugu stood on the podium to supervise. After handing out the answers, the old man said, candidates, please fill in your name and examination number according to the instructions on the answer sheet. Once you're done, please put down your pen and wait for the exam. A few minutes later, the announcement came over the loudspeaker again, the exam has begun. As the broadcast started, everyone began to write, and for a moment the only sound in the classroom was the rustling of writing. The day's exams quickly came to an end, and with the final broadcast of the evening, the liberal arts portion of the college entrance examination was finally over. The next two parts are training and combat, which takes exactly 1 day. I chatted with Chen Yahui while waiting for my mother to arrive. After she arrived, I said goodbye and went home. The girl watched Xiong Meng leave and then walked towards the back. Not far away, a noble lady was waiting. She smiled and waved when she saw the girl coming over. The next morning, as usual, I rode the Four Seasons deer to the examination hall, except that the morning exam was at the Tasho Nursery School, and I also had the mud skipper on my shoulder. The morning exam focused on checking the starter Pokémon's physical growth over the past month and its daily living conditions. First, we need to consider the training method, and second, whether the initial Pokémon is good. These two aspects require comparison of initial data and a suitable environment. The only suitable option was the incubator. He stopped outside the examination hall to say goodbye to his mother and followed the signs toward the examination room. Upon reaching the main gate, I saw a sign that read, entering the gate marks the beginning of the college entrance examination. Simple and clear, Xiong Meng thought about the information he saw while surfing the internet last night. He realized that he had been getting a rating from the moment he entered this door, and he had to be careful about every word he said. Upon entering the main gate, you'll see a new sign indicating the location of the inspection room, with a line below stating that you should arrive at 9:30. Xiong Meng checked the time, it was only a little past 8. I should have slept in a little longer. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to come early since my exam number is already so early. Walking towards the location indicated by the sign, I saw many candidates had already arrived, but none of them went to the examination room. Instead, they were looking around, searching for something. Then a small Rattata appeared, and the people next to it rushed over as if they had seen a treasure, stopping and walking slowly at a distance. The kind that approaches with a smile on their face, and then pulls out an energy cube from who knows where. He, little Rattata, come here. Big brother has some yummy food here. Ignore that guy, brother, this one's top quality, come quick. Both of them are trash. Look at my royal rations. They were specially airlifted from another region. Xiong Meng. Wait, what are these guys doing? Why do they look so sleazy? Something's not right. That little Rata is acting strangely too, he didn't seem flustered at all as the group approached. This scene surprised him somewhat. After checking himself several times to make sure he wasn't scared or anything like that, and confirming that he didn't need to worry about it, he walked toward the examination room. A nearby camera moved slightly, recorded the scene, and uploaded it to the monitoring room. A staff member noted it down and uploaded it to the system. When I got to the examination room, I saw a table outside. I looked around and saw that not many people were coming. I looked at the table and found the examination admission ticket number. Find a seat and wait quietly. After a while, people started to come over one after another. After sitting down, they didn't stay idle and started interacting with their Pokémon. It started with handshakes and casual conversations, then progressed to commands, and became increasingly exaggerated until one person was staring at their own starter Pokémon. Little Charmander will perform a special trick to amaze everyone. Lee. The little fire dragon immediately launched into a street dance routine. Not to be outdone, someone directed Bobo to perform an acrobatic act, and another person made Meow Meow do a backflip. Xiong Meng, shocked. He was shocked to find himself surrounded by a circus. No, had everyone gone mad? This is his first time taking the world's college entrance exam. Is it a local custom? Or is it something that's mandatory? He took the mudkip from his head and placed it on the table. The man and the fish looked at each other. It's all right now, just lie there quietly. Looking at the time, it was 9:20. Xiong Meng estimated that the broadcast was about to start. All candidates, please sit quietly. The inspection is about to begin. Please all candidates sit quietly. Please all candidates sit quietly. After the 3 broadcasts, everyone quieted down to make sure they heard the next announcement. The next candidates whose names are called, please proceed to the examination room. Nan Wenquan, please go to room number 1, Mo Qingyu, please go to room number 2. People entered the 4 rooms one after another, and the training department exam began. After more than 10 minutes, no one came out, but some people went in without their names being called. Suddenly, 3 policemen entered through the door, went straight into the 3rd room, and came out handcuffing the student who had just gone in. You're not going to learn anything good, are you? You're putting a hypnotic spell on your starter Pokémon, aren't you? You're really something. I didn't. Whether there's a machine or not, the elves know, so just come with us. It's unclear who he was talking to, but the police officer's voice was quite loud. As the police and students left, everyone remained quiet. Please proceed to room number 3, Xiong Meng. The broadcast started, and some people watched Xiong Meng's retreating figure with schadenfreude. It's a bit unlucky that someone was arrested and then immediately imprisoned. I hope he can stay calm. Don't be nervous, it was just an accident. Upon entering, he saw a male teacher with long hair sitting there. When Xiong Meng came in, the teacher flicked his flowing long hair and comforted him. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I'm fine. That's good. Is this little guy your starter Pokémon? Xiong Meng nodded and pointed to the room next door. Little one, go over there for a checkup. There are teachers inside. Cell Mudkip looked at the men but didn't move until its trainer patted it before it slowly came down and went inside. The male teacher's surprised gaze flashed by, his hands typing on the computer, suggesting a high level of favorability and that he was a good teacher. You're Xiong Meng, right? You'll have to wait a bit. Sit down and let's chat. The male teacher pointed to the seats in front of him, indicating that he could sit down and wait. I'm going to ask you a few questions next. You must answer truthfully, Xiong Meng. There are psychic-type Pokémon in the back room that are sensing your emotions. First of all, on your way to the examination room this morning, several people surrounded Rada. You should know that they might have been very scared. Why did you just leave? Xiong Meng recalled what had just happened and slowly said, because little Rada didn't seem scared at all, and her movements, expressions, and subtle actions indicated that she was in a good mood. I didn't need to meddle in her affairs. Okay, second question. There were many people interacting with the Pokémon outside just now. Why did you take them down, watch them for a while, and then put them back? Is it possible that we've already interacted? Xiong Meng said, stroking his chin. The Mudskipper's eyes are very interesting, but basic etiquette between people is eye contact, so eye contact is an important interaction in our daily lives. Male teacher. He hadn't expected this. The absence of an alarm on the computer meant it was telling the truth. Well, it seems people have different ways of having fun, even eye contact has become a form of play. I had recorded the answers to the 2 questions truthfully and was about to finish when a small box suddenly popped up on the computer screen. The male teacher immediately perked up, stood at attention, and changed his previous smiling expression to a very serious one. One last question, Xiong Meng, why are you so confident? Why do you believe your observations are correct? Why do you believe that interaction is what the elves like? Please answer truthfully. Xiong Meng, you can think about it more and don't rush to reply. After listening to the male teacher's words, Xiong Meng was a little confused. He didn't know that the college entrance examination included this kind of content. It was definitely different from his previous life. Think back to the question I just asked, all that talk boiled down to why I'm confident. Why is he so confident? He has always been at the top of his class, raised Elite Four members for 3 years, and earned money with his 3D dragon, not to mention having enough freedom. The results have already demonstrated his ability, but we definitely can't say that. The questions that appear in the college entrance examination are definitely not simple, so you should think carefully before answering them. I've loved Pokémon since I was a child. I started learning it when I was just a few years old and gained experience through practice. These years of experience are the reason for my confidence. Just as I finished speaking, a message popped up on my computer, true. The male teacher glanced at Xiong Meng with surprise. Okay, I will record your answer truthfully. Is Xiong Meng here? Please come in for a moment. The door opened, and a mature woman dressed as a purple-haired nurse peeked out. Go ahead, I'm done here. The male teacher gestured for him to go. The examiner was the same nurse from before. After following her inside, they discovered there were 2 separate rooms, a physical examination room and a training area. Come this way. Upon entering the training field, there is a target on the wall, with Mudkip in the middle and a lucky egg next to it. He waved and greeted people as they came in, Fuku. The psychological and physical examinations were all normal, but this little one belongs to a special group, and we need to record new information for comparison, which is also related to the scoring. The purple-haired older woman explained the situation, and Xiong Meng then realized that there were quite a few special Pokémon that needed to be recorded. Okay, how do I need to cooperate? Let this little guy use the water gun skill, target the target on the wall. Mutant, use the water gun. Cell. Puff. A jet of water, significantly larger than that of other Pokémon of the same level, erupted forth. After 30 seconds, Mudkip's power noticeably decreased, but it didn't seem to change. The skill's power is still stronger than the standard for its level. The purple-haired woman frowned. Continue. Don't stop. The Mudkip redoubled its efforts, and the water jet regained its power, only returning to normal strength a minute later. Lucky Egg tugged at her sleeve, and the mature female examiner nodded as she took notes. Stop. Mudkip stopped panting heavily. A full power move for 1.5 minutes is a huge undertaking. Even a normal Pokémon couldn't withstand it, let alone a little guy like him. The results this time should be pretty good, right? It should earn the trainer some points. Xiong Meng looked at Mudkip with heartache, wanting to give it an energy cube to replenish its strength but worried about affecting the test, so he could only touch its fins to show encouragement. After writing in the notebook for a few minutes, the purple-haired mature woman spoke. Now let's start the second attempt. Before, we couldn't move while using the skill. Now let's see the effect. No skills are required, but you need to demonstrate one type of body type and one type of attribute type. After saying that, he took out his notebook and waited. Xiong Meng thought for a moment and then gave the command, Mop Eye, use Tackle. Cell. Mudkip's eyes sharpened upon hearing the command, and the distinctive aura of a Pokémon using a move materialized. Everyone awaited the next action. A minute passed and nothing happened, but the aura of the skill did not disappear, and strange fluctuations of power still lingered. Just as the purple-haired mature woman was about to call a halt, the water leaper moved. It flew out like a bullet. Bang. Purple-haired mature woman. Happy egg. Xiong Meng. Bang. 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 Seemingly having found the trick, Mudkip started crashing around wildly, prompting the purple-haired woman to quickly call for a stop. After stopping, Lucky Egg immediately went to check and gave the answer a few minutes later. When using physical skills, only the wrists and the lower body can move. Let's continue. After recording the information, he gestured for Xiong Meng to continue. Mutant, use the water gun. Puff. The power is somewhat different from before, but it's normal since it was used before. Now let's see if it can move. This time it seemed to have found the trick quickly. In less than a minute, the Mudkip was making a move, spraying water and jumping around. He's just a little goofy. Good luck. Zombie jumping sheep, no, it's zombie jumping fish. Just as Mudkip's skill ended, it heard these words, and the two people and the fish turned their heads at the same time. Mudskipper, how presumptuous of you. Feeling embarrassed by being stared at, Lucky Egg thought for a moment, then took an egg out of his pocket and handed it to Xiong Meng. Good luck. Lucky Egg meant no harm, she's just a little naive. These are the eggs she usually raises, and this is an apology for saying the wrong thing. The mature female examiner next to him conveyed the meaning, and Lucky Egg nodded in agreement. Selling. Mudkip shook his head in refusal, and Xiong Meng echoed him. This is a bit too expensive. Just give me the egg-laying skill, and forget about raising them normally. Blessing. I just shoved the Lucky Egg into his mouth and told him to make it for Mudkip tonight. Please accept it. She was the one who delivered Mudkip. She'll be heartbroken tonight if you don't. With the purple-haired older woman's persuasion and the insistence of the Lucky Egg, Xiong Meng had no choice but to accept the egg, holding the ostrich egg-sized egg and thanking her profusely. The egg recovery mode of the real-world Lucky Egg is different. There are two types. One is an energy-based egg-laying skill with a fixed battlefield recovery effect. Another method is to raise a physical egg in your pocket, which is effective for at least a month, increasing the effect on top of the original recovery. For example, a dying spirit that is on the verge of death may recover some of its congenital defects, and the stronger the spirit and the longer the recovery time, the better the effect. Therefore, such spirits are protected by the Donghuang government. Each one is a top-tier protected Pokémon, born with a special training program, and each trainer is subject to strict requirements. Moreover, being able to participate in the college entrance examination is at least an elite level, so this is truly a great gift. After delivering the egg, the older woman began taking notes. A few minutes later, she looked up and said, "It's all checked. The breeding department's score will be distributed along with the other subjects. Please follow the signs and leave through the back door. The battle exam this afternoon is still at the breeding center. Please bring your starter Pokémon and arrive at 1 p.m. Please don't be late." Okay, thank you both. After Xiong Meng left, the purple-haired older sister handed the notebook to Happy Egg. It's already pretty good. I originally thought it would be better after it evolved. It only took a month for it to go from a zombie to a jumping fish, not bad at all. Good luck. It's very good. The flaw that seemed hopeless has now been repaired, and this child's future is different. The Lucky Egg, who had just taken the notebook, changed its expression and retorted with a serious look. Yes, I understand. I'm so glad the child is coming. Looking at the little bouncy egg that was walking, the purple-haired older sister smiled and then called the next student in to check. I've already made it for you tonight. How would you like it? Steamed, stir-fried, or boiled with eggs? In the park next to the school, Xiong Meng and Mudskipper rested after their meal and casually asked how they planned to eat the egg. Selling. Boiled eggs, please. I don't like other foods. Okay, I'll make it for you when we get home tonight. Go get some rest, you have an exam later. Selling. The morning's inspection was quite tiring. Mudkip lay down to rest and quickly fell asleep. Xiong Meng smiled and gently stroked the fish's fins. Time quickly passed to 12:30. Xiong Meng looked at the Mudkip, who was sleeping soundly, thought for a moment, then picked it up and walked towards the breeding house. The sign at the entrance remained unchanged, indicating that the exam would begin once inside. However, the signs at the back had been changed, and the examination room had been transformed into a combat training ground. I checked the location and headed towards the training ground. This time, the path was much normal, with no strange Pokémon or people. Nothing strange happened when I arrived at the location and waited. Some people arrived early, but they were mostly reading books and talking to the elves, seemingly discussing tactics. Selling. The little guy in my arms woke up, rubbed his eyes, and looked around. He was a little confused when he noticed the change in his surroundings. We've arrived at the exam hall, and it'll start in 20 minutes. Upon hearing that it was about to start, Mudkip immediately jumped out of my arms and stood on the table with a serious expression. Sell. The match is just around the corner, trainers, let's discuss some tactics. No need. The future is never predictable. Just play normally when the time comes. He wasn't entirely without worry, he was still a little nervous. The main issue was that the format for this year's college entrance exam was still uncertain, so there was no point in saying anything. The battle mode for the college entrance exam is different every year. In the past, there have been single-player, duo, random 3v3, and island-based 100-player battles. And the scoring mode is different each time, so there's really no need to discuss tactics, but I was stunned when I saw Mudkip. After thinking for a moment, Xiong Meng said, just maintain a good mindset for the challenge, and then give it your all no matter what. It was almost 1 p.m. when an examiner came out of the inner room and handed out a form to everyone. The forms will be collected in 3 minutes. Please make your selections as soon as possible. After saying this, the examiner stood in front and waited for the time to arrive. The table shows the subjects for this competition, random 2v2 team battles, with one examiner on the opposing team but accompanied by 2 high-level Pokémon. Specifically, one candidate will be randomly selected from 2 nearby classes. The candidate will know the examiner's Pokémon in advance, but will not know its moves. There is a half-hour discussion time before the match, and the score will be based on the performance during the match. The second bonus is the single-player wilderness battle, where you escape the instructor's pursuit for half an hour in the training ground, which covers an area of 10 square kilometers and features a randomly matched environment. Candidates must enter half an hour in advance. There will be various props in the venue. Candidates and their Pokémon must evade the examiners. If both lose their battle power, they will fail. If you win, you will be scored based on the process, and then added to your total score for the college entrance examination. Both subjects are not mandatory, but you must take at least one. Mudkip glanced at the contents, then stretched out its claws and pinned both of them down. Both signed up for battle. Pokémon trainers are so passionate about their craft that they can't let themselves be outdone. They complete their registration and wait for the examiners to take it back. We'll begin collecting forms. Please double-check your name and exam number, then place the forms in the correct locations. Next, we will categorize students according to their registered subjects. When your name is called, please follow the instructions. Please be patient and thank you for your cooperation. After collecting everything, the examiner checked the quantity, then went into the room. Please proceed to Training Ground 1, Xiong Meng. Your teammates for the 2v2 match have been selected. Please prepare. Upon hearing his name called, Xiong Meng got up and headed to the front of the line. He was somewhat surprised to be near the front, but finishing early was a good thing. When I arrived at the training ground, the classmate I was matched with was already there, holding documents and looking them over. Presumably, it was information about the examiner's Pokémon. Xiong Meng was surprised when he saw the figure clearly. It was none other than Chen Yahui. The other person was also taken aback when Xiong Meng came in, first surprised then understanding, and waved with a smile, "Classmate Xiong Meng, we meet again. The fact that you're here means that your starter Pokémon also has a problem from the start. We just met yesterday, okay?" Xiong Meng retorted, looking at her with a puzzled expression. What did the next sentence mean? Xiong Meng, you'll understand once you take a look at this. He took the information the girl handed him, and the answer was given in the first line. We pay tribute to trainers who choose to train despite their natural defects, and express our gratitude to trainers who treat everyone equally. The college entrance examination adopts the principle of fairness, matching similar groups of people together, while due to its special nature, the examiners will select candidates from a lower level. Giving away points is useless, only earning them yourself is the right thing to do. Wishing all brave trainers continued success in staying true to their original aspirations. After reading the content, he understood the reason. To his surprise, the other party had also chosen an elf with a congenital defect. There's something wrong with the Mudkip. I don't see it. They look perfectly healthy and normal. Chen Yahweh was looking at Mudkip from all angles, but couldn't figure out what was wrong with the Pokémon. Oh right, I should have introduced myself first. Before Xiong Meng could speak, the girl slapped her forehead and threw out a Pokeball. Come out, Cyndaquil. Clothes. After Cyndaquil appeared, it looked around and saw Bear and Mudkip. It immediately ran to Chen Yahweh and hid behind him, tugging at his trouser leg. Cyndaquil was considered a special starter Pokémon at the time because of its timid nature, which led to low self-esteem. Is he too timid to battle? These issues also affect his skill usage. Isn't this just like Ash's experience in the anime? Even while thinking this, the explanation didn't stop. When Mudkip is using a skill, its body cannot move, and it cannot use any body-related skills. Chen Yahweh gasped in shock after hearing this. This was much more ruthless than the fireball rat. Psychological problems could be addressed, but physical defects were much harder to deal with. I also feel sorry for Xiong Meng, the girl. Psychological problems are not easy to deal with, and if you are not careful, she will be ruined. We don't have much time. Let's look at the examiner's Pokémon information and discuss our strategy. Let's get through this exam first. Here's the examiner's information. I'm starting to feel a bit tricky, Chen Yahweh said, handing over another document with a complicated expression. He took it and looked at it. After reading it, his expression became complicated. This examiner was a bit inhuman. The information is very simple: Raichu, the giant electric rat, and Butterfree, the most common and fast-moving guardian bug. Raichu has a large move pool and completely counters Mudkip. Butterfree might even bring 3 pink moves, which is incredibly powerful. What do you think the examiners will do in terms of recruitment, Xiong Meng? I don't know. All I know is that if I were the examiner, Raichu would definitely be ranked first in acceleration, second in melee, and third in ranged attacks of the same type. I'd leave one last option depending on the situation. As for Butterfree, I will definitely bring 3 pink items to supplement damage, and there's a high probability that it will be Bug Bite in the middle. He said it was his own idea, but he also knew it was most likely the examiner's idea, since none of the examiners who come to take the college entrance examination are simple. So, what do you think we should do, Xiong Meng? Do you have any good ideas? Let's exchange information about the spirits first and see if we can come up with a plan. After recording the information from the exchange, Xiong Meng looked at his notes with a bit of a headache. Macurit can only deal effective damage with Water Gun and Tackle, while Cyndaquil can shoot flames but needs to charge them up. In addition, being timid and unable to get close, being disturbed will seriously affect one's mindset, and it will take longer to recharge next time. Our opponents are a double attacker Raichu and a support Butterfree, both of which are mid-level. Looking at the information he had compiled, he had only one thought in his mind: stop playing, you can't play anymore, you can just give up. Furthermore, we must retract our previous thought: this Cyndaquil can't possibly fool Ash. It's beneath its dignity to even compare. It's safe to say that those chosen as special spirits are truly extraordinary. As expected of Xiong Meng, your records are excellent. The girl gave a thumbs up. Stop praising me, let's think about what to do first. He saw the fireball mouse peeking out and wondered, why did you sign up for doubles when you're already like this? Is it to put pressure on other students? Regarding this question, Chen Yahweh picked up the fireball rat and said, it was the child's own choice, and she wanted to contribute more to the college entrance examination score. Oh, I see. Okay, he apologized for his earlier thought. This Cyndaquil can still fool Ash, so as long as his fighting spirit remains, he's not afraid. Xiong Meng sat cross-legged, spread out his notebook, and beckoned the girl over, analyze the examiner's skills. We don't need to consider their tactics, we should mainly try to break through from other angles. From a breeding perspective, a normal Raichu is usually advanced. If it's only intermediate, it means there's definitely a problem. I estimate it's most likely that it evolved prematurely or accidentally. Perhaps it's close to advanced. Chen Yahweh offered her opinion, since being close to advanced but not quite advanced is still intermediate. Indeed, this is normal for our Dongwang, everyone here is an old silver coin. Xiong Meng initially agreed, but then changed his tone, but that's the normal situation. We're taking the college entrance exam now. It's unlikely that the official team would prepare such an opponent, since it's just fighting 2 starter Pokémon, which, to put it bluntly, are 2 crippled ones. The girl thought about it and agreed, they probably weren't that depraved. Another one is the common Pokémon. There are countless methods for raising them online, and after considering all these factors, I think there must be something wrong with them. Even so, our chances of winning aren't high, and besides, there's Butterfree with its flying powder. Chen Yahweh highly agreed with this analysis, but given the difference in strength, what difference would it make knowing the situation? The girl was deep in thought and didn't notice that Xiong Meng was waving an energy cube in one hand, nor did she notice that the fireball rat at her feet was being attracted. Indeed, even if you know the odds of winning are still not high, it is still very important. The most obvious benefit is that you are thinking of countermeasures, at least you are not giving up. Chen Yahweh, I've been found out. Hee, no, I was just thinking about it. The girl chuckled and blushed slightly, but then realized something was wrong. The creature in the other person's arms wasn't Mudkip, but a giant Cyndaquil. Seeing the fireball rat looking so comfortable, Chen Yahweh was furious. What's going on, little sister? You're not timid or shy. It took her 2 weeks to touch you for the first time. To protect your mental state, the school didn't let you touch her more than a few times, and you weren't allowed to go out in public places. How come you're not timid now? You snuggled into this man's arms the first time you met him. Xiong Meng sensed a strange gaze, not intense. He looked up and saw the girl's complicated eyes, but the girl's gaze wasn't directed at him, it was directed at the fireball rat in her arms. Sorry, I couldn't resist touching it. It's all right, it was just an accident. Chen Yahweh took the fireball mouse and said it was nothing. Ahem, Raichu is most likely having a problem right now, but we can only determine the specifics during the battle. As for the other Butterfree, it just needs to deal with powder-type moves. We basically have no effective means of attacking Mudkip, so you're the main force this time. What do you think? Xiong Meng reached out and scratched the fireball rat's belly, then shared his thoughts. Yes, the Cyndaquil, feeling comfortable from being petted, nodded instinctively. Alright, that's the basic framework for the battle. Cyndaquil will be the main attacker, and Mudkip will provide support. Cell. We'll do our best. Cyndaquil. What just happened? How did she become the main attacker? Then you'd better do your best. Chen Yahweh thought for a moment and agreed, after all, this was the best choice. Cyndaquil wanted to refuse, but the encouraging looks from the handsome guy and Mudkip, along with the trainer's cheers, stopped it. Clothes. Dried. Let's discuss the details further. A group of people were gathered in the training field discussing the details. A camera in the corner was pointed at them and recorded the whole process. There are many screens in the monitoring room, one of which is called Training Ground Number 1. The two people in charge sat in front of it, looking at the scene of people gathered around and feeling a little emotional. This student is amazing. He turned a seemingly hopeless situation into a hopeful one and successfully boosted the morale of his teammates. They have plenty of experience in breeding them and can quickly identify Raichu's problems from the details. I guess Butterfree has some ideas too. Yes, the hope is slim but not non-existent. The examiner in charge of this session is difficult to deal with. There aren't many who lose in battles against special Pokémon, there'll be some fun to see later. Achoo. In the rest area next to the training ground, a staff member touched his nose, while Raichu was eating berries and Butterfree was eating honey. I won't hold back in the battle later. Even though the opponent has a special Pokémon, if they're judged to be slacking off, we'll have to restart the game. Well, it also depends on the situation. Remember to stop if you're not feeling well, the staff member added after thinking for a moment. Thunder. Don't worry, they're all veterans, they know that the college entrance exam is no joke. The assessment will begin in 3 minutes. Please proceed to the designated area to prepare. In the training field, Xiong Meng and Chen Yahweh checked the time again, then exchanged a glance and walked toward the examination area with serious expressions. The gate opposite the training ground opened, and a male staff member walked in, with 2 Pokeballs hanging from his waist. This is a college entrance examination subject and will be monitored throughout. Candidates and examiners are now prohibited from speaking. Once the battle begins, examiners are requested not to say anything irrelevant. Without a referee on the field, the system broadcasts information, and 8 cameras on the training ground monitor the entire process. The exam will begin in 1 minute. Examiners, please send out your Pokémon first. Thank you both, Raichu and Butterfree. Thunder. That's it. Raichu and Butterfree appeared in the arena, ready to begin. Xiong Meng stared intently at Raichu, trying to find something wrong. After comparing it with the information in his mind, he actually found a problem. The girl nodded to Chen Yahweh and visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The exam is about to begin. Candidates must bring their Pokémon to the arena within 3 minutes, otherwise it will be considered a forfeit. Water leap, splash splash splash. Please, Cyndaquil. Sell. Clothes. This is a formal competition. The maximum number of skills allowed is 4, and each item can only be used once. The test taker should go first. Mumpfish, target Butterfree with water gun. After the broadcast, the examiner thought the other side would wait a moment, but Xiong Meng launched an attack immediately. Mudkip stood still, transforming into a fixed turret. Following the command, a large jet of water, 3 circles in total, shot out and hit Butterfree with incredible speed. That's it. Butterfly takes flight to dodge. Raichu uses quick attack. Target, Mudkip. The water gun attack is quite powerful against the fragile Butterfree, but the difference lies here. A flap of its wings is enough to break free. Keep the water gun sweeping horizontally to the side. Upon hearing the command, Raichu's body glowed white as it approached Mudkip, only to be met by a jet of water. The examiner quickly analyzed the situation. The water gun's sweeping attack covered too wide an area, and Raichu's speed wasn't its strong point, making it difficult to dodge. Raichu jumps to dodge. Upon receiving the command, Raichu jumps high into the air. Mutant, slam. Bang. Mudkip took off like a cannonball, crashing directly into Raichu's soft belly. The speed was so fast that the examiner didn't even have time to react. Raichu flew back in a large arc, and Mudkip adjusted its body and landed safely. This was much better than hitting a wall, and it was basically unharmed. Thunder. Raichu, watch out for landing. Butterfree, help stop it. Thunder. Upon hearing the command, Raichu adjusted its posture in midair, and Butterfree appeared behind it just before landing, allowing it to land safely. The examiner breathed a sigh of relief. Raichu's flight wasn't very powerful, but its momentum was considerable. Fortunately, Butterfree helped avoid secondary damage, otherwise it would have been quite painful. This kid is beating too fiercely. This Mudkip doesn't look like a special Pokémon at all. Goodness, could the higher-ups have made a mistake? But the broadcast didn't go off, which meant there was no mistake. The examiner squinted. He had lost the round just now and needed to find a way to get back at the top. Target Butterfree, use water gun. Sell. Without a moment's rest, the water jet came rushing in again, and the examiner, with no time to think, could only tell Butterfree to dodge. Butterfly, fly away quickly and get out of the way. Continue with the water gun skill, lift your head up. Mudkip supported itself on all fours, slowly raised its head, and the water gun followed, hitting Butterfree again. That's it. If you can't dodge, interrupt it. Raichu, use Iron Tail. Thunder. Raichu leaped high into the air, its long tail gleaming with metallic light, splitting the water column in two. Mutant stopped its water gun attack. A flash of lightning, Iron Tail, that's 2 skills now, 2 more to go. Then it's our turn to fight back. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Stun Powder. Poison Powder. The examiner, seeing that Cyndaquil had been practically invisible since the beginning, instinctively felt something was amiss and immediately had Butterfree cover the entire field. Butterfree flapped its wings, and 3 colors of powder slowly drifted over. Ursaring tried to stop it, but Raichu stood guard, its tail held high, clearly ready. Jump in front of Cyndaquil and use water gun to clear an empty area. Puff. The Mudkip water gun swept across the powder, successfully creating space, but the examiners wouldn't just look at it so easily. The giant butterfly flaps its wings and blows up powder. That's it. After giving the instruction, the examiner found that the effect was not strong. Upon closer inspection, the Butterfree's wings were soaked. With the help of the water gun, Mudkip and Cyndaquil barely managed to dodge the combined powder attack. The examiner was surprised to see this way of dodging and gave Xiong Meng an appreciative look. It's really great that you came up with this method, and the rhythm is also very good, but how long can your sprite maintain this state? Sure enough, despite Mudkip's apparent dominance earlier, everyone knew it was only temporary, and now Mudkip was panting heavily. Selling. Xiong Meng glanced at the spirited Mudkip and said with a smile, no need for the examiner to worry, it can still fight. Really? Then Raichu used 100,000. Water gun. Before the examiner could finish giving his instructions, a jet of water shot over and knocked Raichu, who was about to charge up, tumbling over. That's 3 now. What skills will the examiner prepare next? Upon hearing Xiong Meng's words, the examiner was shocked. Read it first. The other person had been constantly preparing for the 100,000 volts attack and calculating their skill bar. Good grief, am I here to be an examiner? The person opposite me seems more like one. In those few seconds of hesitation, Chen Yahui's Cyndaquil was finally ready. Cyndaquil, now's your chance. Target Butterfree, use Flamethrower. I am. The long-prepared pillar of fire shot straight at Butterfree. Oops. The examiner wanted Raichu to come to the rescue, but found that the water gun had just swept Raichu to the side. The distance wasn't far, but Raichu couldn't catch up. Boo! Under the attack of 2 water guns and a jet of flame, Butterfree successfully produced mosquito coil eyes. Butterfly has lost her ability to battle. Please recall her immediately and send her for treatment. The broadcast sounded again, and the examiner recalled Butterfree. A platform rose up next to him, with a slot for holding Pokeballs. After placing it on the platform, it will retract and teleport you to the treatment center below. So that's how it is. One defends and one attacks. I originally thought Mudkip was the attacker, but it turns out that Cyndaquil, which has been almost invisible, is the attacker. With its wings soaked, Raichu couldn't powerfully fan out to dodge the powder attack. It found an opportunity to push away the defending Raichu and successfully finished it off with a perfectly timed flamethrower. So whose idea is this? The examiner couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about what anyone thinks. There's only one more Pokémon left before it's over. Xiong Meng shook his head without answering, just watching Raichu warily. The fragile Butterfree is gone, and Raichu has also taken several water gun shots and a tackle attack. It's panting heavily now, which might not be a good thing. Not having to protect teammates means you can unleash your full potential, and now is the most difficult time. The only good news is that 3 skills have been confirmed. Raichu. Use Quick Attack to get close and unleash Thunder Punch. Raichu. Finally, I can fight to my heart's content. The examiner knew there was nothing to worry about now, they could just let Raichu rush in, and as long as the skill hit, the opponent wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xiong Meng stared intently at the approaching Raichu, mentally estimating its speed and position. In a flash, he was beside Raichu, just as he raised his fist. Water gun. Puff. There was nowhere to hide from the water gun at close range, but this time the power was obviously not strong. Raichu gripped the ground with all 4 limbs and tried to withstand it. Xiong Meng immediately switched to another move when he saw this. Impact. Bang. Before the water gun could even stop, Mudkip rammed straight into Raichu's head, successfully forcing Raichu back, but Mudkip was also panting heavily. My energy is completely depleted. Thunder Punch, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt, Iron Tail, 1 fast, 1 long range, 2 close range attacks, it's game over in 1 hit. Eat a pomelo. Mudkip pulled out a pomelo from somewhere and put it in his mouth to chew. Cell. Strength restored. The examiner frowned. Well, if it weren't for the Butterfree with the bug bite that withdrew, would you have been able to recover your stamina? But when he glanced at Raichu, who was panting heavily, the man shook his head frantically. That trainer on the other side is acting strangely. He could put up a fight just now, but he definitely can't now, especially with the Cyndaquil whose back is already on fire. Stop hitting me. The higher-ups definitely won't punish me for slacking off. The situation was clear, and the examiner boldly raised his hand. I concede. The battle is over. The examiner concedes defeat. Congratulations to the candidate for winning this round. The results of this match are valid. Those who participated in the wild battle, please wait where you are. Those who did not participate, please leave the venue in an orderly manner. The announcement was made after a 1-second pause, and then proceeded normally. Upon hearing the announcement, Raichu immediately turned and walked towards the examiner. Thunder. He pointed to the machine that was rising up next to him and then entered the Pokeball. The examiner shook his head helplessly. Was there really such a rush? It's not like we weren't going to send it over. Place the Pokeball on the machine, adjust your mindset, and head to the other side. Did we win, Xiong Meng? The girl asked belatedly, turning her head. If the broadcast is working properly, we should have won. He crouched down, waved to the 2 little guys, and hugged Mudkip in his arms to pet it. That was fantastic. That was an amazing performance. Selling. Chen Yahui looked at Xiong Meng, who remained completely calm, and scratched his head. Strange, shouldn't he be jumping for joy right now? Why do I feel a sense of peaceful tranquility? Clothes. A tugging sensation came from the pant leg, and Cyndaquil stretched out its two little arms, wanting a hug too. Cyndaquil did a great job too. The girl quickly picked it up and praised it, but she knew that what she said was a little inappropriate. Just now, Mudkip was the one blocking and fighting, and Cyndaquil didn't help at all except for using flamethrower once. The coordination was indeed excellent, and the timing of that flamethrower was perfect. Xiong Meng nodded in agreement. Mudkip might be able to stop them for a short time, but that would require all its strength. The battle just now lasted less than 3 minutes. The last water gun was exhausted. If they hadn't dealt with Butterfree earlier, the outcome might have been very different. This victory truly belongs to both of you. Without either one, the outcome would be uncertain. The examiner who came over nodded in agreement, looking at the two with curiosity. By the way, who came up with this tactic? Now that the match is over, you can tell us. It wasn't me. The girl shook her head decisively. The examiner looked at Xiong Meng. That was the young man. The tactics were devised by the two of us together. It wasn't something I could decide on my own, Xiong Meng explained, shaking his head. The examiner was somewhat surprised, but then nodded knowingly without asking any further questions. This is the information for the field fight. Please proceed to the designated location immediately. Candidates who are not participating, please follow the signs to leave. The exam is over. Please wait for the results to be announced. No break time. Xiong Meng was somewhat surprised as he took the folder of documents. The rules are detailed in the materials. The examiner didn't give a direct answer, but instead looked at Chen Yahui. You can leave now that it's over. The field exam is not over yet, and the information cannot be sent out. Everyone except those who took the exam should leave as soon as possible. I'll be going now. Good luck, Xiong Meng. Cloth. Cyndaquil waved its little paws. The competition itself is unique, and it's normal to not have time to rest, but the college entrance exam isn't that scary. Let's just follow the materials first. After the examiner finished speaking, he walked outside, leaving only the words, "The competition is full of surprises. Also, if you don't open the document bag within 3 minutes, it will be considered a forfeit." Xiong Meng scratched his head, somewhat helplessly. Riddlers are no good, examiner. After thinking about it, I decided to check the documents first. When I opened the bag, there was only a piece of paper and an earphone. Please put on your headphones within 3 minutes of being instructed by the examiner. The headphones will automatically play the instructions without needing to be turned on. Please follow the voice prompts. First, I checked the card. There was only one line of text on both sides. I rubbed it a little, and it felt a bit off. At the same time, a faint sweet aroma wafted out, so faint that it would have been unnoticed if he hadn't been a decent cook. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. Sweet. He tore off a piece and tasted it, made with tree fruit and glutinous rice. Eating this will restore some of your strength. After confirming the ingredients, he handed it to the Mudkip on his shoulder. Selling. The Mudkip nodded after chewing it, indicating that it tasted good and that it had regained some of its strength. Then I'll take it with me. Cheer up. When you put on your headphones, a voice will say, "The wilderness exam is about to begin. Please follow the voice prompts. Please proceed to the battle arena immediately. It is located in Area 1, southwest of the breeding house. You have 30 minutes remaining." After listening to the voice message, Xiong Meng immediately walked outside, trying to figure out the location in his mind. To find the location, he needed to determine the direction. So is there anything that can pinpoint the location? Xiong Meng has already arrived outside and is looking for something around him to determine the direction. As he looked around, he suddenly realized that there wasn't a single one that he could be sure of. Or rather, from the written test to the recent battle exam, everything was done by following the signs. Did they plan this all along? Undeterred, he wandered around trying to find some help, but to no avail. Xiong Meng paused to think. Rash action might backfire, and he needed to find a direction. Without machines or signs, how can we be sure? The sunlight in front attracts our attention. I've got it. He quickly walked into the sunlight and looked up at the sun. Left is west, right is east, up is north, down is south, it's over there. After determining the direction, Xiong Meng ran quickly along the road, but soon stopped at a fork in the road. The road split to the left and right, but there was no path ahead. Xiong Meng looked at the sun and reaffirmed that the direction ahead was indeed his destination. Looking to both sides, there was no end in sight. There were buildings and you couldn't even see the direction of the road. Is it a choice? Sell. Mudkip asked, puzzled as to why it had stopped. After explaining the situation, Xiong Meng asked, which side do you think we should choose? Sell. Mudkip raised its claws. Just go straight ahead. Okay. It's decided then. Upon hearing Mudkip's answer, Xiong Meng laughed heartily. That's a great idea. Without further ado, they scaled the fence, climbed the tall tree, swam across the pond, and reached a main road 5 minutes later. At the end is a glass canopy. There's no one at the entrance, but there's a sign that reads, Battlefield Training Ground Number 1. We have detected that you have arrived at the target location. Please proceed to the venue. He received another message through his earpiece. He walked toward the door, expecting it to be locked and requiring some kind of operation, but instead he went straight in. Next, we will announce the specific rules. There are no restrictions on skills in this battle. You will need to evade the instructor's pursuit within a designated area for half an hour. The randomized location for this battle is a forest. Candidates have half an hour to prepare. After the time is up, the examiners will enter. The battle ends when either side's characters or their Pokémon are unable to battle. Rules read aloud. Good luck. Meanwhile, in the examiner's lounge, news spread that one of the examiners had never defeated a special Pokémon, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Attention, Examiner Number 3, proceed to Wild Fight Area 1 in half an hour. Attention, Examiner Number 3. Attention, Examiner Number 3. The lounge fell silent instantly, and one person checked the time. 7 minutes have passed, someone has arrived at their seat and the exam has started. Wow, that's incredible. They arrived in 7 minutes after a half-hour preparation time. At a dining table and chairs, a middle-aged man wearing a number 3 on his chest looked a little confused. After realizing what was happening, he looked at the speed dog next to him. We've got work to do, so you'd better get to it. Woof. There are tree fruits, let the mud skippers come and eat some. The first thing Xiong Meng saw when he entered was the fruit trees, laden with bright yellow pomelos. Just as he was about to approach, 2 figures appeared. Nido. 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 Purple Nidoran and Sky Blue Nidoran jumped out from behind the tree and stood in front of Xiong Meng, scratching the ground. This fruit tree belongs to them, they cannot approach it without permission. Nidoran and Nidolan. That means. Xiong Meng looked behind him and indeed saw another figure not far away. Although he could only make out the outline, he could feel that the gaze was directed in his direction. The 2 little ones were worried about this place when they came over. Was it arranged by the authorities? Hello, Xiong Meng squatted down to greet them, then picked up the mud skipper. This little guy just went through a battle. Look at his injuries, he hasn't healed yet. We just want to get 2 tree fruits. Mudkip understood instantly, sell. Nidoran and Nidoran exchanged a glance, which did seem rather dire, but then shook their heads when they thought about the mission. Well, if that's the case, then you can't blame me. Xiong Meng released the Mudkip and slowly approached, the shadow gradually covering the 2 sprites. Nidoran suddenly ran up behind Nidoran, and the pressure was a bit too much. Maybe we should run. Nidoran felt a pang of fear, but remembering his father's words, he couldn't simply give away the tree fruit. Nido. The superpower activated. The connection caused Nidoran's consciousness to go blank for a moment, and in that instant, a giant hand reached out. Grab me by the back of the neck and pull me into your arms, watch my massage technique. Skilled technique, precise force, and gentle emotional expression. Nido. Nidoran couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound. Nidolan looked horrified. How could his tough older brother have become like this? Hee hee, there's a little one too. When humans looked over, Nidolan turned and ran. Hey! Bro, wait for my help. Seeing Nidolan escape, Xiong Meng didn't chase after him, quietly waiting for the other side to return, while continuing his techniques. Nido. A roar came a few dozen seconds later, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. 2 tall figures emerged from behind the tree. One was Nido, with a blue and white body, a thick tail, rat-like ears, and very strong forelimbs. The other is Nidoking, with a completely purple body and a large, sharp horn on its head, standing like a monster. Many. The 2 elves looked at Xiong Meng as soon as they appeared, and roared when they saw Nidoran in his arms. What are you doing to my son, you brat? Don't rush, watch my power. As soon as the super spell was activated, Nidoran's emotions were conveyed, and the 3 Pokémon on the other side instantly fell silent. I couldn't believe it, so I checked again. Well, I was wrong. All right, your parents are here. He put down Nidoran, who was a little reluctant to leave, and looked at Nidoking and Nidoqueen. The child is still too young, so we can build a foundation by training skills, without putting too much physical pressure on him. I understand your concerns, but acting too hastily could easily lead to problems. Xiong Meng followed Nidoran to the fruit tree, casually picked some fruit, and handed them to King Nidoran and Queen Nidoran. He sat cross-legged and picked up Nidolan again, demonstrating the same routine he had just performed. Nidolan realized he was already in her arms, and then exclaimed, "Nidolan." After a flurry of activity, Master Xiong put the little guy down. This little guy has great physical talent, he can focus on training in this area. Nido then pushed her daughter over again and nodded seriously. They are a family of long-time employees, the husband and wife are both seasoned veterans and have seen a lot here. He arrived early, has special abilities, seems to have good character, and is tall and strong, a promising talent. Promoting my daughter to him would be a perfect fit. I'm sorry, but I have 2 elves at home. He doesn't have any particular requirements regarding the type of produce, but he already has a considerable quantity, so he's not in a hurry to collect more. All things considered, Heracross was a chance encounter, Porygon also has its story, and Mudkip was someone he took a liking to and deliberately captured. He hasn't considered it yet. More, okay _. Aren't you planning to let your child take over the business? Why did you decide to send them out? Nido. Nidoran grabbed Nidoran, saying that the personnel to be left behind had been decided and he wanted Nidoran to go out for a walk. This kind of structured life is nice, but Nidolan doesn't like it and insists on going out and exploring. It's normal for children to have different preferences and pursuits, so don't worry about it. Xiong Meng handed over the tree fruit and comforted the couple. They rarely encountered trainers who could communicate like this, especially those who could offer opinions and perspectives in a normal way. They started talking about this topic all at once, from training methods to which kind of people are good, from how to plant trees to massage techniques, and they had a very pleasant conversation. But when they were having a good chat, Xiong Meng looked troubled and said that they couldn't continue for the time being, as they needed to check the surrounding situation. Nido patted his chest, "All that's around me are props and medicine, leave it to me." Xiong Meng reiterated that this was not enough, they needed to see what other Pokémon were around, since the presence of Nidoking meant there were definitely others, and they were quite powerful. Damn. King Nidoran stood up again and patted his chest. So what if they're elves? Everyone here knows them. I'll call them over. It's a good opportunity to communicate, knowledgeable trainers are rare, so let's bring them over for a chat. After the couple made their decision, they went their separate ways, leaving only Xiong Meng and the dumbfounded Mudkip, and Nidoran being petted. Meanwhile, those in the monitoring room were dumbfounded. It was normal for there to be tree fruits at the entrance, and the presence of Nidoking's family was also arranged. In the wild, tree fruits are all guarded by spirits, it's just a matter of what kind of spirit it is and whether it will share them. This kid must have some special abilities, otherwise he wouldn't be able to build relationships so quickly. Look, Nidoqueen is collecting items, and Nidoking is near other Pokémon areas. They've clearly reached an agreement, I guess they're the type that's easy to communicate with. Who cares? Having a natural affinity is one of the unexpected aspects of being a wild opponent. I just don't know how things will develop from here. Just watch. If they can really pull all the elves up, then this examiner will be in for a lot of fun. I don't think this is going to work. 10 minutes have already passed. Oh well, let's just wait and see. The battlegrounds are divided into 4 areas, with items and berries in various locations, and powerful Pokémon in each area. This is modeled after wild Pokémon and resources. These Pokémon cannot be attacked indiscriminately, initially, they can only be sent out like Nidoran by Nidoking. Just a brief appearance is enough, but the duration of the stay will affect the damage to the guardian spirit, and the subsequent situations will also differ. In the end, an elite-level spirit will personally take the stage. The surveillance footage showed Nidoking and Nidoqueen returning quickly, one followed by several Pokémon, and the other carrying a lot of things in her arms. Welcome back. Under the tree fruit, Xiong Meng greeted the couple naturally, and was somewhat surprised to see Nidoking behind him. Arbok, Pidgeot, and Graveler. The field test will begin in 3 minutes. Examiner number 3, please be mindful of the time. Upon hearing the announcement, the examiner stretched and climbed onto the back of the Euro dog. Let's go, it's time for us to go on stage. Woof. Arcanine's powerful physique allowed it to reach the door quickly. It checked the time and said, 1 minute left, let's wait a bit longer. The man wasn't in a hurry at all, he was still thinking about what he would encounter. This was supposed to be a 7-minute broadcast, so wouldn't it be more interesting? The field test begins. Examiners may enter. The announcement on the gate finally started, and Euro Dog skillfully entered. As soon as I entered, I saw the messy area under the fruit trees, with fruit pits scattered everywhere. Just as I was about to approach, a figure jumped out. N.I. Nidoran blocked his way, glaring at him fiercely. Grow live. Woof. N.I. Arcanine took a step forward, revealing its elite aura, which scared Nidoran so much that it ran away. If there's no obstruction, hurry over and check, otherwise things will get complicated when the other party's parents arrive. The marks are still fresh, indicating that the person stayed here for a short time. After examining the marks on the ground and the moisture of the fruit, the examiner concluded. After eating a lot of berries, the Pokémon should have recovered considerably. Now, we need to pay attention to how much help the Pokémon can provide. Nido. A roar came, and without time to look, he grabbed the tree fruit pit and mounted the dog. Grow live, retreat. Nidoking quickly left the fruit tree and ran inside. 5 seconds later, he appeared after pushing aside the bushes. After looking around and finding no one, he turned and left again. The process didn't stop for a moment. Let's check the taste with the speed dog. Run a couple of steps, stop, and hand over the tree fruit kernel. The Gyaragus sniffed it, then looked up and sniffed again. Woof. Set off immediately after finding the trail. The speed dog ran to the right and stopped after a short while, and the examiner immediately noticed the fruit pit on the ground. Looking around, there was a clear road in front of them, but no other traces. Did they go inside? I patted Arcanine and continued forward, but stopped again after a while. This time, the bushes next to me were clearly pushed aside, indicating that a large Pokémon had moved. However, since the Gyrodog didn't wander off or send any notifications, it means the other party isn't currently there. Have you ever stayed or fought here? After continuing for a while and turning onto a side path, we finally made a new discovery. Several piles of leaves were quite conspicuous. The Arcanine circled around, seemingly undecided, and finally, after thinking for a moment, swatted them away one by one with its paws. Fruit pits, pieces of clothing, pieces of clothing. The examiner stared at these things in silence. Is it specifically designed to attract this? No wonder it's triggered in 7 minutes, it does have some experience. The examiner nodded in approval, saying that anyone else would definitely be affected. But it will only make things easier for him, simply because his partner is Arcanine, and the more he exposes himself, the easier it is to find him. I'll ignore the fruit pit for now and look for the clothes first. Woof. Arcanine looked up and sniffed, then turned and ran off in the other direction. The examiner thought to himself, so it was a deception after all. Were those traces left on purpose just to waste time here? But I've already found out. How long can you keep hiding? Hiss. Arbok supports its upper body, displaying bizarre and frightening patterns. Looking at the giant snake blocking their way, they asked Arcanine, "Are you sure it's in this direction?" Woof. Arcanine nodded in confirmation, the scent was right ahead. Just passing by. Sensing the unreserved aura of an elite, defeating them is no problem, but we can't afford to waste too much time now. A gentle tap, go around it at lightning speed. Upon hearing the command, Growlithe's body was enveloped in white light, and it passed by at an extremely fast speed, continuing to move forward by following the scent. Arbok seemed not to have realized what was happening. It glanced back at the departing figure and continued wandering away. After running a distance, he was already wondering just how fast this guy could run. He was probably running like crazy the whole time. Woof woof. This time, the Arcanine, which had stopped, finally barked twice and stared intently at the bushes in front of it. The men went down to check and found a very well-hidden hole, which was 1/2 meter high. Did it dig a hole and hide in the ground? Or was it there before? Arcanine was certain there was something here, and even if it wasn't human, it was definitely related. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go in and take a look. The cave entrance was only accessible to people, so Arcanine waited patiently outside. Soon after, the trainer came out, carrying a bundle of clothes in his arms. When the Growlithe saw the clothes, it instinctively moved closer, sniffed them, and felt something was off, but couldn't quite put its finger on it. There seems to be something inside, the men said, pulling the clothes out as he went, but he still missed a few items. But the thing exploded upon hitting the ground, and a cloud of brown smoke appeared. A faint smell of explosion wafted over, and the men immediately sensed something was wrong. Although it wasn't on his face yet, the distance made no difference to the Growlithe. A strange smell rushed over. At first glance, it tastes like something from a century-old cellar, but upon closer inspection, a putrid and rotten smell fills the nostrils. But before I could react, it had already burrowed into my forehead and shot straight to the top of my head. I immediately felt disoriented, dizzy, and my stomach was churning. Vomit. The Arcanine scrambled away on all fours, then, ugh. Ugh. The man was a little better off. Upon closer inspection, he found the fruit to be rotten inside but with intact skin, so he quickly and carefully put the rest down. I grabbed the clothes and quickly moved away. I originally wanted to let Arcanine smell them, but when Arcanine saw the clothes, it remembered the smell from earlier. I tried getting close a few times and vomited up my breakfast and lunch, but it's not going to work in the short term. There was no other way but to give up the clothes and wait for the gyrocopter to calm down before riding it. Half the time had already passed, and there was no time to lose, but the gyrocopter's sense of smell was temporarily out of order. Props, don't rush it. Let's search for them first. If it doesn't work in 5 minutes, we'll see. Once the strategy is decided, issue the command, Growlithe. Circumnavigate the arena at lightning speed. Whoosh! Arcanine started running at extreme speed, at full speed. He was also very angry. Although the trap was reasonable and the damage wouldn't be significant and would be fine in a couple of days, it was still too malicious. Hey student, don't let me find you. If I do, I'll bite you twice and tear your clothes all over the place. What happened next was a strange sight. A huge white light streaked wildly, covering every part of the area. It only took a little over 4 minutes. After running the entire course, they still couldn't find it, so the men had to stop the Growlithe and press his finger on the earphone. I am examiner number 3 in charge of field battles. I request to use the prop once. Each examiner has only one chance to use this tool. If you are sure you want to use it, please select the tool. Confirm use, request olfactory freshening and restorative agent. Application approved. No further opportunities to use items. After receiving a response, he took out a bottle of medicine from his body, put a cover on it, and placed it over the Growlithe's nose. After pressing the button, a green, fragrant aroma burst forth, and Arcanine gasped for breath, tears welling in its eyes. After recovering in a minute, the gyrocopter was refreshed and back in action, frantically searching for the scent. But each time they find it, they move away, watching the trainer go into battle, and then spend 3 minutes eliminating all others before finally reaching the last place. At the foot of the small hill, the speed dog looked at the stone on the wall from a distance. That one was clearly different from the others. The large rocks were one thing, but the uneven rocks were another. After considering the local spirits, the examiner concluded that only the rumbler stones fit the description. Is this really the last whiff of flavor? Woof. Arcanine nodded. All the sources of information had been found, and the last one was broken here. Then let's use a low-powered flamethrower and check it first. Whoosh! A small pillar of fire shot out, scorching the obviously different stone. Inside was a cave, where Xiong Meng was sitting. He knew what was going on through the connection of the super force and patted the rumble stone. Thank you, we can go out now, we don't have to tough it out. Rumble. Outside, a few seconds later the stone made a sound and moved, and the Growlithe stopped. The rumbling stone retreated, revealing a hole. A young boy bent down and walked out, his eyes showing a hint of regret. Seeing the person come out, the men and dog finally breathed a sigh of relief. The gyrocopter was already eager to try, checking up and down to see where to tear the clothes without hurting its body. The uncle from the Speed Dog Express. It's you, kid. But I won't go easy on you. The examiner said in surprise when he saw Xiong Meng clearly. But now is not the time to chat, let's finish our work first. The chase is over. There are 5 minutes left in the exam. Time is short, but catching is enough. Growlithe. Use, what? Before he could finish speaking, a barrage of purple needles shot out, and Arcanine quickly jumped away to dodge. Arbok, the instigator, quickly swam over to the boy's side, its eyes fixed on Arcanine. Hiss. You've already built a good relationship, but it's useless. Pokémon with trainers and those without are two different things, even if they're both elite. Arcanine. Use extreme speed to close the distance and unleash Fire Fang. Arcanine's incredible speed was too much for Arbok to react to, but how could Shambold let its opponent succeed? Geolumen, use Stomp. Before even getting close to Geolumen, Arcanine stomped down, splitting the road and forcing it to turn back. Arbok. The giant snake glares. Arbok straightened up, its eerie and dazzling patterns intimidating Arcanine, which was momentarily unable to control its body. Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Use the double kick together. Xiong Meng hadn't finished yet when he raised his right fist. What? The man looked to the side and saw that Nidoking and Nidoqueen had appeared there at some point. He ran wildly and then started kicking them both. Although it had regained control, it had still taken a few hits from 2 elite-level enemies, and Arcanine was already panting heavily. Growlithe pulls out of a desperate situation. Stop. Defend with both arms. The couple wanted to give chase, but Arcanine knocked them back with a single move, giving Arcanine the opportunity to quickly return to its trainer's side. Well, that explains why you're so confident. Turns out you've pulled a few more. A wild battle examiner can use a maximum of 2 Pokémon. They have used them quite often in special circumstances before, but this is the first time for this kind of battle. Knowing that time was running out and it was time to launch a quick attack, the men pulled out a Pokeball. Here comes the Scizor. Husu. Covered in crimson armor, with patterns on its pincers resembling eyes, the majestic and handsome scythe makes its appearance. I'll teach you a lesson now. In many cases, quantity doesn't represent absolutes. The man tugged at his chest, revealing a necklace with a keystone. Xiong Meng sensed something was wrong, and sure enough, what followed was Scizor. Mega Evolve. Surrounded by light, a powerful aura gradually emerged. Huso. His body, once again imposing and domineering, now had serrated fists, and he unleashed an aura similar to Heracross's. Xiong Meng immediately linked all the Pokémon with Super. The opponent is overpowered, I'm ready to concede. It's just an exam, there's no need to hurt you. King Nidoran and Queen Nidoran, we can fight. We'll follow your orders from now on. Arbok, let's do it. Rumblebee, my burnt but problem hasn't been solved yet. Pidgeot, whose presence is yet to be revealed in the air. Young man, don't give up, this is our territory. They would have agreed to it if it were someone else, since they don't know them well and there's no need to put in so much effort, but this boy seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation. And this is their territory. What kind of person would surrender just because the other side is stronger? Even though they're in the breeding center now, their fighting spirit has never disappeared. Xiong Meng, let's do it then. Nidoking and Nidoqueen, do you know fire-type moves? Nidoking, I can use Flamethrower and Fire Punch, and my wife can use Fire Punch too. Judging from the strength of Mega Scizor, it's about the same as Heracross, just recently reaching Elite Four status. Xiong Meng, I can give it a try. Follow my instructions in a bit, thank you all. Arbok. Use Area Poison Needle. The uncle thought that after Super Evolution he would back down, but he didn't expect him to take the initiative to attack. Haha, that's more like it for a young person. I'll just use this one Pokémon and give it a try. Scizor. Combo. He swung his fists quickly and steadily, creating an absolute defensive zone in front of him. My turn. Sword Dance. Dream On. Nidoking's flame burst. The large, character-shaped fireball rapidly approached, its intense heat palpable even from a distance, while sword-shaped white light appeared around it. The frenzied spinning created blank spaces around it, and its momentum returned to its body, becoming even more powerful. Wow, that's a high-level sword dance. Scizor, move at high speed. Grab that kid. Use the gravestone to shoot it down. Xiong Meng estimated the location in his mind. Longshi jumped high and blocked the way in front of him. Behind him, two giant hands slammed down with their fists together. Scizor had no choice but to abandon its high-speed movement and was forced to block with its arms, pushing the Graveler back with a single effort. King and Queen Nidoran, now is the time. Double Earth Power. Roar. This was the first time they had heard such a roar since they had been inside. The couple slammed their fists down, and a brown light shot straight at the scythe that had landed on the ground. The Scizor leaps up. Hidari uses Tsubeim Geizuki. Compare. The middle-aged examiner was taken aback. Wow, you still have that. You're naturally very approachable. But the command didn't stop, fight back with bullet punches. Bang. The two collided and neutralized each other, with the Scizor even sustaining some damage, but its objective was achieved, and the Scizor successfully landed. Stand. Before even landing, a stand was created to evade the Double Earth's power. Arbok, the giant snake, glares. Before it could even stand still, the strange and frightening face appeared directly in front of it, paralyzing the Sizer. Nidoking Nidoqueen. Double Flame Fist. Xiong Meng clenched his fist and swung it out heavily. If this punch landed, the victory would be assured. Roar. The couple's fists, flaming with fire, rapidly approached. Sizer. Trust in our bond. Use Bullet Punch to retaliate. Xiong Meng had initially thought it was just for fun, but he didn't expect the Sizer to actually move. Its fist, glowing white, collided with the flame punch, using the impact to break free. Shadow Clone plus a lightning flash to get close to that kid. Oh no. Xiong Meng suddenly realized that the other party was too close, deliberately moving closer to him. Rumble Stone. Before he could finish speaking, a jagged fist was already pressed against his back. The wilderness combat test is over. 36 seconds remaining. The candidate has failed to escape. The announcement signaled the end of the assessment, and the uncle finally breathed a sigh of relief, having made the most of the last minute. So I failed again after all. The college entrance exam is indeed terrifyingly difficult. After expressing his gratitude via the super link, Xiong Meng said with some regret. The older man opposite him rolled his eyes. Your command is nothing like that of a rookie, and you have so many helpers. If it weren't for the rules of the competition, he would probably be in danger even in a normal match. He only succeeded by pulling out a super Sizer. It can be said that they lost with honor, but they were still disappointed, perhaps not at Versailles. The assessment is over. Do you need to go to the treatment center? I'm fine, Xiong Meng reassured Mudkip, then asked his helpers, does anyone need anything? King Nidoran and Queen Nidoran and the other elves shook their heads, looking somewhat disappointed. So many elves had failed to protect even one person. That was a complete failure. However, the command was really good. I haven't felt such comfortable teamwork in a long time. If there's nothing else, you can go now. There are other candidates below. Then I'll be going now, but I'll come visit you when I have time. They waved goodbye to the kings of Kaoni and followed the examiners away. The college entrance exam is officially over. Normally, you should go to the treatment center first and then to the entrance. By the way, are you sure you don't need it? It's alright, Mudkip is doing well, he can just go straight to the entrance. The growth of Mudkip in the past month is no joke, its internal structure has stabilized considerably, and a battle shouldn't be a problem. As for minor mishaps, they can be gradually corrected by soaking in water when you get back. Okay, since there are many more test takers behind, I'll take you there, the uncle said, making his gyrocopter lie down to get on, only to be refused. Arcanine glanced at Xiong Meng, then at the trainer, and turned its head away, its rear facing them. The middle-aged man immediately remembered what had just happened and asked expressionlessly, by the way, did you hide some rotten tree fruit in the tunnel? Xiong Meng was initially puzzled, but then immediately remembered, scratching the back of his head and chuckling, I encountered it by chance, wasn't I just trying to create some difficulties? No wonder he was unhappy. Had he run into that trap? Xiong Meng recalled the smell. It was truly merciful that the Arcanine didn't attack. Gee, if this weren't within the scope of the exam, I'd love to practice with you. The man recalled Arcanine into its pokeball and said to Xiong Meng, come on, Arcanine, don't even think about riding. We'll go to our workplace and borrow a car to take you out. Xiong Meng was also somewhat helpless. Who would have thought that the bioweapon would just happen to meet the right elf, but unfortunately it had a warm and comfortable feel. The older man led the way, with Xiong Meng following behind. People could be seen running wildly along the way. By the way, how did you manage to make connections? There have been people with natural charisma and special abilities before, but you could only make connections with one or two at most, there simply wasn't enough time. I have a special ability. I first established a relationship with Nidoking and Nidoqueen, and the other Pokémon were brought over by Nidoking. Oh, I see. We've discovered a new method. The uncle wanted to ask how to command so many elves, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. It might be a special method, so it's best not to ask too many questions. The two quickly arrived at the office. The uncle explained the situation and lent out his motorcycle, which carried Xiong Meng toward the designated gate. Once you've signed, you can't come in. If you drop any items, report it to the reception center. Okay, thank you, uncle. After signing the form at the gatehouse and getting my phone back, I saw many parents waiting outside. I took out my phone to ask if anyone was coming. Hey Xiong Meng, how's the field battle? Before the call even connected, a familiar voice came through, a voice I'd just heard before. Turning around, I saw that it was indeed the young girl Chen Yahue, with her hands behind her back and her face full of curiosity. "Hello, Chen Yahue," she greeted him, then said with some emotion, "I failed. I couldn't avoid the time limit. The examiner was really good." "Hee, that's normal. It's not easy to hide in such a small place, let alone with the old examiner looking for you." The space is indeed quite small. By the way, what's Chen Yahue doing here? Is something the matter?" The girl was somewhat dazed as she recalled what had just happened. "After coming out, I met up with my mom. When I got on the bus, I was stunned when I heard that the doubles team had won. After confirming it several times, I kicked her off the bus. He said he would wait for her there and chat with her more, then drove away, leaving the girl bewildered in the wind. I was just waiting for you. I haven't properly thanked you for the doubles match yet." But she definitely couldn't say that, so the girl found a good excuse for herself. "You can't say that. That match was a joint effort by both of us. I can't take all the credit for myself. The credit still belongs to you, that can't be changed." Chen Yahue wanted to refute, but considering the other person's personality, she didn't say anything. The girl suddenly spotted a familiar car by the roadside. "How are you planning to get home, Xiong Meng? Need a ride?" "It's okay. I'm not sure if my family has come or not, and I can take a taxi back, so it won't bother you." "Well then, I'll be going now. Goodbye, Xiong Meng." "Okay, be careful on the road." He watched the girl get into the car and was about to take out his phone. "Who is that girl? She was waiting for you here just now. What's your relationship with her?" The elderly father, Xiong Biao, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding 2 strings of candied hawthorns in his hand and wearing an ant's smile on his face. "They're just classmates. They waited for me because of the exam I just took. By the way, isn't Mom here?" Xiong Meng took the candied hawthorn, opened the packaging, took a bite, and looked around. "No, your mom is busy, so I came instead." "Is the assessment over? Did you pass?" "Of course I passed, otherwise I wouldn't be here." "Here, this is the certificate." The father and son ate candied hawthorns and walked outside. Xiong Meng didn't know where they were going, but just followed Xiong Biao. I took the red certificate and opened it. It showed a photo of the person and their Pokémon team, along with the simple words Elite Four and an official seal. It feels pretty good, and it looks good too, except for the lack of text. "What do you know, kid? This red color indicates it's a civil servant type, and this official seal is the best proof. By the way, what were the test subjects this time? I came in a hurry and didn't find out. Tell me about them." What Xiong Biao said was true. He passed the assessment in the morning, and he was rushing here to get the certificate. He didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights during the whole process, and he slept the whole way. I had just arrived here and saw my son come out while I was buying candied hawthorns. Just as I was about to go over to him, a young girl approached him. And now, he hasn't even figured out the subjects properly. This time the subjects are doubles and open field. Really? How did it go? I barely passed the doubles, failed the open field match, and the college entrance exam is still very difficult. The examiners are all very strong. Xiong Meng muttered while eating a candied hawthorn. Haha, the college entrance exam is inherently discouraging, with too many self-important and overconfident young people. Double matches depend on the coach's command and are a blow to the confidence built up over the past 10 years or so. Wilderness matches mainly depend on exploration and wilderness experience. After this experience, many people will honestly go to university. The knowledge-based subjects are like a safety net. As long as you work hard, you're guaranteed to get into university, ensuring a sense of belonging on your path. Battles and training are the driving forces to become stronger. If you want to choose the better option, then work hard. Xiong Biao is not worried about his son's failure. He doesn't seem discouraged at all and is quite calm. But after thinking about it, I decided to offer some words of comfort. Don't be discouraged, just find the problem and fix it. Hearing Lao Deng's words, Xiong Meng looked up and thought for a moment, then shook his head seriously. It's going to be difficult. I estimate we'll fail again if we try once more. Hiding and having helpers are easy to deal with, but Mega Sizer is difficult to fight. The ending judgment is too unfavorable. There is too little room for maneuver, such as losing if caught. Haha, don't be discouraged. What Mega Sizer? Xiong Biao, who was trying to comfort him, felt more and more uneasy as he listened. Just like this, and then again. After hearing the explanation, he was even more confused. Is the college entrance exam this intense now? Are the outdoor combat tests this fierce? It wasn't like this for the past 10 years or so. Has the standard been changed this year? Cough cough, it's okay, just remember the lesson, you can go to any university anyway. He couldn't offer much comfort based on that standard, so he could only try to alleviate the situation from another angle. Xiong Meng nodded without replying, indicating that he understood. In fact, he was feeling quite upset this time, as he had originally thought he should be invincible among his peers. But now I can't even pass all the college entrance exams, it's so embarrassing, or maybe I was too proud. I'm going to start intensive training this summer. Good fortune is coming. Xiong Biao's phone rang. I just got back. I know. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, he looked at his son and said, something urgent has come up at the top and I need to go there. You can play by yourself for now. He rubbed his son's head and left quickly. Xiong Meng watched his hurried steps and sighed. No wonder he was a person with a Heavenly King certificate. We still have plenty of time, let's go for a walk in the park. Sell, came the weak reply from the mud skipper above. I'm a little disappointed. I was quite satisfied with this player's growth. His performance in doubles was good, but he didn't help at all in open play. Xiong Meng sensed the emotion but didn't say much. This experience was also part of growth. Walking towards the park next to the school, I didn't find that the direction Xiong Biao went was the direction he came from. I took the mudfish and walked along the wooded path in the park. How about we go camping during summer vacation, and do some special training while we're at it? Selling. It will be very tiring, so you'll have to persevere if you go. Sell. The man and the fish had already made an agreement, while on the other side, not far from the bear mark breeding house, a Growlithe stopped in front of them, and on it was Uncle Number 3 from the Wild Battle Assessment. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiong Biao? It's me. That's good. I'm here to pick you up. Please come on up. Once up there, Arcanine used its incredible speed to dash towards the office area behind the breeding house, and soon arrived at its destination. Gym Inspector Lee has arrived. The opponent's Alakazam keeps teleporting. The head of the breeding center, his wife, the head of the medical department, Ms. Joy, even team leader Chen has arrived, and many other important figures have all arrived. Isn't this Xiong Biao? I know about the Heavenly King assessment. Congratulations. The high school principal also arrived. Just as Xiong Biao was about to ask about the situation, the principal came over and pulled him inside, then looked at the Arcanine trainer next to him and said, by the way, this guy came along too. The uncle who was called looked surprised, but looking at the big shots who appeared, he felt a lot of pressure. What exactly happened? You'll find out soon enough. Looking at the principal's meaningful gaze, Xiong Biao became even more puzzled. The person who came seemed to be in a hurry but not in a hurry, and this guy didn't explain clearly. There were already many people in the main conference room. Xiong Biao glanced around and saw that they were all ministers from various departments and trainers of the Elite Four level or above. There were 3 large TVs hanging on the wall behind, and they were all on video call at the moment, with one person on each TV. Xiong Meng was all right, he had met these people before, but he hadn't seen the uncle who came in with him before. He only remembered seeing him on TV. For a moment he didn't know where to sit, then Uncle Lee came over and led him to a seat. A minute later everyone was there. Inspector Lee, who was in charge of the explanation, said, "This emergency meeting is about to begin. The focus of this meeting is related to the college entrance examination." Everyone immediately frowned, especially considering the recent large-scale purge. Was another attempt to stir things up again. But now that the college entrance exams are almost over, how should we choose now? There is one very special candidate in this year's college entrance examination. His score is so outstanding that we must discuss it. Clap clap, Uncle Lee clapped his hands, and the drone took off and automatically projected. Special names are not released, and the humanities exam papers are being revised urgently. The first projected paper was the humanities exam paper, and all 4 papers received full marks. Everyone's expression remained unchanged. Just as Xiong Biao had said, hard work guarantees a minimum level of achievement, and perfect scores are rare but not special. Slap. Slap. The projection changed again, this time showing only 2 words. But these 2 words made everyone sit up straight. The 2 words were reality. The two characters were white with cyan surrounding them, and everyone except Arcanine Trainer knew the weight of those two characters. The authenticity of what follows and what came before is beyond doubt, we simply need to score it. The voice came from the middle of the three televisions, confirming the focus of the meeting. Slap. Slap. Under the attentive gaze of the crowd, they clapped their hands again, and a video lasting more than 2 minutes appeared. On one side were Mudkip and Cyndaquil, and on the other side were Raichu and Butterfree. A line of text floated up at the top. Special Pokémon College Entrance Examination, 2-player battle, testing official intermediate Pokémon skills. Upon seeing the red ribbon on Mudkip's right hand and then the words, Special Pokémon, Xiong Meng immediately realized that this was his son. The recording will play back in 3 seconds. This is a formal competition. The maximum number of skills allowed is 4, and each item can only be used once. The test taker should go first. Mumpfish, target Butterfree with water gun. The examiner raised his hand, I give up. Even though the voice had been altered, Xiong Meng was absolutely certain it was his son. Uncle Lee, video playback complete. This is a comparison chart of the test taker after 1 month. The earliest and latest information about Mudkip and Cyndaquil appears on the projection, along with information about Raichu, Butterfree, and the examiner. 30 seconds later, Uncle Lee said again, please evaluate Mudkip and its trainer. Miss Joy stated definitively, it can create gaps in sealed roads without harming the carrier. Its cultivation aspect is beyond question, it's a perfect score. Wang Jingying, the head of the breeding center, said, the elves act decisively upon receiving instructions, taking on the main role despite their defects. Such decisiveness is rare at this stage. Chen's team, the trainer's thinking is clear, and his ability to interrupt, stop, predict, and read is perfect. He successfully defeated the elite trainer with his special body. Principle, whether it's the trainer's prediction and command or the Pokémon's execution, only the word excellent can be used to evaluate it. The others nodded in agreement, leaving no room for rebuttal. Slap. Slap. The projection changed again, and Area 1, the fighting zone, appeared on the projection, with a blurry boy appearing on the screen. Encountering Nidoran and Nidolan under the fruit tree, deliberately letting Nidolan go to lure out the parents, and using techniques to subdue Nidoran and maintain a friendly scene. The arrival of Nidoking and Nidoqueen also seemed a bit off, their angry demeanor instantly changed. Everyone present was a big shot and immediately noticed this. This candidate is a person with special abilities, whose main function is to communicate with others' consciousness. He just awakened his abilities a month ago. Hearing the explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. The projection continued, discussing the breeding experience of Nidoran and Nidoran, chatting casually and inquiring about various details of building relationships. This kid's good at communication, we basically don't need to worry about him in the wild, commented an elderly man whose name tag read, head of the Wilderness Specialist Department. The wilderness can be both easy and difficult. If you have the right equipment and follow the map, you're generally fine. However, too many people overestimate their abilities and explore new areas. In this situation, communication skills come in handy. Getting in touch with the local sprites can eliminate 90% of the dangers, as they are aware of the dangerous areas and their own network of relationships. It is an important way to save your life in unfamiliar places. Everyone nodded in agreement as they watched the projection. Nidoking looked for familiar Pokémon, Nidoqueen looked for items, and the boy and the Pokémon communicated and shared the items again. The plan becomes clear from God's perspective, they divide the work, create traps and bait, set off on Arbok, with Graveler following beside them. After determining that digging a hole would leave traces, and with Arbok's help, they roamed the entire area, finally choosing a small hill to dig a hole so that Gravestone could block the entrance. When they entered the hiding place, they even took off a shirt and gave it to Arbok, who took it back to his home, which is the tunnel where the examiner encountered it. After the boy hid, the examiner entered the room shortly afterward. As soon as the examiner entered, he saw the fruit tree and quickly checked it, scaring Nidoran away. But the boy had already calculated it, the marks under the fruit were deliberately left by Nidoran to avoid arousing suspicion. The moment the examiner left the fruit tree, Pidgeot hovered high in the sky watching him, while Nidoran ran through the forest to the designated location to tell Arbok. The elves began to move, seemingly wandering aimlessly, but always moving closer to their hiding place. Incredible. Incredible. They managed to communicate effectively and get help in such a short time. All the plans and arrangements are in perfect order. The old man who had spoken earlier looked at the explainer. Has this kid received any special training? Uncle Lee shook his head. At most, I just watch videos online. I haven't attended any classes. Hey, this kid is exceptionally talented. What do you think about him joining my forest ranger department? The old man was tempted. It would be such a waste if such a talent didn't come. Running around everywhere, always on emergency deployment, and constantly having to live in the wild, you might as well give it a rest. Grandpa, please don't say anything. What's the point of sending a child in so early? I think their training methods are quite good, we could learn from them. Wang Jingying, the head of the nursery, glanced at him. This old rascal was up to no good. Regular forest rangers need 4 years of schooling and 4 years of grassroots work before they can be sent out. But this old guy's approach was different. He clearly wanted me to follow along and learn, using the internship as a pretext to officially join the company. This ability and attention to detail are natural talent. He'd be perfect as a forest ranger. The old man wanted to try again, but Wang Jingying's words silenced him. If you say anything more, I'll have the teacher find your wife. This approach is indeed good for certain plans, but Dong Huang doesn't need to rush it now, especially for the children. Ahem, let's stop here for now and continue watching. These young people nowadays are really something. It's just something I said, why do they have to tattle on me all the time? Forest rangers need to spend long periods of time in the field, so her husband doesn't let him pick up young people. It's not that he refuses, but at least he follows the proper procedures. Wang Jingying didn't say anything more. It was definitely not okay for the other party to confirm now. At the very least, she should wait until her son made his own choice. Ugh. The projector showed the trainer and Arcanine in a terrible state, and everyone remained expressionless, even nodding in approval. Making full use of resources is a virtue. In a fight, there aren't that many rules, the goal is to survive and defeat your opponent. The examiner, however, is too careless. He hasn't been fully serious since he came in, even though he seems to be an elite trainer. He needs some tutoring. The ministers made a decision, and later they need to address the issue of attitude, emphasizing that they cannot be too lax in their work. I am examiner number 3 in charge of field battles. I request to use the prop once. After these words were spoken, the minister's eyes became even more dangerous. Well, they might accidentally cause the gyrocopter to lose its olfactory advantage. Elite-level training is being implemented in the hands of newcomers, great. The person involved was still embarrassed and completely oblivious to the looks in the eyes of the big shots, unaware of what would happen next. At the start of the battle, Xiong Meng's command impressed everyone, with his multi-directional encirclement, close protection, and quick reflexes. Normally, there are many places to learn and practice in advance, but not many people will deliberately study them because society today does not require that much effort. Sizer. Mega Evolution Project. The moment that voice came out, everyone looked at the person in question. A freshman fighting a Mega Mantine. What were you thinking? But I only glanced at it before going back. After all, it was within range, and I was only surprised because it was the first time I had seen it. Then everyone witnessed the coordinated attack, a combo followed by a close-range glare from the serpent, which immobilized the Sizer. If it weren't for that burst of synergy, we probably would have lost. And yet he still tries to act cool by saying he's only using one spirit. That was terrible. I was completely outmaneuvered and almost lost. This is the entire process of the field battle match. Please share your opinions based on various aspects. The Elder of the Wilderness sect was the first to speak, a cautious and prudent nature, the ability to quickly communicate with Pokémon, the accompanying massage techniques, and already a wealth of battle experience, truly a promising talent. The principal looked at the screen. This year's college entrance examination rules are that a beginner Pokémon that has been around for more than a month will fight against an advanced Pokémon, and the examiners will be elite trainers. The registration for the second session will immediately begin, with no time to rest as we search for the destination. The area contains numerous elite elves, and the examiners in charge must also have some advantages. Our consistent practice, from the very beginning, has always been centered on the role of the college entrance examination in both motivating and inspiring fighting spirit. The principal looked at the boy who had failed in the end. Although the boy was somewhat disappointed, the principal still showed a look of satisfaction. He really surprised him by how hard the kid tried to keep his promise. I don't know the overall strength of the Pokémon, but I think it can pass the elite level of the trainer exam with ease. Team leader Chen was very impressed. To perform like this at such a young age is truly outstanding. Yes, if it weren't for the rules of the competition, I probably wouldn't have been able to win, Uncle Grolive said frankly. Given the current situation, if we were really in the wild, the boy would definitely be very well prepared. There's no rush, and the area is much larger. I'd probably just be the one getting all sorted out. Okay, thank you all for sharing. Is there anyone else who would like to add something? The commentator looked around and made sure no one spoke up to get to the point. If we consider the system's back-end scoring, the training department gets a perfect score based on the performance in both training and doubles. Off-field fighting also received a perfect score in the system's rating, and off-field fighting and doubles both earned a perfect score in the combat subject. According to the perfect score for liberal arts subjects, this means that all three major subjects received perfect scores. In the end, the commentator, Uncle Lee, still seemed a bit dazed, lacking excitement and enthusiasm, only feeling a sense of disorientation, simply because it was the first time he had achieved a perfect score in all three subjects. As the saying goes, the first time is always the most important, because the first time is always a new standard and benchmark. If you can confirm it, you will be the top scorer in the country in 3 subjects. The difficulty of subsequent battles needs to be increased further, otherwise the attack will be ineffective. This is a matter of great importance. Putting aside institutional reforms for now, we must determine the results in a short period of time. Just admit it openly. Are you going to deny the results of your child's hard work? That's what I think too. Each limit is just something that no one has touched. As long as it's reasonable and realistic, then it's acceptable. Agreed. It's true, reasonable, and valid, it should be acknowledged. Agree +1. Agree. Apart from the 3 bigwigs behind them and Xiong Biao and his wife, everyone agreed. They were a little puzzled when the 2 of them did not express their opinions. Xiong Biao then raised his hand. I agree too. Wang Jingying nodded, agreed. This emergency meeting is now adjourned. The entire recording will be handed over to the central government for review, and a response will be provided within 3 days. Thank you all for your hard work. The meeting is adjourned. After everyone had finished expressing their opinions, the person on the TV in the middle saluted and then hung up. The top scorer in the country. The old man from the field department hugged the principal tightly. You're also in charge this time, so who is this candidate? Could you give us a little hint? Don't think about it anymore, old man. Just wait for the results to be announced. I have a lot of things to do. I'm leaving now. The principal broke free and ran away, otherwise there would definitely be a lot of trouble ahead. These people won't talk nonsense, but they will definitely try to build relationships, such as having their granddaughter deliberately get close to them. Even disregarding his status as the top scorer in the country, his performance alone is truly endearing. Yes, it really is. The old man looked around and it seemed that only Wang Jingying, the head of the nursery, knew about it, but then he thought of what had just been said. Forget it, let's just see how things go. Xiong Biao was still in a daze when his wife came over and patted him on the shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? Did you get the certificate yet? I got it. I just got it this morning. I just met my son before that. Xiong Biao replied in a simple-minded manner, clearly not fully conscious yet. Okay, here's a task for you. Wang Jingying grabbed him with both hands and spun him around. The person walking outside was the Arcanine trainer, who was also the Mega Sizer trainer. Without his wife saying a word, Xiong Biao instantly sobered up. There wasn't much to say about the exam rules, but it was about defeating newbies with starter Pokémon and getting them to Mega Evolution, right? I have things to do, you can go back by yourself in a bit. Wang Jingying left quickly. The Arcanine trainer had already stepped outside. Looking up at the sky, he couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Young people these days are really formidable, he can't slack off anymore. I'll find a trainer to spar with and really improve my skills. A spar. My friend, would you like to challenge someone? Xiong Biao popped out from behind and grabbed the other person. Ah, yes, I do have that idea. Isn't this a coincidence? I just happen to have the same idea. How about we have a match? He turned his head and met Xiong Biao's gaze, immediately recognizing him as the owner of a fighting dojo. The opportunity to fight the gym leader was rare, so the men immediately agreed. Trains make eye contact and it's time for a battle. Come on. The two decided to head towards the training ground, but the Arcanine trainer felt that the direction seemed a bit wrong. Which mode did we play in again? Of course it's open field battles. Real men fight in the open. What's the point of a 4-skill competition? For some reason, Xiong Biao's excitement made him a little scared. He tried to break free and walk away, but found that his arm wouldn't budge. By the way, that kid from earlier is my son. Also, I took the King of Heaven certificate exam these past 2 days, and I've already passed. Arcanine trainer, Maru. While they were engaged in a passionate physical exchange, Xiong Meng had already brought Mudkip home. Water plants have already grown in the small pond in the courtyard, and sugarcane has sprouted, growing lush and vibrant. You can smell the fragrance of the plants even before entering the courtyard. Selling. Mudskipper went into the water to carefully inspect the fish, making sure there were no pests, and removed any excess branches. As soon as it got up, it couldn't wait to run back to its room, soak in the fish tank, and start sleeping. The 2 heart drops were speeding up its recovery, and after the event, the Mudkip's physical condition would only become stronger. Heracross was still playing the game when Xiong Meng walked over to take a look. Yes, it's a game he made that hasn't been released yet. Judging from the level, he probably played it for another day. Don't get too engrossed. The data is going to undergo some special training in the wild for a while, and we won't be bringing the game console with us. Hera. Hearing this, Heracross played even more enthusiastically. He couldn't bring it later, so he had to make up for it now. WW. The 3D dragon flew out of the computer, covered in a bear's head, and pushed in front of the computer. Having just finished an emergency task, it immediately got back to work. I went back to the computer and started operating it. The screen began playing a video, and the video of the Water City, which took more than an hour to produce, was completed. With more experience from last time, this first improvement was also more complete, though it took longer. This quality is good enough to upload. After watching the video, Xiong Meng touched his chest, his expression very complicated. Sword, katana. The more beautiful the beginning, the more sorrowful the end, especially with 3D Dragon's powerful technology. The smooth flow of the music and plot quickly draws the viewer in, making Dao's emotional perception even more sensitive. It's simply amazing. But Xiong Meng isn't worried at all that viewers won't finish reading. Those who are used to looking for details will definitely watch it all. He knows these netizens too well. By the way, did you collect the submarine data from 3D Dragon? A simulated 3D dragon appeared on the screen. You've put it away. Do you need to take it out? No need, we just need to figure out a way to submit it. If you submit it without a proper reason, it will be difficult to handle. If you end up knowing nothing when questioned, you'll be in serious trouble. Xiong Meng thought about it for a moment and decided to put it aside for now. Things would work themselves out. He should just enjoy the fun first. Upload the 3D Dragon video first, let's look at the comments together, and then we'll fix the video issue later. After uploading, the 3D Dragon flew out, and Xiong Meng hugged it in his arms to watch the video together. Watch the video on your computer and read the comments. Use your phone to open the chat, you're guaranteed not to miss a thing. The guardian deity of the Water City. Number 1. Go go go. Longda is finally waiting for you to return. After we agreed on the cinemas during the last video call, there were restrictions, only those who had already seen it could watch it. Now it's finally happening again. As the video progresses, the 2 main characters begin to appear. Xiong Meng's character is still in the video, but he leaves after his trip. The cover features Latios and Latias. This is the main character from last time. Why did he leave? Wasn't this the correct location? Mother Hen, let's take a look first. Even after his character left, things were still going well, and the 2 planes were still having a lot of fun, until the arrival of 2 international thieves. The first attempt was stopped, but many viewers felt uneasy about it. Some people recalled Long Da's former title, Master of Knives, Old Thief Long. Sending a razor blade to that old scoundrel Long, I have a bad feeling. Long Da Biedo, the ending should be happy, right? Even the last one, the God of Creation, had a tragic ending. The Pokémon world is only good, the Pokémon movie ending was still a happy one, the uploader should know that. No one knows Longda better than me. What you said makes sense, but this up started out by killing people. Back then, the reviews for the Gaga is so painful were mixed, and the number of fans only increased rapidly after the ending was changed. Sending razor blades to Old Thief Long, then there's no need to worry. Last time, when my location was exposed, Long sold 8,000 yuan worth of razor blades. You're absolutely right, but Long does still get sentimental every 2 or 3 months, and right now, it's been exactly 3 months since the last one. The appearance of this comment caused the netizens who were typing to stop instantly, with only one thought in their minds. the adorable siblings from Water City are likely in danger. This communication was ultimately short-lived, and everyone chose to continue to observe. After Latias first encountered danger, all that remained was danger. Those close to him were captured, and in the middle of the night, Latios was also captured while trying to cover for his sister, and the situation suddenly changed. The more adorable and heartwarming the siblings were before, the more pitiful they are now. My brother is in danger. No, you old scoundrel, dragon. If my brother is gone, this feud will be irreconcilable. Get ready to collect your razor blades. The comments from netizens began to change, and the two people involved in front of their computers smiled. The feeling of wielding a knife is amazing, it's truly irresistible. The storyline shows Latios being placed into the machine and suffering as its energy is extracted, followed by a series of actions that cause it to go out of control and trigger a tsunami. This trio is utterly useless. Where are the police? Where are the authorities? So weak, absolutely so weak. Zero combat experience as a phantom beast, and only escaped thanks to a plot-driven defeat. What a disgrace. Just like Arceus from the previous work, where's his brain? Where's his brain? Those two thieves are truly inhuman. Their mere curiosity got them my brother killed, damn it. Those two good-looking guys are so cruel. They've been banished to a beastman tribe in another world. I need to see the doujinshi within 3 hours. The comments section exploded, especially when Latios disappeared after stopping the tsunami. Then everything seemed normal as it began to end. The three who had helped left, leaving Latias, the lone elf, all alone. Everyone expressed their sympathy, but stopped after a short while because the two thieves who escaped from prison spread the word, and new bad guys started targeting the place. Looking at the bad guys who had already landed on the island, and his only sister. Netizens, it's over. Next, they found a place, but the younger sister tried to stop them. When she failed, she was arrested, which triggered another tsunami, but this time the older brother wasn't there. Only the younger sister rushed alone towards the tsunami, her body covered in wounds but her eyes filled with determination, the scene filled with white light as Latias used his skill. Wah, in this white world, her brother came, patted her head tenderly, and pulled her away. In the end, the tsunami was stopped once again, and 4 figures appeared in the sky. Their clear outlines revealed them to be 2 pairs of siblings. Ha ha ha. The crisis is over, the tsunami is gone, the little sister is gone, the little brother is gone, and now you think of sending 2 teams. Gone. All gone. That old scoundrel Long left not a single trace. Brother Yen said this is good, otherwise my little sister would be so lonely. That's right, it's a ball. I'm going to report this to the platform's chairman. I'm going to file a complaint with the National Video Management Authorities. You old thief with a knife, huh? You like knives, huh? I'm sending you razor blades right now. Send razor blade +1. +2. +10,086. As the first wave of people finished, the comments section exploded, and the 2 guys finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Hee hee. WW. Mudkip heard the laughter and looked over curiously. He climbed out of the tank, dried himself on a towel, and prepared to go and see what was going on, but then he was stopped. Heracross shook his head. This isn't suitable for you right now. I'll show it to you later. Heracross pointed to the game console. We're going out for special training later and won't be bringing the game console, so let's hurry up and play. Sell. Mudkip quickly joined the game team, there were still many quests to complete. By the way, what do you think about uploading the second game now? It'll be a good way to warm things up. Seeing the game team and Xiong Meng suddenly reminded me. The green one. Isn't it too early? The first one hasn't even been uploaded yet. 3D Dragon went into the computer to communicate. It's a single-player game, and we're the first one to be released on the 6th, which is only a few days away, so the timing is quite good. During this time, Xiong Meng was also busy with the game development. After recalling the past, he asked 3D Dragon to produce it. Now, the first generation of several generations has been completed. The colors are red, green, cyan, and yellow. Red has already been scheduled to be released alongside the Arceus movie, and the rest were originally planned to be released as normal. Now he has an even better idea, Water City is bound to be a hit, so why not just release the second green now, since it's currently very popular. When the movie is released later, it can generate a wave of popularity, which is a perfect way to take over. Okay, I'll go upload it now. After a series of actions, the video's ending time was extended, featuring a game with Venusaur as the cover. Long Da's privately produced pixel art single-player game, Pokémon Generation 1, Green, has been officially released on gaming platforms. A vast number of Pokémon form the main theme of the League Championship, mimicking the limited-time 4-skill slot system and the ultimate synergy of 6 Pokémon in a team. Only 10 yuan. Provide a screenshot of your follower to get an additional discount, bringing the final price down to just 6.66 yuan. The video expressed gratitude while also pinning a message to the top of the comments section, leaving many grieving fans puzzled. A message suddenly appeared: "So you're spying on me, aren't you? You've wiped out the water brothers and sisters and you're still calling it a day, huh? Let me see what you're made of. If you're not good enough, you'll be getting a bad review. The guy upstairs isn't mentioning refunds at all, so I won't either. He. No way, you've accepted it already. The water brothers and sisters haven't. One thing at a time. I'll definitely support the game and send the blade, a metaphor for threats, it won't delay anything." Indeed, although the old thief is ruthless, he doesn't kill off many characters, and he always ends up killing them at the end without affecting the viewing experience. Most importantly, the things the old thief promotes are definitely cost-effective. No problem, the game is already set up. I'll share the heartwarming video with my friends first. Goodbye, everyone. Netizens are now actively sharing and spreading the famous quote, "No one can be sad alone." Xiong Meng watched as the game on the gaming platform sold like hotcakes, breaking 1 copies in just a few minutes. At the same time, the comments started refreshing, filled with hate mail and people talking about the Water City siblings. When will the original Water City version be uploaded? 3D Dragon typed in the screen. Xiong Meng thought for a moment. It was June 25th, and the Arceus movie was on July 6th, let's release it on July 1st. It's not too late if it's not released yet. Okay. The 3D Dragon suddenly flew out, so I put my phone down and put it back into work. Buzz. Xiong Meng wanted to read the comments for fun when his phone vibrated. Someone had sent him a message, and the sender was Wu Zhuming. Wu Zhuming, good evening, Mr. Long, hope I'm not disturbing you. Longda, good evening, brother. No offense, what's up? Wu Zhuming, it's nothing, it's just that I feel the Shuedu siblings died so tragically, smiles. Xiong Meng didn't know what to say for a moment, especially the word smile. He felt that he would definitely get beaten up if he saw it. Wu Zhuming, but I have to admit, this work is really good and it resonates perfectly. When will there be a sequel? Longda, thank you for the compliment. It will be available on July 1st, barring any unforeseen circumstances, but people may not necessarily like it. Wu Zhuming, oh, why do people not like Long Da's works? Are there any other factors? Longda, the content is somewhat similar, I'm just a little worried. A few minutes later, the other party replied, the content is close to either Knife or another version of the Water City siblings. I am very much looking forward to either one. Huh? No, how did this guy figure it out? Xiong Meng was somewhat surprised when he saw the message. It seemed that the other party was not simple. He guessed almost everything in just one sentence. No wonder he was someone who worked for a first-level history association. Longda, no, let's get back to work. Brother, get some rest. Wu Zhuming, looking forward to the work. Buzz. Just as I finished dealing with this, I started receiving a constant stream of messages, but they were all from Google sellers. Xiong Meng thought about it and resolved them one by one, saying it was a fan benefit and that this time there wouldn't be any problems. After replying, I put my phone in front of the computer. On the screen, the 3D Dragon was making changes based on the feedback. I turned my head and saw Heracross and Mudkip having a lot of fun. The college entrance exam is over and I suddenly feel so relaxed, but for a moment I don't know what to do. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll go work out. After thinking for a while, I walked downstairs to the gym. Click, Xiong Biao pushed the door open and came in. He greeted his son, I'm back. What are you getting ready for? It's nothing, I'm just going to exercise. I've been feeling really uncomfortable doing so many practice problems every day lately. Okay, your mom will be back in a bit. She'll call you when she's done cooking. Xiong Biao sensed his son's presence and was somewhat surprised by Qingsui's gaze. It was rare to see the usually composed boy so confused. But don't worry, son. This will happen when the task is completed. It will be fine in a while. Click, after a while, Wang Jingying pushed the door open and came back. She tidied up and went to the kitchen to help her husband. Honey, there's something I need to tell you about our son. Wang Jingying was also surprised to hear her husband's words. It was indeed rare to see a confused son. I want to see. Hey, where are you going? Go see how confused my son looks. Everything seems fine, don't disturb them. Don't worry, I understand. A moment later, Wang Jingying returned with a serious expression. The problem is indeed very big, but this is clearly not confusion, but rather the look of someone who has nothing to do. Xiong Biao was stunned for a moment. This was much more terrifying than being confused. The last time he had nothing to do, he trained continuously for several days, which was quite terrifying. But as long as I'm sure I'm not confused, I feel much more relaxed now that I don't have any worries, and even cooking is much faster. Isn't the little one coming to eat today? Wang Jingying asked Xiong Meng, looking at the empty seats during the meal. Those 2 seats are for Heracross and Mudkip. They're usually very eager to eat, so why didn't they come? I'm going to go out for intensive training for a while during the summer vacation. I won't be bringing any game consoles. Except for 3D Dragon, the other 2 are playing games while I'm working overtime. How can we not eat? Xiong Meng quickly stopped his mother. There's food upstairs, no need to call them. Let them play. Since you've already told me, that's fine. By the way, where are you planning to go for special training? It's not decided yet. The main character this time is Mudkip. I want to go to the beach first and see if there's a suitable place. If not, I'll change the location. He plans to ride his bicycle around and see if he can find a suitable spot. Wah, the whole family finally finished all the work, and we have to part ways before we can even play together. Wang Jingying wiped away her tears while secretly glancing at Xiong Meng. She wanted to take her family on a trip, but she'd been incredibly busy lately. Just when things finally ended, her son had to go for special training, and then they wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time after school started. No rush, I'll go out at least until mid-July. I can go out and have fun during that time. Haha, that's good. Looking helplessly at her mother's face that changed instantly, she thought, why don't I just say I want to go out and play? He suddenly remembered something and looked at his mother, asking, I'd like to visit the nursery in the next couple of days. I want to bring some gifts to see the friends I made during the college entrance exam. That area is not normally open to the public, but you're fine. I happen to need your help, so come with me to the incubation center in the next couple of days. Xiong Meng was puzzled and wanted to ask what it was about, but his mother wouldn't say, only telling him to come along later. If you don't get an answer, that's fine. You'll find out when you go and see for yourself. At this moment, Xiong Biao suddenly remembered something. It's okay to go out for special training. Remember to be home before August 15th, and remember to participate in the competition held in our city. Seeing that the other person seemed a little uninterested, he added, after reaching the top 4, you'll get extra credits. If you have enough credits, you don't have to attend classes. Xiong Meng. I'll definitely come back then. After finishing our business, there wasn't much else to say. We just chatted about everyday things and where we were going to go during the summer vacation. We didn't mention anything about the college entrance exam results until we finished eating. Xiong Meng was deeply moved, thinking that parents who put absolutely no pressure on their children were too perfect. I take a shower and go straight to sleep. I work on video with 3D Dragon. I've been exercising every morning these past few days. Over the next few days, Xiong Meng lived a very regular life. He would get up early to exercise, connect with his father's Pokémon to learn at noon, and spend his spare time watching videos, reading comments and bullet screens on the Water City game, and checking game sales feedback. I pick up the package sent by an online friend when I get home, and then go to sell some razor blades a couple of days later. Life is so happy. With the spread of the Water City siblings video in recent days, the nickname Old Thief Long has returned, and even gained some more attention. However, Xiong Meng was not in a hurry, because it was the morning of July 1st, and he had just finished training and was sitting in front of the computer, because 3D Dragon had uploaded a new video. The Guardian of the Water City, Salvation Edition. Even during work hours, there are still quite a few netizens who slack off. What did I just see? What did I just see? I just bought the food and came right over, let's eat. Rescue version, how to rescue them. Rescue 1 or 2. Which brave soul will take a look first? Don't worry, I'm here to help you. I've already seen the finale, and both siblings are there. Yay, you old scoundrel long, cough cough, long live long da. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Because the previous post was too gruesome and spread widely, the latest one spread at an extremely fast pace. Meanwhile, tipping and gaming also reached new heights. The initial data for the first 4 or 5 days of the Water City video showed 1.28 billion views. Donations, 196. Likes, 1396 million. That's right, not giving a like is the last stand of netizens. The latest release date is. View count, 2,688 million. Donations, 83. Likes, 2,679 million. Many netizens were clearly very satisfied. Jingle bell. I understand you can go to the incubation center this afternoon. Good afternoon, Brother Wong. My mom asked me to come over. Could you check if I've registered? At the east gate of the nursery, Xiong Meng, carrying a bag, walked towards the guardhouse and greeted the security captain inside with practiced ease. Little bear, let me see. The burly man, known as Brother Wong, checked the computer. We've already sent you a message. Just ride your electric bike. The message shows the location. After confirming the information, he handed over a pass. Okay, thank you, Brother Wong. After receiving the pass, I walked to the electric vehicle, inserted it into the slot, and the smart screen lit up, automatically switching to map mode. The first is the living area, the second is the office area. The first one is where Gaokao Elf lived, and the second one is where Mom lived. Having decided in advance that there was no rush, Xiong Meng put on his helmet and headed towards the living area. Captain Wong, who is that person? Why are you being so polite? The young security guard next to him was a little curious. Usually, the captain looked at everyone very seriously, but he was actually smiling when talking to this young man. Just do your job well, don't ask too many questions. After saying that, the other person brought over a document. Is everything all right now? Let's get to work. No, Brother Wong, I just came back from patrol. There's no harm in doing more work, so let's get to work. Looking at the thick stack of documents in front of him, the young security guard wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to be so curious about this? As things got busy here, Xiong Meng quickly arrived at his destination, and upon seeing the familiar place, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. As soon as I entered, I saw Nidoking and his family under the tree. No need to hide since there was no test, it was great. Nidoran and Nidoqueen are sleeping, and the two little guys are wrestling. Nidoran is losing ground. I've come to see you. Are you having a power struggle? Nido. Many. Nidoking and Nidoho woke up upon hearing the voice, and happily greeted Xiong Meng upon seeing it. Didn't you say you'd come again after I helped you last time? It's just taken a little longer than expected. He took 4 boxes out of his backpack and handed them over. Nido took one, opened it, and found an energy cube that emitted a faint silver light and smelled wonderful. Could you please call everyone over? We've prepared a return gift for our help last time. Nido. Nidoking tossed one into his mouth, his eyes lit up, and he patted his chest as he walked inside. Nidoran and Nidoran came over and looked on curiously, wondering what was making their father so happy. These energy cubes aren't just tree berries, they also contain other medicinal herbs that can help Pokémon at all stages. After hearing his explanation, Nido nodded, ate one himself, and threw away one of the other children. I nodded, feeling full. It's filling and easy to use, a great product. Xiong Meng watched the two little guys throw out Pokeballs. Muddish, come play with us. Selling. N.I. Many. The 3 little ones played together, chasing each other and running around everywhere. Soon after, Nidoking appeared with several figures, including Graveler, Arbok, and Pidgeot. Hiss. Rumble. Damn. The elves greeted him warmly, and Xiong Meng responded by handing each of them a box and explaining its function. After doing all that, they took out a Pokeball. When Heracross appeared, the Pokémon were a little confused. Why did they release this giant beetle? To make friends. Heracross, show your strength. Hera. During this period, Heracross's strength has stabilized, and he can now control his king-level aura with ease. This is my initial partner. I have to go now. He will answer some questions for me. Please feel free to ask. Hera. We may not know a lot, but we will try our best to answer your questions. The energy cube and the 2 sprites were also delivered. After completing the task here, Xiong Meng walked outside, got on his electric scooter, and headed towards the office area. After he left, a group of elves immediately surrounded Heracross, chattering with questions. Elite-level Pokémon are absolute overlords in the wild, let's go learn from them. Faced with numerous questions, Heracross thought for a moment and then uttered a single sentence. Hera. Eat more, practice more, and you'll naturally find your way when the time comes. After saying that, she pulled out a tattered notebook. Hera. This is the foundation he has been referring to all these years. Take a look if you don't mind. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. The elves were overjoyed and discussed checking them one by one. Beep, your identity has been entered. Welcome, employee Xiong. Have a pleasant day. Room 9 on the first floor, hurry up and come over. I was stunned by the information notification after the face scan, and my mother's voice came through it. Following the instructions, I found the room, Ancient Botanical Research. Upon opening the door, I saw a 4-season deer with a speaker around its neck. There's plenty of space inside, so you might have trouble finding it. Just come up. Then I'll trouble 4 seasons deer. Whoosh, time to get moving. A few dozen seconds later, several huge ancient trees stood there, laden with all kinds of fruit. My mother was talking to a strange woman under a tree, taking notes in a notebook. My son is here. Wang Jingying walked over when she saw him, and then pointed to the woman next to her. This is my senior sister, you can just call her Aunt Meow. Xiong Meng looked at the woman, who was about the same age as his mother and was very well maintained. She was now smiling at him. Hello, Sister Meow. The other person's smile instantly turned into a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, good boy. Well, there's no need to call out to him, Wang Jingying said, pouting. Stop being so glib. It's just that I made you work overtime for a while. Is it really necessary to hold a grudge? Senior Sister Meow was somewhat helpless. It's just working overtime for a little over a month, and it's not that urgent, otherwise who would make you work overtime? However, she knew this was inappropriate, so she quickly took out something that looked like a newspaper and handed it to Xiong Meng to change the subject. Xiong Meng took a look and realized that this was not a newspaper at all, but clearly a research paper. Newly discovered and cultivated ancient tree fruits. Introduction: these fruits have been successfully cultivated and recognized by the ancient spirits. They will greatly increase the survival rate of the ancient spirits and significantly raise the upper limit of the ancient spirit domain. First author, Miao Sen. Second place, Wang Jingying. Third place, Xiong Meng. Okay. I checked again, and the third name really was his. This paper will be uploaded soon, and it will most likely be a top-tier paper. Unless something particularly groundbreaking happens this time, we can prepare to receive the award. Wow. Xiong Meng exclaimed. Wow, he's getting an award without doing anything. I didn't do anything, did I? Is it really okay to be up there? Without a beginning, there would be no follow-up. With the vitality of the tree fruit you provided, anyone can grow it. We are focusing our efforts on various branches, as well as on both the details and the overall research. Miaosen explained that whenever Xiong Meng conducts his own research, he is either first or second, except that he is not as fast or accurate as her, everything else is negotiable. Well, what can he say when such a good thing happens? Thank you so much, Sister Meow. Miaosen smiled. He was indeed a good boy. He had originally wanted to ask where he came from, but he decided against it. Nothing in this world is surprising, as long as you don't do bad things, nothing else matters. You're done here. You can go out and have some fun now. Xiong Meng waved his hand and said this after seeing Wang Jingying take the paper back. What could he say about that casual attitude? The person opposite him was his mother. He was just about to ride the 4 seasons deer when he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mom, take a look at this energy cube. I took the box from my son's backpack, opened it, and it smelled wonderful, with a slightly bitter taste. Each energy cube also emitted a faint glow. A fragrant aroma with built-in special effects, a top-tier energy cube. Miaosen looked at Xiong Meng in surprise. How could he be so amazing at such a young age? He can even make top-tier energy cubes. You should know that this is the standard equipment for top breeders. How old is this guy and he's already reached the threshold? No, this is made with medicinal herbs. In addition to its basic function of satisfying hunger, it also has some medicinal effects, such as restoring the Pokémon state and strengthening the physical attributes of newborn Pokémon. Hearing the explanation, the two were even more confused. Wasn't this the top-tier energy cube? Seeing that the two clearly didn't understand, Xiong Meng explained again, top-tier energy cubes represent the pinnacle of technology and fruit quality. My effect is achieved by combining ordinary fruit with ordinary medicinal herbs, producing a wondrous mystical reaction. Wang Jingying, Miaosen. Are you sure? This is no joke, Wang Jingying said seriously. If what the sun said is true, then the energy cube realm is a new revolution. Originally, energy cubes were just good tasting, filling, and slightly replenishing energy. Except for high-quality energy cubes, they were primarily for filling hunger. At least that's how it is from my experience. Xiong Meng scratched his cheek, his reaction seeming a bit strong. Then you guys test it yourselves and see what happens. Do you need the formula? Want? Wang Jingying watched her son take out his backpack, then went over and patted him on the shoulder. Take out all the finished products you have. Xiong Meng. Once the items were given out, that was truly the end of it. I quickly rode the Four Seasons deer and left. In the end, Wang Jingying received 10 boxes of energy cubes and the corresponding recipes. Miaosen picked up a recipe with a serious expression. I don't understand. It's true what they say, everyone has their own area of expertise. Then she saw her junior sister, who also had a serious expression. Well, the other girl probably couldn't understand either. Phew, Wang Jingying took a deep breath. It's highly feasible, they have ideas about it, but they haven't done the assessments or submitted the reports yet, there's not enough time. Miaosen felt a little embarrassed upon hearing that breathing sound. Could this guy really understand it? She tried to maintain her composure and keep up the act, but then she heard, "Stop pretending, senior. Hurry up and submit your paper. I'll call for backup." After saying that, without paying attention to the senior sister who had summoned her transportation spirit to leave, he directly opened the chat group and uploaded the recipe. Someone replied as soon as I sent it. "Teacher, is this the recipe for the energy cube? At your energy cube making is the best, come and take a look. Shui Qingru, here it comes. This recipe is so strange. It's a mix of ingredients, but the weights are all listed. What is senior sister trying to confirm? Wang Jingying, please help me check if the production is feasible and whether the finished product has better effects. Shui Qingru, let me see. What a great melon. I don't understand the Chinese medicine ingredients, I'll go find my master." 30 seconds later. Shui Qingru, the master said it should be possible to do it, but the final result is unknown. She herself is also a little unsure. Wang Jingying, image.jpg. Wang Jingying, the finished product is ready. All the ingredients in the recipe are of ordinary quality. Could you please show it to your teacher? 30 seconds later. Shui Qingru, senior sister is at the Dongzhou training center now, right? Wang Jingying, here, it wouldn't be. Shui Qingru, yes, master has already gone there. Wang Jingying looked at the chat history and immediately felt something was wrong. If she remembered correctly, this junior sister's master was an academician in the field of energy cubes. Ring ring, her other cell phone rang. It was a simple, red-button phone. Comrade Wang Jingying, an elderly person is on their way and has specifically requested to see you. Please prepare to receive them. The person on the other end of the phone hung up immediately after speaking, leaving Wang Jingying bewildered. I've submitted my paper, and since I don't have anything else to do, I'm heading back. I've been really busy lately. At this moment, Miaosen returned, greeted everyone, and was about to leave when he was grabbed. Okay. I suddenly received a call. An elderly person is on their way. Please assist in receiving them immediately. Wang Jingying shook her phone seriously. I know you won't be involved in the rest of the story, but I don't want to see you leave so early. Stay here with me. Miaosen was surprised, but she began to inquire about the situation and prepare herself. She never thought this was her junior sister's revenge for working overtime. After finally finishing their work, the two of them got busy again. In the other living area, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Arbok have finished looking at the exhibits. It's Pidgeot and Gravestone's turn. Those who have read this are meditating and contemplating. This is what the material refers to as self-cultivation. Calm thinking can enhance understanding and make it easier to deal with situations calmly in battle. And what is Heracross, a champion-level character, doing? Selling. Ni. N.I. Hera. 3 little guys are running ahead, Heracross is chasing behind, and the 4 of them are playing a game. Xiong Meng walked in and smiled when he saw this scene. Without disturbing them, he sat down under the fruit tree and quietly watched the 4 little ones play. After Pidgeot and Graveler finished reading, they handed the information to Xiong Meng. He was somewhat surprised when he looked at it. Wasn't this a motivational version designed for Heracross? Although it works quite well. If you want them, make a few copies and send them over. Damn. Rumble. Pidgeot and Graveler nodded frantically. Pokémon have great memories, but there are just too many details. A book would definitely be helpful. Nidoran and his wife, along with Arbok, opened their eyes and looked over, their eyes revealing longing. You'll get a share too, don't worry. Hearing Xiong Meng say this put his mind at ease, and he then sat down to meditate. Before we knew it, the sun had set. The 3D dragon printout was handed over via the internet cable, and everyone accepted it with gratitude. He also returned Heracross to its Pokeball, and Mudkip was placed on his head as usual, ready to leave. Neato. Hiss. Damn. Rumble. Amidst everyone's farewells, I rode my bike to the gate, parked it, and headed to the guardhouse to return my pass. Brother Wang, are you still busy? Here's your pass. Xiong Meng put down 2 more boxes. These contain energy cubes, which can refresh your mind and nourish your body. Give them to the guy next to you. Here you go, the young security guard said, looking at the box in front of him, as if he knew why the captain was smiling. A polite young person is liked everywhere and brings joy to others. Half an hour after Xiong Meng left, a dark figure quickly approached. The guard room had already received the information in advance, and Brother Wang remembered the task after just one glance. The dark figure landed at the office door. Wang Jingying and Miao Sen were also there. They finally saw the dark figure clearly. It was Bao Feilong, carrying an elderly woman on his back. The mother-in-law took out a map, scanned it, jumped down from it, and walked quickly toward Wang Jingying. Wang Yatu, where are the recipe and the finished product? Everything is here, Grandma, don't rush, take your time. The other person's agile movements startled the 2 of them. This 90-year-old man could be a little slower. Don't worry so much, my body knows what it's doing. The old woman picked up the prescription while popping a pill into her mouth. Excellent, excellent. This is truly a high-level energy block. Where is the master inventor? No need to rush, bring the fish tank with you during special training. Xiong Meng watched the mud skipper dive back into the fish tank. Since the college entrance examination, he had spent his days communicating with his seniors, playing games to relax, looking at study materials, and moving between the pond and the fish tank inside and outside the house. The schedule was meticulously planned, and even Heracross was given extra training, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be outdone by the newcomers. Selling. Mudkip shook its head, closed its eyes, and felt the flow of energy. As its physical foundation continued to improve, its upward speed would only increase. He needs to get stronger, so that he's not useless when his trainer needs him. Xiong Meng couldn't really say anything. It's good to have such a diligent kid, but being too hasty is a bit of a problem. Mudkip, Intermediate. Attribute, Water. Height, 0.4 meters. Mood, Somber. Ability, Torrent. When HP is less than 1/3, the power of water type moves increases by 1.5 times. Hidden ability, Moisture. By wetting the surrounding area, it prevents anyone from using explosive moves such as self-destruct. PS, not yet activated. Skills, Tackle, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Rock Smash. Looking at the system's rating of Intermediate, Xiong Meng thought to himself, I'll find a scenic spot for the special training later. Son, come down for dinner. Wang Jingying pushed open the door and came in, speaking softly as she approached. We have a guest coming in. They mainly want to ask you about the recipe. You'll need to answer them as needed. Okay. He wasn't surprised that someone came so late, since Uncle Chen had also come at night before. Perhaps the staff just like to be busy after get off work. Next, I saw an old woman chatting with an old man. Presumably, the old woman was a guest. After Xiong Meng came down, the other party noticed him and glanced at him out of the corner of their eye while they were chatting. Good evening, mother-in-law. Oh, good child, sit down and eat. The mother-in-law nodded kindly and pulled out a stool next to her, gesturing for her to sit down. Thank you, Grandma. Xiong Meng sat down without any hesitation, making the couple next to him a little nervous. this kid was anything but polite. Let's eat first. My mother-in-law called us to eat, asking questions from time to time, but it was all just casual conversation about daily life. After we finished eating, we were led to the living room to sit down. The other person seemed to have not finished talking and started asking questions again. Young man, you must exercise regularly, right? You seem to be in good physical condition. Yeah, I've been practicing for over 10 years, it's kind of a hobby. What other hobbies do you have? Would you mind telling your mother-in-law? Of course it's convenient. There's not much else to it, just cooking and doing some internet-related things. Oh, that's all. What about the energy blocks? I usually cook for the elves too. In my opinion, energy cubes are like cooking, so I plan my cooking routine. The mother-in-law smiled and nodded. This young man was neither humble nor arrogant, and his calm demeanor showed no timidity during the conversation. His physical fitness indicated that he had consistently maintained a training regimen. His speech is gentle and refined, and his pace is pleasant. He has also served as a temporary gym leader before. He is so young, and the more you look at him, the more pleasing he becomes. Are you dating anyone yet? Should your mother-in-law introduce someone to you? Thank you for your kindness, mother-in-law, but for now, my studies and work are my priority. Yes, men should be like that too. Unperturbed by the rejection, she stood up with a smile. It's so late, I should go back now. Thank you for keeping this old lady company, young man. What are you saying, mother-in-law? Why don't you stay here so late? Xiong Meng quickly went to help her up. No need, the old man will worry if we don't go back. Seeing this, Xiong Meng didn't insist on keeping her. At the door, her mother-in-law looked towards the kitchen and said, you don't need to worry about the things. We'll let you know when it's over. Oh dear, is Grandma leaving already? Won't you stay for a while? Wang Jingying suddenly appeared, walking over with an exaggerated tone. You're such a scaredy cat, the mother-in-law said helplessly. So many people want to write this paper but can't even get their names on it. He, I've been busy all this time, and I was just thinking of taking the whole family out to relax, Wang Jingying said with a smile, taking over from Xiong Meng as they walked outside. Everything is ready, so we don't need so many people. There are people in charge of the experiments and tests. As long as the results are satisfactory, I'll handle the paper myself. Then I'll have to trouble you, mother-in-law. A black sedan was parked not far away. They asked 2 bodyguards to come over and open the door. When they were about to leave, they rolled down the window. If that kid wants to find a girlfriend, he should consider me first, don't forget. Wang Jingying was a little troubled. It wasn't a good thing that her son was too outstanding, especially since he was still single. My husband had mentioned before that a girl was getting close to him, and now another person is eyeing him. Oh well, let him choose for himself. She is very reassured by her son's maturity and has no need to worry about him at all. Mom, come and take a look at the plans for the future. The father and son were chatting in the living room about where to go for fun, and Wang Jingying quickly joined in. My project includes an amusement park, beachcombing and swimming, mountain climbing to watch the sunrise, and a movie that will be released in a few days. Let's go see it together. After saying that, the couple nodded repeatedly, indicating that everything was up to their son and that they would just have fun. Xiong Meng nodded in approval, and said, I'll leave the planning to you. The family then went on a crazy vacation, with the couple taking annual leave, leaving the gym to Pokémon, and the breeding center temporarily unattended. With the movie release and the new game launch, Porygon is extremely busy, while Heracross and Mudkip are acting as gatekeepers at the gym. Everyone is busy with their own things to do. With the release of the Arceus movie, the officially confirmed creator God was introduced to the public for the first time, which was especially surprising when people saw that the creator was a content creator. Out of curiosity, I did some research and found that this content creator is also a seasoned pro at making high-quality videos, with tens of millions of followers across the internet. With this surge in traffic, the number of fans has increased dramatically, and game sales have also skyrocketed, with over 6 million copies already sold. At the same time, various game videos began to appear, with the top one being a content creator with millions of followers. How good is the Pokémon single-player game, Green, produced by Dragon Studio? A personal review after 10 days of playing. I've always been a fan of Longda, but this review is no joke. I played the game meticulously for a full 10 days before posting this video. Start your adventure by choosing a Pokémon. The selection of 4 skill slots is more about combination. There is a rich and complete storyline and hundreds of Pokémon in different regions. After playing it, I felt that this was not a simple game, but a good lesson. In order to win, I began to understand the combination and effect of skills and started to search for tactical teams. It has many advantages and disadvantages. It conforms to the fixed judgment in the game. Ground types cannot damage flying types. Game mechanics such as abilities are more important than anything else. A level 1 can deal fixed damage to a level 100. However, games are definitely different from reality, but that's acceptable. After all, it's a game that costs a little over 6 yuan with no recharge options. Why would you need a motorcycle when you have a bicycle? There's one crucial point I can't accept: why doesn't Dragon Lord organize open field battles? All the Pokémon automatically return to the city when they're all unable to battle, so why can't the trainers participate? Aside from that, I would still highly recommend it. This time I'll mainly talk about my experience, and I'll release a walkthrough video and guide later. As the video ended, the comment section began to grow. I played it, and all I can say is that for this price, the content, story, and core elements are absolutely unbeatable. Indeed, I went to the library to build a team, to learn about various equipment information, to understand characteristics, and to learn about move effects when the attributes were poor. That's so true. I've learned more from playing games than I did in school. Maybe this is Long Da's purpose, a special method he used to improve his studies. I'm so happy. 3 seconds after this sentence was spoken, the phrase, "Dragon Big Thumbs Up," appeared on the tail. Wow, Long Da personally gave it a thumbs up, that's amazing. Ah. Goodness, it really is. Since Long Da is in this state, we can't stop studying. Let's go. This comment spread quickly, and the Porygon in the room was overjoyed. Well, this should be a good thing for the trainer. 2 weeks after their trip, Xiong Meng and his family finally returned home one morning. When are you planning to leave? Xiong Biao asked after putting down his suitcase. We'll set off again in the next couple of days, and then we'll find a place to play as we go. Xiong Meng already had some initial ideas about the location. Remember to bring your things, and remember to come back next month. The couple left after they finished speaking, but this time it wasn't for fun, it was for work. I'm back. Are you ready? Without time to rest, Xiong Meng went upstairs to his room. He had told everyone beforehand, so they were all there. The 3D dragon had already packed its things, Heracross raised its claws to indicate that everything was fine, and Mudkip simply lay down on its head. Mudkip, it's been a while since I've done this, I've been missing it, so comfortable. Let's set off then, our first stop will be the beach. WW. Hera. Selling. After retrieving the bicycle from 3D Dragon, we officially set off. Heracross enters the Pokeball, Porygon navigates using a phone, and Mudkip laughs loudly inside its cage. I arrived at the beach in the afternoon and rode along the bike path on the coastal highway. I started to see other cyclists around me. But these people were no match for Xiong Meng. A streak of silver light flashed through the crowd, and those who were overtaken were stunned, so they all sped up to catch up. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach the tail. Even if some people could keep up, they would gradually give up after half an hour. In the end, only one uncle followed closely behind, but the two separated after a while. Xiong, with his hands covered, turned and jumped over the fence, moving quickly into the forest. Come again when you have time, young man, and we can have a proper competition then. The uncle wasn't worried about getting injured at all. He knew the materials of the bicycle and was absolutely sure it was fine. As for the skill, the hundreds of riders he had just overtaken were the answer. In the forest, directly activate the super strong Link 3D Dragon, allowing the opponent to fly quickly ahead, ensuring that he can know the situation immediately and move forward quickly. With both of them working together, we were almost at our destination, and we could already see the beach and the sea through the trees. Screech! With a sudden stop, Mudkip flew out and was caught by Porygon. Despite the bumpy ride, Mudkip didn't vomit, he was no longer the Mudkip he used to be. I'll change my clothes here. 3D Dragon took out his backpack, changed his clothes, packed up his bicycle, and walked out of the woods. The vast blue sea and sky stretch to the horizon, a cool, slightly salty sea breeze caresses your face, and many people are walking around nearby. This is the largest seaside tourist spot. Yes, it's free, so he chose to take a shortcut directly here. This is a remote area, so Xiong Meng set up his sun umbrella and other tools. Heracross, come out. 3D Dragon is outside too. We'll be training here for a while. Mutant goes to the seabed for basic training. He can choose the depth himself and just need to feel the pressure. Take the 3D dragon and challenge other Pokémon, preferably high-level ones. After the battle, remember to heal the opponent and give them a gift in return. Put a few network-connected mini-submarines next to me, next to the Mudkip, and one for yourself. These 3 are the basics, just run along the network cable. Heracross went to build sandcastles, and got the blueprints from the 3D dragon. He didn't use any skills at first, but the goal was to build them while he was using skills. Sell. WW. Hera. The plan is for everyone to get started. The Mudkip swims out to sea, slowly moving along the seabed, and once they feel they're ready, they begin their basic training. Push-ups, sit-ups, and various other types. 3D Porygon flies over the sea and communicates with and battles with advanced Pokémon it encounters. Before setting off, several small submarines were released. There was one next to Mudkip, submerged in the sea, and another next to Heracross. Hercules examined the blueprints he had received. They depicted a castle. After a few minutes, he began to work on them. Xiong Meng has been keeping in touch. Everyone is taking it very seriously. These plans were all prepared in advance. The basic style of Mudfish cannot be changed. In the early stage, the focus is still on improving physical fitness, so the underwater pressure training is chosen. Similar to the effect of carrying weight, there is another benefit: it becomes familiar with seawater. Mudkip has never been exposed to seawater since birth, which is unusual for a water-type Pokémon. 3D Dragon has many skills and is strong enough, but it lacks actual combat experience. After all, it mainly deals with work, so it is not suitable for battle. Heracross's strength goes without saying. As a consistent Elite Four member, his physical abilities are beyond question. He also frequently helps out at the dojo, ensuring he has ample battle experience. In the end, Xiong Meng chose to enhance his skills. He had never encountered any Pokémon of champion rank or higher, and Arceus from before did not count. After thinking about it, he decided to start with skill control. He had studied this before, initially focusing on Lucario's Bone Club attack, where the bones formed by the skill were made using aura. Could it be condensed into other shapes? Gauntlets, spears, staffs, or even armor? He asked his father, who paused for a moment, said he'd ask, and left. A few minutes later, he returned and said something meaningful. I asked around, and it's possible to change, but it requires a long period of training and some skills. It's not easy, but there must be one benefit. Strengthen skill mastery to achieve a pattern of rapid release and long-term persistence. Xiong Bia was also surprised after he finished speaking. At that time, he was just one of the best among the elites. He never expected that answering his son's question would lead him to find a way to strengthen his abilities. Xiong Meng had kept these 2 sentences in his notebook. In fact, he had recorded them before and found that it was unnecessary to train in this area before becoming an elite, as it was not cost-effective. Once you reach the elite level, you can train with others. At this level, you have a certain understanding of the skills, and you can practice much faster. One day at this level is equivalent to a week at the previous level. In addition, practicing this aspect can also help hone one's mentality, as remaining calm during battles is especially important. Alright, everyone move, let's get moving too. Xiong Meng joined the group, found a large rock to hug, and went to the shallow sea area to do squats and push-ups. Xiong Meng, the only one. Height, 1.87 meters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Mood, happy. Characteristics, perseverance and flexibility. 32233. Combat has always been an important experience for improvement in training, and the physical baptism of super resistance has enabled me to successfully break through in writing. Phew, give me one. 3 hours later, Xiong Meng finished his training, asked Heracross for a blueprint, and took a deep breath to relax. The trembling body was a testament to the hard work just now, but I forced myself to stay steady and started piling sand. Only by pushing my limits can I make better progress. Soon the mud skipper returned first, crawled onto the beach and sprawled out, clearly exhausted. Half an hour later, the 3D dragon flew back. It had no injuries, but it was visibly tired. Its curved eyes indicated that it was in a good mood. Take a break first. I'll go buy dinner and register for camping. Don't wander around here. Xiong Meng took his ID card and mobile phone, gave a few words of advice, and headed towards the beach safety center. There were a few people queuing up in front of me at the registration area. Quite a few people stay overnight here during the summer vacation, but it was already very late, and I was the last one. Hello, is this where you register for beach camping? Yes, please select a location based on the map. The young woman working there was taken aback when she saw Xiong Meng. Why wasn't he wearing any clothes? Then she remembered that they were at the beach, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. He didn't notice the change in the other person's expression. Wasn't it normal to be shirtless at the beach? The map is divided into areas where tourists congregate, areas at high tide, and areas suitable for camping. Having found the spot we just came from, Xiong Meng pointed to the edge of the camping area on the map and said, "The confirmed location is here. There are no public facilities around here. Are you sure you want to choose this place? You absolutely cannot litter, or you will be punished. Don't take any chances like you can't find the trash. Okay, this will do. Okay, here's your ID. 18 years old, a senior in high school." The young lady looked at his tall physique and muscles, and thought, he doesn't look like it at all. "I'm not a senior in high school, I'm a soon-to-be college student," Xiong Meng retorted. "Once the college entrance exam is over, I'm no longer a senior in high school." The other person didn't know what to say for a moment. What's the difference? Besides, you don't even have the unique intellectual aura of a college student. You're clearly in your peak senior year of high school. The young woman mentally complained as she quickly registered. "You've already registered. Please come here to sign and register every day between 1 p.m. and 6 p.m., otherwise we will send someone to check immediately. Because of your special location, please do not stray too far from the shore when you are playing. Once you leave the near-shore area, there are many water-type Pokémon, and you may even encounter Gyarados, Sharpedo, and the like." "Ah! There are these Pokémon around." Xiong Meng was a little surprised. This type of Pokémon is very dangerous, and he didn't expect to find them around. The elves who are in charge of management have always been here. Everyone just lives near the sea. As for the reason why they don't leave, the staff member said with some pride, "We will help people who are sick or have an accident, so we settled down in a nearby location." Xiong Meng understood. This place was being used as a treatment point, which wasn't surprising. People would come here to help if they were injured, so calling it a resurrection point wouldn't be an exaggeration. Many Pokémon have good personalities, but new Pokémon may occasionally appear. To avoid unnecessary trouble and for your own safety, please be careful. The staff member registered the information and handed over a form. "Please sign your name." After you sign it, they hand you a sign, which is proof of your camping trip. There's a shopping center nearby, you can go there to buy things if needed. "Okay, thank you for reminding me." He took the sign and his ID card and thanked her. Looking at her back, the girl blushed a little. Those back muscles were really beautiful. She took out her phone, snapped a couple of pictures, and sent them to the group chat. "Roommate number 3, part-time he. I told you this part-time job was great, and here comes another one. This is definitely the highest quality I've ever encountered. Roommate number 1, salted fish, this muscle mass, these muscle lines, perfect proportions, great skin, this quality is indeed high. Roommate number 2, wilderness training, my first impression of him is very good. I think he has a gentle personality, right? Roommate number 3, part-time, yeah, super gentle personality. Gives off a really sunny and masculine vibe. Roommate number 4, doing farm work, I remember you registered for camping, right? Aren't you going to help? Roommate number 3, part-time, he's only 18, just finished the college entrance exam, so can't he act like a normal person? Roommate number 2, wilderness training him. We're only sophomores when school starts, isn't a gap of 1 or 2 years appropriate? Roommate number 1, salted fish, yes, share your location quickly, I'll help you. Roommate number 3, part-time, you're usually too lazy to hang out when I ask you to, but now you're being so helpful. Is that helping out? You're just lusting after me. Roommate number 2, field training, agreed, the abacus beads hit my face. Roommate number 4, does farm work +1. Roommate number 3, part-time, I'll stop here for now, back to work, goodbye. The female staff member put down her phone and stared thoughtfully at the registration page on the computer. Maybe I should find an opportunity to ask if they have a boyfriend. But they're so young, and I'm young too. While he was lost in thought, Xiong Meng had already bought everything and was carrying large and small bags back. When he arrived at the location, he saw that the tents had already been set up and the barbecue setup was also fully prepared. Light the charcoal fire, let's have barbecue today. Wow. 3D Dragon pulled out a flamethrower and lit the charcoal. Heracross put down the sandcastle he was holding and came over with Mudkip to help. Various vegetables, fruits, and synthetic meats were thrown at the Mudkip. The Mudkip originally wanted to spit out water to wash itself, but gave up after discovering that what it spit out was seawater. We got a new bucket of water to wash them. Hercules was in charge of cutting them up, and Xiong Meng marinated them before everyone skewered them together. Finally, the barbecue was definitely done by Chef Xiong himself. With fresh ingredients, delicious seasonings, and perfect cooking time, Chef Xiong's skills were on full display. After eating, everyone went into the tent and sat together. Xiong Meng took out his notebook and started using Super Cube. Let's begin the summary and report of the first day. It doesn't need to be too detailed. The main thing is to answer questions and share. Heracross, I've been building sandcastles all day, and they're so ugly. 3D Dragon, I met quite a few Pokémon this afternoon. Basically, it was all about repeatedly agreeing, battling, returning gifts, and becoming friends. Mudkip, we found the right depth, at the boundary between shallow and deep sea. Xiong Meng wrote everything down, then looked through some old documents, and finally said. First, Heracross. I think we don't need to demolish the sandcastle we built today. We can spend half a day or a day perfecting it. The contrast is quite pleasing. I just learned some new information. Be careful when you're out there with Porygon. There might be powerful wild Pokémon in the shallow waters, and they might be clustered together. Be careful at all times. Mudfish is currently looking for a good deep training program. Remember not to overexert yourself. Focus on basic training for the next few days, and we'll have other plans later. After finishing his sentence, Xiong Meng closed his notebook. I expect to stay here for about 2 weeks, with a training schedule of 2 days on, 1 day off. Good luck everyone. Hera. WW. Cell. The plan remained unchanged on the second day. Heracross continued building sandcastles, Mudkip went into the sea as usual, and Porygon flew out to find people as usual. As a trainer, Xiong Meng didn't slack off either. In the morning, he went diving to Mudkip to practice holding his breath, and in the afternoon, he built sandcastles with Heracross. I also make breakfast, lunch, and dinner during the day. Hello, I'm here to sign in and register. At 3 p.m., I went to the security center and found the staff member from yesterday. The young lady smiled on the surface when she saw Xiong Meng without a shirt on, but secretly she was pleased. The seaside is great, this young man is really enjoying himself. Just sign here. By the way, how long are you planning to camp? Xiong Meng handed over the signed form. The current goal is about 2 weeks. Won't your family say anything if you're out having fun for so long? Don't you need to catch up on your university courses? And I remember there's a competition next month, don't you need to prepare for it? The young woman carefully put away the form and immediately asked 3 questions out of curiosity. She also noticed that the young man in front of her was the kind of person who was particularly solid and reliable. Because she had time off last night and today, she made a point of going to see them cook, go diving, and play in the sand. There are many things to do, but I didn't pay special attention to the women in swimsuits when I passed by. Their self-control is terrifying. But that's good. Sure enough, after thinking about the sudden question, the other party replied. First, my family is very supportive of me coming out. Also, I'm not just playing around, I'm training my Pokémon. Secondly, my grades are usually pretty good, so I don't need to worry about university courses, I'm sure I can keep up. Third, my current special training can be seen as preparation for the competition. Also, I don't know the content of the competition, but improving the basics is definitely the right thing to do. After saying that, Xiong Meng nodded and said, well, that's about it. I see. It seems you're doing quite well academically, even though you don't look like it at all. Speaking of which, won't your partner have any objections, being away for so long? I don't have a boyfriend/girlfriend, why should I think about this? Hearing this, the young lady was overjoyed and was about to continue talking about Xiong Meng when she waved her hand. I have to go now, let's talk again next time. Okay. The young woman looked at the departing men with a hint of helplessness. Didn't this guy realize he wanted to say a few more words? Was he just a blockhead with something to do, or did he simply not want to? Sigh, it's not that simple after all. There's still a long way to go. But she wasn't in a hurry. 2 weeks was plenty of time, she didn't believe she wouldn't be able to get away to contact him soon. The female staff member has been behaving strangely these past 2 days, anyone could see the problem. At that moment, a boy not far away saw everything. His expression was gloomy, his fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, finally clenching tightly. Luckily I bought groceries early, otherwise I would have missed it. Mudskipper and 3D Dragon have returned from the campsite. It's no surprise that Xiong Meng is back. He went out for half a day this morning and will definitely be back early tonight. He had anticipated this situation, so he went to buy groceries early and signed autographs while he was there. Yes, just as expected of me. After preparing and eating early, we got our special energy cubes ready as snacks. The three of us sat in a row, watching the sunset slowly descend. This is the first time I've watched the sunset at the beach. I had a really fulfilling day. Hera. W. Selling. This heartwarming scene was so touching that no one wanted to disturb it, especially the boy watching from one side. His hand holding the poke ball tightened and loosened repeatedly before finally relaxing and turning away. I know that leaving this time was a very good choice, because if I come now, the only one who can fight is Heracross. Inside the tent, Xiong Meng held a notebook. Everyone did a great job today, so you can rest tomorrow. When I was training Heracross, I always balanced work and rest, and it proved to work, so my plan for tomorrow is to play. Don't think about adding extra training or anything like that. Taking a short break is for better training. Your body will improve faster when it's relaxed. A good mindset is also very important, understand? Hera. W. Sell. The Mudkip completely believed its trainer's words and climbed into the tank, ready to have a blast tomorrow. 3D Dragon has been quite tired these past 2 days, but it's manageable. It flew into the phone and went home to check on movies and games. He occasionally refines details and patches things, and surfs the internet. Only Heracross sleeps in the tent. Twist your neck and wiggle your hips, let's exercise together. In the morning, the exercise broadcast rang out on the beach, and one person and 3 sprites swayed their bodies to the sound. You must be well prepared before going into the sea, otherwise it is very dangerous. Good kids, remember that. Selling. We'll play team games in the morning, and have free time in the afternoon. Xiong Meng picked up the volleyball. The first one is beach volleyball, and the teammates are decided by drawing lots. 3D Dragon put down the small box, and after everyone touched it, it opened it and looked at each Pokémon. Heracross and Mudkip are a team, and I'm a team with Porygon. After dividing into teams and preparing to choose who goes first, he chose rock paper scissors as the outcome, with the first 2 being 3D Dragon and Mudkip. 3D Dragon looked at Mudkip in front of it with great confidence. Its super powerful calculation ability had already figured everything out, even though its eyes were completely observable. But your usual habits have already given you away. You'll choose paper next. I only need to choose scissors to win. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to Xiong Meng comforting the 3D Dragon. It's okay, it's just a loss, it's not your fault. WW. He objected. Why should he play rock paper scissors? Don't they know he doesn't have hands? He only plays paper and rock. The 3D Dragon looked at its wings or hands, on the verge of tears, wondering how they could play like this. On the other side, Heracross was also contemplating the insect's life, silently looking at his 2 claws, which extended to form scissors and retracted to form fists. Why isn't there any cloth? Why can't 2 paws be considered cloth? It's our turn, Mudkip. Sell. I won't admit defeat, not even to a trainer. Xiong Meng smiled slightly at Mudfish. Who went first didn't matter at all, rock paper scissors was the game in itself. Ready. Ready, rock, paper, scissors. The 2 made their moves at the same time. Xiong Meng, scissors. Mudskipper, cloth. Haha, you're still a long way from beating me. By the way, the performance must be at the intermediate level. Mudkip must be able to catch it. Whoever exceeds the level will lose 1 point. Whoever has the higher score after 1 hour will win. Ready. Go, bang. Hera. 2 days of training. It's time to show the results. An hour passed quickly, and afterwards Xiong Meng comforted Heracross. It's okay, winning and losing is normal, don't be so upset. Heracross glanced at the score. Team A, Mutant and Heracross, versus Team B, Brutus and 3D Dragon. -366:426. Hera. Even more frustrated, Heracross began building sandcastles, determined to improve his skills and fight back. Xiong Meng looked at the work and nodded in approval. Although it was still strange, it was already very different from the first day. If the first day was 360 pixels, today it's 680. That's incredibly fast progress. After lunch, I was about to have some free time when someone walked over. Let's battle. The opponent immediately raised a Pokeball and challenged him without saying a word. Ah. No, who is this person? Xiong Meng's first reaction was that the other party was looking for trouble, but after carefully observing the person, he rejected this idea. Those eyes were so clear. My second thought was that I might encounter a trainer who enjoys challenges, but the other person seemed to be harboring resentment and acting strangely. Don't dare to accept it. Heh, looks like you're not much better. Seeing that Xiong Meng hadn't spoken for a long time and was even staring at him, the young man stuck out his neck and provoked him. Well, such a rudimentary provocation shouldn't be the work of a professional scammer or someone with malicious intent. He remained silent, and the person on the other end was clearly getting anxious. Their eyes started to dart around, as if ignoring them would make them leave on their own. It's not good to refuse someone's invitation. Normally it doesn't matter, but today is my rest day. A golden glint flashed in Xiong Meng's eyes. What do you think? Should we fight? Heracross, I'm fine. Porygon, refusing is not what a trainer should do, it can fight. Mudkip, victory is assured. Everyone agreed without hesitation, standing straight and looking directly at the other party. Okay, what mode? Wild. The young man was overjoyed after agreeing, but he held back when he saw the fist the size of a sandbag. I was originally planning to completely crush them, but that doesn't seem like a wise choice. Well, safety first. Wild battles are uncivilized, let's play normal matches without skill restrictions. Okay, let's go to the battlefield. There are clear rules for battling Dongwang. Unless it's in the wild or under special circumstances, you must find the right battlefield, because the skills of the Pokémon are no joke. If forests are set on fire, streets are flooded, water is electrified, or poison is thrown from the air, it will not only affect the environment and ecology, but also cause real-life battles among the people living nearby. There happened to be a spot available at the stadium. The two registered and entered. They were assigned an outdoor spot, with the spectator seating area outside the surrounding railings. Unrestricted skill normal battle 2 on 2. Please enter the arena, both trainers. One Pokémon can be rotated per battle, and there is an unlimited number of move slots. If one side loses all its abilities, the other side wins. The referee's announcement attracted a crowd of onlookers. One of the staff members was stunned when he saw the young man. Wasn't this the summer worker who had just arrived? Then I saw Xiong Meng on the other side. How did he end up fighting this guy? Is this guy deliberately looking for trouble? The staff member suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed the day before, and a bad feeling crept into his heart. He quickly walked inside. I asked for your number, so I'll go first. The young man threw out a Pokeball. Charizard. Roar. The western dragon, standing upright in its orange coat, with its beer belly protruding, roared to the sky, and waves of heat and unrestrained momentum swept across the entire venue. Elite-level Charizard. Following orders means you've lived like this since childhood. The onlookers were just surprised, joking, this is one of the largest beach resorts in the city. There are at least hundreds of matches every day. Elite. That's just the standard for being eligible to participate. Moreover, as people online have said, it would be strange if an elite child wasn't raised from a young age. I don't think the Charizard kid is any good, he's too flamboyant. The young man on the other side is much better, he's calm and collected. Composure is either due to extensive experience or naivety, it must be the person in front. They're still discussing tactics, but it seems to have some real substance. The young man was surprised by the calm of the onlookers. When he heard that Xiong Meng was favored, he couldn't help but praise the other side. You're not ready for this opponent yet, Xiong Meng reassured Mudkip. Even though it was a type advantage, it was still not an opponent he could handle right now. Trainer, don't give me instructions, let me fight by myself. The 3D dragon floated into the center of the arena, its gaze sharp. I'll test your skills these past few days. The young man looked at the 3D dragon with a serious expression. It looked harmless, but he had a feeling that it was not easy to deal with. Charizard, breathe fire. Roar. A scorching pillar of fire erupted, and the 3D dragon data analysis team immediately moved at high speed to dodge it, quickly approaching the pillar of fire by circling around it. Dragon Claw. Smack. After dodging the green energy claw, a ball of purple liquid was flung onto her face, and she moved at high speed again to create distance. The two high-speed movements greatly increased the speed of the Porygon, while the Charizard looked somewhat pained, with purple poison marks appearing on its face. Wow, the trainer isn't giving orders and he's acting freely. This kid is definitely something else. One collision is enough to know the outcome, that Charizard youth won't be easy to defeat. Dragon has already accelerated twice, and Charizard is poisoned. Xiong Meng, you need to hurry up and fix this. The elderly bystanders were very knowledgeable and eager to get involved themselves. The Xiong Meng knew he couldn't afford to waste time. His opponent already had a level 2 speed boost, but his Charizard wasn't without speed boosting moves. Charizard. Dragon Dance. Roar. Charizard focused its spirit and flew into the air, dancing wildly, its momentum gradually increasing. W. An electromagnetic wave attack shot out from the side, and the 3D dragon tried to interrupt the buff. Continue the dragon dance. Roar. The youth's roar arrived just in time, and the fire-breathing dragon continued its skill with arcs of electricity, successfully completing dragon dance. The 3D dragon quickly moved away, its eyes revealing confusion. This was different from what was in the database and what it had encountered in the past 2 days. Isn't it true that getting hit by a virus causes a pause in gameplay? That's been the result of the matches these past 2 days. We lost, Xiong Meng whispered, looking at the hesitant 3D dragon. The Xiong Meng launched an immediate attack, clenching his fist and shouting, "Hot wind." A wave of heat swept across the field, and for a moment 3D dragon could only keep his body steady. The young man's eyes lit up and he pressed his advantage. Rock blockade. Roar. Whoosh. 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 The Charizard slammed into the ground, grabbed a rock, and hurled it at the enemy. Faced with high-speed rocks, the 3D dragon frantically dodged, but after reacting, it adjusted its body and easily avoided them by relying on its speed. Continue the rock blockade. The Xiong Meng chose to continue suppressing the dragon, which could only dodge while calculating its moves, but the flames that suddenly erupted from its body made it pause. Bang. In that instant, a powerful rock crashed down, sending the 3D dragon flying backward. The young man's eyes lit up, flame vortex seal. Roar. The 3D dragon adjusted its body, which was already surrounded by flames. Data flowed rapidly in its eyes as it charged out, but what it was met by was a large green tail. Bang. Crash. Too sudden to react, it crashed heavily to the ground. Sensing its condition, 3D dragon immediately used its self-regeneration ability. Before it could unleash even a few air blades, the 3D dragon collapsed under a barrage of attacks, its eyes already swollen with mosquito coil-like bubbles. The referee, after assessing the situation, announced, Poliwrath is unable to battle. Trainers, please switch to another Pokémon. I could tell at a glance that Charizard was extraordinary, and its trainer was no ordinary person either. Just as I thought. That's right, this enhancement is good, and the combo that followed is also good. I thought that kid was really strong, but I didn't expect him to be such an arrogant guy. He didn't say a word during the whole match. He's too arrogant. The young man breathed a sigh of relief after the referee's announcement, unable to suppress the smile on his face. It turns out the other party was just a paper tiger. He admitted that he was a little worried about 3D Dragon's quality earlier, but now he is the victor. Come back, Xiong Meng said, gently pressing his forehead against the pokeball. Looks like you still need more training. Then, leave the rest to us. Xiong Meng roared, raising his hand. Heracross. Hera. Looking at the giant beetle that came out, the young man was even quite relaxed. Judging from his harmless expression, he probably couldn't even beat that duck. The young man waved his hand and gave the command, Dragon Claw. Heracross's power is terrifying, isn't it? Let me try. Bang. A huge crash kicked up dust that filled the field. Xiong Meng squinted and remained silent. As the dust settled, Charizard was seen wrestling with Heracross. Keep your distance. The flapping of its wings kicking up dust and the fluttering of its mane indicate that the fire-breathing dragon is not putting on an act, its complete inaction suggests only one possibility. The difference in strength was too great, so great that there was no way to resist. A bad feeling welled up in the young man's heart. Charizard, just use burnout. Grab its mouth and slam it repeatedly. Heracross grabbed its mouth, and Charizard's cheeks puffed up and then deflated, with not a single flame emerging from its mouth. Bang. 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 He lifted it up forcefully and slammed it down, then threw it away, letting it scrape on the ground for a moment before stopping. The overwhelming force left the young man stunned, and the onlookers were also dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this Heracross really that powerful? Charizard was in a bad mood. During their first contact, its arm was grabbed, and its Dragon Claw skill was only a foot away from the opponent's silly expression. So close yet so elusive, he couldn't break free even with all his might, and his other hand, which he tried to use to attack, was also grabbed. A struggle. No, right now it's simply Charizard trying to break free. Then the trainer's voice came through, followed by anxious words, but he really wanted to say, I want to create some distance, but the other person has to agree. The trainer probably realized something was wrong and asked him to use an attack move, especially a powerful fire-type move. He quickly opened his mouth to gather the move. Then his mouth was violently shut, his vision went up and he quickly landed, repeating this several times until he flew out and scraped the ground for a while before stopping. A sharp pain shot through my entire body, it hurt so much, I couldn't stand up. Charizard. Charizard. The trainer is calling me. Fire-type Pokémon, unleash your fighting spirit. Charge with me. The referee observed the Charizard throughout the battle, noting that it had no mosquito coils and its body was still moving, indicating it hadn't lost its ability to battle. In this situation, the referee must wait 1 minute. If the person cannot get up, they will be deemed incapacitated. Roar. Charizard successfully stood up at the youth's call. Even though it was covered in wounds and panting heavily, the flames on its tail burned even higher, as it entered a state of intense fire in preparation for its final attack. We must continue the attack, we cannot give up. Charizard. The young man was moved to tears. Just as he was about to give the order, he realized that Heracross had disappeared and reappeared in front of Charizard. Oh shit, it's over. Without using any special skills, a simple punch brought Charizard down, successfully triggering its Poliwag eyes. Charizard is unable to battle. Trainers, please switch to another Pokémon, the referee announced crisply. The sudden change in those few dozen seconds stunned the onlookers. What happened? How did Charizard's huge advantage disappear? How did it get instantly killed? After a few seconds of awkward silence, they all returned to normal and their expressions changed completely. Well, I knew this young man was no ordinary person. Heracross's strength is astonishing. That's right, that's right. I guess they were just testing each other's abilities before, but now they're getting serious. Yeah, bro's right. Trainers, please rotate your Pokémon. If a Pokémon is not used within 1 minute, it will be considered an automatic surrender. The young man realized what was happening, recalled Charizard into its Pokeball, and raised his hand. The other one is a starter Pokémon, I concede. After saying that, he ran towards the treatment center, and Xiong Meng followed closely behind, having told Heracross and Mudkip to go back. After handing the 3D dragon over to the nurse for treatment, while waiting outside, the camping staff member came over with a face full of apologies. I'm so sorry that this bad thing happened. After some explanation, Xiong Meng understood the situation. Both of them were summer workers. The young woman was beautiful, kind-hearted, and cheerful, and the young man had fallen for her. Because of work, they didn't see each other often. Later, when he saw her chatting with Xiong Meng, he couldn't hold back anymore. He was about to lose his crush before he could even confess. Don't do this kind of thing. The young man knows that muscles can't compare, but a trainer looks at strength. After defeating Xiong Meng, the young lady will definitely be impressed. That's the overall reason for the situation. Of course, she only confirmed and learned the whole situation after others analyzed it, which is why it took her so long to come. Xiong Meng's expression upon learning the whole story, the subway oldman.jpg. Well, I never expected such a melodramatic thing to happen to him. I've learned something new again. I'm so sorry, how about I treat you to a meal to make up for it, or you can choose what you prefer, the young woman suggested apologetically. It's alright, it's alright. The battle was quite enjoyable, no need to worry. Xiong Meng patted his chest and gave a thumbs up, saying it was no big deal. Oh, let me make it up to you. Really, you don't need to. You didn't cause it on purpose. Ignorance is no excuse. No, let me make it up to you. No, really, no. What followed was a tug-of-war. The young lady insisted on offering compensation, but Xiong Meng refused. We don't know what the girl is thinking yet, but Xiong Meng thinks that the young lady is also an innocent person, so how can she ask for compensation from the other party? To be blamed for doing nothing is just bullying. Polito has recovered and can be retrieved by the trainer. Alright, my Pokemon's back to normal, gotta go now, bye-bye. Xiong Meng grabbed the Pokeball and ran off, not giving the other person a chance to speak. The young woman could only watch his retreating figure, silently withdrawing her outstretched hand. Well, the other person must hate her now. Charizard has recovered and can be retrieved by the trainer. Upon hearing the voice, the young woman quickly looked over and saw that the young man was getting increasingly angry, but she turned her head and sighed. The other person just likes her, and besides, they didn't use that liking to mock her, so how can you blame him for this situation? You could say she was just unlucky to run into this. Meanwhile, when Bear returned to the campsite, Heracross and Mudkip rushed over to see their trainer, peering around to see where Pokémon was. The two Pokémon tried to comfort him. Let's have a meeting first, then we'll play. Hera. Selling. Inside the tent, Xiong Meng opened the Pokeball, and a listless Porygon appeared accompanied by a red glow. He held the duck in his arms and said, "Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Now let's talk about this battle. You two listen up." At the beginning, the 3D dragon handled it very well, increasing its speed and applying low-level buffs to the opponent, which was a standard kiting strategy. I guess this is the same strategy in the wild these days, but you've overlooked one thing, and that's the bond. The bond strengthens your will, ignoring electromagnetic waves and poison effects, which surprises you. You pause for a moment. Standing still in a match against someone of the same level is a major taboo, almost as bad as not having your own ideas or taking action. You're already a fragile character, and your opponent has good experience, so you simply can't withstand a combo. In summary, don't be idle. Be fully prepared for any battle with any Pokémon. Real-world bonds are terrifying. Wow. A raging fire ignited in the 3D dragon's eyes. It was still because he lacked experience and his database was not collected enough.